or stay at the Landing Hotel at Rivers Casino. Enjoy free valet parking and breakfast while being right in the heart of all the action. Whether it's a weekend getaway or a staycation, they have you covered. Book today at thelandinghotelpgh.com. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. A great day for Pittsburgh football teams over the weekend. University of Pitt beat University of Pitt. Let me start that over. I'm so excited. The University of Pittsburgh, the Pitt Panthers, beat West Virginia University on Saturday, coming back down 10 points with under 5 minutes left in the fourth quarter. Also, the Steelers beat the Denver Broncos yesterday. Pitt is 3-0 to start the season. The Steelers are 2-0 to begin the season in the after the not Russell Wilson revenge game. Also, the Pittsburgh Pirates over the weekend, they played, and the Pirates lost 2 of 3 to the Kansas City Royals, but won yesterday to avoid getting swept in that series. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis in Monroeville. For more Fed headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And the Fan Early Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis. That's coming up next, right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Why'd the kid jump off the boat?
I don't know. Why?
Peer pressure.
Oh. Good one, Ned.
Ned isn't funny, but Ned owns a boat, and you don't. So every time Ned tells another one of his unfunny boat puns, you're going to laugh loud and keep on laughing until you get a boat of your own.
A pier where you put a boat.
Yeah, I get it.
And when you do get a boat of your own, make sure you save money by bundling it with your home, auto, or other vehicles with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius, or 2 half geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football. People ask all the time, what did my program look like when I was on Awaken 180? I tell them I would wake up, have breakfast, a mid-morning snack, lunch, afternoon snack, then dinner. I was in the middle of a wing promotion at the same time. What other types of foods? Chili, steak, foods we all love. It was all laid out for me. I'd meet with my Awaken 180 coach once a week, review my numbers, make adjustments if I was losing less than 4 to 5 pounds a week. That was the program. Eating, coaching, and a formula customized to me. It's been 10 years now with over 23,000 satisfied clients. To prove that I'm not the only one that thought it was easy, Awaken 180 holds a 98% customer satisfaction rating. To compare, most companies aim for about 75%. If you have weight to lose, Do what we all did and make that call to Awaken 180. 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
Want more? Sure you do. More friends, a little more time, a few more laughs. More is a good thing, unless you're talking about risk of serious illness from a respiratory virus. But as we get older, we're more at risk for severe flu, COVID-19, and RSV. Worst birthday presents ever, right? But vaccines lower your risk, so you can keep doing more of all life's good stuff. Get started at vaccines.gov. Risk less, do more. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tommy! I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's time to wake up.
It's early, and if you're up, so are we. It's the early morning show. Think of it as a pre-show to the pre-show kind of thing.
Hell of a way to begin a day.
Tuck in Pittsburgh sports before the sun comes up. The Fan Early Morning Show is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Second and goal at the one. He's in the gun. Hands it off. Plunge off the left side. That's a touchdown for Pitt and Garrett Davis to give the Panthers the lead with 32 seconds to go. 4th and 10. Here it is. Green back. Green. Plenty of time. Waits. Breaks, contained, throws the pass down the field. It's intercepted, and that's your ball game. Pulling that ball in front of the receiver was Kyle Lewis. Let's go! What a comeback!
Pitt won the backyard brawl. Oh my goodness gracious! Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Good morning. It was a great weekend for the football teams here in the city. Pitt beat West Virginia 38-34 in the backyard brawl. Then on Sunday, the Pittsburgh Steelers put on what I'll consider a balanced performance. Some great moments here, some moments there, but a 13-6 win, a low-scoring game. But a game that can inspire some confidence in you from certain aspects that we'll talk about. But they won. They're 2-0 to start the year, and they're the only team in the AFC North that's undefeated so far through the first 2 weeks of the season. It's very exciting. Football's in full swing. And my name is Nicholas Harry Callis. We're going to talk about football this morning. Give me a call, 412-928-9370. You can talk to me on X at Callis_33. That's CALLAS_33. 888-866-3333. If you'd prefer to type out your response, but if you want a phone conversation, again, one more time, 412-928-9370. You know the phone number. The Fan Early Morning Show, it's presented by CGR Wholesale, where the average Joe can buy like a pro. And we'll start with Pitt, because I was there and I got to watch the whole game from the press box, and a little congrats on all my success moment, because I got the full press experience. I got to sit up in the press box. I had one tiny outburst when the punt was blocked and taken back for a touchdown. And it wasn't really a yell. It was just like a, oh, and then I slowly got quiet, because when you're in the press box, apparently you can't be a fan. And that's fair. That's fair. So I had to withdraw my excitement, just in the moment, and just observe. I was tweeting out updates during the game, though, so that was fun to do. And then I got to go down to the press conference and listen to a few players talk before I stepped out. So it was fun to kind of play reporter for the first time in my career. So yeah, congrats on all my success. I'm sure you all care deeply. But it was a fun time, and getting to watch that whole experience. I mean, I had a whole new appreciation for Pitt, because, when I was younger, I didn't have too many opportunities to go to games, because I was playing travel sports and doing other stuff. So it was difficult to go and watch Pitt play. But now that I'm part of the flagship station, and I get to go and watch a game like the Backyard Brawl, that game, I mean, it's nuts. I told Jeff Hathorn, we were sitting next to each other in the press box, and when West Virginia went up by 10, I said, Jeff, crazier things have happened. And Eli Holstein can move. I mean, I thought he was getting a little too much pressure at certain times during that game, but he can move and he can run, and he had the awareness to find space down the field and not be afraid to run whenever the opportunity presented itself. I thought their rushing game was a little weak. I mean, I think after the third quarter they had 19 rushing yards in total, and that number was inflated after Holstein was able to run. So that's a part of their game where maybe they got to scheme that a little bit better. Passing game was pretty legit, and they were moving the football, and with Holstein rushing, when he was running the football, I mean, they were making strides, and they were doing really well. And so for them to come back with WVU up 10 with under 5 minutes left in the fourth quarter, I mean, that was a game that was crazy, and it was exciting, and Pitt did everything it needed to do to erase that deficit, go up by 4, and win with under a minute left. And WVU could not take the lead after that point. And that's very exciting. And so I'm also going to, you heard the Pitt fight song to start the show here, the Fan Early Morning Show here. And you may hear that plenty of times throughout today's program, the Fan Morning Show Maine, because this is a time where we get to celebrate Pitt winning the Backyard Brawl and embarrassing West Virginia, who is now 1-2 to start this season. And just the way they did it, too. It's not like Pitt was clearly the better football team throughout the entire game. Like, Pitt was struggling for a lot of parts of that game, but also had some strong points. I'd say both teams had strengths and weaknesses that really made that a back-and-forth affair. It was so even. I mean, I want to check my papers here. I still have them from Saturday, but the first half was super balanced. West Virginia only took an upper hand in the second half. Like, that's the only time that the score started to get separate, and then Pitt came back to take the lead. But after the first half, I mean, these numbers to me are kind of crazy. Both teams had converted all their red zone scoring chances. Both teams were 1 of 5 on third down conversions, and each team throughout the first half had exactly 15 minutes of possession time. So there was no team that was clearly better than the other. It seems that they were succeeding and failing in a like in sync, in stride with each other. So there's a lot of reasons why the game was impressive. Very even in the first half. Based on those stats, and the score was 17-17 after the first half, and then West Virginia started to pull away to start the second half, and then Pitt just came back and made up for the lost ground and ended up winning. Super exciting game. And I'm happy I got to witness it. And, if you were there or you watched it, let me know. 412-928-9370. Where does it rank? Doesn't seem like it ranks as highly in people's minds as 13-9. But if you are around my age, right, maybe under 30, and you don't remember 13-9, or you weren't alive, some people now, some sports fans now may not have been alive for that game in history, well, congratulations. And I thank Pitt for giving us this opportunity. It ain't 13-9, but that game yesterday is up there, and we can call it now 38-34, I guess. Say the score. I'll extend it by saying, or maybe we'll call it the score beforehand. What was it? 34-24 with under 5 minutes left in the fourth quarter. Maybe we'll call it that in length because, that name's too long. 38-34 sounds more succinct. Also, Adam Crowley's not here, by the way. If anybody wanted an update, you can see that on our live stream. He's not here, and it's not like he's in the bathroom or getting his morning coffee and snack. He's not here, and he didn't come out with us after the game, so that was rough. He wasn't really responding to any communication attempts yesterday. He did talk to us during the Steeler game on Sunday, so that's okay. He did that. He was texting back and forth. We were taunting him a little bit, and we talked very briefly in text communication, but he is not here right now. And he did not tell us that he wasn't coming. So, roast him too if you want. That's fine. You can roast Crowley this morning. I'll field the phone calls. You can be put on our record here at the Fan that you talked to Crowley and you expressed how you feel about his WBU fandom and what he should be feeling this morning, because it was an embarrassing loss yesterday on Saturday for sure. Talk Steelers too if you want. 412-928-9370. Start with this caller on the line. Good morning. What's your name?
Hi, it's Will. I just wanted to say I love what Pitt's doing this year, and now Narduzzi's coaching them up, because this is the second game in a row where they had a fourth quarter comeback, and it's really exciting to see. And then also I want to kind of get your take on what you think's going on with Broderick Jones. I don't know if he's injured or if he's turning out to be a bust, but that was pretty bad yesterday evening.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Will. I appreciate it, and I'll answer that. I will. I'll address that first. So there's an injury that he's dealing with for sure, and so I think that's hindering him. That's part of it. I also think, too, though, because I relate this to what the Pirates did with Henry Davis, where this is going to happen, I think, with anybody. It's like if you're doing one job and you feel like you're a specialist at that one job, and then for a little while somebody says, hey, do this other job, and then you do the second job for a really long time, and you're not great at the other job, but you manage, you get by, and then eventually a position opens and you go back to do the first job. I mean, are you going to be perfect, though, at the first job after spending an extended amount of time doing that second job you were put at? I'd argue not. I mean, and that's tough. Henry Davis was coming up as a catcher. They wanted to see how he would play in right field because they had some other catching options, and they knew Davis was athletic and willing and had a good arm. And he didn't do, I don't want to say that bad, but then you needed him to play catcher this year because Andy Rodriguez was hurt. And, he goes back to catcher, and he has some struggles hitting and a couple defensive gaffes. And he's not perfect, right? Broderick Jones, left side guy. You move him to the right for a while, and he tries to learn that side. I mean, offensive line, there's so much more that goes on. You're football people, if you know. There's so much that goes on, and there's so many different perspectives that you have from each side of the line. And so it seems like a simple switch, but, I mean, there's different assignments. There's different things to look out for when you're on one side of the line versus the other. And I think that there's a combination of him being hurt and that he's moved back to his original specialty after spending so much time on the other side of the line. And so I don't fault him. I understand the coaching decision to take him out of the game, after that sequence where he had 3 penalties. And he's just holding guys. But he 3 penalties in that same sequence. Yeah, take him out. I don't blame the coaching staff for taking him out eventually, but I also don't blame him right now so much for performing poorly. He was held accountable for not playing well. It's not like they were forcing him to stay in, but I also can understand, I think reasonable people can understand why he's struggling. There's a combination of an injury that I think is lingering there, and that's on top of him switching positions again. It's not always easy to just pick up one job after you've been doing another job for so long, and that's what they've done. They took him away from his specialty, and they're putting him back now into that specialty after a season of playing on the other side. So you're going to have these games. You're going to have these struggles. Hopefully he goes back to practice and improves, and can come back and do better. That's really it. So. That's my perspective on it. I'm not worried about him very much. I understand everything that happened. I think I understand why it's happening, and that's reassuring, right? It's nice to not yell at the coaching staff, in the morning, in the mornings. It really isn't. Like, I don't love to yell. It's great for talk radio whenever things go badly, but when things are going well, it's nice to just reflect on what we're looking at and say, you know what? There's 2 sides that you can scrutinize here, and there's bad decisions made on some in this circumstance, but there's also some good readjustment to come out of it. I don't like that they've moved him around and hopped him back and forth. I don't like that, but recognizing, okay, something's wrong with him, he's not doing well, we need to just take him out of this game, sit him down for a little bit, and then plan for him to come back into the starting lineup, when he's ready. That I'm good with, and that I understand, and that's good. I mean, I think it's an appropriate decision. 412-928-9370. Got another caller on the line. Good morning. What's your name?
Dave.
Hello, Dave. What's up?
Hey, just real quickly, I just caught the end of what you were saying. You're right. They have moved him all over the place as far as position-wise and everything else, and they're doing him no favors. However, this guy is a first-round pick. This is a guy that they traded up to get. This is a guy that you should be able to plug in at either left or right tackle, and there should be nothing wrong with his performance. Whether he's hurt or whether they're moving in positions around, this is supposed to be a first-round talent. I don't want to hear any excuses. I don't want to hear anything. Do your job. Do it well. The bottom line is you're a first-round pick, a first-round talent. The excuses are over. The fact that you have 3 holding calls in a row is absolutely ridiculous. You're supposed to be a first-round pick.
Dave, can I ask you a follow-up?
Sure.
So I try to just relate the two. Because a lot of catchers do go into the outfield and are expected to translate that. I mean, we talk about Henry Davis. Were you saying the same thing with Henry Davis and the Pirates? He's a first-round pick, so he should be good enough to be plugged in anywhere?
No, because playing catcher and playing outfield are 2 different things. Don't tell me that playing left tackle and right tackle are all that much different. You block the guy in front of you. Plain and simple. And if you can't do that and you're holding the guy, that's a hell of a lot different than trying to catch a fastball from Paul Skeens and a fly ball hitting the outfield. 2 completely different things.
All right. Yeah. No, I mean, that's a reasonable take. Thank you for the call. It's a reasonable thought process there. I don't like to simplify the line because there are a lot of moving parts that I think people don't notice when they're watching a game because the flashy skill players, they do their thing. But, I mean, linemen that pull and block in other areas and stuff. And I mean, I'm not an offensive line expert, and I wasn't good at playing line when I was in school, so I'm not going to pretend like I'm the lineman expert here. But I know that there's a lot of complicated factors that go into how blocking happens, and there's bigger assignments than just block the guy in front of you on some plays, and that's what I know, and that's why I have a little bit more leniency with him, and Dave led with that too. They're not doing him favors for sure. I'll align to that. He's a first-round pick, and so we got to expect better. I'm with that. I'm not going to say that you're wrong. That's a totally reasonable take. I'm going to be more lenient with him as I think about this situation. But if you're upset with how he's playing, then maybe you should be. I'm still going to attribute it to injury and a readjustment period here. But also, I mean, there's nothing really to complain about because he had 3 holding calls in that sequence, and then he got taken out. So even if we have the discussion, it's like, okay, well, what more do you want? They took him out of the game. They did not keep him in. He was a clear problem, and they took him out. So I think really the conversation as we move forward is not, Gurr, what are we going to do about Jones? He was terrible. I think the conversation should be more productive. Like, what are they going to do? What should they do? And can he rebound? I think is the question we want to be asking this morning. 412-928-9370. Good morning. What's your name? Going once. Hello.
Can you hear me?
You got kind of an echo, but yes, I can hear you.
Hey, how do I find out? I don't understand how Bryce Young is even in the league right now, to be honest with you, and Kenny Pickett is the backup to Jalen Hurts. I feel like it's unconstitutional or unfair or collusion that you have Kenny Pickett as a backup, man.
Well, that's just interesting. I love talking about sports, and I love putting that kind of verbiage into conversation, but not a clue. I don't know. We're gonna move on from that call. 412-928-9370. Focus on the Steelers this morning. Focus on Pitt this morning. Pitt won the backyard brawl 38-34 on Saturday, and then the Steelers won yesterday against the Denver Broncos in the not Russell Wilson revenge game, 13-6. So we'll continue to talk. 412-928-9370. Phone lines are open. So get a phone line, and I'll take more calls and continue the conversation when I come back. My name is Nicholas Harry-Callis, and this is the Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The Fan Early Morning Show for the Average Joe, presented by CGR Wholesale, where the average Joe can buy like a pro.
I'm Chris Rose with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. Patrick Mahomes threw 2 touchdowns, and Harrison Butker hit a 51-yard field goal as time expired. Chiefs beat the Bengals 26-25. Alvin Kamara scored 4 touchdowns as the Saints dominated the Cowboys 44-19. Aaron Rodgers tossed 2 touchdowns. Jets beat the Titans 24-17. Sam Darnold and the Vikings stunned the Niners 23-17 to improve to 2-0. Marvin Harrison Jr. caught 2 scores in the Cardinals' 41-10 win over the Rams. The Commanders used 7 field goals to beat the G-Men 21-18 for Jaden Daniels' first career win. In a rematch of an NFC divisional, this time the Bucs prevail, holding off the Lions 20-16. Raiders erase a 10-point fourth-quarter deficit, come back and beat the Ravens 26-23. Malik Willis won his Packers starting debut 16-10 over the Colts. C.J. Stroud and the Texans topped the Bears 19-13. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Right now at Wendy's, you can get a small Frosty for $1. And literally everyone is going. The car behind you, going to get a $1 Frosty. The car ahead of you, already had one, going for a second. The person who cut you off earlier, you guessed it, $1 Frosty. Maybe it's all a sign for you to go get one. Just don't cut anyone off. No one likes that person. The iconic Frosty for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Not valid in a combo. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, California, and via third-party delivery.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Problems as we begin the Monday morning rush. This report brought to you by Pfizer. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam on the Parkway East showing mainly steady traffic there between Edgewood, Swissvale, and the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Crews are clearing a minor accident right before the tunnel entrance, so watch for possible slowdowns there. Parkway West is pretty well up to speed. So is Route 28, where they have just cleared an earlier accident near the Highland Park Bridge. In Monroeville, William Penn Highway down to a single lane each direction for work between Holiday Center Road and Coles Entrance Road. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Pfizer.
John Legend here. How do I keep my protection against COVID-19 up to date? With a COVID shot this season.
You can get your COVID-19 shot when getting your flu shot if you're due for both, as recommended by the CDC. Ask your healthcare provider and book at VaxAssist.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
When I wake up,
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When I wake up,
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Hi, this is Frank Walker, Frank Walker Law. Listen, if you have been arrested or injured in an accident, you may think you know what to do. You're going to talk to your friends, you're going to talk to your family. They're going to give you some bad advice. Here's my advice. Give us a call, 412-532-6805. Visit us online at frankwalkerlaw.com. Don't make the mistake of thinking you could do it by yourself. 412-532-6805 or visit us online at frankwalkerlaw.com.
You better call. You better call Frank Walker.
Leaves and temperatures are beginning to fall.
And so are prices. Time to shop the fall kickoff at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Grab some incredible deals this week, including 0% financing on the popular 24 Outlander. It's back, but it won't last long.
New 24 Eclipse Cross, take $5,000 off on select models or finance at 2.99% for 72 months.
Or a new 24 Outlander Sport. Take $4,500 off MSRP and it's all yours.
Let's be clear. You'll be getting style, safety, all-wheel drive, and a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
Plus 2 years of prepaid maintenance. It's the best automotive deal out there.
So don't wait. Our fall kickoff makes an upgrade easier than ever.
Visit us in North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. Western PA's best inventory, ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer incentives. See dealer for details.
The Pittsburgh Post-Gazette goes deep when it comes to Steelers coverage with all the hard-hitting, up-to-the-minute news you need about your Pittsburgh Steelers. Have a real-time chat with Post-Gazette reporters and columnists. Send your burning questions and hot takes to our mailbags. And tune in to get an earful on all things black and gold from experts on the North Shore Drive podcast. Check out postgazette.com for insights on your favorite pros from our pros at the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette.
Can you haul away a mattress?
1-800-GOT-JUNK will haul off any size mattress for just $59.
But you need to know, this mattress has defied all my efforts to get it out of the bedroom.
All you have to do is point.
But this mattress has a mind of its own. It's like something out of a Stephen King novel.
Help is on the way.
Well, that's fantastic.
We make junk disappear.
All you have to do is point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
When people are fed, futures are nourished. That's why Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank leverages the power of community to achieve lasting solutions to hunger and its root causes. Working with more than 1,000 partners in its 11-county, Three Rivers region, the food bank is here to ensure that everyone in every community has access to the food and resources they need to thrive, including 43 million pounds of food in just the last year. If you're in need of food assistance, would like to volunteer, advocate, or donate, visit pittsburghfoodbank.org. That's pittsburghfoodbank.org.
Don't miss the grandfather of the New Jersey Sound, Southside Johnny and the Asbury Jukes, live at the Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall on Thursday, October 24th. With hits that have inspired legends like John Bon Jovi, this is a night you won't want to miss. Southside Johnny and the Asbury Jukes, Thursday, October 24th at Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall. Get your tickets now at librarymusichall.com. That's librarymusichall.com. Another Drusky Entertainment event.
I feel like I'm constantly cleaning hair off my bathroom floor. At least my Swiffer Sweeper makes it easy. Sweeper heavy-duty dry cloths have ultra-thick pads to trap and lock hairs, like a hair magnet. And when I'm finished cleaning up my hair, Sweeper takes care of his too. Now the hair is gone, all thanks to Swiffer. Try Swiffer Sweeper heavy-duty dry cloths. I promise you'll love them or your money back. And also try Swiffer Sweeper Wet to make quick work of tough, sticky messes.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Local sports talk before the sun comes up.
Wake up.
It's the Fan Early Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. 1.9% financing on the 2024 Chevy Silverado with GM Financial. Full terms at sunchevy.com. Right now it's kind of chilly. It's in the mid-60s, so it's, that fall morning temperature, but it's going to heat up a little bit later on. High of 79, low of 59 today. Overcast skies expected. Tomorrow, high of 78, low of 59. Same conditions. Supposed to rain a little bit throughout the area on Wednesday. That's fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. My name is Nicholas Aricalis. Adam Crowley is here. He has an explanation for why he was late, so we'll talk about that coming up next in a amount of time. So thanks for calling in, though. Thanks for talking. It's been a pleasure this morning. Hail to Pitt. Let's go Steelers. There's plenty of talk coming up this morning. It's a football Monday, a reaction Monday, and it should be a fun one for sure. My name is Nicholas Aricalis. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Cooler temps out, right? Feel that fall weather rolling in. Got to get to Schultz Ford right now. Get ready for the winter. Huge selection of vehicles. Get that four-wheel drive that you need. All those great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, and Schultz Ford in Wheeling. They're doing great business down there. Always online, schultzford.com. Gigantic selection of inventory, mobile service, pickup and delivery. That's great. Like I said, those locations are wonderful. About that mobile service, they'll come right to your driveway and change your oil if you need that, or something small they can do right there. Pickup and delivery, something a little bigger. They'll grab your car, take it to the shop, bring it right back. Fantastic stuff. Again, schultzford.com. And the inventory, it can't be beaten by anybody right now. Gigantic selection, and browse for what you need at schultzford.com. That is always open. Again, schultzford.com.
Download the Par-Mar Rewards app today for some big gas and grocery savings. Dan Zangrili here to tell you that loyalty has its rewards at Par-Mar stores. Remember, if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
It's O-Rewards Member Appreciation Month at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Receive 2, 3, up to 5 times O-Rewards points on select purchases. You receive 2 times points on select power, torque, and tools. Get 3 times points with purchase of select 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil. Stop by and save at O'Reilly Auto Parts or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
It's Dan Zangrilli for the injury lawyers LGKG. You may know them as Luxembourg, Garbic, Kelly, and George. They've been around Western Pennsylvania for over 90 years. I've come to know and really like Joe George as a trustworthy professional. And for Joe, trust is everything.
You can't have a wide-eyed client on the other side not knowing what to expect. And when you say, my recommendation is this, and they turn around and say, we trust you. You're the professional. Let's do it, whether it's accept the offer or go to trial.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Hey, Pittsburgh homeowners. To build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding, now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products in brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/Steel City.
It's the start of our favorite season in Pittsburgh, football. That's right. With all the hype and action this season brings, we know things get loud and a little bit messy. So before you invite your friends and family over to watch a game, you better call our cleaning heroes at Zero Res to clean up all those fumble moments that have happened around your home. Lucky for you, you can score big this month with great savings. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, basically every surface in your home could be Zero Resified, so it's time to call the cleaning pros at Zero Res. Their friendly techs always walk you through the entire cleaning process, make sure you're totally satisfied before they leave, and it's the perfect time of year as well to get your air ducts taken care of. $75 off your air duct cleaning this month from Zero Res. Help alleviate allergies, asthma, and enjoy less dust, lower energy bills, and keep your home cleaner longer. Don't try to do it yourself again. Call the pros at Zero Res. Schedule your appointment at ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188 and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. You spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2 plus tax, acquisition fee, title place, and dealer doc fee. Not all buyers will qualify. Bonus cash available on select trims. In-stock units only. Offers end 9/30/24.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai for huge end-of-year savings. Drive the new 2024 Hyundai Elantra SC or Tucson SC all-wheel drive with financing as low as 1.99% for up to 60 months. Plus $500 bonus cash. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Hamlin Advantage oil changes for life. This September, Diamonds Direct's ultimate offer is back. Stronger than ever. Diamonds Direct helps you get the perfect jewelry gift with 0% interest. That's right. Enjoy 5 years of 0% financing on any Diamonds Direct purchase. It's your chance to get her the perfect ring with 0 interest and comfortable monthly payments that fit your budget. But act fast. This offer ends September 30th. For details and more, visit DiamondsDirect.com. Spread your payments over 5 years with 0 interest on approved credit. Only at Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Bit of a situation on the Parkway West. This report presented by Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine. Call for neuropathy treatment today. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam showing a truck with flashing lights off to the side right before the Route 51 off-ramps on the inbound side of the Parkway West. Just watch for possible slowdowns there. Road work continues on the Monfayette Expressway. Watch for lane restrictions in both directions at the ramp to Route 51. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
There is treatment for neuropathy. I'm Dr. Dawn Spalla. At Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine, we treat neuropathy patients daily. No drugs, no surgery, just relief. Call 724-224-2224 for a free consultation in our Sarver or Brackenridge locations.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Oh, yeah. Good morning. It's Fan Morning Show pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. Crowley, Doran, Callis behind the glass. And I'll just give my spiel real quick because I think people want to hear from Doranson here. Got a lot of Steelers talk to get into as well. But I was very close to being late today. And it honestly is perfect that it's today because people are going to say that I was late because I didn't want to be here. And you're right. Good morning, Doran. How you doing?
Yeah, very convenient that I call you and then you text me back. You're like, oh, something happened to my alarm. Oh, No, you just wanted to push it to the last minute because you didn't have to want to see my face, or especially Callis. You didn't want to have to deal with Callis, but you walk in and Callis just immediately berates you. Just immediately just comes after you and just saying all kinds of different things. I just sat back. I didn't have to say anything until right now.
But he was being kind of a jerk because I did want to say, hey, here's what happened after the game. You know, here's the fun that we had without you. You should have been there. And he said, oh, he leads with that. Oh, he leads with that. So I said, oh, did you want to talk about the game? Because we can talk about the game.
I can't stand fake fans. I can't stand it. I can't stand the trash talk from a guy like Callis, who before the game couldn't name 5 Pitt players. But here's the thing. Games like that is how fans are born.
Yeah.
I mean,
True.
that's what gets people to fall in love with college football.
And think about all of the young people now that you say cannot appreciate 13-9 that now get to appreciate this disaster from your team.
It was a disaster. It was also a tremendous victory for Pitt. And if you are a member of the Pitt fan base, that's how you're going to view it. That's one of the great moments in Brawl history.
Mm-hmm.
If you are a West Virginia fan, you're going to look at that as one of the low points in Brawl history. There's no doubt about that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But to equate it to 13-9 is, I think, leaving out a ton of historical context that you're just ignorant
No,
of.
it's our game. We get to have that game now, and you can't say we've never experienced watching West Virginia just absolutely fail.
What was on the table back in 2007 is just way different than, and especially the timing of the game. The game was at the end of the season. What was on the line for West Virginia. I don't think anything ever will top that game in our lifetime.
Can we talk about the fun stuff, though?
Yes, we could do that for right now.
Like you and Narduzzi after the game.
I got so many texts and videos.
Did you get him? Did you get him on the back?
I slapped I almost swore. I slapped the mess out of him.
You absolutely slapped the mess out of that guy.
I was so excited. I was so excited.
So here's what's going on over here. Let's just pull the curtain back 100, right? That's what the kids say?
Mm-hmm, 100.
100. I'm pulling up the Steelers-Broncos box score. I am so late today, and this is not me, man. This drives me nuts.
Mm-hmm.
This drives me nuts. I'm late. I got one of those. This is another West Virginia thing. I left my wonderful phone charger in Morgantown for the Penn State game.
Oh.
And when I plugged my phone into that guy, 20 minutes it charges.
Mm-hmm.
Now you got these rinky-dink old iPhone chargers that don't work.
Mm-hmm.
So my wife pulled out this charging pad, and I've said this before on the pre-show. I usually have my phone on my person, so it vibrates, and then it wakes me up.
On my person?
On my person, yes.
What?
That's a saying. It's a phrase.
Who does that, though? You let the vibration of the phone wake you up?
Yeah,
he
we've been over
holds it in
this.
his hand.
Yeah,
usually.
so that crap like this doesn't happen. But I charged it on the pad overnight, and I don't know. That's what happened. But I'm a mess right now.
Yeah.
A total mess.
A lot of reasons.
I'm on to Kansas, man. I don't know what you're talking
I'd be
about.
if I were you too, but this is the thing. And it's a pre-show, but everybody knows how significant today is.
I think we could do the whole thing here.
Yeah. The thing is the outlook of both squads. It's not just about that game, because usually, and we said this last year, and that game was just awful on both sides last year, that this will make or break a season. It is a toss-up usually. It's a close game, and they're exciting games. But the outlook for Pitt now is they have Youngstown State, who lost to Duquesne. They have a bye week, and then they come out and they are on the road at North Carolina, who just lost their quarterback last week. The outlook is looking a little bit better. The outlook for West Virginia, you got Kansas. You got what?
Kansas stinks, but yeah.
You got Oklahoma, but who else do you have on your schedule?
They're going to play.
You have a lot of good teams on your
They're going to play probably 4 of the next 5 games are probably going to be ranked teams.
Exactly.
Yep.
That's the more demoralizing part, I think, of everything, is that you could almost say that your season is cooked.
Well, they will say that all their goals are still in front of them.
Absolutely.
But I find that when you say that generally, that means you're coming off of something very, very bad.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But as this is the Pitt flagship, Eli Holstein, pretty good.
Yes, he is.
Pretty good. Unflappable. He got hit a lot in that game. A lot more than I thought. And if I am looking for reasons for concern with Pitt, I would point at the offensive line.
Yes.
But he was unbelievably good. And that's not supposed to happen in your third start.
No.
Like, that is a superstar in the making.
And he has every quality to handle all that too. Like just the way that he operates. I know that people talk about stars of players coming out of high school. Oh, you don't need to be a 5-star. You don't need to. You could be a 3-star and still make it. Look at Kenny Pickett. Look at all these. Look at Aaron Donald. Like there are guys like that can prove that, coming out of high school with the rankings and things of that nature, that you could become a great player. But I tell you what, whenever you have a 4 or 5-star from Alabama that is a guy that you knew was just going to be on the depth chart because it's Alabama, it's still a 4 or 5-star from Alabama, and that's a different quality football player.
Yes, it is.
You're getting a different quality football player, and especially at the quarterback position. Stars do matter, in my opinion. They do. They do matter. Whenever you get that quality of player, it doesn't take as long for the development to go in there and be a guy.
Right.
It doesn't. And I think that there's proof right there that you get quality players, especially at the quarterback position, in this day and age of college football that can transfer in, that have that pedigree. It doesn't take long. Like those guys they're born to do it. I mean, they're good for a reason. And that's what he proves. He's proven that.
There's no question. And he did it with his legs. He did it with his arm. He did it with his mind.
Yes.
And when
he did it with his you-know-whats, too.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
That's the biggest.
Yes, you're right about that because they had him dead to rights a couple of times back there, and he got away. I mean, it was very Ben Roethlisberger-esque, and it was very Drew Aller-esque that I've seen the last 2 years. Like, he did a lot of the same things, except he did it better, actually. And he takes his helmet off after, of course, it's Nate Yarnell, and good for him. That's a nice moment for him, too.
Yeah. I was
he
like,
hands
how about
the ball
this?
off, and Holstein rips his helmet off, and he's jacking up the crowd. I don't think I'll soon forget that. So, hey, these are the moments where, you're right. Your season can go in two different directions. Careers are made off of stuff like this. Legacies are made off of games like that. And he goes down now in the annals of one of the great performances in Backyard Brawl history. And we can focus on just that, or you can focus on where it's going, or you could do both. And I think it's prudent probably to do both. This guy's a stud.
Mm-hmm.
And, man, this was going to be, for me, like, I start thinking before the game, what am I going to tweet out after the game? I don't want to get in trouble. I don't want to piss people off, but you got to send a tweet. Win or lose, what are you going to do? And for a while there, I was going to say C.J. Donaldson owns Acrisure Stadium. I mean, he comes in 2 years ago.
Right.
This year, all he does is score touchdowns. Last year goes over 100. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter because they couldn't kill Pitt. They couldn't step on him. They couldn't get it done. Couldn't finish it. And that has just – I tweeted out a lot of the word choke.
Yep.
And I think undoubtedly that happened, but you have to take it too.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, Pitt won that football game.
Right, correct.
They
correct.
won.
Correct.
They went and won the game. And I even said that in the beginning of fourth quarter. And there, Larry was like, well, any adjustments for the fourth quarter? And he asked that usually after every quarter. I was like, the adjustment is whoever wants it most. I know it's cliche and I know it's broad and boring, but you got 15 minutes. All right, like who wants it most?
Do you know that now this is, I'm sure you do, the third straight Backyard Brawl with a blocked punt?
Oh, really? I did not know that.
C.J. Donaldson blocked one 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Last year, Pitt blocked one. But it was fortunate for West Virginia. They blocked it, but it still went ahead of the line of scrimmage. And then, of course, the block punt for a touchdown. Fake punt.
Yes.
That was...
What a great call. Honestly, I know that West Virginia fans that may be listening right now don't want to hear anything about great calls and the good things that probably happened for West Virginia in that game because at the end of the day, it was an L, but I thought that was a really good timing call.
Yeah, it seemed like it was one of those options like, hey, if you see this, do it.
I saw it the whole way.
Yeah.
Like, oh, here he goes. He was like looking. Oh, he's got it.
Go.
Yeah.
You better go.
That just it was an awesome atmosphere.
Yep.
It's everything you wanted and you could expect out of that game. And that game needs to be played every single year.
Oh.
I think that both sides can come together and agree on that. And I think the game, we said this last year a little bit, Crowley, like walking out of that game last year in Morgantown, the fans are just different than they were whenever I was in college, like with that game. That game was nasty. You know, especially in the stands, you heard a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
And it's more of a not a compromise, but I think that everybody understands the meaning of why this game is played and why. And I feel like the fans are different. I feel like we can all get along now, and we just kind of appreciate good football and good games.
Man,
that's what I felt. And even after the game, seeing West Virginia fans, Pitt fans, like it was like, hey, a lot of West Virginia fans going up to Pitt fans and getting drinks and shaking hands, like good game, like you guys got us. Really, actually, they're coming at Neil Brown a lot. So more like Blake Neil Brown, he should be fired, and all this stuff. But it's just a different feel, and I really love the place that this game and this rivalry's at.
I think that is incredibly well said by you, and I believe it's because it took so long off, and you have all this hate, this vitriol. We know what a rivalry is, and it's built up, and you play it, and that was the 107th edition, and year after year after year, you play with no time off in between, and so it's nothing but hate. But then whenever you take time off, you realize you kind of need each other.
Yeah.
I think these programs need each other.
Absolutely.
I think they need to play this game. I agree with Pat Narduzzi that you should play it at the end of the season.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying that changes the outcome. That's not what I'm saying. I just think it's better at the end of the year. There needs to be a little chill in the air when they play the game.
Yep. Well, Thanksgiving.
Yes. Do it the day after, though.
Day after, kind of the rest day.
Yes.
The turkey sandwich day.
Oh, little gravy on there.
Yeah, I mean, a little mustard. The leftover brawl.
Yes. That's what's best, because this game can ruin days. I seen it. So you play it on Thanksgiving. Thanksgivings get ruined for someone. You play it on the day after, you can still have your Thanksgiving.
Right, and your weekend.
And your weekend, which I'll never have another one. I'm very upset. I think that is a really great observation by you, because me walking in, you get some chants back and forth, but there's people tailgating together. You look in the stands, there's people who are together, and there are families that have people who are Pitt fans and West Virginia fans. And I just think we all missed it. And I think we've seen now why. The two at Acrisure, I wish they went my guy's way, but those are classics.
Yeah.
Immediate rivalry back, bang, two instant classics right away.
And then next year is just going to be even more.
Oh, my God.
Think about it, because then it does possibly go away for 3 years. I mean, who knows what's going to happen. I don't know how that works with the new AD coming in, and that's probably one of the first calls you make, right, is like, hey, what are we going to do? Who's the AD for West Virginia?
Ren Baker.
Colin Ren Baker, who as soon as I get hired at Pitt to be AD, I'm like, all right, what are we doing? What are we doing?
Let's get her done.
Let's get her done. But I saw just walking through the parking lot, grabbing that atmosphere before the game. It was just a mixed crowd of everybody. Like West Virginia with Pitt, Pitt with West Virginia, just talking, excited. I loved every bit of it. I thought it was the perfect game for this season at this point. It really was.
Yes.
I don't know how you can get any better than that this past weekend. I know that there was a lot of games played. I wasn't really even following college football because but I can't imagine that there was a better football game to watch than that this weekend.
No way.
Can't imagine.
No way. The only thing that I would say that made it, and not even unwatchable because it was too good to be unwatchable, was just so many penalties.
Yeah, exactly.
And I thought the same thing with the Steelers game yesterday. Both coaches can come away complaining about the officials. Both coaches can come away saying we could have played more discipline. But I find when there's that many flags that are thrown, it's not so much about your teams being undisciplined as it is about a flag-happy crew. And that's what I thought we saw on Saturday, too. I mean, dude, after every play, it seemed like there was laundry on the field.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, my.
That definitely made it tough to watch.
Game was 6 hours long.
It was long, yes. Do you think that Neil Brown's on the hot seat now?
Yes.
Again?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And I do say this again, 100% understanding that Pitt needs to win the football game. But the way that it's going to be framed in Morgantown is you had the lead in two brawls at Acrisure Stadium deep in the fourth quarter and lost both games.
Yes.
And you can't do that.
Mm-hmm.
You can't do that. It doesn't even matter. Like, I'm sure West Virginia fans like me, there's a lot of them who are smart, okay? I'm sure that a lot of them are tipping their hat to Eli Holstein, and they should be.
Mm-hmm.
But you understand, emotional sports fandom, Neil Brown is getting dragged. I had Pitt fans send me memes. You sent me a meme. Cal sent me a meme. I have West Virginia fans sending me the same stuff.
Yeah.
So Pitt fans talking trash, but West Virginia fans, they're circling the same memes.
Absolutely.
The only way, and look, this is not going to happen. The only way he'd be safe this year, for me, if I were the AD, if I were the decision makers, if you win the Big 12.
Yeah.
Because 8-4 is a good season if you beat Pitt. It's not a good season if you don't.
Right.
Like 9-3, great season. Not if you don't beat Pitt.
Mm-hmm.
So now you got to get hardware. You got to go get a championship trophy. And, well, I don't think that's happening.
I'm honestly rooting for that to happen. For you guys.
Why, rematch in the playoff? Get him in the playoff?
No, just so you guys can just deal with this pain of Neil Brown and knowing that, he is the guy, but he's not the guy, but he's proven that he could stay around and just he has another life. Like he's like, Super Mario. He's eating that mushroom.
Look, if he wins a Big 12 championship, you shouldn't want him to be around because that'll be a hell of a coaching job. That'd be a hell of a turnaround.
But I mean, even last year, like what he did. Last year, I mean, he was on the hot seat. Everybody was calling for him. And then what he did last year was like, all right, he did enough.
Yeah.
And I think he's going to do that again. And it's going to just pour your guys' hair out because there'll be games like this that you look back and be like, we should have won that game. Neil Brown just did something better or something. I don't know.
You know what I don't know at this point is every team that wants to win is going to have to find $20 million to pay players next year. So it's a tough place to be when you have to pay a buyout.
True.
So I'm not sure what the threshold is for them to keep him, but it's probably a lot lower than what I've articulated. The threshold is probably lower than a Big 12 championship for the actual decision makers, and that sucks.
Yeah.
Like if they go 7-5 or something, he's going to stick around, and maybe that's what you should be rooting for. What's the ceiling for Pitt? I don't think you cap one yet. I mean, I don't think you need to do that. You're 3-0. You got Eli Holstein.
I think that, would love to know your opinion, and I think I know where you would go on this, but I think that wherever the ceiling is, it is the ceiling. We don't know what that is yet, but I know one thing. You got to give credit to Pat Narduzzi for 100%. The moves he made in the offseason
100%.
With this offense. Eli Holstein is fantastic, and we just, kind of laid that out there for you, but, I mean, Cade Bell, you lose Charlie Partridge, who's a huge integral part of this program for years. You have to replace a lot of guys, and it's a night and day team, compared to last year.
It is night and day.
It's a night and day, even Pat Narduzzi. Like, he never operated like this. He never, even would have thought in this realm that he would go in a direction with a 31-year-old high-powered offensive coordinator from Western Carolina. And
it probably makes him uncomfortable a little bit.
I bet you it did.
Yeah.
I don't know about now, but now he's like, oh, okay, all right.
No, I felt it from him when he did his halftime interview of the Cincinnati game. He said, we're on the field too much defensively.
Right.
And I could, okay, all right, here we go. And then in this game, West Virginia had the ball a ton in the second half, and I could see it being uncomfortable, but then what do? You win the game. And that's all that matters.
Yep.
And you match last season win total after you've played 3 games. So you're right. Pat Narduzzi deserves a ton of credit. We're going to get back to the backyard brawl. Usually on a Monday, it's 99% Steelers. It can't be that high today because that was one of the great games in backyard brawl history. And Pitt, what's that movie? Star is Born?
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Good one.
Yeah.
It's a good movie.
Made me cry.
Did it?
Yeah.
Why?
The guy peed his pants on stage. Who's the guy from The Hangover?
Bradley Cooper.
Bradley Cooper pees himself on stage. I feel like that's kind of what West Virginia did in the last 4 minutes and 55 seconds there. So maybe there are multiple apt comparisons there. A Star was Born. Lady Gaga. That's Pitt. That's Eli Holstein. And there you go. You got Bradley Cooper, West Virginia defense, just peeing all over itself on stage. All right. We transition to the Steelers. And the Justin Fields conversation is hot, hot, hot again, baby. In 15 seconds, bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7, the man.
It's the morning after on 93.7 The Fan. The guys break down this week's victory. Brought to you by Twin Peaks in Robinson Township, Galise Services, Saloni's Italian Bakery, and Tri-State Office Furniture.
Yeah, I think it's the biggest thing is penalties. Just having those explosive plays and getting them negated by those penalties. We talked about it kind of last week. It's just cleaning those up. So just going to continue to work on that and clean those up. So we just stop, hurting ourselves.
Justin Fields talking about the difference between the first half and the second half for the Steelers offense. And in the first half, saw a lot of people tweeting, hey, Russ, get used to the bench. Hey, Justin Fields is the guy. And then the second half happened, and the Steelers scored 13 points in total. Actually, Denver scored more in the second half than the Steelers did, which makes this quite the Rorschach test at 6 in the morning. Should Justin Fields continue to be the quarterback? 412-928-9370. Doran, I thought he did some things that not a lot of quarterbacks in football would be able to do in that first half. And then in the second half, it was poop. So where do you come down on this whole Justin Fields thing?
I just think that this is what Justin Fields is. I mean, 13 for 20, 117 yards. They finally scored a touchdown. He had 27 yards rushing. Last game, I think he had a little bit more rushing and a little bit more passing, but I think that that's what Justin Fields is. If you want to live and die by that, okay, that's fine. But I want to see what Russell Wilson can bring to the table. I don't think that Russell Wilson is done. I still think that whenever he is full healthy, that he is going to be the quarterback, and I want to see that. I just want to see what it looks like. I want to see if it's different. I want to see if this offense is different. I want to see what Arthur Smith can do with Russell Wilson. And this is not really a slight of Justin Fields. He is what he is, and I'm not saying that that's bad. It's not bad. He's obviously 2-0. He's won them football games. But if you expect to win in the NFL throughout an entire season this way, it's just not going to happen. And, it needs some more life. This offense needs more life. I mean, that was a boring game yesterday.
Yes, it was.
And those two teams were not, the Steelers didn't look that much better at times than the Denver Broncos. And the Denver Broncos stink.
They're terrible.
You should go in there. If you're a high-powered football team, you should go in there and you should wipe them out, and they didn't. They let them hang around, like you said, in the second half. But I think that my intuition tells me that if Russell Wilson does get the start, say this week, it will look different, and I do want to see that. I just want to see if it will look different, but I do believe that it would, just by I think that his veteran presence and just knowing and playing that position at a high level for so long.
I think about that Atlanta game, Doran, and there's a couple of drives that I don't know that the Steelers keep them moving because Justin Fields did it with his legs, and I'm not sure Russ would have. But I also think he being Russell, scores a touchdown in that game. And I think he probably scores more than one touchdown in this game. The only thing I'll disagree with you on is you say Justin Fields is what he is. Maybe you're right. I hope you're not right. I hope there's still more meat on the bone there. He's young, but I have this thing in my head where I'm wrestling back and forth that he is young, and you want to see him improve, and you think there might be improvement, but we're also talking about a guy in year number 4, and how many times do we see guys improve in year number 4? I think we're both going to get what we want here, actually.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like Russell Wilson's going to play against the Chargers. Dulac reported that before the game, that they're really going to take it easy on Russ and that they're going to give him the time to rest. He's probably going to be limited in practice this week, and they're probably going to go with Fields again. But I would imagine that if it looks like this in the Chargers game, and that's one of the top 2 scoring defenses in the league the Chargers have, if it looks the same, you're going to see Russ in game 4. I have no doubt about that. They need to see Justin Fields not just manage the game. You've got to score points. Yeah, 18 was enough to beat the Atlanta Falcons. Yes, 13 was enough to beat the Broncos, and you are supposed to beat the team in front of you. And hey, look, they got 2 wins away from Acrisure Stadium to start the year. Those things are like gold, man.
Yeah, they are. Yep.
Like gold. You got to be thankful for that, especially when the Ravens are sitting there at 0-2, and the Bengals, my God, are sitting there at 0-2. You got to be thankful for being 2-0. A lot of teams playing not great football right now and not finding a way to win. The Steelers have done the opposite, not playing great offensive football, but they found ways to win. But we know what this looks like. We know where this leads you. We know what the end game is if you don't get better offensively. So for me, I'm looking forward to seeing Justin Fields one more time. I hope he shows out. If he doesn't, even if you win, if it looks like this, Doran, I'm with you. You got to go to Russell Wilson.
I just don't know how it's going to look any better. Like, what can they do? I mean, we talked about
score
last week to this week, and he didn't do that. He threw Darnell Washington a touchdown, but, like, it just I wanted to see more of Justin Fields be the offense and control the offense, and I don't know if I really saw that yesterday. I just don't know how much better it could look. And I don't like they have playmakers, but do they still have enough? I mean, that's coming back to the conversation. I mean, Van Jefferson again, 2 for 14, like that. For your number 2 receiver, like that's just not going to cut it. And I know George Pickens, that one play got called back because, and we'll get into Broderick Jones, but 2 for 29, I believe, and it's just not explosive offense. And I just don't know how you can manufacture that for a third week in a row. I hope so. But I just don't see it. I don't see it right now.
I think if they cleaned up the penalties, you'd be looking at a 20-6 win. I think you might score a touchdown on that drive. The Broderick Jones penalty, as you mentioned, that's a hell of a throw by Justin Fields. I mean, that might be as good of a throw as you're going to see in the NFL that week. And it gets taken away due to penalty, which is really frustrating. And like you mentioned, we'll get into Broderick Jones and gestures wildly. That maddening situation. Justin kind of has the Kenny Pickett thing going on here, doesn't he? Kenny, the reason why there were a lot of people that didn't give up on Pickett was because he was 14-10 as a starter, and it seemed that Kenny made the plays in the critical moments at the end of game. I mean, how many times did we see that? We saw it his rookie season against Baltimore to Najee Harris. Against Las Vegas to George Pickens in the end zone. We saw it last season against Baltimore. He finds Pickens down the sideline. Kenny Pickett made plays in critical moments, and they didn't score a lot of points. Mm-hmm. Justin Fields isn't necessarily doing that. There's not a fourth quarter comeback in each of these 2 games, but if you want to believe in Justin Fields, I think he popped enough at a few moments where you can contort yourself into thinking that it looked better than it did. Well, it got called back due to penalty, and I did some of that last week. He had that great throw into the bucket to George Pickens down the sideline, and they called the push-off there, which was a ridiculous call. This game, best throw of the day, gets called back due to penalty. If you wanted to see some flash, you did. The problem is you're not seeing near enough of it.
Right.
Near enough of it. And my hope, I said this going into the game, Doran, 6 scoring drives, only 2 3-and-outs. That's a good place to start. I will take that every day. Game number 1, but game number 2 had to be better.
Right.
Game number 2 was not better. And I am happy we get a third game due to the injury. But I'll be very clear on this. If it's not better, if it looks the same, throw Russ in there. Russ is going to get hurt at some point again this season. He just is. I can't sit here with any level of confidence and say they're going to put Russell Wilson in game 4 and he's going to be the Steelers starting quarterback for the remainder of the season. He's 35. He's been on the shelf all preseason, basically. He's going to get hurt again. You'll get to see Justin Fields again. But if it's not better from Justin Fields in game 3, like significantly better, like 3 touchdowns better, like you're the reason why you win the game better, you do got to go with the guy that you hope can put the ball in the end zone because you can win a lot of regular season games this way. You can't win a playoff game this way. It's not going to happen.
What worries me is the conversation we had last week. Oh, short week. And, a day and a half of preparation for Justin Fields. Let's see him on a full week. He did get a full week, and against a bad football team. I know that it was an away game. I know that Mile High is a tough place to play with the altitude and all that stuff, but we did get a full week of preparation for Justin Fields, of him being the guy and him knowing he was going to be the guy and them knowing he was going to be the guy, and this is what the end result was.
Yeah.
That does worry me.
Yes.
A lot.
Yes. You're right about that. Everything I said last week, I also had, if I'm forming an argument, if I'm writing a thesis, one of the top points was he had a half a day of practice. Yep. This week, that's not the case. Not the case at all. And you can't rush, man, for 141 yards in the NFL and not put up more than 13 points.
Mm-hmm.
Right. There needs to be play action off of that. There needs to be deep shots. And they took their shots. And look, the statistics would look better if some of those pass interferences just went down as receptions. Like, they did take some shots, which I'll credit Arthur Smith for that. I think they're doing a really good job in the running game. I'll credit Arthur Smith for that. But when you run that effectively, you got to put up points.
Mm-hmm.
And now that we've got a 2-game sample and not just a 1-game sample, you're scoring 16.5 points a game. That's where you were last year. That's not going to be good enough. How do you feel about the quarterback situation, Steelers fans? 412-928-9370. Hey, maybe Eli Holstein can be the next Steelers quarterback.
Oh, Lord.
Let's not have that happen.
I know one thing. That the Steelers will never in this lifetime draft a pick quarterback. Ever again.
This guy's going to get drafted, though. Any doubt about that?
No.
I think he could be a first-round guy.
He's a lot bigger in person if you stood next to him, too. Like, he makes me look little.
Well, and his balls are big.
Yes, very huge.
They should have to measure your sack at the combine. Like, Kenny's hands were small, but I do think he had a fairly large sack.
Yeah.
I think we saw that in the ACC championship run. I think we saw that in some fourth quarters. Screw measuring hands. Let's measure what really matters. Those testosterone factories. Text us, brought to you by Egger Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always said there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the Fan Morning Show Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Trust, PJ.com. We'd love you to vote on this. This is where the phone lines open up, though, and you can call us at 412-928-9370. If Russell Wilson is healthy enough to play on Sunday, who should start at quarterback? 412-928-9370. The Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis Fan Headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The University of Pittsburgh football team beat West Virginia University 38-34 on Saturday, making Pitt 2-1 against WVU so far since Backyard Brawl's return. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here's Dorn.
Maximize the efficiency of your HVAC equipment with the Southside Plumbing and Heating Technician Inspection. Whether it's HVAC equipment or a new hot water heater, Southside Plumbing and Heating will give you a shoulder to lean on. They're not just a family-owned business that's been around for decades. They make you feel like you're a part of their family from the time you give them a call until the time the job is done. Their quality and intent to get the job done makes them the absolute best plumbing and heating company in the city of Pittsburgh. Give them a call, 412-431-7455, or go to their website, southsideplumbingandheating.com.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Total Wireless is made to totally keep up with you. We now have unlimited data that never slows you down, covered by the Verizon 5G network, and all for less than $30 a month when you get 4 lines. And the best part, we give you a free Samsung Galaxy A54 5G when you switch to the Total 5G Plus Unlimited plan. Visit your local Total Wireless store today. Total Wireless, we're totally with you. Actual speeds may vary by location. For data management practices, see TotalWireless.com.
Hey, let's talk about hair. Whether you're losing it or trying to keep what you have, we all worry about our hair. Now, have you tried curing your hair loss with pills and lotions? Do you worry about how your hair is going to look in the wind and rain? Well, worry no more. Here's Cookie Harris, president of New Image Hair Clinic.
Men and women now have options like the new Hair RX restoration procedure. Hair RX combines the best of human hair duplication and artistry to recreate the hair you once had. Call 1-800-942-8302 or go to newimagehairclinic.com for a free hair and scalp health checkup. And get the answers you need about hair loss and thinning hair.
Let's face it, we spend time and money on preserving our teeth, car, and home. Why not our hair? Call 1-800-942-8302. Mention Hair RX to receive $250 off your procedure. That's 1-800-942-8302 or newimagehairclinic.com. Don't waste your time and money. Call New Image first.
Family owned and operated since 1975, Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling has been Southwestern PA's trusted destination for all their home improvement needs. With an A+ rating from the BBB and multiple awards in home remodeling, they stand out as one of the area's GAF Master Elite contractors. Call 724-547-5445 or visit mountpleasantwindow.com. Proudly partnered with Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity for their community buyback program.
Every business faces challenges, but complicated, expensive, and uncertain shipping shouldn't be one of them.
With USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service, you can avoid all the noise.
No more unexpected surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures.
It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do, so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to now.
Mostly sunny today, the high 80.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
Yeah, welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Pros, now's your chance to save big during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. Right now, save big on appliances like the GE Stainless Steel Kitchen Suite. Plus, save $40 on 5-gallon pails of Valspar Reserve, Valspar Defense, and Valspar Stain. Shop Pro Savings Days today for big savings on everything you need to get the job done right. Because Lowe's knows pros. Valid through 9/27 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Fisher Investments. Baltimore blew a 10-point fourth-quarter lead to Vegas to be Sunday's biggest loser. Meantime, Cincinnati had Kansas City beat, but a pass interference call on 4th and 16 gave Patrick Mahomes new life. And for the second straight week, Tennessee's Will Levis made the bonehead play of the week as the Jets come away victors. I'm Boomer Esiason.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
We're kicking off huge savings at Spitzer Acura. Whether you're looking for a new Integra or RDX, our friendly consultants will help you find your perfect new Acura that fits your needs and budget in a pressure-free environment. And as always, every new Spitzer Acura comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Plus, you'll get a complimentary loaner vehicle whenever you're in need of service. Don't miss out. Score big on new Acuras at Spitzer Acura.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Monday Morning Rush off and running, and this report brought to you by Galease. The inbound Parkway West, we had that earlier truck with the flashing lights on. It's off to the side. They are still just before the 51 off-ramps. Traffic just a little heavy as you head past the runaway truck sand pile and down toward the Fort Pitt tunnels. Also, the Cordell and Cordell traffic cam with a look at Route 28 inbound. You are fairly steady there between the Route 8 at the bypass and Shaler Waterworks as you head down toward the north side, and the HOV lanes are open alongside the Parkway North. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Got a pesky drain? Galease Service's $93 clog crusher will clear your main drain, or it's free. If Galease can't clear your clogged drain, it's free. Call 412-831-6199. 5-year warranty. Return visit included. PA 10887.
Call Galease.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I mean, yeah, it definitely gets frustrating because I think it's it's almost a drive killer. You want to have a clean operation, clean plays throughout the drive, and those holding penalties, 10 yards. You never want those. So yeah, just got to clean those up.
I said in the last segment, Doran, that I am happy that it looks like Justin Fields is going to get a third game so that he can get another opportunity to show us whether or not he's the starter. And I still believe that. I'm not going to change my opinion after one commercial break. But I do think it is a little bit alarming that he has been given this golden opportunity, this unbelievable chance to resurrect his career from the ashes like a phoenix. And yeah, he's 2-0, but he hasn't grabbed it. Nobody can argue that he's grabbed it. It looked like he was going to grab it in the first half. If he had a second half like he did the first half, I think we're having a different conversation today. And that was him talking about penalties. And yes, that affected it. No question about it. You don't think great quarterbacks overcome the penalties, though, because I think they do. Great quarterbacks find a way no matter what. We were talking about the Pitt game. Duh. We should today. Eli Holstein's team was highly penalized. What did he do?
Yep.
Puts up 31 points.
Yep.
What does he do? Orchestrate 2 scoring drives in 4 minutes and 55 seconds. The truly great ones, and I'm going to say Eli Holstein's going to get there. The truly great ones, they find a way to overcome the adversity. Now, I think that the philosophy of the Steelers has something to do with it, too. Mm-hmm. I think they knew 7 points was enough to win this game, and when they were committing the penalties in the second half, I think they ratcheted it back. But we had those same conversations about Pickett. Like, Pickett does enough. Pickett's winning games. It's the offensive coordinator. It's the philosophy. We're kind of in the same boat now with Justin Fields.
Seems like it, right?
Yes, it does.
It seems like it. Just not enough. He does, and you've said this before, too, in the last segment. Like, there are flashes, though, where it's like, man, like, it's so enticing. Like, whenever he uses his legs, he can get out of trouble with his legs and do different things. And those throws that he makes, can he do that consistently? And that's what's yet to be determined. And I think that was the issue with his first 4 years, or in Chicago. Like, those were the issues. I just don't know how it's going to look any different in the third week. Like, you would hope that it can.
Yeah.
I just don't know. I just can't see it. I just can't see, like, oh, okay, well, even if there weren't penalties, like, how much better does it look? Like, do those plays really get made? Now, I know the George Pickens play would get made. But does it lead to touchdowns? Don't know, because obviously, it wasn't in that situation. I don't know how much better it gets with him.
I don't
right now. I think it can at some point.
Yeah.
Right now.
Well, sure. We've actually seen better than this in Chicago.
Yes.
We've seen a lot worse than this in Chicago, but he's thrown 4 touchdown passes in a game before. He's rushed for over 100 yards in games before. He's been spectacular at times. It's why I think a lot of Chicago Bears fans were split about them getting rid of him, because he really flashed. Like, we saw some flashes. We're talking Chicago at times. He really flashed, and they would lose games where the defense gave up a lot of points. I think in order to see Justin Fields at his best, or in order to see Justin Fields that we need to see to feel comfortable with moving forward, they need to be pushed a little bit defensively. I think we would need to see Los Angeles put up 17 points or something like that.
Have to come back.
And you'd have to come back, or you just have to keep answering. Because until then, I don't think that Arthur Smith called a bad game. I am big time buying Arthur Smith, the offensive coordinator. But the philosophy seems set, at least with these first 2 opponents. Oh, Kirk Cousins isn't right. We don't need to score a lot of points. Oh, it's Bo Nix. We don't need to score a lot of points. Let's not screw the thing up. What happens when he needs to drop back and from the pocket bring you back in a football game or keep up with the Joneses in a football game. I don't know that that's going to look very good, but I also don't know that it won't.
And that's kind of Mike Tomlin's philosophy. Like, you could just tell that, I mean, he has the shackles on. And I think that Mike Tomlin is so methodical by the way he coaches that you are right. Like, he is so situational as a coach that it's like, okay, when we are in this situation, this is how we're going to operate. When we're in that situation, this is how we're going to operate. If we have our backs against the wall, this is how we have to operate. Instead of just being like, let's go after it. Let's take the handcuffs off. He's never going to operate. But I do think he might do that with Russ. I do think that might go out the window with the whole situational thought of playing the quarterback position and playing offense. He approaches each game. You're so dead spot on. Well, now I think about it, you're so spot on with, oh, man, if we were behind, maybe it does look different. But I think that even if they aren't behind with Russell Wilson, I think that the whole mentality that Mike Tomlin has and how he wants to run this offense and run this team may go out the window, and he might let Russ just do the things he does well.
There's going to be more trust in a guy that's won a Super Bowl, yeah.
Yeah, he trusts him.
And a guy that is a captain, is a guy that T.J. Watt, Cam Hayward, guys like that in the offseason wanted to be in here. Yeah, you're going to trust him. I do think Mike Tomlin trusts Arthur Smith, and I do think that he would trust Russell Wilson more. They're not going to do this. Here's what I would do. I love saying that. I say it every week. So Justin Fields is going to play the next game according to Jerry Dulac, and we'll hear more from Tomlin tomorrow in his press conference. Let's say it looks the same. You go with Russell Wilson week 4 against Indianapolis, right? If Russ plays 2 games and it looks like this, where they've got the shackles on Russ, I'd go back to Fields because at least Fields could be here beyond this year.
Get him reps.
Right.
They're doing it.
If they're not going to trust Russell Wilson, then just don't trust the young guy.
Right.
Who has the legs, who still might, and I'm serious, might have more to give in terms of reaching his ceiling. If it's going to look the same with Russell Wilson, then don't go with Russell Wilson.
I agree.
But I am on your line of thinking that I do think that they'll trust him more because he's not a guy who turns the football over.
Mm-hmm.
And Justin Fields, you feel like you probably have to put the shackles on him because he has as many turnovers as he does games started in his NFL career. So, hey, look, you're paid to win the game, the one in front of you. And you really can't argue with the idea that we're going to go in there and Bo Nix isn't going to beat us, so let's not beat ourselves. But you are going to have to score points in this league to win. And I just hope that they can eventually see the forest through the trees here.
They are either treating him like a backup quarterback or he just is a backup quarterback. And I mean, I don't know that answer. I don't want to put blame on anybody, but that's what it looks like to me. It's like, oh, he either is a backup quarterback and this is what he has to offer, or they're just treating him like he's a backup quarterback because the numbers and the lack of touchdowns and scoring, that looks like, oh, we just got to get through these games until our starter comes back.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like.
It did look like that. Absolutely it did. Bill Belichick brought this up, and we're going to get to that at some point during the show. Bill Belichick tried to, I think, compliment Mike Tomlin. I could tell by you shaking your head you're thinking exactly the same way I am, that the comments that were meant to compliment him weren't really complimentary comments. We'll get to that a little bit later on in the show. Up next, yeah, they have a problem at wide receiver. A big one. A big one. We'll get to that when we return. But first, you can follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And right now, it's a Callus headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Steelers, they won over the Denver Broncos yesterday in the not Russell Wilson revenge game. The Steelers are now 2-0, and they're the only team in the AFC North that has not lost a game yet. They're in first place after this second week in the NFL. More fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Is Kamala Harris a radical? That's what she calls herself. Listen to her own words.
Yeah, I am radical. I do believe that we need to get radical about what we are doing.
Kamala is radical about defunding the police.
The idea that more police equals more safety, and that's just wrong.
It's weak. And Bob Casey's weak too. He says,
There's no question there's systemic racism throughout our criminal justice system, but certainly in policing.
And on immigration, Kamala says,
an undocumented immigrant is not a criminal.
Again.
We're not going to treat people who are undocumented and cross the border as criminals.
And Bob Casey's right there with her. Casey says,
Kamala Harris is an inspiring and very capable vice president.
Casey voted with Kamala 98%. So Bob Casey says,
the more people get to know her, they're going to be particularly impressed by her ability.
Casey and Kamala, they're too weak.
I'm Dave McCormick, candidate for the United States Senate, and I approve this message. Paid for by friends of Dave McCormick.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Rick Springfield, live in concert. 17 top 40 hits. Saturday, October 19th, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Buy your tickets now at riverscasino.com. Rick Springfield, live in concert.
Hey, it's Chris Muller for my friends at the Bath Authority, and if you've got a bathtub or shower that's outdated, has mold and mildew or broken tiles, you've got to call my friends at the Bath Authority. Right now, they've got an incredible deal going, free installation on your new bath or shower plus 36 months of 0% interest financing. What are you waiting for? Call the Bath Authority today, 412-249-1140. Schedule your free in-home estimate today at 412-249-1140 or visit thebathauthority.com. A better bath awaits.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Wake up. Breakfast. And Nature Made vitamins. Whatever your morning sounds like, Nature Made fits right in. Whether you're looking for vitamin C or a multivitamin to get key nutrients, we've got you covered. Now that's a good morning. We take care of you so you can take on your day. Start your day with Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien high-efficiency tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Back to more of the Fan Morning Show.
In the morning, y'all.
With Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
So let's get rolling.
Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I mean, I think we all know it's hard to win in this league, so being able to start off 2-0 with 2 away games has been great, and it's great momentum going into next week. But kind of like I said, it's just on the offensive side of the ball, we gotta be better. We gotta stop with the penalties and stuff like that, and we all gotta be better, including me. So if we get that, and the way our defense is playing, and if we get rolling on offense and scoring 28 points plus a game, then we'll be in good shape.
Justin Fields started 2-0. I feel like we've done this each of the last 2 years. Steelers win, and it doesn't really feel like they won. I don't love jumping into that like it's a cannonball, into the deep end. I'd like to have at least 1 foot on the ledge and 1 foot in the water. And what I mean by that is I still think it's really important that they're 2-0. We talked ad nauseum this offseason about how difficult their schedule is. And you start 2-0 on the road when the Ravens are 0-2 and the Bengals are 0-2 and the Browns, okay, good for them yesterday. I didn't see that coming. They win. They're 1-1. Look, the Bengals played terrible football in game 1 and lost. Mm-hmm. The Ravens did not play good, especially defensive football yesterday. They lost. The Steelers haven't really, hopefully, put it all together, and they've won 2 games. I don't think you can look at it and just say, everything sucks. I do think you have to acknowledge that they won. One thing that does suck, I don't believe that this wide receiver core gets any better. I mean, Roman Wilson coming back might make a difference, but he's a rookie, and he's barely practiced. So I think unless they make a trade before the deadline door, and it kind of looks like it is what it is.
Yeah, it is what it is. And we knew that this situation was going to be at hand at some point. And, with Van Jefferson being your quote-unquote number 2 receiver, only having 14 yards and 2 catches, 3 catches in 2 games, and 15 yards in 2 games, 2 games, that's just not going to cut it. Oh, man. I mean, Pat Freiermuth was your leading receiver yesterday, and we kind of knew that was going to happen at some point. But it's just not going to cut it. You can win games, you can manufacture games, and good on them that they're 2-0 in 2 road games. And now they get to come back home for the first time. And just like you said, what the division looks like right now. But I think that they have to understand, and they do probably understand, that this is just not going to – it's not winning. You're not going to be able to – you shouldn't count on or have to count on or want to count on a third-round rookie receiver that has gotten 4 reps in practice throughout the time that he's been drafted. That's just not going to cut it. So I don't know what it's going to look like. They do need some help at that position. And, I saw a name pop up yesterday, a guy that, hasn't really been targeted, in Terry McLaurin, and with Washington. That was a guy that his name's been floating around throughout the offseason. I don't know who you can go get, but you do need help. Yeah, you still got to do it. You still got to go out and find a guy. If you have designs on great things, or they might even be delusions of grandeur, you're not getting anywhere with this receiving core, because we saw in the second half, even with a mobile quarterback, and I mean a mobile quarterback, he had that run to the outside, off left tackle, Justin Fields. You have a free blitzer. There's 3 quarterbacks in football that get away from that. Mm-hmm. Lamar Jackson, our guy Justin Fields. Kyler Murray's been playing good football. Maybe he's on that list. Is that it? I don't think Josh Allen's outrunning a free blitzer. I think he's more of a bulldozer. So even with that, the pure, unadulterated, sometimes outstanding athleticism you got in your quarterback, it's so easy. You saw it in the second half. You run all over him in the first half. Then they bring an extra defender in the box. They play 1 high safety over George Pickens. They've got one of the best corners in the world who's going to try to lock him down. So you stack the line. Okay, Van Jefferson beat us. Okay, tight ends beat us. Beat us. You're not going to do it when we take George Pickens out of the game and we're stacking the line of scrimmage. You need another threat on the outside. Mm-hmm. And until they get one, and they might not get one, I don't know how seriously you can really take this offense. And you're right, Doran. If you are even having the conversation that, man, maybe Roman Wilson makes it better, you are in a terrible, terrible spot. Speaking of terrible spots, I was in one on Saturday afternoon. It was the fetal position. I was just curled up in the corner of my bedroom crying into my beer. Yep. Let's get more into the backyard brawl coming up next. You sure? I think I owe it to the listeners, but no, I'm not sure. We'll be sprinkling in, and maybe even a little bit more than that, the backyard brawl over the course of the show. Pat Narduzzi said something after the game that I really wanted to disagree with, but I can't, because that's not how it goes. I'll explain when we come back. But first, your heart care matters.
Trust the experts at UPMC. Get your heart screened real quick. So I've got this heart monitor on now, Doran, and my heart rate 15 minutes before kickoff of the brawl until the brawl was over was up over 120. My heart was beating out of its chest for like 4.5 hours. No good. All right, more on the brawl when we come back, and then we got to talk about Broderick Jones at 7. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates lost 2-3 to the Kansas City Royals over the weekend. They're going to go to St. Louis now, and they're going to start a 4-game series with the Cardinals that begins tonight at 7:45. You can listen to that game right here on 93.7 The Fan and on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY Odyssey. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here's Doran.
Hopefully no fans will need a lawyer after the backyard brawl that happened on Saturday. But if you do, Allegheny County Bar Association will have your back. Nearly everyone will need a lawyer at some point in life. But how do you find the right lawyer for your specific situation? The Allegheny County Bar Association Lawyer Referral Service is your trusted source for finding the right attorney for your specific case. It could be an employment situation, a tax issue, a real estate dispute, a DUI, you name it. The Bar Association will help you find the right lawyer. There's no fee to use the service, and you get a free 30-minute consultation with your lawyer. Check out their website, getaPittsburghlawyer.com, or give them a call, 412-261-5555, and explain your situation. That's 412-261-5555, or getaPittsburghlawyer.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Monday morning rush slowing down a bit. This report brought to you by 2 men and a junk truck. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam with Parkway East in mind. It's showing some slowdowns around Edgewood, Swissvale to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Parkway West, you start to put on the brakes near the top of Green Tree Hill. You're bumper to bumper, though, just below Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway North, that is steady on the main line. The HOV lanes are open. Route 28, that is stacking up between the 31st Street Bridge and the East Ohio Street off-ramp. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by 2 Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at 2menandajuncktruck.com.
That broken old piano that's been taking up space in your basement since who knows when. We can help with that. 2menandajuncktruck.com.
2 Men and a Junk Truck.
Donald Trump's back, and he's out for control.
I would have every right to go after them.
Complete control.
I will wield that power very aggressively.
And he has a plan to get it.
Detailed plans for exactly what our movement will do.
It's called Project 2025, a 922-page blueprint to make Donald Trump the most powerful president ever, overhauling the Department of Justice, giving Trump the unchecked power to seek vengeance, eliminating the Department of Education, and defunding K-12 schools, requiring the government to monitor women's pregnancies, and Trump has also proposed severe cuts to Medicare and Social Security. Those are Donald Trump's plans.
Well, revenge does take time, I will say that. And sometimes revenge can be justified.
He'll take control. We'll pay the price.
I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message. Paid for by Harris for president.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Right now at Wendy's, you can get a small Frosty for $1. And literally everyone is going. The car behind you, going to get a $1 Frosty. The car ahead of you, already had one, going for a second. The person who cut you off earlier, you guessed it, $1 Frosty. Maybe it's all a sign for you to go get one. Just don't cut anyone off. No one likes that person. The iconic Frosty for $1, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Not valid in a combo. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, California, and via third-party delivery.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
Welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments.
Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
You can live out your MasterChef dreams when you find a professional on Angie to tackle your dream kitchen remodel. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
One person dies from heart disease every 33 seconds. Do everything you can not to be the one. Understanding your risk factors, like your cholesterol, blood pressure, and BMI, could save your life. Our experts at the nationally recognized UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute are here to help you get your heart health on track. Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to schedule an appointment.
Rally House, shop every team in town. College and pro, come on, it's time to go.
Get ready for kickoff, Pittsburgh. Rally House has the game day gear you're looking for, including Steelers sideline gear and the latest college style.
Steelers, Penguins, Pittsburgh Panthers, Pirates, Penn State, Nittany Lions. Rally House, it's your city, it's your house, it's the Rally House.
Gear up in-store and online at rallyhouse.com.
There are two things everyone loves, saving money and convenience, and the law firm of Butte, Bevington & Nichols can help you do both. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Over the past 15 years, they've successfully resolved thousands of appeals. If you've received an assessment appeal hearing notice from a school district, call Butte, Bevington & Nichols to represent you. Your tax savings may be quite significant, and you won't have to participate at your scheduled hearing. And although you won't need to physically attend your hearing, the Board of Property Assessment rules for submitting evidence will need to be followed. But good news, hearings are being scheduled now. So if your residential or commercial property has received a notice of assessment appeal or change in Allegheny County, call 412-650-5940. That's 412-650-5940 or click BOOTAY Bevington.com. Butte, Bevington & Nichols, Pittsburgh's real estate attorneys.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
There's a knee.
Let's go.
The game is over. The Panthers come back for the second week in a row against a Big 12 opponent, but this one is much more important because, after all, it's the backyard brawl.
My final thoughts are I'm happy for Doran because he's going to feel better, and he's got 364 days with his partner in the Fan Morning Show with bragging rights.
And you win the bet.
That is big time.
Yes, that means that he wins the bet, so Adam has to watch the 13-9 game all over again with all of us.
He does have to watch that game
from the beginning, uncut.
With all of us.
Man, Hillgrove was really excited about that.
He was real excited. His eyes lit up. But when we were talking post game, he was like, "Oh yeah, you win the bet. He has to watch the game. You're gonna watch it with all of us. I'll bring the popcorn.
Can I drink?
Sure. I'll let you do that.
Thank you. That was the one thing missing from the first time I watched the 07 game.
Yes.
There was no booze because I was 17 years old.
Yes.
And I was watching it with my parents. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills in 10 minutes. This Broderick Jones situation's gotten way out of hand, so we got to get to that. And Broderick Jones had some eye-opening comments that he made after the game, so we'll do that. Pat Narduzzi after the game said that Pitt didn't just beat West Virginia, they beat the refs. And when he said it, I got pissed because I felt like that game was terribly officiated both ways. But then I thought about it, and I have some certain philosophies in sports, Doran. And one of them is when you win a game, you get to control the narrative. The losers don't. So Neil Brown was not happy that Pat Narduzzi said that, which I also like, because those guys have been way too friendly for 3 years. They need to not be friendly. I don't think that Narduzzi liked Mr. Jim Harbaugh. I don't think those guys got along at all. The Michigan State thing. Those guys, I think, hated each other. You need some of that. But to the victor go the spoils, and when you win a football game, you can say whatever the hell you want. And so Narduzzi took that moment, and he threw some gasoline on some already smoldering flames, and I think that's fair. That's the way it goes.
I think he was probably talking about the play with the face mask of the offensive pass interference potentially.
It's a hell of a catch.
That was missed. That was a missed call. How do you miss that?
I think both guys could have been flagged, and that's why he threw nothing.
Well,
I did also see the face mask, Doran.
Yes, it was very blatant, and that could have lost them the game. So, yeah, that game there was. I mean, how many? I don't know the final stat of like how many flags were thrown.
Way too many.
It was a lot. It was a lot. So, you're right. You get to control the narrative whenever you do win, and that's what happened with Pat Narduzzi. He was fired up in the moment, and he won the game.
Not as fired up as maybe he was as you were when you slapped him on the backside.
I was very fired up.
Is he okay?
He might
you
be.
Got him, man.
I know. I slapped him
you
hard.
got him.
I know. I just couldn't help it. I was so excited.
This was as even a game as you're going to find, like statistically. Like West Virginia had 398 yards. Pitt had 379. Pitt had 24 first downs. West Virginia had 22. Like, time of possession, it looked the way you thought it would look. Like, West Virginia had time of possession because that's how they play. Pitt's going to score fast, and they did. The penalties. 12 for 112 for Pitt. 7 for 67 for West Virginia. And I'll tell you, that's a lot for West Virginia, too. Last season, they were one of the least penalized teams in the country. They don't if there's one thing they've done under Neil, it's not commit penalties. So that's a big inflated number for them. I thought the referees, and I thought they missed calls on both sides, and you bring up what should have been offensive pass interference. When you see this many penalties, I just think it's more on the crew than it is on the teams that are playing.
Yeah.
Because you did, and you were down there. You saw some chippiness, but I don't think anything went over the line.
No, never.
So I thought that the officiating crew did everything they could to take what was the most entertaining college football game of the weekend. And when it's all said and done, probably going to be one of the most entertaining games of the year. And they wanted to put their stamp on it.
Right.
And I thought it was an embarrassing showing. And I think it was a Big 12 crew. That's how they usually do these things. The road team, they'll take that conference. Like last year, I think it was an ACC crew. So that's just the way it goes, but I thought they were garbage.
How many turnovers did West Virginia have? 2?
They had 2.
2.
They had 2, and Pitt had the turnover on downs just before the half, which I thought was a puzzling coach's decision, but it wound up not coming around to bite Pitt.
Yeah, very, very puzzling. I mean, even the play call. But whenever you have a special teams touchdown and you win the turnover battle, you're probably going to
win the game.
Yeah, you're going to win the football game.
Yeah, you're going to win the game. That's what I have a good buddy of mine, and I think Pitt fans and West Virginia fans are way more alike than they are different. Like, I think there's a general air of pessimism with everything that ever happens. When good things are happening, you feel like, I don't know. Now, the football team didn't feel that way. You know, Pitt believed. You said you believed. And that, you cash in because of what happened against Cincinnati. You never think you're out of a football game.
Never.
But I think the fan base is, when stuff's going good, you're always kind of waiting for that other shoe to drop. Like, they used to call it a pitting. We had 13-9 happen. When good things happen, usually bad things follow. When the block punt happened, I texted my buddy, I said, it's over. It's done. You don't give up a special teams touchdown and win. And ultimately, they didn't. We'll get much more into this game over the course of the show, every hour. It is the Backyard Brawl after all. Pitt 3-0 with a great chance. They're going to be 4-0, and they'll be sitting there perfect at the bye week. So what is the ceiling of this Pitt team? We'll get to that. Eli Holstein, my God. That's all on the way. But coming up next, Broderick Jones had some very interesting comments after the game. Goes in for a drive, commits 3 penalties. His ass gets stapled to the bench. He talked about it. We'll react when we come back. But first, fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500, 1.9% financing up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms at sunchevy.com.
For today, expect mostly sunny skies this morning, then skies becoming partly to mostly cloudy this afternoon. A high of 80 degrees with east winds of 10 to 15 miles per hour. Overnight, mostly cloudy skies expected. Slight chance of a shower, especially in far northern West Virginia. Otherwise mild with a low of 61 degrees. I'm KDKA meteorologist Trey Fulbright with your forecast.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football. People ask all the time, what did my program look like when I was on Awaken 180? I tell them I would wake up, have breakfast, a mid-morning snack, lunch, afternoon snack, then dinner. I was in the middle of a wing promotion at the same time. What other types of foods? Chili, steak, foods we all love. It was all laid out for me. I'd meet with my Awaken 180 coach once a week, review my numbers, make adjustments if I was losing less than 4 to 5 pounds a week. That was the program. Eating, coaching, and a formula customized to me. It's been 10 years now with over 23,000 satisfied clients. To prove that I'm not the only one that thought it was easy, Awaken 180 holds a 98% customer satisfaction rating. To compare, most companies aim for about 75%. If you have weight to lose, do what we all did and make that call to Awaken 180. 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
This September, Diamonds Direct's ultimate offer is back, stronger than ever. Diamonds Direct helps you get the perfect jewelry gift with 0% interest. That's right. Enjoy 5 years of 0% financing on any Diamonds Direct purchase. It's your chance to get her the perfect ring with 0 interest and comfortable monthly payments that fit your budget. But act fast. This offer ends September 30th. For details and more, visit DiamondsDirect.com. Spread your payments over 5 years with 0 interest on approved credit. Only at Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
Crowley here. Sullivan Super Service is celebrating 60 years in business with super savings for you. It's BOGO time. Get a free furnace when you buy an Air Ease air conditioner from Sullivan. Save money, stay comfortable all year long with this buy one, get one deal on a brand new AC and furnace. Call Sullivan Super Service or visit them online at sullivanservice.com. But hurry, a BOGO offer this good is only here for a limited time. Offer ends soon. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
Are you looking for more power, for more play? Then head to Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville. We're kicking off huge savings on every new Toyota Tacoma in stock. Get trail-dominating power, advanced technology, captivating style, and our lowest price possible, the Panda price. Plus, with every new Toyota purchase, you'll get a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost for added peace of mind. Don't miss out. Score big on new Tacomas at Spitzer.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Traffic trouble on the roadways. This report brought to you by Wetco Go Unlimited. Indra Vosberg crews on the scene of a multi-vehicle accident tying up the intersection of Pittsburgh, McKeesport Boulevard, and Bettis Road. Meanwhile, the Cordell and Cordell traffic camera is taking a look at the Parkway West where you're jammed just over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East stacking at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 heavy at the Route 8 at the bypass toward the north side. HOV lanes open along the Parkway North in Crosstown. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Wetco Go Unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. Wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wetco locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wetco Pro location and enjoy free, high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
It's the morning after on 93.7 The Fan. The guys break down this week's victory. Brought to you by Twin Peaks in Robinson Township, Galise Services, Saloni's Italian Bakery, and Tri-State Office Furniture.
Not really, because I, if I'm not starting, I really don't feel like, I should be playing. You know what I'm saying? So rotation, it's really not a big factor for me, but at the end of the day, they call it, I haul it, so I just try and continue to go out there and do the best of my ability.
Broderick, don't do that. Broderick, no! Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Broderick, I think you'd have had a lot of people make that argument for you, big guy. You can't make it yourself. I think the rotation is absolutely ridiculous. Hashtag things we say about the Pirates. I can't believe they thought that was a good idea.
I know. What is this, high school?
Right? I know the Ravens have done some of that this year. Really, you never see it in the NFL. And I guess their argument would be, we took 2 tackles with first-round picks, so we want them both to play. But, if you're substituting one for the other, you are always having one on the bench. It doesn't really change much of anything. I don't think Broderick can say that after the game, though. You can't have 3 penalties on a drive that could have gone 99 yards for a touchdown and then say, yeah, if I'm not starting, I shouldn't be playing. A lot of people would have come on the radio today. A lot of people would have called into the radio station today. A lot of people had said online, if he's not going to start, don't play him. But I don't think he can be the guy to say it. I think that ultimately comes off as a bad look, Doran.
Mm-hmm. There's a caller that called Callis's early morning show whenever you're still sleeping.
Yeah.
And I was listening, and I thought you made a great point. He said that Broderick Jones is a first-round pick. He's like, and there are people out there making the excuse that, oh, well, he's getting moved around. He's getting, they're messing with his mind. He's going to play right tackle. He's going to play left tackle. The things that he did wrong yesterday, it doesn't matter. Your mind, that has nothing to do with mentality. It has nothing to do with being a young player. If he's playing left tackle, if he's playing right tackle, there is a difference, but there's not a big difference. I saw him get pushed back a lot. And whenever you're committing penalties, that has nothing to do with the coaching staff messing your mind up. That is you. That is on you. That is on you as a player. And you have too high of pedigree as a tackle, as a Georgia prospect, to come in here and to commit the penalties and do the things that you were doing. And it's a shame that he has regressed this much. And I don't know where and how that happened. Last year, he plays right tackle, and he does pretty well, and it obviously revamped their offensive line at the time that they put him in. And now he looks like he doesn't even want to be involved. It is very mind-boggling to me that he went out there and he had that performance that he did, and then now it's okay, what do we do with a guy that we traded up for 2 years ago?
Right.
What do you do?
I think everything you said is 100% accurate, that you are a first-round pick, and last season, after he got in there, they ran the ball effectively. They didn't before he got in there, then after he got in there, they did run the ball effectively. He was good for them in the running game last year. He might have been great for them in the running game last year. He has absolutely regressed. When he's in, he needs to play better. There is zero argument I'm willing to entertain on that.
Right.
You need to play better. When you're committing those penalties, like you said, Doran, it's because you're losing the battle. And so what do? You hold. So he needs to play better, and there shouldn't be excuses. That being said, they're screwing this guy up. It's so stupid that they're doing this with him. The general manager said this offseason, Broderick Jones is our left tackle of the future. And so they play him at right, and then they rotate him at right? Again, he needs to play better, but what the hell are they doing? And I know that you say that right and left aren't that different, and I think most people agree with you. The one guy who doesn't agree with you is Dan freaking Moore, who says he can't play on the right side.
But he's playing left, and he's doing well, and Broderick Jones hasn't played well enough to sit him down.
I get that too.
If you're the Steelers, you're in a situation, and we're saying that they're messing with him. It's okay, we want this guy, we want our pedigree first-round pick to be a starter, but he's not giving us anything to make him a starter. And the guy that is a starter is playing consistent and playing better than this guy. So why would we sit that guy and play the pedigree guy whenever he doesn't even show he has pedigree?
I mean, I'd like to give him more of a shot at left tackle to see if he can be a good left tackle.
I don't think it's going to look any different.
It might not, and he might be hurt too. I mean, he definitely is hurt. How much effect does that have? I'm not sure. It can't help. it can't help. And I don't think that your arm magically heals itself like your Piccolo from Dragon Ball Z if you're playing on the left side. Do you understand that reference? Probably not.
No, but I can get it.
Yeah. That guy's arm would get cut off and then it would grow back. He was a green guy.
Yeah, that.
Yeah, he would get hurt and then it would regenerate. Yeah. That's what it would just pop right back out. It would take some time, and then pop right back out. I don't think moving Broderick Jones from right to left means his elbow's going to heal.
No.
Like, he's going to be banged up all season. So what they should have done, if they were going to bench him, then just bench him and maybe he gets healthy. Like, do that.
Right.
Don't play him. And I'm guessing he's not going to play at all next week because his performance would dictate that you're not going to play because he played like ass. Like that's what makes this such a difficult conversation for me is I think they're doing this wrong. I think they've been doing it wrong the entire offseason. But at the same time, you are a first-round pick who was pretty good at right tackle last year. One drive, you have 3 penalties. My God, man, I want to come on here and defend you. Defend yourself. Help yourself. Help me help you. Because he didn't do himself any favors, and then he called it out after the game. What happened last time? A Steelers offensive lineman talked back to a coaching staff. It was Chuks Okorafor, and he got his ass benched. And by the way, did he quit on the New England Patriots?
I don't know. I think he got benched again.
He got benched again, and then they put him on the, hey, he doesn't want to be here anymore list. I think that's what they call it in the NFL.
Yep.
He don't want to be here anymore list.
Yep.
So if you're Broderick Jones, man, dude, do you want to play? Yes. So when you get a chance, play well. I don't think they put him in a position to succeed. The rotation is stupid. But you're right, Doran. Play the game.
Play. I mean, the injury, everything, messing with his mind, that has nothing to do with, penalties. It has nothing to do with getting pushback.
If it does, you got a big issue. Yeah. Like, if the reason why in his own mind he struggled is because they're yo-yoing him, then that's not a player that's mentally tough enough to get this done.
Like, we saw it in the preseason.
Yeah.
Same thing. Saw it in the preseason. Like it's. I think it. And I'm not even on the wavelength of thinking that it's the injury. I don't even think the injury is that bad. If there is even an injury, like has there been? Like, is he limited in practice?
Has not been.
Right. So he's
At
healthy.
least he hasn't been listed as limited.
He's not listed.
I don't think he's ever shown up on an injury report.
So I don't think that's an excuse anymore either.
He can't play this weekend.
No.
You cannot play him against the Chargers. Because what you've seen in stadium is bad.
And what they got.
Dude, I think we're in for a 9-6 game on Sunday. Not to look too far ahead, but Jim Harbaugh wants to play it that way. He wants to run the football. J.K. Dobbins has been reinvigorated. They play good defense over there. It's almost like two teams staring each other in the mirror, except you would argue, obviously, that they've got a better quarterback. But we're reacting to what's happened, not giving our premonitions on what's going to happen. 412-928-9370. Can you make heads or tails of this Broderick Jones situation? How much of this is on the Steelers? How much of this is on Broderick? I think we've found the nuance in between, Doran, that there's a little column A, a little column B. But what do you think? 412-928-9370. Give us a ring on the fan hotline. That's presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Best caller on this subject, Doran, wins Sebastian Maniscalco tickets at PPG Paints Arena on September 26th.
He's funny.
Oh, he's a comedian.
Very funny.
Oh, I thought he was a singer.
You've probably seen him before. He talks about his Italian family all the time. He's like, my Italian family, we go sit down, and everybody's talking. No.
I am looking at this dude right now. I just Googled him, Sebastian Maniscalco. I can't say I've ever seen him in my entire life.
You should watch one of his specials. You'd be howling.
I'm a big stand-up comedy guy. How did this guy get under my radar here?
Very good. Very good. Very funny.
All right, so best caller wins a pair of tickets to watch some stand-up comedy. Sebastian Maniscalco, PPG Paints Arena on September 26th. We should get him in here.
We should. No, for sure. He's hilarious.
When's September? 10 days from now. Yeah, we'll work on that.
All right.
Imagine if he walked up in here. Hey, man, I really enjoy your music. You're just such a wonderful trombonist.
You'd give him some content for a show.
Oh, my God. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. I really, 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 Doran, did not like that Broderick Jones brought it up after the game. And I get caught in between on that, too, because when guys don't say anything, I say, why aren't you saying stuff? And then when they say something, I rip them for saying it. But that was quiet part out loud. Like, he made it sound like he got burned because they're yo-yoing him.
Right. Nah.
When you're on the field, You've got to perform. He did not perform. So give us a ring on all this.
Like, think about it. Oh, man, they're messing with me. I'm either playing left, I'm playing right. I'm switching in and out on series. Let me go hold.
Yeah, right.
No.
If anything, T.J. Watt said after the game he was dead because of the altitude, that he was tired. And I think you could see that from the Steelers' defense a little bit. They didn't play as good late as they did for most of the football game, which, happened to both of my teams this weekend. And Watt he said, listen, like DeMarvin Leal was out rushing the passer late in that game. He was tired. The altitude, it's not easy. It was like 90 degrees. If anything, Broderick, you should be fresh. Like, they're going to rotate D linemen, they're going to rotate edge rushers. You never see tackles get rotated. You should be fresh. I hated that, but where do you come down on it? 412-928-9370. This offensive line coverage on the Fan, presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile. You can get tons of benefits, still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. How did Troy Fautanu play in the game? We'll break that down. Also, Mike Tomlin did something after the game that I found to be hokey. I'll tell you what that is, but first, it's a Harry headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt won the backyard brawl on Saturday, 38-34, after coming back down 10 with under 5 minutes left in the fourth quarter. Pitt's now 2-1 against WVU since that game has made its return. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now, here's Crowley.
Thank you so much, Harry. You think all windows are created equal? That's what I thought before I owned a home with Renewal by Andersen Windows. Each window custom built to ensure a tight fit that helps eliminate drafts and increase comfort. And their high-performance smart sunglass helps block 95% of the sun's UV rays, which can damage rugs, can damage floors, can damage furniture. If all that sounds great, it gets even better because this month, Renewal by Andersen has extended their 31-day sales event. Buy one, get one 40% off all windows, patio doors, and entry doors when you buy 4 or more. That's 40% off. Plus, get an extra $150 off each window and door with no minimum purchase. Special financing is available. Call by September 30th. 412-703-2525. 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525. For offer and warranty details, visit renewalbyandersen.com.
Is Kamala Harris a radical? That's what she calls herself. Listen to her own words.
Yeah, I am radical. I do believe that we need to get radical about what we are doing.
Kamala is radical about defunding the police.
The idea that more police equals more safety, and that's just wrong.
It's weak. And Bob Casey's weak too. He says,
there's no question there's systemic racism throughout our criminal justice system, but certainly in policing.
And on immigration, Kamala says,
an undocumented immigrant is not a criminal.
Again.
We're not going to treat people who are undocumented across the border as criminals.
And Bob Casey's right there with her. Casey says,
Kamala Harris is an inspiring and very capable vice president.
Casey voted with Kamala 98%. So Bob Casey says,
the more people get to know her, they're going to be particularly impressed by her ability.
Casey and Kamala, they're too weak.
I'm Dave McCormick, candidate for the United States Senate, and I approve this message. Paid for by friends of Dave McCormick.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Today, we're the largest injury firm in the world, and I'm thankful to you for trusting us all these years. We'll always be here for the people, not the powerful. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Par-Mar store. See for yourself. Download the Par-Mar Stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrilli reminding you that if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
This is an ad by BetterHelp Online Therapy. Hey everyone, it's Boomer Esiason. What's something that you've always wanted to learn? An instrument, a new language, how not to burn pasta. Whether it's big or small, imagine how great it would feel to finally do it. As kids, we're always learning and growing, but as adults, sometimes we lose that curiosity that made life feel so exciting. So it's easy to think that we are who we are and we can't change. But BetterHelp is here to tell you that it's never too late to be who you want to be. Therapy can help you reconnect with your sense of wonder because your back-to-school era can come at any age. BetterHelp makes it easy to get started with affordable phone, video, or live chat sessions you could do from anywhere. And the option to message your therapist between sessions if anything comes up. So why not rediscover possibility with BetterHelp? Visit BetterHelp.com/Boomer today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/Boomer.
I'm at a smoothie bar asking people if they'd switch smoothies with me for $574.
Oh, I'll switch.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
That's a headache.
Nope, it's painless.
Oh, so it's easy money.
Yep, check Allstate first and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. You know, I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. You know, basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Lowe's knows to start fall projects, you need reliable outdoor power equipment from Ego. Right now, get your choice of a select 56-volt blower or chainsaw for $249. The 56-volt technology powers over 80 tools, so you can switch from blowing leaves to cutting trees with ease. Save time and money with Ego, the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Valid through 10/2. While supplies last. Selection varies by location. Item number 5207558 and item number 4354078.
This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich and Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. New Orleans was one of Sunday's biggest winners. Offensive coordinator Clint Kubiak's high-scoring attack lit up the Dallas defense of Mike Zimmer, who had fired Kubiak in Minnesota. Tampa Bay avenged last season's playoff loss at Detroit. Seattle flew east to beat New England in overtime. And how about Arizona's Kyler Murray? He's back. He had a perfect passer rating against the Rams. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Hey, football fans, looking to get in on the action every day of the week this season? Just check out BetMGM Ultimate Teams. It's free to play. Visit your promotions page each weekday, and you'll receive an Ultimate Teams card with a pro football team and spread. If the team on your card covers the spread that Sunday, you'll score a prize. Rewards include Parlay Boost tokens, Odds Boost tokens, SGP Parlay Boost tokens, No Sweat tokens, and bonus bets. If all 5 of the teams on your cards cover their spreads for the week, you'll have a shot to score our grand prize of up to $1,000. Log into your BetMGM account to get started, then visit your promotions page and click on BetMGM Ultimate Teams to get your cards. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 years of age or older to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary by market and expire within 24 hours. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We're kicking off huge savings at Spitzer Acura. Whether you're looking for a new Integra or RDX, our friendly consultants will help you find your perfect new Acura that fits your needs and budget in a pressure-free environment. And as always, every new Spitzer Acura comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Plus, you'll get a complimentary loaner vehicle whenever you're in need of service. Don't miss out. Score big on new Acuras at Spitzer Acura.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning Rush having its problems. This report brought to you by Clearview Federal Credit Union. We have an accident still being cleared in Dravosburg at the intersection of Pittsburgh, McKeesport Boulevard, and Bettis Road. Meanwhile, the Cordell and Cordell traffic cam showing slow traffic on the inbound side of Route 28 past Shaler Waterworks, and then again from the 40th and 31st Street bridges heading toward the north side. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill, and the Parkway East solid at Wilkinsburg. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Evening, Frank. What's up?
Officer Lamo, hey, how do I know if I'm getting the best rate on my savings?
Really?
Navigating deposit rates is no joke.
Night-night, Frank.
You have savings account questions? We have the answers at clearviewfcu.org. Clearview, clearly different.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Texter. We were talking about Broderick Jones being on the right side, should be on the left side, this and that. Someone texts in, if Doran thinks there isn't that big of a difference between left and right, tell him to go to the bathroom and try to wipe his butt with the hand that he's not used to doing, LOL. I don't think those are the same.
I can still do it.
Can you?
Yeah.
I don't even want to talk about football. I want to focus on that text real quick.
Yeah.
I don't know that I've ever wiped my butt with my left hand.
I can do it.
I don't know that I can.
Yes, you can.
I don't know, man. That's totally different. Let me see. I don't know that I could do it. I really don't. I'm never going to try.
It's not even that, okay.
You've had injuries. Have you ever had to do it with the other hand?
Yeah. Yeah, I had surgery on my thumb. I had a cast.
So you can't get the cast up in there.
I wrote. I did everything with my left hand. Think about it. I had a cast for months.
I would imagine, though, that wiping the backside is one of the more difficult things you had to do with the hand.
Well.
Some other things maybe as well. Callis, you ever wipe with the opposite hand?
Yeah, I'm ambidextrous in that regard.
Really? So, this is you do that multiple times a week?
No, just sometimes I'm feeling one way, some the other. It's not really an alternate thing.
What? Thoughtfully non-rhythmic with the butt wiping there. That's insane to me. I can't believe anybody is like that. What do you make of Russ Wilson getting a game ball after this one, Doran?
Very odd.
Very odd.
Well, I guess. I mean, he's going back to a team that obviously didn't want him, and they knew how important it was for Russell Wilson to get this win and want to go back and actually play in this game. And I guess, for him to be – that tells me that he was being a good sport all week or a good sport all day yesterday and, not being a bad seed and saying, oh, man, I can't believe I'm not playing. This is my moment. I need to go back, and I have this chip on my shoulder, and they're not even giving me a chance, and I'm just going to have this frown on my face because I'm not playing. That tells me that he was a good sport all week. He was a good teammate throughout the game. And, we're going to reward you for that. I don't know.
I like that.
Yeah.
Because the way I read it initially was, God, that's such a hokey college football kind of coach thing to do. But one of the knocks on Russ is that some of his teammates in the past haven't liked him. And to give him a game ball in that moment, I don't think that Mike Tomlin would give it to him if he were being a jerk off.
Right.
Yeah, during the week.
Mm-hmm.
Justin Fields was asked about it after the game. His answer, awesome.
Yeah. I mean, I think we all know Russ kind of did dirty last year, so I know he wished he could have played today in this game, but it's awesome, getting a win for him. He got a petty game ball, so yeah, it's great getting a dub for Russ for sure.
Kind of game ball?
A petty game ball, because he was here, so a few guys got it, him, Brandon, and of course, so yeah.
Petty game ball.
Game ball. That must be what they call it, right?
I guess. I've never heard that either, but that's exactly what that was. We're going to be petty. We come in here. We beat you, Sean Payton. You got the quarterback you want, Sean Payton. We're beating you with our backup. You got the guy you want. We got to beat you with our backup, so we'll give the game ball to the guy you kicked out of town because maybe if Russ was there, they win that game.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, if Russ is the quarterback at Denver yesterday, you're going to need to put up more than 13, I bet.
Mm-hmm.
I think Russ probably late in the game putting the ball in the end zone at some point.
Yeah.
I mean, T.J. Watt admitted that they got tired because it's, thin air, things of that nature. So I guess now I don't mind it. I did find it odd. And you do wonder if it's also a little crumb Mike Tomlin throws Russell Wilson's way. Hey, listen, bud. I know you didn't get to play. I know this whole thing sucks. Here's a little something for your mantle or something like that.
NFL coaches do that a lot.
Yeah.
Whenever there's a player that, comes from a different team, you usually spike up their production just because it's the team that they're going against or the team that they played for before. That happens a lot. So this kind of makes sense. At first I was like, why is Russell Wilson getting a game ball? But then I started thinking about it. I was like, oh, well, he was probably a good soldier all week. He was a good soldier during. And let me say this.
Say it.
There's so many people out there that are so upset about Russell Wilson warming up 3 hours before the game by himself like a look-at-me guy. That's not the case. That's his routine. Everybody has a routine. He doesn't break his routine, no, whether he's playing or not. That's the things that he does. That's the things that a lot of successful people do. They have a routine. They stick to it no matter what the circumstances are. That wasn't a look-at-me moment. He knew he wasn't going to play, but he is not going to break his routine like he would play or approach every single game or every single day. So stop it with that.
If he's healthy enough to go out on the field and run around or even not run around but throw passes and just go through your routine, you're going to go through your routine.
Yeah.
You might have to play, too. Like, that's a legitimate reality. We saw it in the NFC Championship a couple of years ago. You know, Brock Purdy's out there throwing with his opposite hand because they didn't have the third emergency quarterback rules in place at that point. Like, Justin Fields runs. Justin Fields is going to take some hits. He's going to take some bad sacks. He could get hurt. Kyle Allen then's a statue back there. There's a chance he might have to play. So you're going to prepare for that. We'll get into the injury report coming up in the next segment, and we'll get back into the backyard brawl as well in the next segment. But right now, some calls at 412-928-9370. Anthony from Oakland first up today. Good morning to you, Anthony. How you doing, buddy?
Thank you. The continuity, the NFL has to look at their product right now because you guys are 100% correct. The officials are playing too much of a prominent role and the outcomes here. I mean, and the continuity. I mean, it was almost unwatchable, that Steeler game, but there was some others I watched were the same. It was horrific what was going on there with these flags.
I agree with you, Anthony, and it happened in the backyard brawl too, and I think it is a problem now that is in the highest levels of football. Like, no one goes to the game to watch the officials, and no one wants to see a play that is aesthetically pleasing and not be able to cheer because you're waiting for a flag to come out. I mean, we saw the hit to the head called on the Denver safety. They did not throw that flag until it was Calvin Austin, right?
Yeah.
They didn't throw the flag until it was clear Calvin Austin wasn't going to get up on time. Like, that was not a play that the officials saw live, real time, and threw the flag. That was playing the result. When Calvin Austin did not get up, that's when we saw the flag come out. And that, to me, is ridiculous.
Yeah.
And it happens way too often.
I'm not really this guy, but I do feel like this does play a factor in how upset that people are with the officiating. Like, this has a little bit to do with people in fantasy and gambling as well. You're changing a lot whenever those things happen. Like, look at George Pickens, whatever his over was that people take. And gambling's a part of the sport now. It's a part of it. And it's a heavy part. I mean, I would love to know how many tickets were submitted for the Steelers-Broncos game on Sunday. I'll bet you thousands and thousands and thousands. That play, if George Pickens does complete that and there wasn't, and I know that it was maybe blatant. I mean, you could argue about the call, but the call was a call. There was a penalty and it came back. That changes people's pockets a lot.
Yes, it does, man. And the thing that I had that really drove me nuts about this game was I didn't think that they were consistent either. I mean, how many times did T.J. Watt get held? How many times did Alex Highsmith get held? And then you call Broderick Jones a couple of times. I'm not even saying that those weren't holds.
Right.
But, like, call it like a strike zone. Like, if you're constantly giving one pitcher just off the outside corner, you sure as bleep better be giving it to the other guy off the outside corner. If it's going to be bad, seriously, make it bad for both. Have consistency. But we don't see that. And we talked about this last week. 21 million people watched every game last week on average. The highest ever. I don't think the product's very good right now.
Nope.
And yet people are still watching. Why? Because just like you said, gambling and fantasy. People are, they're captive audiences. It's what we do. It's cultural. We wake up on Sunday mornings, we go and we sit on the toilet, and we set our fantasy lineups, and we place our bets. And so regardless of how good or bad the product is, we are locked in from start until finish. And I think they know that. They can get away with anything because they know we're going to watch. All right, coming up next, Steelers injury report. Pretty clean? Pretty clean? We'll give it to you, and then we'll take another look at the backyard brawl. 412-928-9370. Got some Steelers calls on the line. We'll get to you. So much going on, and I have planned nothing because I was late today. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers beat the Broncos in Week 2. The Steelers are now 2-0. They're the only undefeated team left in the AFC North. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Hey, football fans, looking to get in on the action every day of the week this season? Just check out BetMGM Ultimate Teams. It's free to play. Visit your promotions page each weekday, and you'll receive an Ultimate Teams card with a pro football team and spread. If the team on your card covers the spread that Sunday, you'll score a prize. Rewards include Parlay Boost tokens, Odds Boost tokens, SGP Parlay Boost tokens, No Sweat tokens, and bonus bets. If all 5 of the teams on your cards cover their spreads for the week, you'll have a shot to score our grand grand prize of up to $1,000. Log into your BetMGM account to get started, then visit your promotions page and click on BetMGM Ultimate Teams to get your cards. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 years of age or older to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary by market and expire within 24 hours. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Young America, Kamala Harris thinks you're too stupid to realize she's to blame for record inflation.
What else do we know about this population? They are stupid.
Too stupid to realize groceries are up 26%.
They are stupid.
To see how she tripled the price of gas.
Stupid.
Too stupid to notice home prices are up 46%. Electricity 25%. Cars 33%.
Bidenomics is working.
Kamala, we're not that stupid. Right for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. www.rightforamericapac.com.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. The South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Pierce Township has your deal this month. 2024 Kia Forte LXS starting at $110 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or the 2024 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive starting at $219 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires September 30th, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
As a contractor, you need a brand you trust to bring homeowners the quality they deserve when building or remodeling. 84 Lumber carries hardy exterior products that are built to last in the Pittsburgh climate. They can withstand harsh weather conditions and resist damage from moisture, fire, pests, and more. James Hardy and 84 Lumber also offer support and education for pros, providing you with a service like no other. Hardy products are available at your local 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest location and learn how it's possible to build your business with James Hardy.
When life deals you your worst moments, that's when we're at our best. I'm Larry Kelly, personal injury attorney for LGKG. I'm a Western Pennsylvania guy that knows our people. That's a big part of our success. At LGKG, our clients become our friends and then our family. LGKG, your home team.
Summer heat will soon be turning into cold winter weather, and now is the time to make sure your roof will be prepared for the snow, sleet, and freezing temperatures. You know what to do. Call the Pickle, 724-515-5551. Gherkin Roofing is taking appointments right now for their fall roof replacements. Gherkin also does small roof repairs. Protect your biggest investment by calling the Pickle today at 724-515-5551 or visit them at callthepickle.com. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting.
Hi, I'm Dr. Rafferty from the Disc Institute of Pittsburgh. We are here to help. At the Disc Institute, our treatment, intradisc arthrosis, is non-surgical, safe and gentle, and highly effective. 412-906-9600.
DQ presents the sound of BOGO-free Blizzard treats in the DQ app. It's the sound of downloading the DQ app, redeeming the sweetest BOGO-free Blizzard deal, telling all your friends, and heading to DQ. For BOGO-free any-size Blizzard treats only in the DQ app for a limited time. Download it today. At participating locations, limitations apply. DQ. Happy tastes good.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. You know, I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. You know, basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Your coworkers might annoy you, but we promise we won't. Download the free Odyssey app and you can listen to us at work while you tackle your inbox or get ready for another meeting that probably could have been an email. Tune in late? You can rewind your favorite live shows to catch what you missed. And with Chapters, easily jump to the topics that you care about most, like the latest updates from your team. Your sports talk, your way. The Odyssey app. Download it today.
Taking you back to the Fan Morning Show. Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Come on now, wake up. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
The Injury Report, brought to you by Shenderovich and Fishman. They've got your back, not your wallet. Mike Tomlin after the game on the injuries.
A couple guys got banged up along the way. Pruitt has got a knee. Tyler Matakevich has probably got a hamstring of some description. I'll give you guys an update on their status next time we come together.
I thought that Tyler Matakevich had a hell of a tackle on special teams.
Fantastic.
He sent that dude into next week. I mean, he absolutely clobbered him. One of the key moments of the game, twice you saw Dante Jackson go down with an injury. So who comes in? Corey Trice, and has one of the plays of the game defensively. Ain't that the way it goes?
Was so happy for him. So happy for him. Been battling. Goes in there. That was his first play, right? I think that was his first snap.
I think it was.
It's fantastic.
That's awesome for him.
Love it.
Well, he just looks different, too.
Mm-hmm.
He looks different, too.
Yeah,
like
he's a good player.
You hear it all the time in college. Like, there are certain teams they got off the bus, and you're like, okay, that team plays in the SEC. Okay, that team looks it. Corey Trice, look, Dante Jackson's been good. Let's call that what it is. I've been wrong on him so far.
Yep.
But for the get-off-the-bus quotient, Corey Trice looks SEC. Yeah. Dante Jackson looks MAC. And he just does. Not Chris, but, Maction.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So there's your injury report brought to you by Shenderovich, and Fishman. They've got your back, not your wallet. Let's take another Steelers call, and let's transition to the brawl for a moment here. John in Johnstown. Hello. Uh-oh. Is this Starkey? John, are you there? Going once. Okay, what's up, John?
Okay, first of all, sorry, I forgot. My name is Brady, actually, not John. But real quick, I want to talk two things, one Steelers and one backyard brawl.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a page out of a gentleman from a Cleveland sports radio show and give you guys two numbers, and I want to see if you guys can figure it out real quick.
Go ahead.
Okay. So the first number is 124, and the second number is 91.
All right, go on.
The first number, 124, is the total amount of plays offensively the Pittsburgh Steelers have ran on offense so far this year, and 91 is the total amount of points scored by the New Orleans Saints. I'm just saying this because going into this offseason looking for an offensive coordinator, we hired Arthur Smith just a tad bit early for my liking, and we let a really good offensive coordinator candidate in Clint Kubiak walk right into the Saints, and now they turned Derek Carr into like some second coming of Drew Brees. And now, as for the backyard brawl, Crowley, how did the Mountaineers let Pitt tie that game when neither one of Eli Holstein or Desmond Reed are on the field? And in the wise words of Pat Bostic, before you cut me off, eat that.
Yeah, that's allowed. You can say eat it. I deserve it today. That's the way it goes.
Eat that.
Hey, that's the rivalry, right? Anybody can text me, and we got a lot of texts today. I can eat that. That's fine. That's the way it goes. For Pitt, real quick. Look, I get caught in between on this. West Virginia choked, there's no doubt. Pitt took it. Pitt took it, though, too. Mm-hmm. So it's not they let. Pitt did. Pitt accomplished. Pitt succeeded. And so a lot of West Virginia fans are going to go, we let that one slip away. Absolutely fine. That's the way they're going to look at it. We are going to look at it. Pitt fans got to look at it. We took that bleep.
Yes.
So that's the way that goes. As for Clint Kubiak.
That's a great point, actually.
It is. However, would it look different? Would they allow it to look different? Would Justin Fields have better numbers if Clint Kubiak were calling the plays? I can't say yes because I think the game plan in each of the last two games was, hey, Justin, don't lose the game.
Mm-hmm.
And I think no matter who the offensive coordinator was, I think it could have been Kyle Shanahan as the offensive coordinator. I think Mike Tomlin is saying to that coordinator, to his quarterback, go out there and don't lose the thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not sure it would make that much of a difference. That's my opinion. I don't know where you come down on it.
This is just why I want to see Russ.
Yeah.
That's exactly why. Like, I just want to see if the handcuffs do come off with Russ underneath center. Like, I thought that was a good point. I don't know if I think the jury's still out on Arthur Smith. I think he's done a pretty good job. That's just me. Just seeing how different the offense is. But I want to see the explosion that you are seeing with Clint Kubiak and the Saints and Derek Carr. And to me, I think that that's to be determined because Russ hasn't been in there yet. maybe it does look like that. Maybe they are. Maybe Arthur Smith's offense is explosive like Clint Kubiak's with a guy like Russell Wilson, a la a guy like Derek Carr. I don't know.
Well, and, I mean, I can't get past this either. Like, maybe Dallas sucks defensively. I mean, think about what they did in the playoffs last year.
Yeah, but they're putting up big points.
They got worked.
I mean, 2 weeks in a row. I know that it's Carolina and I know it's Dallas, but I don't know. I don't think Dallas' defense sucks. But I know that the Saints have been putting up big numbers.
Yeah, I don't want to take anything away from the Saints. Not that anybody cares in New Orleans about what we're saying here on Pittsburgh Radio. 44 points against Dallas, 47 points against Carolina.
It's a big number.
It's pretty good. That's pretty good. Up until halftime, not to get like totally sidetracked on New Orleans Saints talk here, up until halftime, they had not scored on a possession yet.
Mm-hmm.
Insane. All right, we'll get back to the backyard brawl as we move forward in the show. We're kind of toggling back and forth. But up next, Doran, you ready to give some grades out?
Yes.
Let's give some grades out.
Do it.
We could throw a pick grade or two in there.
I like that too.
Eli Holstein. Are there enough pluses to put behind that A?
There's not.
I don't think there are.
There's not.
Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt beat West Virginia on Saturday 38-34, coming back down 10 with under 5 minutes left in the fourth quarter. After the game, Pat Narduzzi spoke about the officials, and the ACC did not like that. Pat Narduzzi got fined by the ACC for those comments. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Good news, bad news on the roadways. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. This September, make losing weight part of your new routine. Energy, clarity, better health. Find it all at awaken180weightloss.com. Crews have cleared the earlier accident in Travosburg, reopening the intersection of Pittsburgh, McKeesport Boulevard, and Bettis Road. Meanwhile, we do have a disabled vehicle off to the side on the outbound Parkway West approaching the Carnegie interchange. Slow traffic getting past the scene. Inbound delays, though, between Carnegie and Greentree to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East, you're jammed at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 remains heavy at the Route 8 at the bypass toward the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. And did you know I lost 4 to 5 pounds every week with Awaken 180? Did you know my results weren't an anomaly? Those are real results and fast results eating to lose weight. Now it's your turn. Awaken180weightloss.com.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Vanguard is 100% client-owned, serving over 50 million investors every day. Whether you're planning for retirement, putting your kids through college, or saving up for your next adventure, Vanguard can help you set personalized investment goals. All investing is subject to risk. Vanguard is owned by its funds, which are owned by Vanguard's fund shareholder clients. Copyright 2024, The Vanguard Group, Inc., all rights reserved, Vanguard Marketing Corporation Distributor.
Pennsylvania football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown, and he throws an awesome block so his teammate can score instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. Everyone knows the most exciting part of football is the score. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first TD scorer wager today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new
Never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, it's Adrian Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Do you need a new roof? Wouldn't you love to never have to replace it again? That's the benefit of a metal roof from Weather Seal. Call the metal roof experts now at Weather Seal Home Services and get no payments for 24 months and get a free 6-inch gutter upgrade. Weather Seal, a name you know and can trust, just like I do. So what are you waiting for? Call 877-351-SEAL. That's 877-351-SEAL or online at weathersealhomeservices.com.
Bare Naked Ladies. In Flight Tour 2024. Live. Friday, September 27th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Bare Naked Ladies. With special guest Toe the Wet Sprocket. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. Bare Naked Ladies in concert.
Something magical happens every day at your neighborhood library. Kids can connect to their wildest imaginations while teens can meet, greet, and retreat. Libraries are also work hubs, community centers, meeting places, skill builders, entertainers, and world expanders. Love your library. Make a donation today.
Want a satisfying meal for just $6? Try the new $6 meal deal from Dunkin'. It's a medium hot or iced coffee and a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich and a side of hash browns for $6. America runs on Dunkin'.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection. Let's do this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We got a football guy in with us every day. Played in the NFL for 6 years. His name is Doran Dickerson. It's why you listen to the show. And every Monday, he's going to give us some player grades. And those player grades brought to us by Bet365. First, though, the 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Want to get some of your Steelers grades, but let's look at the backyard brawl real quick here, Doran. Eli Holstein.
A++.
I think you're wrong.
A+++.
There you go. We were just talking about this during the break. Desmond Reed it's early, but Desmond Reed is one of the more explosive players in all of college football.
Yes.
And he has 11 carries for 26 yards. Desmond Reed had 4 catches for 50 yards, so he still had an impact on the game, but they stopped him. They shut him down. They took him out of the game running the ball, and Pitt puts up 31 offensive points. I think that's a good sign for Pitt moving forward.
Yes. Yeah, the other guys that could step up.
Yep.
That was a part of my post game, and when we were talking about it, and being able with West Virginia shutting down the run, you found other ways to win. And whenever you have to manufacture other ways to win, whenever your most explosive player is being bottled down, that's whenever the opportunity for other guys to step up it comes into play. And I said this before the season. I was like, I didn't realize how many. I thought the receiver spot for Pitt this year. I was like, I don't know who's going to make that big play at receiver. I remember telling you that offline. And then after the first game, I was like, well, they actually have some explosive guys that can make plays. Poppy Williams, Kenny Johnson, Kanate Muntfield, Sincere Lee. Like, they have a few guys, and then Dejon Reynolds, his first rep this season, he scores a touchdown.
That was his first rep?
That was his first rep.
Get out of here.
His first rep. And I think he was almost basically a starter last year. So you got other guys that can step up, but you have to step up in the moment whenever those things happen, and the guys did.
You know what, to that point, Kenny Johnson, 5 catches for 79 yards, but he didn't do much of anything after the first drive, first couple of drives. That was it. So they bottled him up, they bottled Desmond Reed up, and then you get Mumfield, who goes 6 for 76. Dejon Reynolds makes, for my money, that's the play of the game right there. Gavin Bartholomew is a big part of this, 2 for 20. So I got to be careful about how I'm saying this. West Virginia did a good job taking away some of the big-time guys, and yet Pitt still put up 31 points.
Yes.
So my point being, like you said in the postgame, Pitt's just going to find ways to put up points offensively.
Yep.
And it doesn't matter who it's going to be. As long as you've got number 10 back there pulling the trigger, it lifts everybody else up. On to the Steelers. Their quarterback, Justin Fields. What grade do you give him?
See, like, I was expecting it to be better because of the full week. And I think last week I gave him a B+, maybe. And I think I'm going to go down to a B. I don't know if I want to go lower than the B because he was efficient with the football and he got the W. They scored a touchdown, which they didn't do last week. So I'm trying to look at the positives. It just didn't look any really different than last week. And that's why I have to lower it. It's not that he potentially lost them the game or that he won them the game. He was just, doing what he was doing.
Yeah.
It wasn't anything spectacular. So I got to go B. I could go C+, but I'm going to go B.
That's what I would go. I would go C+. Like, first half, I thought he did a lot of good things, and I thought that the penalties really did them in. Like, it looked different. It looked better in the first half, I thought, than it did against Atlanta. But then, on the whole, it looked worse than Atlanta. They scored 5 fewer points. They got totally bogged down in the second half. I mean, the second half, Denver had more yards. Denver had more first downs. The Steelers only had 1 first down that wasn't aided by penalty in the second half. So I'll go C+ for Justin Fields. He had a quarterback rating of 97.3, which is really good, but it didn't feel that way.
Right.
Last week he had a quarterback rating over 90, which is really good, especially given 1 day of practice. It didn't necessarily feel that way. So some of the stats are hitting me in a way that I don't think. And so I try to juggle this. Let me say it this way. If Kenny Pickett was putting up 97 quarterback ratings, I think I'd have been drooling. I think I'd have been really happy with that. But I think my expectations with this offensive coordinator, with all the skills that Justin Fields has, are better than 13 for 20 for 117 yards. It needs to be better than that. Anybody else that sticks out to you that you wanted to grade? Like, defensively, I think everyone almost just gets an A.
Well, I'm probably going to go Najee Harris. Najee Harris had 69 yards.
Nice.
You like that? He had around the same.
He had 70 week 1.
70 week 1. Like he
20 carries for 70 week 1. Sorry, Doran.
He looks like a
17
different
for
player.
69. Yeah.
He does look like a different player. Now, it's not crazy either, but, if you're averaging around 70 yards a game, like I was expecting him to have a big year and have that chip on his shoulder. He looks like a different player.
And they rushed for 141 yards. I thought that Jaylen Warren looked a lot more like Jaylen Warren.
Yeah, and he got more opportunities to do that, too.
He did. 9 carries for 42 yards. I would probably bring Najee down to around 14 carries and bump Jaylen Warren up to around 13 carries. I'd like to see more 50-50. I wonder if that'll be the case now that he looked a little bit more explosive in this game. I'd give Jaylen Warren, for his limited action, I'd give him an A.
Yeah.
And they ran for 141 yards. That much has been exactly what you thought you would get from an Arthur Smith offense. They rushed it for 137 last week. They rushed it for 141 this week. It wasn't until late in the season each of the last 2 years that they've been able to do that. So I know that they only scored 13 points. I'm not going to go lower than a B- for Arthur Smith. I think at the end of the day, you want to see points. So I can't go higher than that. But I actually think that he did a pretty good job of doing and calling a game that he was probably asked to call by Mike Tomlin. 412-928-9370. Your thoughts on those grades. What grade do you give Justin Fields? We still got to give away those Sebastian Maniscalco tickets. Maniscalco? We still got to give away those Sebastian Maniscalco tickets. So what grade do you give Justin Fields? 412-928-9370. That's the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, trusted Pittsburgh plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Best caller wins a pair of tickets to go see that stand-up comedian. And then we got to get into the defense. We haven't touched on the defense yet. And they look like they might be the best in the league. We'll get to that. First, though, fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500, 1.9% financing up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms at sunchevy.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Cedarbrook Golf Course is the area's finest and affordable public facility. Conveniently located at the intersection of I-70 and State Route 51 in Ross Draver, this season, Cedarbrook has heavily invested in new course equipment and continues on-course construction improvements. Book your tee time today at cedarbrookgolfcourse.com or call 724-929-8300. Cedarbrook is the leader in affordable quality golf.
I've just had a ton of work done on my home. I use Precision Pointing, loving the results and would do it all over again. A 100% satisfied customer right here. However, they go far beyond residential work. If you're a property investor, have a multi-family home, duplex, fourplex, or a commercial office building, you know, one of those 120-year-old Pittsburgh structures, restore it, preserve it. Precision Pointing is the largest scaled masonry restoration company in the Burgh. They get it done and get it done right. PrecisionBrickPointing.net.
This September, Diamonds Direct's ultimate offer is back, stronger than ever. Diamonds Direct helps you get the perfect jewelry gift with 0% interest. That's right, enjoy 5 years of 0% financing on any Diamonds Direct purchase. It's your chance to get her the perfect ring with 0 interest and comfortable monthly payments that fit your budget. But act fast. This offer ends September 30th. For details and more, visit DiamondsDirect.com. Spread your payments over 5 years with 0 interest on approved credit. Only at Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVay. The kids are back in school, football's kicking off, and the temperatures are cooling down. Summer's over, and here comes fall. Is your home ready for the change in season? Now is the time to schedule the fall maintenance for your heating system. The experts at McVay Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling can clean and check your heating system to be sure it's running smoothly and efficiently before the cold weather hits. Stay warm and worry-free this season. And call McVay Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling or visit callmcvay.com. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Tonight, we've got Monday Night Football, and it's the team on the other side of the Commonwealth, the Eagles, taking on the team the Steelers beat in Week 1, the Atlanta Falcons. And Kirk Cousins has a reputation of not playing very well in these primetime games, but that is a misnomer because in Minnesota, he was 9-9 against the spread. Not good, not bad, not terrible. Maybe that is instructive tonight. It's a big line on the FanDuel Sportsbook. And if you've never made a bet on FanDuel, you're going to get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet on tonight's game. After watching Green Bay score a lot of points on Philly, I'm telling you, Atlanta's going to be much better in this game. And look for Bijan Robinson to finally go off and have a big night. Just go to FanDuel.com/Andrew to get your action in right now to make every moment more this season. 21 plus present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is knowledgeable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Want more? Sure you do. More friends, a little more time, a few more laughs. More is a good thing. Unless you're talking about risk of serious illness from a respiratory virus. But as we get older, we're more at risk for severe flu, COVID-19, and RSV. Worst birthday presents ever, right? But vaccines lower your risk, so you can keep doing more of all life's good stuff. Get started at vaccines.gov. Risk less, do more. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
I'm Matt, and I'm a former Trump voter. One of my biggest beefs with Donald Trump is that with him, anybody who doesn't agree with him is a radical, is a lunatic, is a leftist, a Marxist, a communist, somebody out to destroy America. I'm going to vote for Kamala Harris because I don't want to live in a world that's all about hatred and retribution and getting even with your neighbors and getting rid of people who are different from me.
Republican Accountability PAC, Inc., paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee or a-pac.org.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Things continue to be a bit rough on the roadways. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. This September, make losing weight part of your new routine. Energy, clarity, better health. Find it all at awaken180weightloss.com. Crews on the scene of an accident in Baldwin Borough at the intersection of Glass Run and Cathal Roads. Also an accident reported in Forward Township. Crews checking those reports at the intersection of Guffey Road and Route 51 Hayden Boulevard. Parkway West, you're jammed at the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacking at the Wilkinsburg off-ramp. Route 28 heavy at the Route 8 at the bypass toward the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. And did you know I lost 4 to 5 pounds every week with Awaken 180? Did you know my results weren't an anomaly? Those are real results and fast results eating to lose weight. Now it's your turn. Awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. It's the morning after on 93.7 The Fan. The guys break down this week's victory. Brought to you by Twin Peaks in Robinson Township, Galise Services, Saloni's Italian Bakery, and Tri-State Office Furniture.
412-928-9370. It's the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. What grade do you give Justin Fields' performance from yesterday? Best caller wins Sebastian Maniscalco tickets at PPG Paints Arena. That is September 26th. We want your thoughts. Doran, what'd you give Fields?
I gave him a B.
Yeah. Okay. I forgot already.
C plus maybe?
I'll tell you. That's what I gave him as a C+. If people have been listening to the whole show, I am never late for anything in my entire life. Ever. I'm a freak. And today I wake up at 5:15, a cool hour and 15 minutes later than I usually wake up. Doran called me. I got in here 5 minutes before the pre-show. That has never happened. I wonder if anything this weekend could be to blame.
Of course.
I don't know what happened there.
Of course.
So we'll get back into the backyard brawl. We're not straying too far off of it this morning because it was such an awesome win for Pitt and such a crushing defeat for their hated rivals. So if you got thoughts on that, you can chime in too at 412-928-9370. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Let's go to Charlotte in Whitehall first up on this. Hi, Charlotte.
Oh, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Of course.
Well, I guess I'm going to give them. I'm going to give him a. I'm going to give him a B+ because at the end of the day, we did win the game. It's right. I love the use of his plays, but he didn't do that as much as last week. I don't know. It's like Coach Tomlin says. It wasn't pretty, but we got the win. So I don't know. I was teetering on giving him a C-. So I'll give him the B+ because I really think he's going to. I mean, he's got a lot of work to do moving ahead. So does the whole team. So I don't know. I'm going to give him a B+.
Thank you, Charlotte. Appreciate the call. If Russell Wilson were healthy, Doran, would you play him this week against the Chargers?
Yes.
I would too.
Yes.
I would too.
First home game. Want to see what it looks like. Probably will look different. And then I know that Justin Fields, we said earlier, I feel like they're treating him almost like a backup quarterback, Justin Fields. So you know what you have as a backup quarterback with Justin Fields. So I want to see what it looks like with Russ. And I think that it does look different. I know they need help on the outside. They need help at receiver and skill position. But I do think that it would look different. And you need to score points. And you just haven't really done that. And Justin Fields, we can give him a B. We can give him C+. We can say that he's done a decent job. But at the end of the day, you got to put the ball in the end zone. And that's what they've been lacking. 1 touchdown in 2 games, yet you're 2-0. Doesn't happen a lot in the NFL.
Nope. Are you like Mercury Morris, the Dolphin guy who pops champagne every time a team loses? Do you do that every time a tight end catches a touchdown?
Yes.
So, like Darnell Washington, I love that from Arthur Smith.
Oh, it's great.
You put him out at the boundary and you say, go get it, big guy. That was awesome. I want more of that. You don't have good skill position players. You just don't. Steelers don't. Need another guy. Well, the number 2 wide receiver ain't doing junk, and statistically, George Pickens did crap yesterday. So you're going to have to use guys like Darnell Washington. And I don't know if that's going to help you move the ball between the 20s, but it sure as heck should help you in the red zone.
Mm-hmm.
As for the Russell Wilson question, if Russ is healthy enough to play on Sunday, who should start at quarterback? 412-928-9370. That is also the Fan Morning Show Twitter poll, brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. TrustPJ.com. Doran, 56% of people agreeing with us saying Russell Wilson. That being said, I am actually happy that Dulac reported it's not going to be Russ. Just give me one more game of Fields. I still think you can beat the Chargers with Justin Fields, and I think a 3-game sample size is enough of an evaluation. If it looks like this again, you turn to Russ, and you probably don't turn back unless he gets hurt again.
Right.
Like, if all you're going to see is we get into 13 points, 18 points, upwards maybe a 20, and it doesn't pop, I spit everywhere just there, then you go with Russ. But it does sound like it's going to be Justin Fields this week. 412-928-9370. The phone lines have exploded, Doran. We've got Matt in Connecticut listening on the Odyssey app. Good morning to you, Matt.
Hey, good morning. Thanks for taking my call. I guess my argument would be for Justin Fields. His style of play, I think, complements the offensive line. His style of play enables us to open up the playbook a little more with his legs. He hasn't really turned the ball over. The one dime he threw yesterday got called back because of Jones.
Sure.
It wasn't his fault. His ability to throw the ball in the run, I feel, is going to be more effective than Wilson, who's kind of getting older. And if the defense really holds, I mean, do we really need – I'm not saying that 10 points is going to win every game, but do we really need that many points?
Well, at some point, your defense is going to give up some points. Like, you gave up 10 last week. You gave up 6 this week. It's the NFL in 2024. You played a rookie quarterback and then a guy that in week 1, they were so not confident in his ability to move, they didn't run a single play from under center or a single shotgun pass. Or a single play action pass. So you should dominate defensively against those two teams. You just should. When you pay what you pay for this defense and you've got the guys that they've got, you should dominate. It's the NFL. It's 2024. It's an offensive league. That's not going to happen. You're going to have to score 22 points at some point to win a freaking football game. And I don't know that Justin Fields can do that. I don't know that they're going to let him do that too, which is also part of the problem. So 2023, we just had someone tweet this in, and it's something I looked up last night actually, Doran. So last year, Fields against Atlanta in Denver, 603 yards combined, 5 touchdowns, 60 yards rushing, 1 rushing touchdown. So 6 TDs, 1 pick, averaged 32.5 points per game in those 2 games. This year, 273 yards, 84 yards rushing, 1 passing touchdown, 0 rushing touchdowns, only 15.5 points per game. At a certain point, you got to say, hey, Tomlin, this is on you.
Yeah.
Don't you?
Yeah. I mean, it just screams of it. I mean, this is last year. And I know Arthur Smith is a different offensive coordinator, and you see things of the continuity of how he runs his offense and why it's a different offense, but it's still the same results as you're getting last year. So where does that point to? There's only one guy that's the same. It's Mike Tomlin.
The way I would have looked at it going into the game, and we talked about this last week, or even before you were sick, we talked about this. Like, full week of practice for Justin Fields. Let's see what he's got.
Right.
Let him prove himself. And they're so focused on winning the game in front of them. And I get it to an extent that they just said, we're not going to screw this game up and let us lose to Bo Nix. We're going to say, let's not make the crippling mistake. Bo Nix will make the crippling mistake, and that's how we're going to get out of Denver with the victory. But that doesn't help you find out if Justin Fields can be your franchise quarterback. And I think that needs to be part of it. You could probably win and open things up because you are playing Bo Nix. And that's what I would have liked to see. And we didn't get a chance to see that.
I'm shocked right now because I don't know the actual answer. I don't know how real it is. But, I mean, leaning towards this is Mike Tomlin's doing, I am a little shocked that Arthur Smith doesn't have any more doesn't have much pull that I thought he would. I thought that Arthur Smith was hired to be the secondary head coach and to be his own guy and run his own type of offense, and Mike Tomlin to stay out of it. No, we don't know if that's the case. We don't know if this is Arthur Smith's doing or is it Mike Tomlin's doing. We're leaning towards Mike Tomlin, but I am shocked that Arthur Smith doesn't – like, whenever they sit there on Monday mornings and prepare for the next week or break down the film, I could see Mike Tomlin be like, this is what we need to do. This is what our philosophy needs to be this week. And Arthur Smith like, okay, now I'll put my game plan together around that thought process. And I'm sure that Arthur Smith wants to open it up. What offensive coordinator doesn't want to score points?
Right.
What offensive coordinator doesn't want to, have those explosive plays and throw the ball down the field and throw, and create those matchups. So I'm a little shocked that if that is the case, that this is Mike Tomlin's doing, which it seems like it is, I am a little shocked that Arthur Smith doesn't have more of a say.
It could be something that you've said a couple of times already, Doran, that they legitimately, they're not thinking about the future at all with Justin Fields. They just view him purely as the backup quarterback of this football team. And when you're a backup quarterback, you're going to coach him not to lose the game.
Yep.
I mean, that's kind of hit me in the face like a Mack truck right now. Like, they don't seemingly view this as an audition for Justin Fields being the guy. They're just trying to win the game, and they're operating as if Justin Fields is their backup quarterback.
Yep.
And if you are to believe Jerry Dulac, he reported that Justin's going to go this week for the Steelers. They're going to give Russell Wilson time to heal. They're kind of treating Russell Wilson as that starting quarterback then. Like, give him time, and it doesn't matter almost what Justin Fields does. We're going to go back to Russ Wilson, despite what Tomlin said on Tuesday, where he wouldn't name Russ the starter. But I think he was just messing around with the media. Yeah, exactly. 412-928-9370 if you want to get involved. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. The Steelers are 2-0, and I don't feel like people are excited. I don't feel super excited. Let's pull that apart a little bit. And Bill Belichick gave his thoughts on Mike Tomlin. Wait until you hear this. First, it's a callous headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers did beat the Broncos in Week 2 in the not Russell Wilson revenge game. Wilson didn't play. Of course, Fields started that game. And the Steelers now 2-0 on the season are the only team left in the AFC North that does not have a loss. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Doran.
Trust is key in my life, and let me tell you about somebody that I'd absolutely trust to sell my home, and that's Gina Giampietro. You'll have a 5-star experience when you sell your home with Gina, and she always delivers. Matt was ready to sell his home in Moon Township and reached out to Gina to learn more about his options. Matt said that Gina made the process of selling his home extremely convenient and stress-free. With her vast knowledge of the market, Gina was able to sell Matt's home for over $400,000, and Matt and his family were thrilled with the results. Gina will sit down with you. You agree on a price. You agree on a deadline. If the deadline passes and the home isn't sold, she will have it bought and turned into a rental. Gina also offers a no-obligation guarantee. If she doesn't do her job at any point, you're free to get out of the contract. Pull out your phone, give Gina a call, 724-602-9752, or Google Gina Giampietro of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
And temperatures are beginning to fall.
And so are prices. Time to shop the fall kickoff at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Grab some incredible deals this week, including 0% financing on the popular 24 Outlander. It's back, but it won't last long.
New 24 Eclipse Cross, take $5,000 off on select models or finance at 2.99% for 72 months.
Or a new 24 Outlander Sport. Take $4,500 off MSRP and it's all yours.
Let's be clear. You'll be getting style, safety, all-wheel drive, and a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
Plus 2 years of prepaid maintenance. It's the best automotive deal out there.
So don't wait. Our fall kickoff makes an upgrade easier than ever.
Visit us in North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. Western PA's best inventory, ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer incentives. See dealer for details.
Pennsylvania football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown, and he throws an awesome block so his teammate can score instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. Everyone knows the most exciting part of football is the score. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first TD scorer wager today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi, my daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through October 10th, upgrade and switch to 300 megabit Xfinity Internet with unlimited data and one line of unlimited mobile for just $35 a month for 1 year. Plus, get an eligible free 5G phone with trade-in. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed.
Young America, Kamala Harris thinks you're too stupid to realize she's to blame for record inflation.
What else do we know about this population? They are stupid.
Too stupid to realize groceries are up 26%.
They are stupid.
To see how she tripled the price of gas.
Stupid.
Too stupid to notice home prices are up 46%. Electricity 25%. Cars 33%.
Bidenomics is working.
Kamala, we're not that stupid. Right for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. www.rightforamericapac.com.
What if you could hear your favorite song for the first time again? Introducing the all-new reimagined Nissan Kicks with an available Bose Personal Plus sound system that uses speakers in the headrest to create a 360-degree listening experience. You've never heard anything like this. Reimagine your music and your drive. Experience the all-new reimagined Nissan Kicks for yourself at nissanusa.com today.
Available feature. Bose is a registered trademark of the Bose Corporation.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real-person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Let's face it, nowadays most companies have to rely on dozens of expensive, disconnected platforms to run their business. And even then, things can get a little, well, stressful. But with Odoo's all-in-one management software, packed with a suite of fully integrated business applications, every process is streamlined. Tasks are automated, and success is just a few clicks away. See how Odoo can take your business to the next level at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world. Turning to the best in the business for websites, go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Napa Auto Parts. Elevate your engine performance with Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. Today's birthday shout-out goes to Hall of Famer Tim Raines, one of the game's all-time best leadoff hitters and base runners. The 65-year-old Sanford, Florida native last month guided his daughters to the Junior League Softball World Series as coach of their Goodyear, Arizona team. Have a great day, Tim. I'm Boomer Esiason.
There are many feelings worse than trying to start your car in the morning and being greeted with a dead battery, or being stuck on the side of the road when you don't need to be. 1 in 4 vehicles on the road will need a battery replacement this year. Don't be a statistic. Stop battery problems before they stop you by testing your battery regularly. Test yours at home or at select Napa locations nationwide. If you need a replacement, Napa has you covered with a full range of long-lasting, high-performance batteries for nearly every make and model on the road. So don't wait. Test your battery today and let Napa help you keep moving. Vanguard is 100% client-owned, serving over 50 million investors every day. Whether you're planning for retirement, putting your kids through college, or saving up for your next adventure, Vanguard can help you set personalized investment goals. All investing is subject to risk. Vanguard is owned by its funds, which are owned by Vanguard's fund shareholder clients. Copyright 2024, the Vanguard Group, Inc., all rights reserved, Vanguard Marketing Corporation Distributor.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews dealing with a couple of accidents. This report brought to you by NJM Insurance. One of them in Forward Township, tying up Route 51 Hayden Boulevard at Guffey Road. The other one in Baldwinboro at the intersection of Glass Run and Cathell Roads. Watch for delays past both those incidents. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway East stacking at Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Parkway North, you're seeing delays around the bend at Bellevue Westview. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by NJM Insurance. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance.
Does our waiter look familiar?
I think he was the Plum Insurance mascot.
If all insurance companies were like NJM and didn't use gimmicks, then their mascots would have to get real jobs.
That explains the long purple hair in my soup.
No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's The Fan Morning Show, The Joe Starkey Show, or The PM Team, you can get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. Miss a great moment, great guest, we've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app, search 93.7 The Fan, and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. We got a real good show for you. This is the Fan Morning Show. Listen, please. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
So Najee Harris has a different view on this game, Doran. He said we weren't playing conservative. We were just blanking ourselves. That blank would be a expletive that we cannot play the audio. We cannot say it on the radio. See, I think it's a little column A, little column B. Like, they were conservative. They also bleeped themselves.
Yep.
Like, they had 10 penalties for 78 yards. That's not a winning formula. We also saw another snap issue. This one was probably on Frazier, right?
Mm-hmm.
The quarterback's not looking. Ball hits him in the chest. He probably snapped it when he was not supposed to snap it. So I don't put that one on Fields. I would like them to clean that the frig up, though.
Right.
Like, if they're going to play every game to win by one score and to muck it up and to make it ugly, eventually that's going to cost you. Like, you are going to lose a game because of that. So if I'm Mike Tomlin, if I'm Arthur Smith, I say, hey, Justin, this week, Zach Frazier is your roommate. You guys are going to live together. You're going to snap the ball, Zach, to him, shotgun under center. When you wake up in the morning, you put your hands on his butt cheeks. And then once you master that, you go stand on one side of the kitchen, you stand on the other, we're going to snap the ball. And only when this stops happening in games can you go back to your previous living situation. Because it's not unforgivable because it didn't cost them, but it's almost unforgivable. Right? Like,
yes.
I just don't.
Got to figure it out.
I just don't know how that keeps happening.
On the road has something to do with it.
Yes, and it was a different road environment than Atlanta was. There was a bajillion Steelers fans on the road in Atlanta, and Denver is a tough place to play. And you can't breathe.
Oh, my gosh, the worst.
I one time ran up the Red Rock stairs, and I thought I was going to die.
Yeah, like it's the burning. It feels like you're going to explode. Your chest is going to explode. The worst.
You know what also happens in Denver? The alcohol hits you faster.
Yep.
Found that one out the hard way. Bill Belichick was talking about Mike Tomlin before this weekend. Here's how let's just let you hear it.
Mike Tomlin's game plan's the same every week. Doesn't matter who the quarterback was or what year it is. Play good defense, turn the ball over, try to get the running game going, but play good field position, make them drive it against that defense, don't give up many points, and win. I won't say win ugly, but win.
That doesn't sound like a compliment to me.
No, he even chuckled. It's like I knew what he was going to do every time we played him. Like, what he's going to do. That's what they want to do. Like, shoot. But that's the thing, like Bill Belichick, his thought process was like that. The difference between Bill, I think he let Tom and their offense do what they needed to do to win and score points. That's the difference. Bill Belichick wanted to win the way that Tomlin wants to do it, but Tomlin has his hands in everything. And so does Bill, but like Bill understood and was like, listen, I trust Tom to do the right things, and if we want to play offense the way that he wants to play it, then we'll do that. That's why I went to also see Russell Wilson. Because I think that Tomlin, he has always played that way. He's always wanted to play that way, but I think he trusted Ben at times to play the way that Ben needed to play to win the games. And I think he would do that with Wilson as well.
I hope he does. If he doesn't, we got huge problems.
Yeah.
Huge problems on our hands, man. Like, it's not going to be, according to Jerry Dulac, we'll find out more tomorrow from Tomlin, it's not going to be Russell Wilson this weekend. It's going to be Fields. They want Russell Wilson to heal up and then have him ready to go week number 4 against the Indianapolis Colts. If it looks like this with Russ, this team is going nowhere. Nowhere. Because you can win grounding and pounding it, not turning it over. But that needs to yield points when you play big boy football. When the Cincinnati Bengals are on your schedule, you need to not turn it over. You need to run the ball. You also need to put up points. Kansas City, Philadelphia, Baltimore. These are all teams that can score. Las Vegas goes into Baltimore. They score points yesterday. You need to evolve. If it looks like this against good offensive teams, you get beat. You can't play this way. And I don't like that they're doing it with Justin Fields because I wanted them to allow him to spread his wings and see if he can maybe be the franchise quarterback, as unlikely as it is, of the Pittsburgh Steelers. They haven't done that. If Russ goes in and it's handoff, not throwing the ball in the middle of the field, be content to punt, yada, 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 then I don't know when we're ever going to see them get out of this 9-win, 10-win, in the hunt kind of malaise that they've been in since really 2019.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you're not going to trust Russell Wilson to operate an offense and not treat him with kid gloves, then just forget about it. Because another 9-8's coming, another 10-7's coming, maybe. The schedule's more difficult. The writing's on the wall. So I am intrigued to see Russell Wilson. But I got to say, man, I don't really have high hopes that they're going to change their stripes, and you just heard what Belichick thinks of Tomlin.
This may be small, but you just brought up that the Raiders went into the Ravens and scored points to beat them. You know who the Raiders offensive coordinator is?
Tell me.
Luke Getsy, who was Justin Fields' offensive coordinator in Chicago. So I don't want to go here yet, but maybe Justin Fields has a little bit to do with the lack of scoring points and the lack of expansion of the offense. I don't know. But I think it's a little bit of everything. And I know Mike Tomlin's the puppeteer, but maybe Justin Fields is just who he is.
Yeah, and you said it's a little bit of everything. If we were filling out a Mike Tomlin bingo card for his press conference tomorrow, I'm thinking he's going to use the word popcorn. Whenever he says that, that means that there's multiple issues popping up. It's a tough eval for yesterday.
Very tough.
Right?
Oh, my gosh, very tough.
Because Justin Fields did good things and then in the first half, and then some of the best things he did got wiped out due to penalty. They might have got 99 yards and scored a touchdown, which, this team, this offense, my God, we ain't seen that in a long time. But they didn't because penalties. And Justin Fields in the second half, I don't think he played well. And then the running game wasn't anywhere near as good in the second half. They did take some shots. They got bailed out by some pass interference calls, even though I do think that those were the right calls. There was a lot going on there where they shot themselves in their own foot, both in their preparation and game plan, and then also shot themselves in the foot with the penalties that they committed. There was also one penalty that shouldn't have been called. I think that pick play
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, didn't the defender initiate the contact there?
Right.
So
that's a good play, too.
So I don't know why I'm whispering now. Buddy, that's what has me just like seething mad, because people are going to start calling out Arthur Smith. The touchdown pass to Darnell Washington, you never would have seen the tight end line up there under Matt Canada or Randy Fichtner. And so I think that's using your personnel perfectly. That's a beautiful play. And it's a good throw, and, I mean, you got a mountain of a man to throw it to. The pick play. I've been calling for that man on 3rd and 4th downs for years, and they haven't even had that in the repertoire, in the playbook. That's a beautiful play and the wrong call, but at least they have that one in the playbook, so I'm encouraged at that. All right, Steelers are 2-0, and I think people are like, how much do we buy in? Pitt, 3-0. I think it's totally the opposite. Let's get into why on each next. It is 8:30. Time to stop blindly paying those increasing auto and home insurance premiums. Contact the Buell Insurance Agency in Gibsonia. See what they can do for you. And right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Pirates, they lost 2 of 3 over the weekend to the Kansas City Royals. Now the Pirates are going to travel again. They're going to St. Louis, and they're going to play 4 against the Cardinals. And that series starts tonight, 7:45 start for the game tonight. And you can listen right here on 93.7 The Fan. We'll also have coverage that you can hear on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY Odyssey. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now it's Crowley.
Thank you so much, Nicholas Harry Callis. Are you in a pickle, not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the pickle, 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. Get it? Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. They're a platinum-certified contractor with Atlas Shingles. Plus, all of their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas Shingles and a lifetime Scotch Guard guarantee against black streaks. Don't wait. Call the pickle today, 724-515-5551, or call thepickle.com.
I'm Kamala Harris. Here's a few things I believe. Middle-class families, like the one I grew up in, they want common sense solutions. You want lower prices and lower taxes. I believe you want to just not get by, but you want to get ahead. We must create an opportunity economy where everyone has a chance to get a car loan, buy a home, start a business. And I believe we can make that happen.
Kamala Harris's plan? Bring down costs by cracking down on corporate price gougers. Make homeownership more affordable for families. A middle-class tax cut for 100 million Americans. And make sure billionaires and big corporations pay their fair share so you can keep more of the money you've earned.
Instead of being focused on the politics of the past, we need to be thinking about the future and how we make it better for families like yours. I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Harris for President.
There aren't many feelings worse than trying to start your car in the morning and being greeted with a dead battery, or being stuck on the side of the road when you don't need to be. 1 in 4 vehicles on the road will need a battery replacement this year. Don't be a statistic. Stop battery problems before they stop you by testing your battery regularly. Test yours at home or at select Napa locations nationwide. If you need a replacement, Napa has you covered with a full range of long-lasting, high-performance batteries for nearly every make and model on the road. So don't wait. Test your battery today and let Napa help you keep moving. Vanguard is 100% client-owned, serving over 50 million investors every day. Whether you're planning for retirement, putting your kids through college, or saving up for your next adventure, Vanguard can help you set personalized investment goals. All investing is subject to risk. Vanguard is owned by its funds, which are owned by Vanguard's fund shareholder clients. Copyright 2024, the Vanguard Group, Inc., all rights reserved, Vanguard Marketing Corporation Distributor.
Hey, it's Doran.
And Crowley.
Here for Guardian Protection.
Your hometown home and business security company.
How smart is a Guardian Protection outdoor security camera?
Oh, a Guardian outdoor security camera is so smart that it sees people, vehicles, and animals and knows the difference between them. A Guardian outdoor security camera is so smart it can identify suspicious activity and notify you instantly. And right now with the Guardian Smart Home Security System installation, you can get a free camera. Visit GuardianProtection.com/fan. Limited time offer. New customers only. Terms apply.
Hey guys, it's
on eFootball. People ask all the time, what did my program look like when I was on Awaken 180? I tell them I would wake up, have breakfast, a mid-morning snack, lunch, afternoon snack, then dinner. I was in the middle of a wing promotion at the same time. What other types of foods? Chili, steak, foods we all love. It was all laid out for me. I'd meet with my Awaken 180 coach once a week, review my numbers, make adjustments if I was losing less than 4 to 5 pounds a week. That was the program. Eating, coaching, and a formula customized to me. It's been 10 years now with over 23,000 satisfied clients. To prove that I'm not the only one that thought it was easy, Awaken 180 holds a 98% customer satisfaction rating. To compare, most companies aim for about 75%. If you have weight to lose, do what we all did and make that call to Awaken 180. 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Direct Auto Insurance is for uncompromisers. The people who refuse to make trade-offs in life. Like Kelly, when her old car insurance got so expensive that she couldn't afford to drive anymore, do you think she started carrying her groceries for miles? No. But she did find Direct Auto's savings that allowed her to drive instead of compromise. With savings of up to 25%, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a quote today at directauto.com. Savings based on applied discounts and will vary. Terms apply. How you buy can affect price. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2 plus tax, acquisition fee, title place, and dealer doc fee. Not all buyers will qualify. Bonus cash available on select trims. In stock units only. Offers end 9/30/24.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai for huge end-of-year savings. Drive the new 2024 Hyundai Elantra SC or Tucson SC all-wheel drive with financing as low as 1.99% for up to 60 months. Plus $500 bonus cash. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Hamlin Advantage oil changes for life.
You know your bad disc is causing your pain. Epidurals, physical therapy, chiropractic, or laser therapy only gave you temporary relief. This is Dr. Rafferty, DC of the Disc Institute. If you want the answer to true disc healing, getting back to normal, and avoiding spinal surgery, call the Disc Institute. Our trademark method heals your disc and gives you lasting relief. It's proven, it's different, it corrects both your bad disc and your pain. Call the Disc Institute, 412-906-9600 or PittsburghDiscInstitute.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Circa Resort and Casino. Headed to Vegas for the game? Join us at Circa Resort and Casino this October for the ultimate game day getaway. Huddle up at the overhang bar with the fan for our pregame tailgate on Friday with drink specials and giveaways, including tickets. Then catch all the action at the world's largest sports book or relax in the center of it all, America's favorite place to watch football, the Circa Stadium Swim, featuring 6 pools and a massive 143-foot screen. To book your huddle up experience, visit CircaLasVegas.com today.
We got a real good show for you. This is the Fan Morning Show. Listen, please. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Steelers 2-0, the only undefeated team in the AFC North. Let's shoot off fireworks. That's not what I'm getting on the text line, Doran. I'm getting a lot of, this is not sustainable, they stink. Meanwhile, on the text line, I'm getting Eli Holstein is so good that he's going to leave Pitt after this year.
People are hoping he does. The people that are texting are hoping.
Well, I'm getting a lot of 412s coming in on that. I think it's the state of college football that a player is good and then you worry about what could happen. I think it's laughable, though, that he would want to leave Cade Bell. I think it's laughable that Eli Holstein wouldn't get a bag from Pitt because if that's what it takes to keep him here, they will give him what it takes to keep him here. I also know that the last good quarterback at Pitt was a Heisman finalist, an ACC champion, and a first-round quarterback. So, sorry, I'm finding it hard to believe that this guy would want to walk out the door.
Well, he's already had the experience of playing at Alabama. He's here right now. He's making money right now. They're going to find ways outside with the collectives to pay him what he wants to stay here. And also there's, $20 million that's going to be given out from the athletic department. I don't know what the parameters are around that of who needs to get what or who can't get what, but you could probably say, the starting quarterback that's probably – say he's a Heisman finalist this year. I mean, I just saw something right here. It just came out College Football Kings in, it said in 2021, in the first 3 games, Kenny Pickett had 939 passing yards, 10 TDs, 1 interception, 115 yards rushing, and that was his Heisman finalist year. Right now, Eli Holstein has 939 passing yards, 9 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, 96 rushing yards. If he ends up a Heisman finalist, that is unbelievable. Don't know if that's going to happen, but if he does, you'll find a way to pay him to stay here.
I don't
Trust me.
see any circumstance where they don't find a way to give him what he needs to stay.
Mm-hmm.
And you never know what anybody wants anyhow. Like,
Right, exactly. What if he just wants Cade Bell?
Right. Now, they'll pay him.
Yeah.
That's the sport now. You'll pay him. You could, I guess, lose other players. You would not lose him because you will pay him. But I think people are saying this because they know how good he is already and how good he can continue to be. He's not close to a finished product.
Nope.
Like, he could have thrown a pick six early in the game. Didn't. He's had a lot of turnover-worthy plays. He's also made a ton of bonkers plays. He's not anywhere near a finished product. And the reason why Pitt fans are excited about 3-0 and Steelers fans, at least anecdotally, don't seem to be super excited about 2-0, in my opinion, is one thing: offense.
Yes.
Offense.
Yes.
One team was down 27-6, came back to win. Down 10 points with 3 minutes and 17 seconds left, came back to win. If the Steelers were down 8 points, could they come back and win? Not the way they're drawing it up right now.
No.
So, it's 2024. Pat Narduzzi said, let's hire an offensive coordinator who wants to run plays every 10 seconds. Mike Tomlin, you and I like the Arthur Smith hire, but it seems like it looks better and there is a plan, but the results have been the same through 2 games.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you're a Pitt fan, I understand why you would be excited about 3-0. And if you're a Steelers fan, hey, you got 2 road games out of the way and you're 2-0. You shouldn't be mad today. But I can understand why you would not be super excited because we've seen this fish before. Whereas Pitt, it's the total opposite of the way that really Narduzzi has done it all apart from the Whipple year.
Mm-hmm. Pitt went out and hired the Clint Kubiak, and you see, Clint Kubiak obviously goes to the Saints. We just talked about that, and look at the points and stuff that they're doing. It's a modern day offense. Not saying that Arthur Smith isn't and won't do a good job. It's the philosophy of the Steelers. It's the philosophy of Mike Tomlin. They hired Arthur Smith because they knew Arthur Smith would kind of adhere to the way that they want to do things.
If Pitt were 3-0 and they, blow out Kent State first game, fine. Ground and pounded their way to an ugly 17-16 win over Cincinnati. Did the same against West Virginia. I do think you would have Pitt fans. Obviously, you just won the backyard brawl. You'd be excited. I think it's a different level of excitement because it's offense-driven.
Yes.
Like, Pitt's defense hasn't played great yet. I have some faith that Pat Narduzzi will figure it out on that side of the ball. He always has. But the defense has been bad. Bad. It's been bad. They both up made plays at the end of games in each of the last 2. So maybe bad's a little strong. But statistically, it hasn't been great. It doesn't seem to matter because you have a quarterback and a play caller that are going to pull the rabbit out of the hat.
Mm-hmm.
Denver said we're going to commit an extra man to the box and we're going to double George Pickens and you're not going to move the football. And then guess what? They didn't move the football. If the Steelers, think about this. You like when I do that. Think about this. If that fumbled snap in the Atlanta game gets recovered and they punch that in and it's 10-0, the Steelers don't win that game.
No.
And that's why you can be happy about a 2-0 start, but if the game script doesn't go exactly the way that the Steelers need it, they're not going to win. Do you think these games got scripted the way that Pitt wants to win? No. Like, they don't want to be down 21. They don't want to be down 10.
Right.
It didn't go according to plan, and they still won. That's special. That's where you look and you go, and we're kind of like doing 2 topics at once here. That's where you think, can they win the ACC? Sure. I don't know that I'd pick them to. Can they?
You can see it.
Yeah.
You can see it happening.
Could they beat Syracuse?
Yep.
Is there a team left on their schedule they can't beat?
No.
Is there a team on their schedule that you don't say, oh, I could see them losing it? Like maybe Youngstown, but I could see them losing to anybody too. But you know what? They're going to have the quarterback advantage in most of the games, and I've seen enough out of Cade Bell to say they're going to have the coordinator advantage in most games. Can you say either of those things about the Steelers?
No.
And you and I like Arthur Smith. So I think that's the difference in these 2 fan bases, and luckily for people, it's a Venn diagram. There's a lot of the same people in the middle. But you can be bullish on Pitt in a way that you can't be bullish on the Steelers right now. 412-928-9370. Matt in Pittsburgh next up. Hey, Matt.
Yeah, I was calling about the Justin Fields grade. I don't think his play was actually this bad because I think he's being held back somewhat by the Mike Tomlin, theories. But I'm going to give him a C- because he's been given an opportunity here to completely revive his career. And
Kind of. And we got to run, Matt. I'm sorry. Kind of. I mean, he has the opportunity to play, but they're not allowing for the full Justin Fields experience, if that makes sense. I did just see the passing chart. They did throw it 6 times in the middle of the field.
There we go.
They had 4 for 6.
There you go.
Step in the right direction.
Uh-huh.
All right. Let's look around the NFL when we come back. Mark Caboli's going to join us at 9. You think Mark might make some Pitt jokes at my expense?
There's no doubt.
He shredded me on the internet this weekend.
Crushed you.
Absolutely bodied me. So we'll talk to Caboli coming up at 9. We'll take a look around the NFL coming up next. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now, it's a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Well, Pitt did indeed win 38-34 in the backyard brawl on Saturday, overcoming a 10-point deficit with 5 minutes left in the fourth quarter. Pitt is now 2-1 against West Virginia since the backyard brawl had returned a few years ago. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still some problems on the roadways. This report brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Save 50% on installation of Gutter Helmet during their fall sale this month only. 888-5HELMET. Have an accident now in RIDC Park in O'Hara Township. Crews checking those reports at the intersection of Alpha and Gamma Drives. Also, an accident reported coming off the Veterans Bridge onto the crosstown on the southbound side. Watch for delays as you head past the scene and over toward Bigelow Boulevard. Parkway West are jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East at Wilkinsburg. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Football season, cooler weather, and the falling leaves are here. Get your gutters ready. Call Gutter Helmet this month to save 50% off installation and get a free gutter cleaning and tune-up with purchase. Protect your home year-round. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com. Pennsylvania football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown, and he throws an awesome block so his teammate can score instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. Everyone knows the most exciting part of football is the score. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first TD scorer wager today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Giant Eagle and Market District have deals for school days. Find the savings you need to start the back-to-school season. Return to your routine and save big in the process. Over 1,000 items with incredible low prices throughout the store. Deals for days. Visit your local Giant Eagle or Market District today.
Got a pesky drain? Galease Service's $93 clog crusher will clear your main drain or it's free. If Galease can't clear your clog drain, it's free. Call 412-831-6199. 5-year warranty. Return visit included. PA 10887.
I'm a two-time Trump voter, but in 2024, I will be voting for Kamala Harris. Trump is not running for the country or democracy. He's running to keep himself out of jail. He is a criminal and he should be prosecuted. Kamala is a prosecutor. She is going to uphold the rule of law. Trump tries to avoid the rule of law.
Republican Accountability PAC, Inc., paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. ra-pac.org.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Welcome to our special show. Let's go get him.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Yeah.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Oh, taking a look around the NFL. Brought to you by Champ Tires, all brands in every size. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Kaboli going to join us coming up at 9 o'clock. Doran, the Ravens gack one up at home, and I think they have some serious offensive line-related issues.
Yeah.
And I don't know that that's something – I mean, you can get better. I don't know that that's something you fix, though.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not pushing the panic button if I'm John Harbaugh, but I'm concerned. You can't – the Raiders?
You can't lose at home against the Raiders.
No.
New head coach. Gardner Minshew's their quarterback. Gardner Minshew's a fine player, but he's not a world beater.
No.
That's a bad loss that could kind of spiral out of control if it's for the Ravens. That is a terrible loss.
And to that point, Doran, Ravens at Cowboys, Bills at Ravens, Ravens at Bengals, your next three games.
Man.
Then you got the Commanders. Then it's the Buccaneers and Browns. Their schedule, these next 6 games, 5 out of the 6 of them, those are some knockdown dragouts. Now you flip it over to the Cincinnati Bengals. Much better performance than last week against New England, but they had a penalty on the final drive that cost them. They give up the game-winning kick to Harrison Butker, and now they're 0-2. I'd be less worried about them if I were a Bengals fan, because this seems to be their MO, is starting slow these last couple of years. But you don't want to dig yourself too big of a hole.
No, I mean, it's 2 AFC losses for both teams, regardless. So, I mean, Jamar Chase wasn't even really a fact. I think he had like 30 yards.
Yeah.
You know, it's feeling kind of odd, and they're not really hitting their stride right now. I don't know if they ever will.
I think they have a chance to get up off the mat because you get the Commanders and Panthers next. They should be 2-2.
Mm-hmm.
If you're not 2-2, you got mega issues. Because then you got the Ravens, but then it's the Giants. So you got 3 of the worst teams in football coming up in 3 of your next 4. At bare minimum, they should be 3-3 after 6 games. Did anything else stick out to you about the NFL slate this weekend?
Oh,
not to put you on the spot.
Yeah. Of all the games, Malik Willis wins. Malik Willis gets traded to Green Bay. Jordan Love goes down. I know that's kind of irrelevant to anything, but thinking about the Kenny Pickett draft and Malik Willis's name being, you'd like Malik Willis to be drafted by the Steelers, and he goes to a different team, and I don't know how well he played, but he won them the football game.
He got a dub, which, I mean, I'll just say what it is. I didn't see that coming.
49ers lost to the Vikings.
Also did not see that coming after they whooped up on the Jets last week. I think the Buccaneers might be for real, man.
Oh, yeah.
2-0, you go on the road to Detroit, one of, I think, the most complete and best teams in football. And then you got the Saints. Just drill the Cowboys on the road. Drill them. 44-19. That thing was over by halftime. And then finally, I guess we should look at the other division team that played. I did not think the Browns were going to beat the Jags.
No, me neither.
Deshaun Watson was fine.
Better.
But they score 18 points. Jacksonville, Fraud alert.
Yes.
Is Trevor Lawrence just not that guy?
Seems that way. I mean, you wanted to make excuses for him with Urban Meyer, and then having a new head coach the next year. He doesn't really, for a 1-1 pick, I don't know. They just paid him too. Kind of had to, but he's still making $250 million, and just, I don't know. It's going to be a tough road for them moving forward.
And then finally, Kyler Murray looks good again.
Yeah.
So
they might be all right.
They might be, and I didn't see that coming.
They should have beat the Bills. They almost beat the Bills too. They were winning, I think, that whole game.
Yes.
First game of the season.
They might be okay. And think about Kyler Murray, who was kind of the forgotten man, and he played really well in this game. Trevor Lawrence, who's kind of the next anointed one, and he stinks. I guess we don't really know what we're talking about. The general way, of course, you know what you're talking about. Different football. All right, Mark Caboli knows. He's going to join us coming up next. We got more Backyard Brawl stuff to get to as well, obviously, much as it pains me to say. First, though, fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500, 1.9% financing up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms at sunchevy.com. Today, high is 79.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Cooler temps out, right? Feel that fall weather rolling in? Got to get to Schultz Ford right now. Get ready for the winter. Huge selection of vehicles. Get that four-wheel drive that you need. All those great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, and Schultz Ford in Wheeling. They're doing great business down there. Always online, schultzford.com. Gigantic selection of inventory, mobile service, pickup and delivery. That's great. Like I said, those locations are wonderful. About that mobile service, they'll come right to your driveway and change your oil if you need that, or something small they can do right there. Pickup and delivery, something a little bigger. They'll grab your car, take it to the shop, bring it right back. Fantastic stuff. Again, schultzford.com. And the inventory, it can't be beaten by anybody right now. Gigantic selection. And browse for what you need at schultzford.com. That is always open. Again, schultzford.com.
Excuse me, waiter. There's a hair in my soup. A long purple hair.
I'm so sorry. I'll get the manager.
I'm the manager. How can I help?
Wait, weren't you the Plum Insurance mascot?
What gave it away? My long purple fur?
Something like that.
What if all insurance companies were like NJM and were known for putting their policyholders first, not gimmicks? Then all those insurance mascots would have to get real jobs.
I'll pass on dessert.
No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
This September, Diamonds Direct's ultimate offer is back, stronger than ever. Diamonds Direct helps you get the perfect jewelry gift with 0% interest. That's right, enjoy 5 years of 0% financing on any Diamonds Direct purchase. It's your chance to get her the perfect ring with 0 interest and comfortable monthly payments that fit your budget. But act fast. This offer ends September 30th. For details and more, visit diamondsdirect.com. Spread your payments over 5 years with 0 interest on approved credit. Only at Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
Chris Muller here for Pins Mechanical Company. Looking for a little less iPad time for you and the kids? Check out Pins. At Pins, it's all about connecting in real life. Play duck pin bowling, pinball, or some of our old school arcade games. Grab a cocktail or a draft beer. Bring the kids. Bring your friends. Heck, even bring your dogs. Make Pins your next hangout spot with friends or family and connect with them for real. Pins. That's how we roll.
When your drain is clogged, you need help. We have the training and equipment to solve your problems fast, over bridges and through tunnels. Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 50 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, we're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let our family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County.
When people are fed, futures are nourished. That's why Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank leverages the power of community to achieve lasting solutions to hunger and its root causes. Working with more than 1,000 partners in its 11-county, Three Rivers region, the food bank is here to ensure that everyone in every community has access to the food and resources they need to thrive, including 43 million pounds of food in just the last year. If you're in need of food assistance, would like to volunteer, advocate, or donate, visit pittsburghfoodbank.org. That's pittsburghfoodbank.org.
Hey Pittsburgh homeowners, to build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding, now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products in brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/Steel City.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
More traffic troubles for you in this report brought to you by GetGo. We have delays around an accident now on the inbound Parkway East. It's blocking the left lane right before the Squirrel Hill tunnels and causing delays back before Wilkinsburg. Parkway West, you are jammed at Parkway Center, the Fort Pitt tunnels, and an accident being cleared in RIDC Park in O'Hara Township. This is at the intersection of Alpha and Gamma Drives. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Right now at GetGo Cafe and Market, breakfast sandwiches, subs, and burritos are 50% off when you purchase any size coffee, including pumpkin spice lattes. Order it in the GetGo app and save. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better. Believe it.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. It's the morning after on 93.7 The Fan. The guys break down this week's victory. Brought to you by Twin Peaks in Robinson Township, Galise Services, Saloni's Italian Bakery, and Tri-State Office Furniture.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. And Mark Kaboly still in a Denver hotel. He joins us right now on that Fan Hotline. As always, the Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Good morning to you, Kaboly. How you doing, pal?
Great. What's up?
Just say what you want to say. Just do it.
Can't
Just
hear me.
do what you want to do.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Can you not hear us?
And Callis
What
is
do you want
walking.
me to do?
Callis
Can you hear
is
us?
walking away, going to the bathroom. All right, just be quiet, Kaboly.
I can hear you.
Doran, do you want to get Callis or do you want me to get
Wait,
Callis?
can you hear us? No?
This is ridiculous.
Oh, my gosh.
He just walked away.
Of course.
I can hear you.
I know.
You
Are you
can?
screwing with us?
Oh, my gosh.
Kaboly.
I can hear you.
Okay, great. Then let's do radio. My God. Okay, what's he doing?
Wait, what is he doing?
I don't know if he's kidding or not.
Now he muted.
Do you want to go get Callis or do you want me to go get Callis? One of us is
I'll
going to.
go.
All right, go get Callis. Oh, ridiculous. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. I was waiting for Kaboly to just let me have it about Pitt, and yet this happens. So wonderful. I am going to try not to absolutely murder Callis, and I'm going to try to be a professional here. The question I want to ask Mark right off the shoot here is at 412-928-9370. You can feel to chime in as well if you would like to. Are the Steelers a good football team? They have a good record. They're 2-0. But last season, when they played football like this, I think the majority of folks would say, no, they're not a good football team. Yeah, they made the playoffs at 10-7. They get smoked in a playoff game by the Buffalo Bills because you saw the writing on the wall all season long. You couldn't play good offense. And you can win enough games simply not losing the turnover battle. You can win enough games by playing elite defense that it can have you in the conversation. But can it get you to a place where you feel confident that you can win playoff games? I don't think so. And through 2 weeks, while it might look different, it might be packaged different from an offensive coordinator standpoint, calling plays, things of that nature, the results have been very much the same. They're averaging 16.5 points. Where are we on this whole Callis thing?
I don't know.
Couldn't find him.
Oh, I could find him. I said, Kaboly can't hear us. He's like, oh, he can't hear you? And he's obviously in the stall.
Oh, my God.
So I was like, yeah, hurry up. Let's go. And he didn't say anything.
All right, so here's the question that I was going to ask Mark, and we can knock it around before we do talk to Kaboli about this. Are the Steelers a good football team? They've got a good record, but are they a good team?
No.
What do you need to see for them to be considered a good team?
The thing is, I don't know if they have to be a good team. I really don't know if they have to be a good team. I think that they can win the ways that they've been. It's just going to look ugly. They're not a good football team, but we've talked about this before earlier in the show. The NFL is just bad. Like, they're not. I mean, what team is really good right now? Like, what team would you say? I mean, we watch, the highlights of every game. Oh, outside of Kansas City that we know. Yeah. What team is really? We said the Buccaneers probably really good, but there's not that. I mean, there's not like a whole bunch of teams that is like, oh my gosh, this team, Miami, no. With Tua's situation, Buffalo, maybe. I don't know. I don't know if there's that many really good football teams.
If you are going based on what happened last year and coupling it with what's going on this year, I think you can make a case for a couple of different teams. Like Buffalo was good last year; they're 2-0. I can say that they're good. Are they great? We'll find out. Like the Chargers, I put them right in the same spot as the Steelers.
Yes.
Like this will be the Are They For Real Bowl coming up in week number 3 between the Chargers and the Steelers.
Like, are the Raiders good because they just beat the Ravens in Baltimore?
I can't go there because they lose week 1 to Los Angeles.
Exactly.
So I don't know on them. You know what? I'll give the Saints. I could say the Saints right now are a good football team. Like, you can win with defense. This is the funny way things are now. You can win with defense, and you get labeled as not a great football team. But if you don't play great defense and you score a lot of points, you can get labeled as a good football team.
Right.
Kaboli, do you got us now?
I got you, I think. Can you hear me?
Yes. We can hear you.
And this is just great. All I see is Callis walking behind you coming from the stall was just absolutely tremendous.
Yeah, it's wonderful. I'm definitely not going to have
And he's going back.
Aneurysm. Is he
gone.
leaving?
He's leaving again.
Are you kidding me?
I can't believe this.
I'm going to lose. There is shtick and then there's not shtick.
Oh, my gosh.
Mark Kaboli brought to us by the injury lawyers of LGKG. LGKG, Western PA injury lawyers for over 90 years. Okay, that was all fun. So, Kaboli, let's bring you in on the conversation now. Steelers 2-0, but are they good?
They're good enough to win right now, but I don't think they're good enough to be able to sustain this. Overall, I don't think they're a good team. They're a good defense. Their special teams are obviously winning them games with the kicker, but you have to be more consistent on offense, especially moving forward here when you start playing some better teams. So to answer your question, are they a good team? No. They're just finding ways to win right now, but that's not going to last, man. They're going to have to put up some points. There's going to be a time here in the very near future where 10 points, 13 points, 18 points, it's not going to win you a game. And I don't know how confident anybody is of this team right now putting up 25, 28 points. You see what this offense has done and Justin Fields has done the first 2 weeks, quite eerily similar to the first 2 weeks last year of what Kenny Pickett did, numbers-wise, yards-wise, almost results-wise. So I would say no. I mean, they're going to have to get better, but still, for Mike Tomlin, it's better than being 2-0 right now than being 0-2. That's for sure.
Mark, do you think that Justin Fields is being held back by Mike Tomlin? Do you think he has handcuffs on him? And do you think that they're using him like a legit backup quarterback?
Yeah, I think they are using him as a legit backup quarterback. They just don't want him to lose games. And I don't think we've learned much of anything we didn't know about Justin Fields than we did 4 months ago or 5 months ago when he came in here. I mean, they're not good putting him in opportunities to win games. Look at that second half, man. They didn't give him any opportunity. They're putting 8-9 guys in the box playing one high safety, and they're daring him to throw the ball, and they don't want him to throw the ball. They're looking for him not to make that mistake rather than him to go out there and try to make some big plays. In the first half, that was a little bit different. The second half, it's not. So I don't think they are putting him in position to win the game. They're putting him in position not to lose the game, and that just doesn't bode well moving forward here. Even if you're thinking Justin Fields is going to be the starting quarterback next week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks from now, I mean, you can't continue to have a quarterback and say, don't lose a game for us. He has to go out there and win a game for him, and I don't think they've been consistent enough of allowing him to do that.
I would agree with all of that. I will say I think I have learned something about Justin Fields. I learned that he can manage a game. I didn't know he could do that. I mean, he's been a turnover-prone guy his entire career, and while he's had the spectacular, he's also had the unspectacular as well. He in his career, he's always looked to make the play, and that has oftentimes led to him making the wrong play. At least he's not doing that, but that doesn't make me believe in him as a potential franchise quarterback. Guys after the game, and Mark, you were in the locker room, like Justin Fields, Najee Harris, some others, seem to intimate that they're closer than maybe we think they are, and that penalties really shot them in the foot. Do you agree with that assessment, that they are closer to putting up points than, well, maybe it looks to the layman fan?
Well, I think penalties definitely shot him in the foot, but you have to be a little bit careful here of saying, relying on that excuse, because it is an excuse of just saying, oh, we would have did this if this penalty wasn't here. We would have did this. But most of the time, those things even out. I don't know how close they are, to be honest with you. I mean, how many extra points do you think they could have had there? I mean, maybe 7? I don't know. I don't think they're that close to being a dominant offensive team right now. I think they want to do – they're playing how they want to play with Russell, to be honest with you. They don't want to lose the game. They want to hit some more bigger plays here, and they're doing it, but they're just not giving him enough opportunity to do it. I mean, I don't think he is. I mean, the game plan yesterday was interesting. I don't know if Arthur Smith had his best plan. They didn't get Justin Fields out of the pocket. I like the no-huddle stuff. That was a little bit different. That seemed to work. I think they ran a dozen of those plays. But it's just a difficult situation right now where this offense I don't think is close. However, if you hit some of those plays and be able to throw the ball down the field a little bit more, I think you only had 3 passes over 7 yards. I mean, that's not going to win you many games.
No, they kind of had the Joe Flacco thing going, where you just throw it and you hope for a yellow hanky. Do you think that if Russell Wilson played and was healthy, he would have led them to more than 13 points?
It's hard to say, but yeah, I would think so, because back to the original point, I think they would give him more opportunities to be able to put up points than they did Fields. It seemed like once they got that 10-point lead, it was like Bill Cowher back in the 90s, right? You get 10 points, you're 117-1 career. You just try to get the game over. You turn it over to defense, don't make any mistakes, instead of putting your foot on their throat and try to score more points. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know, guys. It's just not a good offense right now, and I don't know how it gets better without better, more consistent quarterback play. And that not only goes from Justin Fields, that goes for Arthur Smith, putting him in position to succeed a little bit more. And I don't think he did that yesterday.
How do you feel about Russ getting a petty game ball?
I think Corliss Waitman got one too.
He did.
So, yeah.
He punted the hell out of that thing, Kaboli. He was outstanding, I thought.
Well, I don't know. I didn't see what the net was. I think the net wasn't as good as it needed to be. But he had a good punt the end of the game there, last 10 seconds. But, hey, what about the clock management by Tomlin at the end of the game? Flawless. Almost flawless. We don't hear David Todd complaining about that, do we?
Wait, real quick, Dort, do we think Narduzzi forgot there was a 2-minute timeout?
I think there was a mistake.
I think he might have. I don't know. Some conventional wisdom says.
With the timeout?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
With 2:09.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think Peyton.
Didn't matter.
Didn't matter.
Didn't matter.
I think Sean Payton could have taken the timeout. I think I made a crack in the comment and why didn't he take a timeout right before the 2-minute warning? And I don't think anybody got it. Or nobody was listening to me in the press box.
I'll tell you, Sean Payton, that was the dumbest kick I can ever recall. To kick that ball deep when you have one timeout, you're past the 2-minute warning. Best case scenario was it was going to work out exactly the way it did, and your rookie quarterback is going to have to go however many yards in 25 seconds. Mm-hmm. What an absolute nimrod. What a colossal moron Sean Payton was there at the end of the game. Not to be critical.
Why don't you bring the whole house there, too? Your only chance to win the game is to block the punt, right?
Yes.
And he had, I don't know.
We may have seen a punt block this weekend in the backyard brawl. Those kinds of things can happen.
I was on a plane, Adam. Who won that game? I didn't see it.
It was Pitt, 38-34. You can hear more about that in the fan headline upcoming with Nicholas Harry Callis because he's back.
Is he back yet?
He's back. I'm going to have Now, schedule a heart screening today. Trust the nationally ranked experts at UPMC for your heart care. When we come back, Steelers screwing around with Broderick Jones, or is Broderick Jones screwing himself? We'll hear Caboli's thoughts on that when we return, but first, it's a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Yes, Pitt did win against WVU on Saturday, 38-34. Pitt's now 2-1 since the return of the Backyard Brawl. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now, here is Dorn.
Want a satisfying meal for $6? Try the new $6 meal from Dunkin'. It's a medium hot or iced coffee and a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich and a side of hash browns for only $6. You know Dunkin' coffee. It's always made just how you like it.
Yes, it is. And the bacon, egg, and cheese is the most toasty and delicious, and you get crispy golden hash browns. They're a must. They're in the new $6 meal deal, too. Take advantage of this offer while it lasts. Price participation may vary. America runs on Dunkin'.
What's better than watching your team win? Winning money while you do it. I'm Jim Costa, and on Cash the Ticket, Mike Valeni and I give you the edge to make every game playable. College football, NFL, we're breaking it all down game by game. Your podcast feed is going to be filled, and you're going to love it. You can click on the games you care about. We do it all. With our analysis, we're finding games that other people aren't talking about. We're turning every Saturday and every Sunday into days where you got a chance to win. Don't just sit on the sidelines. Cash the Ticket with us. Follow Cash the Ticket in the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
If you or someone you know suffered any injuries involving a deployed airbag, you could be entitled to compensation. Morgan & Morgan has already recovered millions. Get America's largest injury law firm fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Celebrate the month of September with Zero Res and get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $129. Take $75 off your air duct cleaning as well. Online, ZeroResPGH.com. Take advantage of these huge savings. Spell it forward or backward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
Doorbuster deals are coming during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. Starting September 16th, save on a DeWalt 12-Volt Max Extreme Drill Driver Combo Kit or a DeWalt 12-Volt Max Extreme Impact Driver. Your choice for just $99. Plus, save $80 on a Bosch 18-Volt Brushless Cordless Impact Driver. Was $179, now just $99. Shop these deals and more before they're gone because Lowe's knows pros. Valid 9/16 through 9/18. Selection varies by location.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Meet Cheryl. Hey. She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's gotta be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Total Wireless is made to totally keep up with you. We now have unlimited data that never slows you down. Covered by the Verizon 5G network. And all for less than $30 a month when you get 4 lines. And the best part? We give you a free Samsung Galaxy A54 5G when you switch to the Total 5G Plus Unlimited plan. Visit your local Total Wireless store today. Total Wireless, we're totally with you. Actual speeds may vary by location. For data management practices, see TotalWireless.com.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Galease Services. Call Galease.
Call Galease.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. The Memphis Tigers not only cashed in $1.4 million for visiting Florida State Saturday, they emerged with a 2012 upset victory. Is 0-3 Seminoles coach Mike Norvell on the hot seat? Well, the fire alarm went off during his press conference. Literally. I'm Boomer Esiason.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their valuable tools, but to protect their professional reputations. For pros, the WeatherGuard badge makes a statement about what drives them. It says, "Bring it on. Been there. Done that. We've got your back," without saying a word. And the folks at WeatherGuard, they're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. See what it means to be driven at WeatherGuard.com.
DQ presents the sound of BOGO-free Blizzard treats in the DQ app. It's the sound of downloading the DQ app, redeeming the sweetest BOGO-free Blizzard deal, telling all your friends, and heading to DQ. For BOGO-free any-size Blizzard treats only in the DQ app for a limited time. Download it today. At participating locations, limitations apply. DQ. Happy tastes good.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
More trouble on the roadways. This report brought to you by WetGo Go Unlimited. We have another accident now reported. This is on the outbound side of Route 28, approaching the Russellton-Creighton interchange. Also, an earlier accident process of being cleared on the inbound Parkway East. It is now off to the side of the Squirrel Hill Tunnel entrance. Parkway West, you are jammed just around Parkway Center. That inbound Parkway East delay still stretching at Greensburg Pike. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
WetGo Go Unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. Wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free, high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Not really, because if I'm not starting, I really don't feel like, I should be playing. You know what I'm saying? So rotation, it's really not a big factor for me, but at the end of the day, they call it, I haul it, so I just try and continue to go out there and do the best of my ability.
Broderick Jones there says, if I'm not going to start, I shouldn't play. He said the quiet part out loud. I feel like a lot of folks, myself included, would have had his back had he not said it. You just can't say it. And you can't say it after you have 3 penalties, because then it makes it seem like you're blaming the team for your usage on why you commit the penalties. And I just don't think that's okay. Like, if you hold, it's not because you didn't start the game. It's because you got beat.
Right.
And then you held. And 3 penalties on 1 drive. I'll say this. If he started the game and had 3 penalties on 1 drive, I'd have benched him anyway. Like, that's not good enough. Kaboli joining us right now. He's at a Denver hotel. How do you feel about their usage of Broderick Jones / Troy Faltanu at right tackle, Kaboli? And do you think that Broderick should have said that after the game?
I probably shouldn't have said it, but it's true. I mean, there's a reason why that you don't see rotating offensive linemen in the NFL very often, because it's a very difficult thing to do. Now, that doesn't really mean he should be going out there and playing like crap like he did for his, whatever 7 snaps or whatever he had. So I don't understand, if you're going to put Faltanu in there and you want Dan Moore in there, why not just put Broderick Jones on the bench? I mean, what do you get out of bringing him in for a series? If he didn't have those penalties, how much would he have played at? I mean, then what? I mean, what's the end game here? Are they going to keep doing that? Are they going to move him to the left side where Dan Moore's playing, pretty well right now? So I don't know. Should he say it? I don't know. Broderick Jones says what's on his mind all the time, so I'm not going to sit here and complain about what he says. But I agree. I know that Hokie said last night that, he didn't seem interested in training camp. I heard that maybe he wasn't very interested in after he found out he wasn't going to start this week too. It just didn't look like he was that engaged.
Wow.
Right now, maybe that's part of it too. I mean, maybe that's part of why he's sitting down more than his elbow or his wrist or his thumb or whatever is injured on his right hand or the multiple injuries. Maybe they're trying to send him a message, and part of that message, if it didn't come through loud and clear yesterday, it's like, I don't care who you are, you're getting benched. And if you come in and screw up, you're not going back in. So maybe in the long haul, this gets through to him right now. So other than that, it doesn't seem smart to me or any reason why he should have not started yesterday, considering, who he is and how he's played.
So you think that there's possibly a chance that if it doesn't get through to him, that we might not see Broderick Jones all year unless of an injury?
I would – it's trending that way, right? I mean, I think they're going to find any way possible to get him in. And if Fataanu he's played as well as you can do for a guy that's had his debut yesterday. So you're looking at Dan Moore. If Dan Moore even gives you a hiccup or two, they're going to probably try to find a way to put him in there. I just hope it's not in a rotating basis, because that's not good for anybody. That's not good for the quarterback. That's not good for the cohesion of the line. That's not good for the development of the guys. So I don't know where you're putting that. I mean, if you come back and talk to me in 3 months and say Broderick Jones is on the field one time since that Denver game, then I think there's a huge problem. I think he needs to be out there. The question is, where do you find to put him out there where he's not going to hurt the team?
Well, okay. So the second part of that, I think, is legitimate. I thought he was fine last week, but this week, obviously, he was an abject failure. When he was on the field in the preseason, he was an abject failure. It's not good for Troy Fautanu either. It doesn't seem like they're going to do the rotation thing again. Now, he's given them a reason, not an excuse. He's given them a reason to not play him again in that rotation. But that was their plan. That's what I can't wrap my head around, guys. Is what if both guys played okay? You're just going to rotate them in perpetuity?
Right.
What's the end game there? Where is that leading you? How are both guys going to develop? How is either guy going to develop? That's such a half-baked, stupid idea. I've never seen anything like it before. And whenever you consider that it's 2 first-round picks that you're rotating, I've never seen it, Cabal. Have you ever seen anything like this? You've been covering the team for a long time. Have you ever seen a rotation at tackle?
No, not really. I mean, I think the Ravens might have did something week 1.
They did.
A little bit to degree, right? I think they did. But I think you hit it on the head, Crowley. I mean, I think they're just trying to make everybody happy. First of all, you got 2 first-round picks, and you feel obligated to get those 2 guys in there. But you know darn well the guy that they should be replacing is probably playing the best out of them all. So what do you do here? You try to make everything work here, and you can't. I mean, you just can't do it that way. You have to pick 2 guys and just move forward with them until one guy shows he doesn't belong there. And I think that's what they'll do moving forward here. I think they're just going to wait for an injury, wait for somebody to really stink it up. If it's stink it up. They're waiting for Dan Moore to stink it up so they can put him in there. I mean, they can't continue to do this. They're just trying to make everybody happy. And they're trying to try to drink out of the straw from both ends, right? It's just not going to work.
How do you think the other 2 young guys did, Frazier and Anderson?
I don't think Frazier had as good a game as he did week 1.
Agreed.
I think he's struggled from time to time. I haven't been able to watch it back so far, but I don't think he was as good as – but, they also put a ton of people in the box as well. Anderson, same thing. He's a guy that's learning. They need Sayamalu back. That's not saying that Anderson's not going to be eventually a good player, but I just think that he just needs some more seasoning before they can throw him out there. So I don't think the line had a great game. They weren't really giving Najee Harris many lanes to run at. What was he, 17 of 69 or
That's
something
right.
like that? You got to run the ball better than that with this offense to be successful. So it wasn't the best of offensive line play, but Denver did something schematically to make it tough on him too.
Last thing here for you, Mark. Jerry Dulac reported that it's going to be Justin Fields again this week as they try to get Russ Wilson back to 100%. Are you hearing the same stuff?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like that's what is going to be. They're going to make him 100% certain that he's ready to go here. I mean, there's still some lingering pain there. They want that to happen is when they put Russell Wilson in, they don't want it to be aggravated again, and they have to come out and keep doing this the whole season. So why not give him another opportunity here? So it's going to be interesting. The Chargers are probably going to be the best defense that they've played so far. So it's going to be interesting to see how they allow Justin Fields to be able to work this week. I hope they don't just go out there and try to manage him again. If you're going to give him one last opportunity, give him an opportunity to succeed. I think you can beat the Chargers that way, but I think it is, regardless of what happens, I still think it's Russell Wilson coming back in Indianapolis. And if by worst case scenario, I think Russell Wilson will be back for the Dallas game.
Mark, we appreciate your time, brother. It is a terrible airport they have out there in Denver. So safe travels and hopefully no hiccups there.
Hiccups? Yep, I'm heading out there in about now. Me and Jason Mackey on the same flight. So if it goes down, we're losing two quality individuals.
Goodbye, Kaboli. That is not really how I expected him to end the call there, talking about a plane crash. That's awesome. Good luck. Yeah, it's really good. Put that in people's mind. All right, coming up next, Pitt 3-0 after their victory in the backyard brawl. I'm going to make a statement, Doran. I wonder if you agree. What?
Nothing.
What?
No.
Speaking of statements, the one that Pitt made, is that where you were going in your mind?
I don't know, maybe.
A little statement there?
Yeah.
We'll talk about the backyard brawl when we come back, but first it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt won 38-34 over WVU on Saturday. The Steelers beat the Denver Broncos on Sunday, and the Pirates lost 2 of 3 to the Kansas City Royals over the weekend. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now, here's Doran.
The leaves are falling, and it's time to call P.J. Fitzpatrick for the perfect new roof. I trust P.J. Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw it for myself when they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from P.J. Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands, and dealing with P.J. Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Visit TrustPJ.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, P.J. Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit TrustPJ.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's TrustPJ.com.
I'm Ryan Horvath, here to help you beat the books with BetQL. The Philadelphia Eagles were top 10 in scoring the last 2 seasons, and they started off this year putting 34 on the board in Week 1 against the Green Bay Packers. Tonight, they're going to look to light up the scoreboard once again against Atlanta. The total in the game is 47, and BetQL has the over 47 as a 5-star best bet. I'm Ryan Horvath. Bet smarter and beat the books, and download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
Retired or retiring soon? How much money do you need to live comfortably? Retirement Planners of America is here for you. Would you like to have financial peace of mind? Here's how. Step 1. Find out the amount of money you'll need to retire. Step 2. Have a plan to get there. Step 3. Make sure that plan can take advantage of market gains but protect you from market losses. Discover how to do all 3 with a free consultation at 800-508-6108. That's 800-508-6108.
All investments involve risk, including losses. Past performance does not guarantee future results.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football. People ask all the time, what did my program look like when I was on Awaken 180? I tell them I would wake up, have breakfast, a mid-morning snack, lunch, afternoon snack, then dinner. I was in the middle of a wing promotion at the same time. What other types of foods? Chili, steak, foods we all love. It was all laid out for me. I'd meet with my Awaken 180 coach once a week, review my numbers, make adjustments if I was losing less than 4 to 5 pounds a week. That was the program. Eating, coaching, and a formula customized to me. It's been 10 years now with over 23,000 satisfied clients. To prove that I'm not the only one that thought it was easy, Awaken 180 180 holds a 98% customer satisfaction rating. To compare, most companies aim for about 75%. If you have weight to lose, do what we all did and make that call to Awaken 180. 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Football is back, and ESPN Bet is bringing fans exciting new features and promotions to elevate your game day. Get in on trending parlays in the all-new Parlay Lounge experience. Check out one-of-a-kind offers from ESPN personalities and boost your winnings with Profit Boost all season long. The official sportsbook of ESPN has football fans covered. Download the ESPN Bet app today. Must be 21 plus and present in select states. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Shop the fall kickoff at ShorkeyChevy.com. Your Chevy truck headquarters has new 2024 Silverado Crew Cabs up to $12,000 off. Hot new 2024 Malibus up to $3,500 off. And new 2024 Equinox all-wheel drives up to $4,000 off. Plus, receive a free Level 2 charger with any new EV lease. Your deal, your way. What a great day. Murraysville and the North Hills, ShorkeyChevy.com. Together, let's drive. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. See dealer for complete details.
Cedarbrook Golf Course is the area's finest and affordable public facility. Conveniently located at the intersection of I-70 and State Route 51 in Ross Draver, this season, Cedarbrook has heavily invested in new course equipment and continues on-course construction improvements. Book your tee time today at cedarbrookgolfcourse.com or call 724-929-8300. Cedarbrook is the leader in affordable quality golf.
Young America, Kamala Harris thinks she knows all about you.
What else do we know about this population? They are stupid.
Kamala thinks you're too stupid to realize she's to blame for overspending and record inflation.
They are stupid.
She thinks you're too stupid to realize groceries now cost 26% more.
They are stupid.
Too stupid to see how she tripled the price of gas.
Stupid.
Kamala Harris thinks you're too stupid to notice home costs have skyrocketed, now 46% higher. Electricity is costing you 25% more. Healthcare has risen 18%. And cars are up a jaw-dropping 33%.
Bidenomics is working.
With all due respect, Madam VP, we're not that stupid. Young America, we can't afford 4 more years of Kamala Harris. To learn more, go to learnaboutkamala.com. Right for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. www.rightforamericapac.com.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment. Not just to protect their valuable tools, but to protect their professional reputations. For pros, the WeatherGuard badge makes a statement about what drives them. It says, "Bring it on. Been there. Done that. We've got your back," without saying a word. And the folks at WeatherGuard, they're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. See what it means to be driven at weatherguard.com.
DQ presents the sound of BOGO-free Blizzard treats in the DQ app. It's the sound of downloading the DQ app, redeeming the sweetest BOGO-free Blizzard deal, telling all your friends, and heading to DQ. For BOGO-free any-size Blizzard treats only in the DQ app for a limited time. Download it today. At participating locations, limitations apply. DQ. Happy tastes good.
Back to more of the Fan Morning Show.
And good morning, y'all.
With Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
So let's get rolling.
Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
There's a knee.
Let's go.
The game is over. The Panthers come back for the second week in a row against a Big 12 opponent. But this one is much more important because, after all, it's the backyard brawl.
Final call right here on 93.7 The Fan, the Pit Radio Network. Bill Hillgrove, the legend. Pat Bostic, very excited. Doran Dickerson was on the sideline. Hot day down there?
It was very warm.
Yeah.
And I was obviously under the weather, so the training staff, shout out to them. Shout out to E.J. Borghetti. he had the training staff make me some a sports cocktail.
Oh, you got a cocktail?
Yeah, I had a couple of them actually. They made me some like electrolyte drink and all kinds of good stuff. So
did you feel better like immediately?
Yes.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, when I saw you, I hopped on just for a segment on the pregame. You looked like you'd been through it the previous few days.
Yeah.
Actually, that's how I looked after the game. Is like you looked before the game. And you guys, I'm sure, went out, carried on, had a good time. Did Bostic at least undo a button? Like, did he button down Pat Bostic? I know he was wearing a button down. I think he had a sweater vest on too.
Mm-hmm.
He's a very button-up guy.
Mm-hmm.
Why I think personally he should be the next athletic director at Pitt, but that's neither here nor there. Okay, well there it is. There you go. It is there. Did he at least undo a button in celebration?
He was real giddy.
Yeah.
I got up from the elevator and he was, pacing in the hallway. He's like, "I'm going downstairs. I'm going down." I'm like, "We need you for postgame up in the booth." He's like, "No, you got to take care of it. I need you up here." I'm like, "You need me nowhere. You ain't my boss. You can stay up here with us." He's like, "I'm going downstairs. I got to be part of the action." I was like, "All right, get out of here."
He wanted to go to the locker room.
Yeah, he went to the locker room.
I think I'm going to make a statement soon, and I want you to agree or disagree. But I think Pat Narduzzi, if Pitt lost, I think a lot of people would have been like, "Dude, you were crazy this week. Like you went over the top."
Mm-hmm.
They win, and again, you set the narrative. He made it clear to his guys that this game means more. You're going to practice inside. You're going to have pictures of Beanie Bishop and Zach Frazier up, and that's all well and good. One of the things they said, I don't know if you heard this, if you knew this, because I only learned it on the TV broadcast. Narduzzi told the color commentary guy that, and this must have been their closed-door meeting, Narduzzi said he remembers losing a game as Michigan State's DC to Michigan. And his wife called, and she was crying. And his kids, the family getting harassed at school because you lose a rivalry game. And so Narduzzi told his players, my whole family got hurt because we lost that football game. We got 90 guys, whatever, how many guys in here. Think about all your family members. We're going to win this game for your family. I think that is college football to a T. But what a rallying cry. Like, let's go win the backyard brawl. Not for you, not for your brother next to you. How about for your damn family?
Yeah, that's how much it means.
That's awesome. It really is.
I said this on the broadcast, too, and it's like, okay, you have so many new faces. And you Cade Bell, you have Eli Holstein, you got some other transfers, and you got, Charlie Partridge is gone, who's been a huge staple of the program. And, Doust is a fantastic defensive line coach. You got him who's new. How do you initiate those people into the backyard brawl? And I was like, Narduzzi has been around football his whole entire life, whether it was at Youngstown State, Michigan State, or Cincinnati, Rhode Island, all of his stops. But I know whenever he was younger, he watched the backyard brawl, with his father probably. His father was coaching, but he knows what this was about. So he's going to explain it to everybody how much this means to not just Pitt, but to everybody that is involved. And I was like, I'm not worried about anybody catching up to speed of what this game is about. And it proved right, on both sides. It really did.
I think it helps they lost last year. I really do. I think it's just even an added level of motivation that we don't like that feeling. That feeling sucks. That's a terrible feeling to lose. I mean, I know how I feel even today. I'm on to Kansas. It hurts in a way that's different than just losing a regular football game. And it fuels you for 364 days. If you win, you celebrate for a year. If you lose, you feel that pain for a year. He understands that. And we're in a place now in this rivalry with 3 games, now that it's come back, where it feels like it used to again.
Oh, yeah.
Like it's here now.
New generation, but it feels the same.
Yes. And every game's been right down to the wire.
Mm-hmm.
I know West Virginia won, 17-6 last year. It was closer than that. It was ugly. But each and every one of these games has been a dogfight where I thought that the result was pretty much in question for a full 60 minutes of all 3 of these games.
Yeah.
And that's what it's all about. Here's the statement. Agree or disagree? Pitt can win the ACC.
Agree.
I think so, too.
Obviously, I'm going to be called a homer, but, I mean, if you just really look at the details, why not? Why not? I mean, look at the schedule. You don't play Miami. You don't play, even Florida State, and Florida State's not that good, but you don't play Virginia Tech. You have Clemson at home. You have Cal at home. You're on the road at SMU. You have Syracuse at home on a Thursday night. And then you have Louisville and Boston College away as well.
Are you looking at the schedule? You got it memorized.
No, I haven't memorized.
You have it memorized.
No, because I've looked at it. I'm like, how could this be real?
Uh-huh.
And I've looked at it and I've memorized it 1,000 times. I've gone over every single scenario 1,000 times in my head about how this could be real and how that if I make a statement like I have before the season or at the beginning of the season that I think that this could be a thing, I want to know all the details. And these are the teams that are in the way. And everybody's kind of in the same boat. Like nobody is really pulling away except for Miami, and you don't play them.
Right. I think Miami the clear favorite right now in the ACC. I've watched enough Clemson. Look, they got dudes. Their quarterback stinks. He stinks. He's terrible. And you said it for a long time. You come out of the first month at 3-1 or 4-0, look out. Like, I think Syracuse is a much improved football team, but okay. Like,
it's still Syracuse.
Right.
I mean, you talk about rivalries, and that would be a rivalry. I think Syracuse is a rivalry, but you usually can take care of business against Syracuse. Doesn't matter who the coach is.
And you're playing it at home.
You're playing at home on a Thursday.
On a Thursday. That always favors the home team. So, like, I don't look at the schedule and say there's not a game on the schedule. Like, they're definitely losing that game. I do think the defense will get better because Pat Narduzzi's the coach. Offensive line, I think there are concerns. A good quarterback and a guy like Desmond Reed and Kenny Johnson and Poppy and all those guys, you can make up for stuff like that. All right, social media's biggest loser coming up next. It's me. We'll tell you why. And there's one thing from Kaboli that I want to react to as well. First, though, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Steelers, they won on Sunday against the Denver Broncos, and they won their first 2 games of the season. And right now, they're the only team in the AFC North that's still undefeated through the 2 weeks of the NFL season. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now it's Crowley.
Thank you so much, Callis. Think all windows are created equal. That's what I thought before I owned a home with Renewal by Andersen Windows. Each window is custom built to ensure a tight fit that helps eliminate drafts and increase comfort. And their high-performance smart sunglass helps block 95% of the sun's UV rays, which can damage rugs, floors, and furniture. If that all sounds great, it gets even better. This month, Renewal by Andersen has extended their 31-day sales event. Buy one, get one 40% off. All windows, patio doors, and entry doors when you buy 4 or more. That's 40% off. Plus, get an extra $150 off each window and door with no minimum purchase. Special financing is available. Call by September 30th. 412-703-2525. 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525. For offer and warranty details, visit renewalbyandersen.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Even more traffic trouble. This report brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Make clogged gutters a thing of the past. With Gutter Helmet, call 888-5-HELMET. Crews on the scene of an accident now blocking the left lane of northbound Route 28. This is at the Pittsburgh Mills on-ramp. Traffic is getting by in the right lane past the scene, but expect some heavy delays as a result. Inbound, we have a crew working on the inbound side. This is just past the Highland Park Bridge. Watch for a lane restriction there. Parkway West just a little bit heavy now, approaching the runaway truck sand pile. Parkway East still jams at Wilkinsburg due to that earlier accident. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Football season, cooler weather, and the falling leaves are here. Get your gutters ready. Call Gutter Helmet this month to save 50% off installation and get a free gutter cleaning and tune-up with purchase. Protect your home year-round. Call 888-5-HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com.
We're kicking off huge savings at Spitzer Acura. Whether you're looking for a new Integra or RDX, our friendly consultants will help you find your perfect new Acura that fits your needs and budget in a pressure-free environment. And as always, every new Spitzer Acura comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Plus, you'll get a complimentary loaner vehicle whenever you're in need of service. Don't miss out. Score big on new Acuras at Spitzer Acura.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
93.7 The Fan, an equal opportunity employer, is dedicated to providing broad outreach regarding job vacancies at the station. We seek the help of local community organizations in referring qualified applicants to our station. Community organizations who wish to receive our job vacancy information should contact Amy Mock at 93.7 The Fan at 412-920-9400 or by sending an email to amy.mock@odyssey.com. Listeners are encouraged to visit odyssey.com for a listing of job opportunities at all Odyssey radio stations.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable. And one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 40 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shield Guards RealFit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 void in Mississippi.
I'd rather ride a bike with my kids.
Faster! I'd rather play catch with my dog than catch pneumococcal pneumonia.
Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20 pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. If you are 19 or older with certain chronic conditions like heart disease or asthma, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
I'd rather race for some ice cream. Let's go!
Schedule your vaccination today at Prevnar20.com.
Can you haul away a mattress?
1-800-GOT-JUNK will haul off any size mattress for just $59.
But you need to know, this mattress has defied all my efforts to get it out of the bedroom.
All you have to do is point.
But this mattress has a mind of its own. It's like something out of a Stephen King novel.
Help is on the way.
Well, that's fantastic.
We make junk disappear.
All you have to do is point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
Rally House, shop every team in town. College and pro, come on, it's time to go.
Get ready for kickoff, Pittsburgh. Rally House has the game day gear you're looking for, including Steelers sideline gear and the latest college style.
Steelers, Penguins, Pittsburgh Panthers, Pirates, Penn State, Nittany Lions. Rally House, Rally House. It's your city, it's your house, it's a Rally House.
Gear up in-store and online at rallyhouse.com.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Social media's biggest loser, brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. Is me, Adam Crowley, and here's why.
My final thoughts are I'm happy for Doran because he's going to feel better, and he's got 364 days with his partner in the Fan Morning Show with bragging rights.
And you win the bet.
That is big time.
Yes, that means that he wins the bet, so Adam has to watch the 13-9 game all over again with all of us.
He does have to watch that game.
From the beginning, uncut.
Now that
with all of us.
Oh, get out of here, Larry. You get the hell out of here, Larry.
From the beginning, all uncut.
I ain't watching pregame. I'll just watch it from start to finish. Fine. That's going to be miserable.
Yeah, I'm going to make it as miserable. Oh, it's going to be like torturing you. I can't wait.
We should probably do a thing where we do it in the theater in here and have you and Boss, Dave, whoever wants to be a part of it. We should let listeners be a part of it, too.
Absolutely.
A bet's a bet, and that loss really hurt, and why not make it hurt more?
Mm-hmm.
I've never been more excited in my life.
We could have like a Zoom watch party where we could send out the link to listeners, and they could pop in on the little like squares and watch it with us.
You threw out there December 1st makes a lot of sense. It does. We'll figure out when we're going to do this, but we'll do it. We'll do it. I've never watched it from start to finish, so it'll be great. I really can't wait for that. 50 oh, God, I'm rattling. See, Doran, there's 4 minutes and 55 seconds left of the show. I don't know how to finish this thing. I don't know how to close it out.
Guess what? You won't. Let me just do it.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills.
Can I say something?
No. So Kaboli, he says he heard the same thing, that Justin Fields is not going to play. Or excuse me, that Russell Wilson's not going to play this week, and that it'll be Justin Fields again. So we get to do the same shows we did last week.
Yes.
It's the same. Hey, what does Fields need to do to be the guy? But I did think that was noteworthy, that Kaboli also said that he thinks it'll be Fields on Sunday.
Should have just put him on short-term IR, as I've been calling all along. I don't know why they didn't.
You nailed that.
Yeah.
You nailed that.
I mean, just let it go and let him get healthy and don't have to worry about the back and forth. Like, let him get Kyle Allen ready as well as a backup.
Yeah, why even have Russ practicing? Seriously.
I know. I don't know.
Like, he re-aggravated it in practice. Like, there's no contact. He's not going. He probably wasn't even going full speed. And I heard that it looked bad when it happened in practice.
Oh, really?
And that it was non-contact. So you said that like the first show after the first game, and I was like, I don't know, man. You want to leave open every opportunity. Upon further review, you're right about that. And they probably still should have done that. But it'll be Justin Fields in all likelihood coming up on Sunday. Tomorrow, loaded show, Jason La Canfora. I'm sure there'll be more Pitt, West Virginia fallout. You're going to have the coaches from both respective teams talk today. We'll see if there's any more needling from either guy. Mm-hmm. I'm guessing Neil Brown will keep his mouth shut, as he should.
On to Kansas.
On to Kansas. We're all on to Kansas, Doran. That's what the people are saying, buddy. We're on to Kansas. How giddy were you for today's show?
And then you were late, of course.
I know. What a bad. I've never been late for anything in like my entire life. And of course today, my alarm doesn't go off. Mm-hmm. It's just unbelievable. All right. Talk to you tomorrow at 5:40. Doran will be here on time. We'll see about me. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Seriously, congratulations to Pitt fans. It's a hell of a game. Hell of a win. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500, 1.9% financing up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms at sunchevy.com. Today, high 79.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Now that Baird and Heffron Tillotson are one, we're proud to call Pittsburgh home. And with 8 locations in the region, we're even prouder to be helping so many of our neighbors build secure financial futures. From our big picture global perspective and business expertise, down to the personalized master plan we'll create based on your unique goals and dreams, your financial security is our first priority. Discover the Baird difference. Visit rwbaird.com/Pittsburgh. Robert W. Baird & Company, Incorporated, member SIPC.
Want a satisfying meal for just $6? Try the new $6 meal deal from Dunkin'. It's a medium hot or iced coffee and a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich and a side of hash browns for $6. America runs on Dunkin'.
I'm personal injury attorney Joe George from LGKG. Our success model is simple: care, listen, fight, and deliver. As Western Pennsylvania injury attorneys for more than 90 years, LGKG's core beliefs will never change. If you're injured in an accident, let us help. LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Are you looking for more power, for more play? Then head to Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville. We're kicking off huge savings on every new Toyota Tacoma in stock. Get trail-dominating power, advanced technology, captivating style, and our lowest price possible, the Panda price. Plus, with every new Toyota purchase, you'll get a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost for added peace of mind. Don't miss out. Score big on new Tacomas at Spitzer.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still some troubles on the roadways at the end of the morning rush. This report brought to you by family-owned Saloni's Italian Bread, Pittsburgh. Crews still on the scene of that earlier accident blocking the left lane of northbound Route 28. This is in Fraser Township, right at the Pittsburgh Mills Boulevard on-ramp. and traffic is making its way past the scene in the right lane, but extremely heavy there. Avoid that area if you can. You might want to consider Freeport Road. Meanwhile, the Parkway East, that earlier accident cleared near the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Leftover delays at Wilkinsburg to the tunnel entrance, and the Parkway West heavy at the Banksville merge point. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Want a game changer for any tailgate party? Saloni's Italian Bread. The key to any great sandwich, burger, or dog is the bread, and Saloni's is the bread to use. Family owned in Pittsburgh for over 100 years, Saloni's Bread is the game changer for any Pittsburgh tailgate party.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Can you tell if the leftovers from this dinner party are beginning to grow bacteria that could lead to severe diarrhea, vomiting, and stomach cramps? Listen. Can't, can you? You can't see it either. Make sure your leftovers are as safe as they are delicious. Get them into the refrigerator as soon as possible and transfer them into shallow containers. Spoiled leftovers can make you very sick, or worse. 1 in 6 Americans will get sick from food poisoning this year, and roughly 3,000 will die. But you can keep your family safer by chilling food promptly and properly. Learn more about this and other important information. Check your steps at foodsafety.gov. That's foodsafety.gov. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Agriculture, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that our daughters have what they need to grow and learn. But that isn't the case for nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. that struggle with hunger.
Childhood hunger is a heartbreaking reality that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste and provides it to families and children in need.
You can help kids in need in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's The Fan Morning Show, The Joe Starkey Show, or The PM Team, you can get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. Miss a great moment, great guest, we've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app, search 93.7 The Fan, and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your coworkers might annoy you, but we promise we won't. Download the free Odyssey app and you can listen to us at work while you tackle your inbox or get ready for another meeting that probably could have been an email. Tune in late? You can rewind your favorite live shows to catch what you missed. And with Chapters, easily jump to the topics that you care about most, like the latest updates from your team. Your sports talk, your way. The Odyssey app. Download it today.
I'm at the movies, asking people if they'll switch seats with me for $574.
Here, take mine.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
Too much work.
Not if you call them. They handle the switching.
Now, that's a plot twist.
Shh. Check Allstate first, and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
Welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt is 3-0. The Steelers are 2-0. Panthers with a win in the backyard brawl against West Virginia. Since the resumption of the backyard brawl, Pitt is now 2-1 against the Mountaineers, with both wins coming at home. A 13-6 win for the Steelers in Denver yesterday. Justin Fields found Darnell Washington in the first quarter for the only touchdown of the game, a Chris Boswell field goal at the end of the first half, and also in the third quarter was all the Steelers scoring. As the Steelers are 2-0, the only team in the AFC North undefeated. Browns won, but the Ravens and the Bengals lost. So Cleveland second place at 1-1. Cleveland and Cincinnati and Baltimore are both 0-2. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Time for the Joe Show with Joe and Bob.
We got more Joe. Come on, Joe! Ah! It's the Joe Starkey Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Da 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 da. Adam Crowley.
We just chased Adam Crowley down the hall singing the pit fight song. He didn't like it.
He didn't like that one bit, did he, Bob?
No, but he's a good sport about it.
He's a great sport. You missed it. Limits. We chased Crowley down the hallway singing this song.
Was he all dejected and depressed?
He was rather good-natured about it. Yeah.
But I thought he would be, given the way they lost that game. My goodness.
Oh, my God.
I think
How does Neil Brown still have a job? How does he have a job? He's played 15 games against top 15 teams. How many of those has he won?
None.
Bob?
One
against number 15 Virginia Tech, as Crowley adroitly pointed out in the hallway. I thought it was none. And they were ranked 15th. So how many teams above number 15 has he ever beaten? Has he ever beaten since he got there?
None.
Crowley?
None.
I mean, Limits? None. Bob, what is happening here? He beat nobody last year. They went 8-4 in the regular season. Who cares? They didn't beat anybody. They stink. I asked my nephew Danny, who I tried to hook up on a FaceTime with Crowley before the game because I thought they would bond. Danny's a WVU grad and just an avid supporter of West Virginia. And I asked him before the game, what's Neil Brown's signature win? It's not like he's been there for 10 minutes. He's been there for 6 years, and he couldn't think of one. I said, that's sort of instructive. And then he gave me Army in a bowl game. I said, I love the Army as much as the next person, but if that's your signature win on the football field in 6 years as a head coach, why are you still coaching there? I don't know why I'm starting with this today, other than we were all taking great joy in Crowley's pain.
Yeah, and because it was the most exciting game of the weekend, too.
It was a great game.
This is why the atmosphere, the pregame, postgame, during the game, all of it is why rivalries are very, very important and should be protected. You can't play this game about, we'll do it for 4 years, take a break. No. It should be made mandatory by somebody in these schools. Come to an agreement, say we have to play.
It should be made mandatory. Well, I was going to say Pitt, Penn State. That should be made mandatory by the state politicians on the grounds that it's good for the state of Pennsylvania.
It is.
So play the damn game.
Yeah, enough of this. Well, we can't fit you in because we have we get 108,000 every game. It doesn't matter. It does matter.
Were you at the game the other day?
I was at it for a little bit. Yes.
Was the place packed to the gills or less than that?
I think it was packed to the. I was looking around, but I mean, regardless, the atmosphere was very intense.
Yes,
I mean, it was unbelievable. 2 years ago was the best atmosphere, I thought, for that game where Devonshire made an interception late and they pulled that thing out.
Yeah, it's a type of game, Bob, and I used to argue with Ron about this, that even if you lose, you want to have, especially as a student fan, you want to go there for weeks like this, for days like that, games you remember, honestly, win or lose. You remember win or lose. It was a great game, a great atmosphere. Ron always said that the fans just want to win. They want to be. I said, okay, so let's take this to the extreme. You play Youngstown State 12 times. Is that what your fans want? And then you go 12-0.
Right.
You know, or do you want weeks where there's a huge buildup, where everybody's excited, where there's a real party about a real game, and then you watch a game like that? That's why what you said is true. Rivalries make the experience for all fans, but I think especially for students. You want that. You want Pitt, Penn State. You want these games, win or lose. You want to have this in college sports, and it's a crying shame, and shame on all of them, that this rivalry was discontinued, that it will be again soon, and then they'll continue it again. Play the game every year. Play Pitt, Penn State every single year. Both.
Yeah.
It's not a crime to have both on the schedule, but at least play one every single season.
And athletic directors should get over this we're bigger than you, we don't need you attitude if some of them have that, or whatever the case may be.
Well, that's Penn State toward Pitt, and that's Pitt toward West Virginia.
Right. All of it has to change. It has to be one-on-one. You have a series, you alternate years. Simple as that. I used to love it when it was at Thanksgiving. Penn State was at Thanksgiving.
Yes.
It was one of those games that, again, when you're at home eating turkey, tryptophan is making you tired. You'd get up for that game because you knew it was coming. Pitt, Penn State. So that was part of your Thanksgiving holiday. All of these traditions have gone, which is why, I hate the way college athletics is going with all these conference realignments. Year after year, it changes. You don't know what a rivalry is or isn't. Young people come into it, have no appreciation for what was and what should be again. And these athletic directors need to get to a table and just leave your egos aside.
And
sit
politicians,
down and say,
Bob, in certain instances. That's what happened in other states.
I get it.
There are other rivalries that have been kept alive by the state politicians saying, yeah, you're going to play that game. You're going to play that game.
And but I'm of the belief the politicians have enough stuff to worry about.
No, they're worried about crap. Bob, politicians, they spend half their days worried about crap that doesn't matter anyway.
Well,
let them spend 10 minutes telling these schools to play football.
It shouldn't even come to that, Joe. It shouldn't come to that. It should come to these guys, these athletic directors get together, sit down and say, hey, listen, for the sake of the rivalry, for these schools, for these students, we're trying to make their experience something special. This is a big part of why they come here.
And in some cases, we're giving you money. So guess what? You won't get any unless you play the damn game.
Well,
I'm sorry, Bob. We'll get back to that later.
Thank
we'll
you,
get
Joe.
back to
Very
thank
kindly.
you. And thank you, City Limits. I mean, we were excited because we were, well, frankly, taunting Crowley. They could have thrown a flag on us even before the show. That's why we
unfortunate.
accidentally let off there. But I'm going to lead off with something positive about the Steelers. I hear you out there. They've won 2 road games. There's plenty to talk about that's not positive. There is, including this idea of, why are people so negative about a 2-0 team? You know why. We all know why. We'll get to that. I'm going to start positive today. When I think to reasons why the Steelers could break their epic playoff win drought, okay? They haven't won a playoff game since,
2016.
Was it Mike Mitchell? Was Mike Mitchell, since Artie Burns was roaming their secondary with Mike Mitchell? It was 1,000,000 years ago. It wasn't 7 years ago. In football years, it was 1,000,000 years ago since they've won a playoff game.
Since Moby Dick was a minnow.
Yes, since Mulsey had hair. It's ridiculous, really. It's embarrassing that they haven't won a playoff game in that long. We talk about droughts in the AFC. We talk about the Jets, Dolphins, and Steelers. Maybe another team thrown in there that I'm forgetting. Raiders, maybe? I don't know. So it's embarrassing. But when I think of why they could win one this year, Bob, I start with this defense. Yeah, we're going to talk quarterbacks. We're going to talk everything. But let's talk about defense for a little while. This has a chance, if it stays healthy and if it doesn't get worn down from doing all the work like in previous years, this has a chance to be a great defense. I know the tests maybe haven't been, of the highest level so far. But if they stay healthy, Cam looks to be back. He looked great yesterday. I like the defensive line. Everybody loves the linebackers. The inside linebackers have been a little quiet. So what? Sometimes that means you're not blowing assignments. If you're not noticeable, that can be a good thing. And the new additions in the secondary look pretty good to me to go along with Joey Porter Jr., who I think is going to be a star, and Minkah, who already is one. The defense, when healthy, was good enough to have great seasons these last 2-3 years. We saw that early in the year when they broke Josh Allen in half, when they pounded Joe Burrow. Mm-hmm. But the offense was so laughably inept, never putting the defense in a good position where you could just peel back and go. You're up 2 touchdowns. That's when it gets real fun on defense. Or you have an offense that can keep your defense off the field with lengthy drives. And the offense around here did nothing to help a defense that has worn down every year, plus injuries. But I'm here to start today with the number one reason why I think the Steelers could win a playoff game, actually win one this year, is a really, really good and possibly great defense. They just need a little help.
Totally agree. But so far in 2 games, we've seen the exact sort of game we've seen in the past, which is the defense does its job and the offense kind of just lets the other team hang around, no matter how good the defense has been. And that will be the thing that needs to change as time goes on. But yes, health, and that's a big, 17 games, soon to be 18 games. The war of attrition begins. And if you're thinking there's going to be no injury to significant players, think again, because there always is, 1 or 2 of them. Don't know which.
Well, maybe not this year. Maybe if you could pick 3 guys to stay healthy on defense, who would they be? TJ, obviously.
Watt, Minkah, and Joey Porter Jr., I would say.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, you can make an argument for the inside linebackers or defensive line because you don't know exactly what the backup.
Smith, you could make an argument for.
Yeah, but you got Herbig over there ready to play. So I think point is, if they stay healthy, you're right. They'll keep the Steelers in the game. However, the Steeler offense, which is still a big concern, has scored 1 touchdown in 8 quarters.
Yeah.
You cannot function in the National Football League with 1 touchdown in 8 quarters. Now, they've been fortunate because they played 2 teams that have been offensively challenged. Kirk Cousins couldn't move. They knew that. The way he threw, I had no idea how he was going to play in that game because I hadn't seen him. The whole preseason didn't play. But you could tell he favored his leg, and he threw, trying to protect it, made bad decisions. He normally doesn't do that. They took full advantage of it. They knew what to expect, and that was that. Yesterday, they knew also what to expect. A young quarterback who is going to have some growing pains.
Yeah.
But what was encouraging yesterday, I thought they were going to blitz a lot more. They blitzed here and there, not much. They still relied on a 4-man front. So their defense can do it in a multiple formation way. But the offense has got to be. But you can't just rely on Boswell and field position, and that's it. You got to score touchdowns.
No doubt.
And
no
have you
doubt
seen evidence? Have you seen evidence to make you think that maybe they're going to be a better offense? I think I can say that, but there's still hope involved. It's not like it's a sure thing.
Oh, believe me, we're going to dive into that head first in a little bit. But I wanted to start positive today, Bob.
Well, that's positive.
You're undercutting my positivity.
No, I'm not. I'm saying I agree with you.
This defense, I don't think, when healthy, has a weakness. Maybe some depth issues here and there. Everybody has that. It's the NFL. Ogunjobi has come to play early in the season. I think Benton's going to get better. I thought he would start off a little more spectacularly. I think he's going to be really good. Cam being healthy and looking like Cam, I thought yesterday, is gigantic. The outside linebackers speak for themselves. Roberts, Queen, Peyton Wilson, I like that group on the inside. I think that Queen's going to get better. And then the secondary, I think these additions have been very helpful, Bob. Very, very helpful.
Well, I think, look at Deshaun Elliott making plays. Number 25, you mentioned Artie Burns. I had a flashback. Oh, that's Artie Burns. No, it's not Artie Burns. He never did that. It was a safety blitz, exactly. And he got a 3rd and 1 for a 4-yard loss. That number 25 came at you. They brought in even more reinforcements with Terrell Edmonds down the road if necessary. And I think part of their planning when they have veterans they like in certain positions is bring them in, put them on the practice squad, and if we need be, it's almost like a taxi squad. We're going to dress you if we need you because you're a veteran. We know what you can. They also have Cam Sutton waiting to come in after his suspension is served. So they have some reinforcements on the way. So their defense should be consistently good all year. I agree.
And when T.J. Watt is healthy and at the top of his game, I've said this before, and I'd like to say it again, Bob, if you'll allow me. I think he's the most valuable and impactful player outside of quarterbacks in the entire NFL. He just ruins games for people. He just does. Even when he's not making spectacular plays because of what they have to do to account for him.
It's almost like when you're a good cornerback, people shy away from your side of the field.
Yes.
Well, when they run the football, they don't want to go with TJ because he's underrated as a run stopper. He's really good at it. And he can do that as well as, attack the quarterback on a blitz or on a, whatever they're doing. So the bottom line is, yes, he is. But, there are a lot of guys who have that same gene. I was watching Aiden Hutchinson yesterday in Detroit. He had almost 5 sacks in this game alone.
Yeah.
He's the same kind of player. But you try to stay away from those plays. You cannot go in there.
It affects the whole game. He's unbelievable. And then he drops into coverage every once in a while and is liable to make a game-changing play when he's doing that. So, the moral of this story, Bob, and it's wonderful to see you, by the way.
You as well, Joe. It's always a pleasure to see your countenance.
My countenance. I like that. And City Limits, how can you not like seeing him? He's the happiest man on earth. I call him the human hummingbird. That's what he does all day. Just hovers and hums and smiles.
Wow, look at that.
Hi, Bob.
Such a youthful look, too.
What a wonderful man he is. The moral of the story is the mission of this season for the Steelers is to help that defense before they all get too old and it's too late. Or they're too, A, pray for good health, and B, help them.
Yeah.
And I think in these first two games at times they have, like the best friend of any defense is an offense that scores points.
And possesses the football to keep them fresh. Well,
that's a bonus. But if you're scoring 30 a game, I don't care if you do that in 2 seconds. That's your best friend. In lieu of that, yeah, keeping the football, which the Steelers did in the first half yesterday and in the second half the week before. It's keeping the football, which keeps your defense fresh and not making turnovers. But if that's all there is, like lauding Justin Fields for not making turnovers, that's not enough. And for the 8 trillionth time on this show, the Steelers, Art Rooney, Mike Tomlin told the world for the first time with Tomlin last year that just winning ugly is not good enough. It's not. He told the world when they fired Matt Canada, they were 6-4 that day, just like they always are. They're 6-4 forever. Good enough to make the playoffs, 2 games over 500. He fired Canada. They fired Canada. And the word from Tomlin, and it's a quote, was, I want to engineer victory more fluidly. That can be translated very easily, not a stretch, as saying just winning isn't good enough. When you fire a guy and you tell the world, quote, I want to engineer victory more fluidly. So winning isn't good enough. And it's not. And we all know that. And that gets to this second idea, Bob. And now in some people's opinions, we're going to go all negative. I call it realistic, and I call it based on history, is that this isn't going to cut it. This is not going to cut it. We've seen this before. That's why people watch this and they say, I don't know. I don't know about this. I've seen this movie before. And then all other fans and media people will jump on them and say, why are you so negative? They won 2 road games. They're in first place. Look at the other teams in the division. And the easy and obviously and historically justified answer is because we've seen this before and it ain't going to work long term. When they were 11-0 a couple years ago, we saw how their play was declining, and we said, this is not going to translate. It's not. This is smoke and mirrors, 11-0. And what'd they do? Went on an epic losing streak, including maybe the most embarrassing playoff loss in history. And then since then, we've seen early season dominant defense and everybody getting excited. And then they're winning these ugly games as the season moves along. We say, this is not going to get it done. And you know what? We're right. We're right. And our skepticism is very, very well earned. Kenny Pickett might have won those 2 games. Would they be 2-0 with Kenny Pickett?
If he didn't throw turnovers in a tight game, but he might have. But yeah, absolutely. Any quarterback should win that kind of game. But you're right. Exactly right. That this is real. They know it. While you try to stress mistake-free football, you can't do it without having some down-the-field plays and success. Now, yesterday, Joe, I'm going to say that even though it appeared as if that was the case, they did make some down-the-field throws. Unfortunately,
they've made some.
And there were good throws by Justin Fields, but penalties all over the place.
Bob,
Flag
may
day,
I interrupt you for a moment?
Yes.
Last year at this time, they had made some plays down the field, too. I think we might forget about that. They beat the Raiders in a game where they had a 71-yard pass to Austin, and Kenny wasn't making forget the San Francisco game. That was a disaster. But they won games early with defense. Their defense was scoring, but they had one more offensive touchdown through 2 games than they have this year.
But
one more offensive touchdown.
What you just said there is throughout the San Francisco game. That's the kind of game that they're in trouble. I think. They have to be able to counter punch offenses touchdowns. You cannot do it. And you knew in that San Francisco game they were not capable of doing it. And against better teams, it's difficult for them to do. That's what's got to change.
Yes. And listen, I want to be very clear about this. I respect Mike Tomlin's ability to get in these types of ugly games and win them. It's not easy to win them in the NFL, but he wins most of them. But again, the skepticism of how that translates to winning games that matter against good teams is very well earned. It's very well earned. You think you're going to bog down Mahomes or Josh Allen or name a quarterback in an ugly 13-9 game?
Maybe even
in
maybe
Kansas
even this
City?
week with Herbert coming into town.
Maybe, although I saw where he was hurt. Did
he
you
was
see at the
hurt.
end of the game?
He got his leg rolled up.
It does. It's not translatable. You know, I've seen some NBA teams, that was the sport that came to mind for me today, be really good defensively, but at some point you got to score. At some point you have to have a go. Forget the NBA, it's Pitt basketball. It's Pitt basketball from even their heyday when we would all watch and love the games in the regular season against UConn and Syracuse, but we knew when it came time to winning big games against great teams, their offense wasn't elite enough. Not nearly. They didn't have that guy. And I don't know if the Steelers do either. So, yeah, in some ways it's enjoyable. It's definitely commendable. But the people who believe it's not translatable, they're the ones with the argument on their side right now.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree. You made another point earlier about the veterans on the defense getting older. Their window for winning is getting closer to ending. It's very similar to the Penguins in that regard, too. They have the same kind of problem in that they have guys there who've been there. They know how to win. And it's different in the sense that they've won cups. But for this year and last year and next year, those guys need help, just as this defense needs help. They got to get it from an offense that should be able to do more than it's doing. Now, we'll see in the coming weeks what that's going to look like. But so far, they won. 2-0 is good, and I'll agree with you. It's not easy to win on the road in the NFL. I don't care who you play. It's a physical game. There are a lot of things that could work against you. You come away with those wins. First time, I think, in 25 years they started away 2-0. So that's something to build on.
And the first time in a lot of years, and only the second time under Harbaugh, the Ravens are 0-2.
And I don't think they've ever gone to the playoffs starting 0-2.
I'm not sure about that, but it's proven that that's a very tough thing.
But Jim Harbaugh's 2-0, and he's coming to town.
Yeah, let's talk about now the quarterback coming up here. What we thought of the Justin Fields performance, what we think about this moving forward. As I always say, we'll know the Steelers have reached a better place when the quarterback captain they send out for the coin toss is actually a guy who plays. 2 years ago, by the end of the year, it was Mitch Trubisky, your backup quarterback, going out to take the coin toss as a captain. Last year, by the end of the year, it was your disgruntled backup quarterback, Kenny Pickett, going out to midfield for the coin toss. And this year, yesterday, you're sending out Russell Wilson, and he's getting a game ball. And I realize he's hurt, but he could also be your backup quarterback. We don't know about that next. Let's talk about that next. 412-928-9370. 928-9370. It seems to be a fan reaction, at least based on, social media and anecdotally, that's split along the lines of, why are you people complaining about a 2-0 start when we're in first place and these other teams in the AFC North are struggling, versus because we've seen this movie before and we know it doesn't translate to the biggest games. So it's really hard to be in a celebratory mood. Which side are you on? 412-928-9370. Off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Fan Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Let's talk about the quarterback play specifically from yesterday, and also a situation that shall forever be known in football annals, in Steeler annals, as the Broderick Jones disaster. What a sight to behold that was. Oh, my God. We'll talk about that next as well. Our Steeler...
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Cardinals, the 7:45 first pitch from St. Louis with Paul Skeens on the mound. Andre Palante will start for St. Louis. 6:30, North Shore Tavern leadoff show begins right here on the Fan. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hoe, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hoe like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say Hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Circa Resort and Casino. Headed to Vegas for the game? Join us at Circa Resort and Casino this October for the ultimate game day getaway. Huddle up at the overhang bar with the Fan for our pregame tailgate on Friday with drink specials and giveaways, including tickets. Then catch all the action at the world's largest sports book or relax in the center of it all, America's favorite place to watch football, the Circa Stadium Swim, featuring 6 pools and a massive 143-foot screen. To book your Huddle Up experience, visit CircaLasVegas.com today.
15 packs of Pepsi products, 2 for $14. Save $1 on 2 gallons of milk, just for Par Mar Rewards card holders. Dan's angrily inviting you to download the Par Mar Rewards app today. And remember, if there's not a Par Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Guys, erectile dysfunction is rough. You know it, and she knows it too. New Flow Men's Health is the local leader in treating ED successfully. Pittsburgh guys helping Pittsburgh guys. No pills, no injections, no games. Call New Flow 412-784-9000, 412-784-9000.
You're in hot water, mister.
What'd I do?
I told you months ago our utility bills were getting higher because of that old outdated tank water heater.
Maybe it's time we finally switch to a Navien tankless.
Learn about Navient's high-efficiency tankless water heaters, endless hot water, all while helping you save on your energy costs.
Hey, look at this. Our utility bill is lower since we got the Navien tankless water heater.
Who's in hot water now?
We are, all the time.
Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
What if you could hear your favorite song for the first time again? Introducing the all-new, reimagined Nissan Kicks. With an available Bose Personal Plus sound system that uses speakers in the headrest to create a 360-degree listening experience. You've never heard anything like this. Reimagine your music and your drive. Experience the all-new, reimagined Nissan Kicks for yourself at NissanUSA.com today.
Available feature. Bose is a registered trademark of the Bose Corporation.
Is Kamala Harris a radical? That's what she calls herself. Listen to her own words.
Yeah, I am radical. I do believe that we need to get radical about what we are doing.
Kamala is radical about defunding the police.
The idea that more police equals more safety, and that's just wrong.
It's weak. And Bob Casey's weak too. He says,
there's no question there's systemic racism throughout our criminal justice system, but certainly in policing.
And on immigration, Kamala says,
an undocumented immigrant is not a criminal.
Again.
We're not going to treat people who are undocumented across the border as criminals.
And Bob Casey's right there with her. Casey says,
Kamala Harris is an inspiring and very capable vice president.
Casey voted with Kamala 98%. So Bob Casey says,
the more people get to know her, they're going to be particularly impressed by her ability.
Casey and Kamala, they're too weak.
I'm Dave McCormick, candidate for the United States Senate, and I approve this message. Paid for by friends of Dave McCormick.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
DQ presents the sound of BOGO-free Blizzard treats in the DQ app. It's the sound of downloading the DQ app, redeeming the sweetest BOGO-free Blizzard deal, telling all your friends, and heading to DQ. For BOGO-free any-size Blizzard treats only in the DQ app for a limited time. Download it today. At participating locations, limitations apply. DQ. Happy tastes good.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Protect your home now and avoid costly damage with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5-HELMET.
This is
is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Falcons visit the Eagles tonight. It's a tough spot for Atlanta's Kirk Cousins, who clearly needs more time to learn his new teammates and bounce back from his Achilles heel surgery. Meantime, Philly's Jalen Hurts has to learn patience. The Falcons should provide a great test for him tonight. I do like the Eagles to win and cover 31-24 on Boomer Esiason.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real-person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
DQ presents the sound of BOGO-free Blizzard treats in the DQ app. It's the sound of downloading the DQ app, redeeming the sweetest BOGO-free Blizzard deal, telling all your friends, and heading to DQ. For BOGO-free any size Blizzard treats only in the DQ app for a limited time. Download it today. At participating locations, limitations apply. DQ. Happy tastes good.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Wet Go Car Wash, urging you to go unlimited. That means you can wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wet Go locations when you sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. You're getting a pass that gives you access to all those car washes for one low monthly price. You're getting an undercarriage wash, underbody protectant, sealer, wax. Your car is going to look so good. So what are you waiting for? Sign up now. And for an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wet Go Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
Crowley here. Sullivan Super Service is celebrating 60 years in business with super savings for you. It's BOGO time. Get a free furnace when you buy an Air Ease air conditioner from Sullivan. Save money, stay comfortable all year long with this buy one, get one deal on a brand new AC and furnace. Call Sullivan Super Service or visit them online at sullivanservice.com. But hurry, a BOGO offer this good is only here for a limited time. Offer ends soon. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
We're kicking off huge savings at Spitzer Acura. Whether you're looking for a new Integra or RDX, our friendly consultants will help you find your perfect new Acura that fits your needs and budget in a pressure-free environment. And as always, every new Spitzer Acura comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Plus, you'll get a complimentary loaner vehicle whenever you're in need of service. Don't miss out. Score big on new Acuras at Spitzer Acura.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Want more? Sure you do. More friends, a little more time, a few more laughs. More is a good thing, unless you're talking about risk of serious illness from a respiratory virus. But as we get older, we're more at risk for severe flu, COVID-19, and RSV. Worst birthday presents ever, right? But vaccines lower your risk, so you can keep doing more of all life's good stuff. Get started at vaccines.gov. Risk less, do more. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
What if I told you that there was a single management software that could handle your CRM, accounting, manufacturing, marketing, inventory, sales, and everything in between for a fraction of the cost of the dozens of disconnected platforms most companies rely on to manage their business? Sounds pretty good, right? Well, that's Odoo. Odoo is the end-all, be-all for any business of any size, and it's ready to help your company reach the next level and beyond. Learn more at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
I have the inkling that this could be a championship-level defense. I need to see a little more, see him against good teams, but come on, we know the pedigree of the majority of the guys on that defense, right? I think it might be a championship-level defense, and I want to see whether or not the Steelers can provide it enough help. And, Bob, when I think about reasons why this team could actually finally win a playoff game, I love Rachel Ray, don't you? What's she doing up there?
I don't know.
Do you
it
like
was
her?
over my shoulder.
Yeah.
I love cooking shows. I could watch them.
So do I.
I always tell my wife, I says, my wife's a great cook, as her mother was. And I basically watch. I don't do much. But as I get older, I want to really get in there and start doing stuff myself, trying to figure out.
It's fun.
And experiment.
I cook at home. Yeah,
I know
cook.
you do. And I want to experiment with stuff because I want to see how these people come up with some of these recipes.
It's
it has
amazing
to be trial and error, some of it.
She's very believable to me. Anyway, that was a quick aside. The mission of this season is to help this defense. Come on. Come on. How many years? And it starts with the quarterback, and that's where we go here, Bob. 412-928-9370. 928-9370. Need to hear from you today because I see the fan base as split between those who are outraged that anybody is complaining about a 2-0 start versus those saying, we've seen these kinds of games before and they're not going to translate. They're just not against good teams in big games and to actually winning a playoff game. Defense going to get worn down after a while from carrying the load, injury bound to set in at some point, et cetera, et cetera. And quite frankly, they have the more powerful argument right now than the nothing to see here. We're 2-0 and the Ravens are 0-2 and so are the Bengals people. They have the better argument. And I lean toward them for the moment. But I do see possibly a championship-level defense here, Bob.
I don't think there's any question. They've invested in it heavily. They've put in a ton of money into some of their best players. They brought in Patrick Queen at 3 years, $42 million to add to what they already had with Minka's big contract, TJ's big contract. Cam just got a new contract. Highsmith got a lot of money, and there are going to be more to come. But they haven't necessarily invested all that much in this offense for a lot of reasons. And I think still one of the problems that are going to have to be answered here is what they do when people do clamp down on George Pickens.
Yeah.
We haven't seen any really minuscule contributions. And that's mostly, I think, Justin Fields kind of zeroes in on Pickens quite a bit with good reason. He's a special player. But other guys have got to get more involved in this, and they have to scheme George Pickens open more because he's going to face all the top coverage, as he did yesterday. And I thought he was a mismatch for Patrick Surtain, which I didn't see coming necessarily. So these are all challenges for the offense. Offensive line, still got to get better. And I think yesterday in the second half, Joe, you mentioned the disparity in halves. They couldn't do anything. They couldn't move people. As a result, there were no yards. And they were 0 for 7 on third down.
Classic case of the offense almost ruining a great defensive performance, putting the defense in a bad position, especially in Denver. In Denver on a hot day, so you have the altitude, you have the heat, you have everything else. What you need to do on offense is protect your defense in the second half by at least holding the ball a little bit. Instead, they get 3 first downs and 62 yards in the entire second half. That's a classic case of harming your own defense and almost costing yourselves a game. Having said that, let's talk about Justin Fields. In the first half, he wasn't good. He was great in the first half. And if it weren't for the Jones disaster that we're going to talk about with a quote at the top of the hour to your own Richie Walsh, if it weren't for that, this dude finishes the first half with a 99-yard touchdown run. One of the best plays you'll see all season in the NFL, the on-the-run dart to Pickens right over the corner's head on the right sideline. He was great in the first half. He did nothing in the second half. So how do we grade out Justin Fields? I mean, in the first half, he had people like Damian Lillard tweeting out, I think I know what the problem was with Justin Fields in Chicago, and it wasn't him. Well, I don't know about that. So what do we make of his performance yesterday and of how he's doing in his run at the top job, in how hard he might or might not be making it for Mike Tomlin to go to Russell Wilson when Wilson is healthy? Where does all that stand, do you think?
For me, it's about just winning first and foremost. Mike Tomlin strikes me as someone who if things are going well, he's going to stick to it. It happened last year with Mason Rudolph. It led to what, eventually led to the departure of Kenny Pickett. But you still need to do more. I thought I think he's best suited to roll out, throw. He has shown he has this ability to throw on the run, moving pockets, do things, and that doesn't mean it has to be all the time. But you need to make it more available to him because I think that defense is more challenged to follow him. And if there's nothing open as he's doing that, then he can always tuck it away. And we saw again yesterday in that one run that was a potential sack. He turned into 16 yards, part of that 78-yard drive.
Yes.
He can do that. He did it last week in Atlanta. I would give him more freedom to roll and throw. That's just me because I think he's best suited for that. Sitting in the pocket sometimes, I'm not sure if that's his best asset, and it has to be still developed. So,
well, let me ask you this. He was, in the second half, he was 3 for 8 for 16 yards and ran for 1 yard on 4 attempts. The offense disintegrated. I mean, that was Matt Canada stuff. Let me phrase the question to you this way. Going into last week's game against Atlanta, if you had a meter in front of you, 1 to 5, okay? Justin Fields was starting with the little dot on the meter at 3, okay? Mm-hmm. 5 would be he's moving toward replacing Russell Wilson. Going back toward 1 would mean that this is not going well, and of course Wilson's going to get his job back. So you start at 3 going into the Atlanta game. How close to 5 or to 1 are we? Where's that little dot right now, Bob?
It's still at 3 for me.
Is it?
It has to be because the first half took it to 4.5. The second half brought it back to 1.5. So it's back to where it was. And I only have that to go on. That's the only thing we've seen since that game is this game. And that game had a great first half, not so great second half. Now, again, we also had a center, botched snap that could have been disastrous. These are 3 and 2 games counting preseason. You got to iron that stuff out. So I think he's still developing. I still think he needs help in that regard. I would like to see more scheming to get people open. I would like to see the middle of the field more. Okay, you look at the chart from yesterday. While there were indications, there was a slant to George Pickens, there was a slant to Austin, still very, very infrequently used in the middle of the field.
Great touchdown throw to Mount Washington. That was a great throw.
It was. But I'm glad to see that's what I'm talking about, using somebody different in those situations.
And Freiermuth got involved.
But you have to use more of that part of the field. And I think against good teams, you're going to have to be forced to do it and figure out ways to get guys through. So
you're still at a 3. There's 2 ways to look at the question where I think that meter should be and where I think it actually is. I think Mike Tomlin is quite enamored with Justin Fields. And he may have seen enough over these games between the plays that were made against Atlanta and the first half yesterday to where I think that might be moving to 3.5, 4 in Mike Tomlin's mind. I think he's very much in love with the idea of having a running quarterback, of having a guy who can make first downs with his legs, of the potential of long drives and third down conversion rate, which was good in the first week, great in the first half yesterday, horrible in the second half. I think Mike Tomlin may have seen enough now to push that thing toward a 4. And we hear from Jerry Dulac that Justin's going to get another start next week. Now, I would say he needs to be better if he's going to prevent Wilson from starting the week after that. Let's phrase the question this way: if he continues to play the same, they beat the Chargers, 11-2, but he's 3-0. Is he automatically in for Game 4, even if the offense stalls like it did?
If they continue to win, I got a feeling he's going to be in there. I still do, unless he throws 3 picks. And somehow the defense bails him out all 3 times. I mean, it has to be performance-based.
Yeah.
Because I still think Russell Wilson was brought here to be the guy who knows what he's doing going down the field, but also is the guy who doesn't make too many mistakes. He's one of the least intercepted quarterbacks.
I'm so curious to see him play.
I am too.
Are we ever going to see him play in a Steeler uniform? Do you think he's going to start a game?
Just as I would answer that. Yes, as I would answer that question preseason, would Justin Fields play? The answer for me was yes. I didn't know the circumstances.
What if Fields puts 2 halves together against the Chargers like this first half yesterday? There's zero chance Wilson will be in.
This is a long season. 17 games will dictate change. I mean, you're going to have games that are not going to be anywhere near what they need to be, and at that point, we saw it last year when Pickett came in for Trubisky. Was it last year? I can't remember the year. Or no, his first year.
Yeah.
He didn't wait around. He wanted to make a change. I think it will go that way, sort of game to game. I don't think, QB1 on the depth chart is going to remain the same. It's going to say Russell Wilson. So you can read into that whatever you want, but
it still doesn't. It still doesn't look like, obviously, in some ways, like I would want an explosive offense to look. And Tomlin told Aditi, I think, before the game yesterday, we need to have more explosion in our offense. It looks like a good running game dedicated to the run. At times they can eat up a lot of clock, combined with a shot every once in a while, like a spectacular big play from Fields and Pickens. I don't know that gets you there. It doesn't look like, we see one play like that. We're like, oh, my God. The best offenses make 3 of those on a drive. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Or 2 of those on a drive. It doesn't yet look anything like a big play, explosive, real NFL offense that could pop 30 on the Chiefs in a playoff game if need be. Do you know what I mean, Bob?
Yes, and that's a concern. It still is a concern. You can win all you want this way, but ultimately when you go against the big offensive teams in the NFL, you're going to have to match them. Drive for drive, point for point. And can you answer that question right now and say the Steelers are capable? I don't know that I can. I want to see more evidence before I can say that. At this point, they look a lot like what they've been doing over the last several years.
Where do we put blame on the con artist here? And was his biggest trick fooling us into thinking Brandon Ayuk was coming here?
Well, listen.
Was his biggest trick making the Steelers' receiving corps disappear behind George Pickens? Because this is, as you mentioned at the top, this is becoming a glaring issue. Glaring.
It really is. And you will be exposed in time. You can't have this kind of stuff going on. So they've kind of boxed themselves into a corner unless they make some sort of trade to free up somebody who may want out a better type of number 2 receiver. I mean, that still exists. The trade deadline is something you would have to watch because Omar Khan has done things a little differently under his watch. So if they still
I hear Deontay Johnson might be available after their first 2 games.
Oh, they are bad. They are really bad. They can't do anything over there. And, a lot of people say, well, Deontay Johnson, they should have kept him, could have used him if that was in case, the true situation. You used him in a trade to acquire Ayuk. I don't know if that's a good. What they got back was a player who I thought made me wonder why Carolina was willing to release him. And they were. Dante Jackson looks like a pretty good guy. If you look at his history, he's made big plays in bigger games.
Yeah.
And they needed someone over there, too. So I understood that. But we'll see. I think it's an unwritten story about who will be the number 2 if there's another receiver coming in, but it will require a trade, and they may make one.
So all of that being said, if the meter started out on a 3 with Justin Fields heading into game 1, right in the middle, 1 to 5, it's 3 because it's neutral. Nothing's happened yet. Moving toward 5 is he is absolutely replacing Russell Wilson even when Wilson's healthy. Or moving back toward 1, and there's no chance this guy's going to start when Wilson is healthy. Bob says the meter's still at 3, Wonder Twin. I say the meter is moving toward 4 because I'm trying to think the way Mike Tomlin thinks. I think it's at least trending a little bit in the positive direction because they've won and because he's made some winning plays. You?
I do as well, but it felt like they put the training wheels back on in the second half and they wanted Justin Fields not to lose that game more so than win it. As explosive as they were being with the offense that was negated by penalties so much in the first half. So that does make me wonder if still in the back of Tomlin's mind and he's communicating with Arthur Smith, we got to make sure that this guy does not turn the football over. And to Fields' credit, he has not in 2 games.
Yeah, I mean.
But that can't be the only badge of honor you have here.
That's Kenny Pickett.
If that's how it's going to be, you have to not only do that, but you got to move this offense and score and have passing touchdowns. So
yes. Do we agree?
It's a 3. It's still a 3.
Do we agree they'd be 2-0 if last year's Kenny Pickett was the quarterback?
No, I think they'd lose one of the games.
Interesting. Bob?
Well, as I said, I think there would have been a mistake or 2 in there, too. And again, the stress factor is here. Don't turn the ball over. Listen, the numbers, and you're right, Mike Tomlin knows how to play this game. And they've done it better than any team in the NFL, 1-score wins over the last 5 years. So, but when you play this way, you also invite the opposition to remain hanging around. We've seen too many examples of fourth-quarter comebacks in the NFL. There's a ton of them every week. And here, if you do that, Denver, for example, still was alive in that game. The way they played the first half, there is no way they should have been an onside kick away from potentially tying the game.
Give Justin
and by
Fields.
the way, what is Sean Payton doing there? Not trying an onside kick?
Not only that,
I mean,
on the previous series, you either have to kick the field goal earlier in the series or go for the touchdown on 4th and 6 because you let that much time waste away. Best case scenario, other than a miracle turnover, is to get the ball back with less than 10 seconds left, needing a miracle touchdown. You might as well go for the touchdown right then.
Right.
And then hope you get a field goal
I'm going to survive and just keep it. Well, you boxed yourself in. You have no choice.
I love watching him fail.
And his explanation was rotten, actually. I listened to it. I'm like, come on now.
He did a great job of kicking the field goal in a 2-possession game to remain a 2-possession game.
That's what I told Hoke about. I said, Chris,
what was he doing there?
You're turning a 2-possession game into a 2-possession game. You've done nothing.
Yeah, you've done nothing.
So what? You've eliminated the chance of being shut out. So what?
He's getting $18 million a year. He said when he came in there that the previous coach, Nathaniel Hackett, had done one of the worst, him and his staff had done one of the worst coaching jobs in the history of the league. Well, Hackett was 4-11. Payton's now 8-11, but he's 0-2 this year, and he's staring very hard at 0-4 because guess who they play next week? On the road at Tampa, on the road at the Jets. And at that point, he's going to wind up being, 8-13. So he will have won 8 out of his first 21 games. His quarterback looks like a bust to me.
He looked bad.
He stinks.
If Justin Fields is a 3 right now, Bo Nix has to be a 1.
Well, Bo Nix is a rookie, too. I think you got to give that
but aren't
time
there
to
plays?
Percolate here.
Even Ben's first game against Baltimore when he got thrown in was a disaster, but there were some plays where he said, oh, my God, this guy, I can't wait to watch him. Bo Nix stinks. He sacked himself twice, Bob. Did you see him sack himself?
First of all,
I thought Peyton Manning was the only Broncos quarterback who sacked himself.
T.J. Watt barely got a hand on him. He went down.
Same with Highsmith.
Highsmith got less than a hand on him when he went down. I don't know about that. That was bizarre.
I think Sean Payton's the most unlikable coach in the NFL, and I want to see him fail miserably, and I want to see the Broncos have to eat that contract the same way they ate Russell Wilson's. I want to see them paying Sean Payton to coach another team in 2 years.
While Russell Wilson's being paid to
exactly.
the whole Denver.
They'll be bankrolling the entire NFL.
Chris and I had a dispute about whether or not that decision to move on from Russell, he thinks it's ownership. I said, no way, it's Sean Payton.
Oh, Sean.
There's no way Sean Payton was given authority to do everything. That was all Sean Payton, how he handled him in game last year.
He hated Russell Wilson from the day he arrived, when he made public comments about his so-called entourage, saying, oh, that's not going to happen under me. Tough guy, Sean Payton. He humiliated Wilson on the sidelines by yelling in his face on the sidelines and making a scene of it. I don't think Mike Tomlin has ever done that. Did he ever do that to Ben? Never. You ever see Tomlin up in Ben's face yelling? There's a certain level of respect you have to have for a Hall of Fame quarterback who's done the things that those guys have done.
It makes no sense to me how and it was all him. I'm sorry. I disagree with Chris on it. He thought the ownership had to sign off on it, sure. But it was the man who was triggering all this was Sean Payton.
Hokie made a good point on your show yesterday. He said Justin Fields is a much better – you made this today too, Bob. When he's rolling out, a much better quarterback. When he's on the run. Second half, they tried to do too much pocket passing. That doesn't seem to fit his personality. I do agree, but did Fields also play a little bit conservatively? Because I don't think – it's not like all his runs are designed. Some of them are. But I thought that he didn't do a great job of moving around in the pocket or maybe taking off for some runs too in the second half.
Well, that's the difference there. He almost didn't seem like he was interested in running. And again, if you go back to the Atlanta game, the running really was a big asset in converting third downs. Their third down efficiency was good because 2 specific runs that he made on third down and 5 and 7 turned into first down. So, that's a weapon that he has, and he should be encouraged to use it when he has the opportunity, not to overuse it.
What's your grade on Fields for yesterday?
I would say B.
Wow.
They won the game, and he didn't make a mistake, and he threw a touchdown pass.
Wonder Twin?
B-. First half was an A, and especially some of those plays that got negated by penalties where the throw to Pickens was ridiculous. But a B- because the second half was a C, if that.
The second half was close
terrible.
to the only thing that keeps it from an F is that he didn't make a turnover, but the second half was a D-. The first half was an A. So how does that grade out?
Probably a C or B-.
Yeah, a C or a B. It's like the old meter that I presented to you earlier, Bob, where you start on a 3 and either move toward a 5 or back toward a 1. I start every player at a C going into the game. You have a 2.0 grade point average. Are you going to raise that toward an A? he was an A in the first half. He was great in the first half. Touch passes, fastballs, broken plays. He was great. But the second half, an A, maybe an A+. What's an A+ and a D-? Can you figure that out? You go back from the A+ and up from the D-. You go back from the A+ limits, and we'll meet in the middle. You ready? We'll do it verbally.
Yes.
All right, you have an A+, I have a D-. I go down to a D.
I go down to an A.
I go down to a C-.
I go down to an A-.
I go down to a C.
But you're going up, but I go down to a B+.
What did I do?
D.
I go to a D. I go to a D+. Yeah.
I go to a B.
I go to a C-.
I go to a B-.
I go to a C. So
I go to a C+.
It's a C.
It's a C.
Bob, did you like that exercise?
I didn't understand any of it.
That was
no,
so
you were
much
throwing
harder
me
than
off.
it should have been.
That stupid meter was going backwards, frontwards, back and forth.
I can't ever figure that out with grades. I can't. I used to teach at Waynesburg where you went, and I would try to figure out what is this kid's grade. What's his grade?
How about this, Bob? Did you know that as soon as I arrived at Waynesburg, Starkey decided to stop teaching there?
I think he had the advanced scouting report on you.
He knew I was coming.
What was my reputation there?
Very high standards for Mr. Starkey's class.
And we made it fun.
That is what I heard, yes. That's why I was so enamored to take the class. I was pitched on, you'll be able to take a class with Mr. Starkey. Now I get it every day.
Look at that. Learning on the job, there's nothing better.
Foreshadowing.
We played tinfoil hockey one day, Bob, in the class.
All that tuition money going to this. You're charging people that much to play tinfoil hockey, and parents
It was
are paying.
Unbelievable.
Jesus.
What you do is underneath the chair was a goal for the little tinfoil ball, and you hit the ball at each other, and then you do breakaways on the goalie. I thought it was instructive and fun.
What did you learn from that, City Limits?
He wasn't
that
in
I'd
my
rather
class.
have paper football played.
You know who was in my class, Bob? Bill Hillgrove's grandson, Jack, who does a wonderful
Jack's
job.
a very
He's
talented
good, huh?
young man. Yes, he is.
And he remembers the first day of class. I didn't say anything to the class. Turned off the lights, turned on a Bob McAdoo highlight film from his Buffalo Braves day. That was it for day one.
Again, tuition money going right down the drain. Hockey and Bob McAdoo, and I'm paying for this?
What are we learning
I'm calling the chancellor.
Hold on a second here. What you're learning is at sports writing how important the history of the game is, and we start with Bob McAdoo.
Yeah, and we don't have video of Wilt Chamberlain's 100-point game. Did it really happen?
Oh, it happened.
Oh, no. Not another conspiracy theory. What do you mean, did it happen?
There's no footage of Wilt Chamberlain's 100-point game. There's
Ernie
footage of
Accorsi
things in
was
the
there, Bob.
1900 or in like 1910. There's footage.
Well, just
Ernie
because
was
there's
there.
no footage, I mean, we live in a world now, everything's footaged. Well, come on. It happened.
Of course it did.
A former Starkey student just texted me giving you an A+ as a teacher.
Yeah, they had fun, and we learned a lot.
Fun is good.
Yeah.
I think that's a big component of it, especially coming from well-respected, legendary figure like you.
And the key to it all.
That's why they raised tuition, because Joe Starkey had to get paid.
The key to it all, Bob, is to get their attention immediately, whether it's a social media age or back in 1940 when Ron started. You got to get their attention immediately, whether you're doing a video or whether you're writing a story. And you know what my best lead of all time was?
Tell me.
Limits, you'll like this story. Tony Dorsett was in town much after his playing career. Love talking to Tony, but you know how sometimes you have these interviews that you only get because somebody's peddling a product?
Right.
Tony was peddling ED medication. So in addition to doing a story about what Dorsett thought of the Pitt program under Walt Harris, blah, 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 I was forced to write a little sidebar about why he was here. And you know what the lead was?
Tell me.
TD has ED.
Got you, Joey.
Tony, the greatest lead of all time. Would you agree, Limits?
I think I've actually heard that one, and somebody's brought that up to me in class.
It was legendary.
As a lessons on how to write a lead.
It was legendary.
That's a good one. And it catches your attention right off the bat, sells his product. You do what you had to do to get the interview. Fine. All good.
All right. Coming up, one of the most amazing sequences, and I don't think I'm overstating this, that I've seen from the Steelers regarding one particular player. one of the most incredible negative sequences. It was unbelievable that he came into the game when he came in, that he stayed in the game, and that he was removed. He was removed in the middle of a series. The whole thing was just mangled beyond belief. And it started in the pregame when Jerry Dulac reported that Troy Fautanu and Broderick Jones would alternate at right tackle. Let's talk about this disaster and the Broderick Jones situation coming up next here. Steeler Reaction brought to you by Bet365. 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township. Celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. You can listen to this show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. We're definitely going to get into the backyard brawl in the noon hour. High noon for the backyard brawl. Pat Narduzzi's quote after the game. Broderick Jones had a very, very interesting quote after the game to Bob's friend and mine, Richie Walsh. Wait till you hear this one if you haven't heard it already. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500. 1.9% financing up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms at sunchevy.com. High of 79 today with sunny skies.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers start the season 2-0 on the road for the first time since '99 in back-to-back games. 13-6, the final score. Justin Fields found Darnell Washington for the Steelers' first and only touchdown of the season through 2 games. 2 more Chris Boswell field goals helped to pad the lead as the Steelers led 13-0 at halftime. And the Broncos were able to tack on 2 field goals in the fourth quarter. Justin Fields was 13 of 20, 117 yards, and a touchdown. The defense intercepted Bo Nix twice. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis Monroeville.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, UJ Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
PNC Bank, rooted in communities big and small.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan.
Hey everybody, it's Ron Cook. I want to take a minute and talk to you about my Geico insurance man, Tim Hester, and tell you why he should be your Geico insurance man. I've known Tim for 2 decades now. His wife, Rebecca, was my daughter's 3rd grade teacher, the best teacher she ever had. And I found out back then what a quality person Tim Hester was. And that's why it was easy for me to take my insurance needs to Geico and Tim Hester. I have my automobile insurance with Tim. My daughter has her automobile insurance with him, and we can't be happier with the service we've received. He's a people person and a problem solver. It doesn't matter if you need homeowners, renters, bicycle, boaters, or car insurance. The only person to call, Tim Hester of Geico. 412-364-7170. That number again, 412-364-7170. I can't recommend him enough. Tim Hester of Geico.
Huddle up.
Coach, what are my mortgage options?
Excuse me?
It's me, Debbie Diaz, class of 03.
Diaz, get out of my huddle.
No problem.
You have mortgage questions? We have the answers at clearviewfcu.org. Clearview, clearly different. Equal housing lender.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about...
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. Terms and conditions apply.
That broken old piano that's been taking up space in your basement since who knows when. We can help with that. 2 Men and a Junktruck.com.
2 men and a junk truck.
Honey, I got a guy to fix our roof.
Oh no. The last time your friend recommended a guy, we had to get the repairs repaired.
It's not just any guy, it's PJ Fitzpatrick. Look, they have thousands of 5-star reviews and over 40 years of experience. PJ can fix leaky windows, broken siding, rotted trim, and damaged leaking roofs in just one day. Plus, PJ Fitzpatrick can even clean our gutters.
That's my kind of guy. What are you waiting for? Visit trustpj.com and set up an appointment today. TrustPJ.com.
Good morning, Doctor.
Doctor?
Hi, Doctor.
Doctor?
Dr. Jackson's practice is growing.
What do you mean we're still short-staffed?
He needs a good patient doctor.
How do we not have enough doctors to doctor all these patients?
And he doesn't have the patience to sift through hundreds of resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Every business faces challenges, but complicated, expensive, and uncertain shipping shouldn't be one of them.
With USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service, you can avoid all the noise.
No more unexpected surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures.
It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
I'm Peter Navarro, and as President Trump's manufacturing czar, I helped draft key executive orders that brought the Keystone Pipeline to life and stopped the unfair dumping of foreign steel and aluminum from China. President Trump understood the Keystone Pipeline would keep energy prices low, and his bold tariffs on steel and aluminum immediately boosted employment in mills and foundries across Pennsylvania, from Newcastle, New Kensington, Darlington, and Pittsburgh to Brackenridge, Braddock, Butler, and McKeesport. When Joe Biden and Kamala Harris took office, they shut down the Keystone Pipeline, halted oil and gas drilling on federal lands, and attacked Pennsylvania's fracking industry. Fracking jobs have plummeted 30%. Gasoline prices have skyrocketed 40%. President Trump creates jobs. Kamala Harris creates inflation. It's that simple. Vote Trump 2024.
Right for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad. Not authorized by any candidate or any candidates committee. www.rightforamericapac.com.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football. People ask all the time, what did my program look like when I was on Awaken 180? I tell them I would wake up, have breakfast, a mid-morning snack, lunch, afternoon snack, then dinner. I was in the middle of a wing promotion at the same time. What other types of foods? Chili, steak, foods we all love. It was all laid out for me. I'd meet with my Awaken 180 coach once a week, review my numbers, make adjustments if I was losing less than 4 to 5 pounds a week. That was the program. Eating, coaching, and a formula customized to me. It's been 10 years now with over 23,000 satisfied clients. To prove that I'm not the only one that thought it was easy, Awaken 180 holds a 98% customer satisfaction rating. To compare, most companies aim for about 75%. If you have weight to lose, do what we all did and make that call to Awaken 180. 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, let's talk about hair. Whether you're losing it or trying to keep what you have, we all worry about our hair. Now, have you tried curing your hair loss with pills and lotions? Do you worry about how your hair is going to look in the wind and rain? Well, worry no more. Here's Cookie Harris, president of New Image Hair Clinic.
Men and women now have options like the new Hair RX restoration procedure. Hair RX combines the best of human hair duplication and artistry to recreate the hair you once had. Call 1-800-942-8302 or go to newimagehairclinic.com for a free hair and scalp health checkup. And get the answers you need about hair loss and thinning hair.
Let's face it, we spend time and money on preserving our teeth, car, and home. Why not our hair? Call 1-800-942-8302. Mention Hair RX to receive $250 off your procedure. That's 1-800-942-8302 or newimagehairclinic.com. Don't waste your time and money. Call New Image first.
Donald Trump's back, and he's out for control.
I would have every right to go after them.
Complete control.
I will wield that power very aggressively.
And he has a plan to get it.
Detailed plans for exactly what our movement will do.
It's called Project 2025, a 922-page blueprint to make Donald Trump the most powerful president ever, overhauling the Department of Justice, giving Trump the unchecked power to seek vengeance, eliminating the Department of Education, and defunding K-12 schools, requiring the government to monitor women's pregnancies, and Trump has also proposed severe cuts to Medicare and Social Security. Those are Donald Trump's plans.
Well, revenge does take time, I will say that. And sometimes revenge can be justified.
He'll take control. We'll pay the price.
I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message. Paid for by Harris for president.
PNC Bank is committed to making a difference in the Pittsburgh community. That's why they offer military banking products, champion veteran-owned businesses, and provide support to local organizations that empower veterans and their families with the resources they need to succeed. PNC Bank. See how they can help you at pnc.com/military. The PNC Financial Services Group, Incorporated, all rights reserved. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Now at GetGo Cafe and Market, any half steak sub just $5.99, including the all-new GetGo Bistro Steak Sub with white cheddar and caramelized onions, or the Steakhouse Burger, topped with caramelized onions, white cheddar, and new comeback sauce. Order now on the GetGo app. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better. Believe it.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Football season, cooler weather, and the falling leaves are here. Get your gutters ready. Call Gutter Helmet this month to save 50% off installation and get a free gutter cleaning and tune-up with purchase. Protect your home year-round. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers 13-6 winners in Denver, 2-0. Only team in the AFC North that can say that. Cleveland did win, now 1-1 on the season, beating Jacksonville, but the Ravens lost and the Bengals lost. Kansas City is 2-0 on the season, beating Baltimore last week. They beat Cincinnati this week, both in Kansas City. So the Steelers enter Week 3 against the Chargers. A 1 o'clock kickoff is the only team in the AFC North undefeated. More at 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Back to more Joe. It's the Joe Starkey Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, Bob, we've talked about the good and the bad. I don't think we've talked about the ugliness of the Broderick Jones episode. And I'm going to say right off the top, I think they've jerked this kid around. And I think this is more on them than him. And what happened yesterday was just lunacy. And I can't believe I was the only person. There had to have been many, many more, perhaps including you and our friend Wonder Twin, who when they saw Jerry Dulac's report before the game that the Steelers were going to alternate Fautanu and Broderick Jones at right tackle, said to themselves, that sounds like a recipe for disaster. Because I said it, and I'm sure, did you?
Well, I don't like the fact that they're still indecisive about where these guys should be playing. And while, you credit Dan Moore for occupying that left spot, they drafted two guys to replace him. And now here they are, not on that side, but they're playing alternately or in a rotation at right tackle, which is not really the play.
It doesn't even make sense. It makes no sense to play them in a rotation. It made less sense to bring in Broderick Jones when they did. Okay, so you're thinking about doing that? Think about something else, like the fact you just had a long touchdown drive. Things are going well offensively. For a franchise that hasn't had a lot of things go well offensively for many years. You're in Denver. What'd they go, 7.5 minutes on a touchdown drive?
Yes.
Okay. You're leading the game. Things are going nicely. Let's make a change? What? At our 1 yard line? We're pinned on our 1 yard line. And now, after the touchdown drive, with things going well, pinned on our 1, we're going to put in Broderick Jones, who has struggled mightily in the preseason. He was okay last week, I guess. but has struggled. Let's be honest. To me, right there, you're taking a chance on a guy getting beat for safety, anything. What are you doing?
Yeah, that was the wrong time to do it. I thought the same thing. We were sitting there, Chris and I. You watch these games, and you're like, why is he now in there?
So Pat Meyer, I imagine, is the guy who suggested it, and Tomlin should have been the guy who vetoed it, saying, you know what, Pat, let's scrap the plan here. Things are going well. Instead, we see him get 3 penalties in a span of 6 plays. One of them wipes out, I believe, a first down. I can't remember. It was the one where he jumped early, the only guy on the offense. He didn't have the count right. Then he got a holding, and then he got another holding that wiped out a 51-yard play to Pickens. One of the best pass plays that a Steelers quarterback has had since Ben left town. Maybe the best pass play since Ben left town. And it gets wiped out because of a Broderick Jones hold. People saying, oh, he didn't hold on. Yes, he did. I know they missed a lot on TJ and Alex Highsmith. That doesn't negate the fact that Broderick Jones held on that play. And he gets pulled in the middle of the series. Bob, that was a disaster. And you know what? It almost cost them the game. If Denver comes back to win that game and the Steelers kept them in it, and that is a horrible football team, the Steelers kept them in it. If they come back and win, let's say in overtime, I would look back on that Broderick Jones episode as costing the Steelers the game, because if they go up there with a 99-yard touchdown drive and it looked like they were on their way with that throw to Pickens, I just think it's a different game, and it might be a blowout game.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, he single-handedly cost them 25 yards and big plays and everything on that play. Now, again,
51 yards, right?
51 yards on the play to Pickens.
Yeah.
Down the side. Yeah. So, but I mean, he cost them 25 yards alone with 3 penalties. And I looked around and I asked some questions of people about, has an offensive lineman, when was the last time an offensive lineman committed 3 penalties in 6 plays?
It's amazing.
And the answer I got, I put it into that ESPN stats, and I got not much there. But I asked a few other people that I know who run those accounts, and the best they can do is 5 years ago. To find someone who had done that. That's a lot of penalties to take in, 1 6-snap sequence of the game. So, but yeah, it was the wrong time to do it. And honestly, I thought when Troy Fautanu, he was playing okay. I didn't see any need to do that. But if you're obligated to do it because you want to keep people involved in the game, and that's your only reason, that's not the right reason to do it. You have to, to me, offensive line is all chemistry, cohesion, and you can mess it up real quick by making a substitution that I don't think they needed to make.
Well, what do you think of my suggestion that the Steelers have completely screwed this up? That jerking Broderick Jones around, not letting him play his natural position, putting him in a game in that situation, if that doesn't kill somebody's confidence, I don't know what would. Maybe even playing him hurt. I don't know. Is he hurt? Was he hurt in that preseason game? Toggling him back and forth, all because Dan Moore is incapable of playing right tackle. That's how this whole merry-go-round started. I think they've mismanaged the guy, and they've basically told the world now that they think Fautanu's the better player, even though they took Jones higher in the draft and traded up to get him last year.
Here's 2 thoughts on that. Number one, I give Dan Moore a lot of credit because Dan Moore is in a position where he knew they were drafting people to take his job, and he's apparently done better than they have done in those situations. Although I did not see a lot of – I wanted to see more Broderick Jones at left tackle in the preseason. That's where I thought they should have just said, you go. We know what Dan Moore is. You play. We're going to see what you do. And they didn't really do too much of that. They put him at right tackle, and he really struggled. Now, Chris Hoke believes that he was somewhat, came into camp a little disinterested in that. And you can't do that. You can't be that person. You have to earn everything. I don't care where you're drafted. You can't use that. Has he earned it to go over there? I don't think he has. So that's on him. He needs to do that. Have they contributed to the fact that he hasn't grown? Yes, because they haven't played in a position where he is most natural. But Dan Moore has made that a problem because he can only play the one position and he can't move to right tackle. So now they're using Dan Moore as someone who's been there, done that, but he hasn't been the best at what he's done. He's been okay, not the best. You brought guys in to take that job eventually, and those guys are not at that position. So I think it's a multifaceted kind of thing. But I would give Dan Moore credit for just saying, okay, they want to do that. I'm going to play better. I'm going to beat them out. And so far, apparently, he has.
PFF gave Fautanu incredibly high grades.
One of the best grades
yesterday.
they've given any, right? So
it would appear he's the guy. You know, it's just very strange. And maybe it's because Jones didn't play a lot in college, I guess. Fatanu, we got word, from the likes of Jerry Dulac very early that this is the guy. He's going to start right away. They didn't feel that way about Jones last year. Is it because of his inexperience?
But Jones played right tackle last year. That's why I was a little disappointed. Even if that's where they have
Eventually
him,
he did, yeah.
And he played okay until the end of the year. Then it went down a little bit, especially in that Buffalo playoff game.
It's a concerning situation. And then there was Jones after the game. I don't know if everybody got a load of this quote. This might have been Richie Walsh by himself because I didn't see it in the newspaper accounts.
Yeah, it was him in the game afterwards. So Rich was there asking him. And this quote is a very interesting quote, one that Chris and I kind of looked at each other as soon as we heard it.
So did I. Yes. Let's hear it.
Not really, because if I'm not starting, I really don't feel like, I should be playing. You know what I'm saying? So rotation, it's really not a big factor for me.
That's it. That's the quote. There's really no need for people will say, well, what about the context around it? No, it's a standalone quote where he was asked to follow up by Richie on some other question. And again, this is what he uttered. Let's just hear the key quote.
If I'm not starting, I really don't feel like, I should be playing. You know what I'm saying? So
wow is what I say to that one, Bob. That sounded like Gary Templeton all those years ago. If I ain't starting, I ain't departing for the All-Star game.
For a young player, he can't have that attitude. I gave him credit yesterday for coming out and addressing the questions after he was yanked from that game. I thought that was a good sign of somebody who understood that, hey, it's on me. And
do you agree with him? Do you agree with that quote?
No, I don't agree with that quote. That's when he made that quote. It was like it ruined the moment for him.
I do agree with the quote. I do agree with what he said. I just don't think he should have said it because Tomlin might.
But you can't say if I'm not in it, I'm not. It's like you're not engaged. You have to be engaged. You have to be willing to play wherever that team wants you to play.
Well, if we disagree with the idea of rotating tackles, then I have to say, and I do, then I have to say he's right. If he's not starting, he shouldn't be playing. Now, that doesn't mean I'm not ready if the guy gets hurt. It just means he's not a fan of the rotation system. And
he doesn't have to be a fan, but he has to do what they tell him to do in that situation.
He's right about it. If I believe
but
that rotating
he made
tackles,
it sound like I'm not interested then if that's how it's going to be. That's how it came off to me.
Maybe.
And you can't not be interested. It's your job to be ready.
I took it more as sort of a signal from him that, man, that was a stupid idea, and he's right. We just said it. We both agreed on it. It's stupid to be rotating your right tackles in a game, especially when one guy gets off to a great start and they score a touchdown. He's right about that. However, if I'm advising him, I don't think it's a great idea to say that out loud because, again, Mike Tomlin just might take you up on that and not play you at all. I guess I'd rather be playing than not playing, Bob, even if it's in a rotation.
Listen, again, the way that came off, I'm not sure how he meant it to come off, but he expressed dissatisfaction with being in a rotation. Tough beans, man. You're in the NFL. You're a number one pick, and they have basically said you haven't earned the left tackle spot. Dan Moore's better than you right now. All right, so do it. Again, I thought it was the wrong comment at the wrong time. After what happened to him yesterday, it almost sounded like excuse making.
We agree there.
So that's how I took it.
It's an unbelievable quote. What do you think Tomlin will make of it? Is this Chooks Okorafor Part 2?
No, because they have too much invested in him. That's not going to happen.
I don't mean getting rid of him, but it sounds a similar type
I think he'll have a conversation.
Defeatist.
The one thing I know about Mike Tomlin, he has a very good upfront communication with these guys. He'll bring them in and talk. He may do it in front of the group, so who knows how he's going to handle it, but he will handle it because you can't, if he sees that, I don't know if he saw it or heard it. If he did, I'm sure he'll be made aware of it. You just can't have that. You can't have that attitude.
We need volunteers, not hostages.
That's what I meant with the Chooks comparison, is a defeatist sort of quote that maybe is a little bit cryptic, but when he says, if I'm not starting, I really don't feel like I should be playing, that just jumps off the page. And Tomlin will get a hold of that one, Bob. Let's go to the phones. Wonder Twin?
We have Ken in South Park.
Hi, Ken.
Hey, how you doing?
I've never been better, and I value your inquiry.
Hey, I was just wondering, with the Tua thing going on in Miami, was any trade talks for Russell Wilson to maybe get a wide receiver from Miami?
Appreciate the question, Bob. I've heard people mention this, but the Steelers' quarterback situation is hardly settled here. I don't know that they're in position to trade Russell Wilson.
No, just because of what you said. You can't afford to do that. Injuries happen all the time. And you don't want to be thin in that department. Kyle Allen's a guy who's been around. He can handle it for probably a short time. But if somebody gets injured, then you trade one of them away, and now you're down to him.
Yeah.
You leave yourself very much exposed. So, no, that's not happening.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates. Personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the hotline, of course, brought to you by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Excuse me, Bob, I need to cough. Can you take over the show?
Yes. Welcome to the Joe Show as he clears his throat. He's had a lot to say today, so you can understand why it would go dry there for a while. He came out firing, and that fire eventually hurt the vocal cords.
Thank you, Bob. I'm back here. We want you back after this to talk more Pittsburgh sports. Don't be a statistic. Get your heart checked by the experts at UPMC. Very important work to do there and really easy to get scheduled, and you'll be in great hands with the heart experts at UPMC. So as we talk about that, the question comes up of, well, what about the pass offense itself, and what about receiver? People asking, that guy just asked, can we trade Russell Wilson for a receiver? Jerry Dulac just comes out with a story minutes ago, Bob. Steelers desperately need a second wide receiver to help buoy the offense, take the pressure off George Pickens. So again, I come back to the con artist who his greatest trick so far is making their receiver room disappear. Like a little, he sawed their receiving room in half, like you see other magicians do. The old con artist, right?
Yeah, and it's a glaring weakness at this point. Just because 2 games in, we've seen that if it's not Pickens, it's not many other people. And whether or not that's, again, I think Fields tends to look to him more so than anyone else for good reason. But you gotta get other guys involved. They got to scheme guys over. They got to do something to get other guys involved.
Well, but what if those guys aren't open? That would be my question. And Fields had a little nugget that was interesting that Dulac has a quote here. We knew coming into this game that this officiating crew threw the most defensive pass interferences last year. That was a big reason for taking those shots downfield. That's interesting to me. And it worked. They got the 30.
They got the one on Van Jefferson.
Well, but from their perspective, they got one on Patrick Surtain, right, down the field for a big game.
2 of them, yep.
So that's right, 2 of them. So you take shots down the field. I like that a lot. But Jerry's right. Obviously, they need another receiver.
Can I interrupt with some breaking news?
Yes, you can.
We've been waiting for months for this news that is finally broken. The Pittsburgh Penguins have re-signed Sidney Crosby to a 2-year contract extension running through the 26-27 season. Average annual value, you guessed it.
$8.7 million a year.
$8.7 million a year.
See,
this guy is unbelievable.
That tells me something, though. Because,
for taking less all the time.
He just takes his number. I don't think that was ever going to change. But 2 years kind of makes me wonder now.
Yeah, that's the interesting
2 years, because most people thought it was going to be 4, and I'm sure the team didn't want to play, if he wanted to move on or whatever, 4 years into this, they don't want to be charged with whatever. That's very interesting to me. 2 years.
To me,
because it leaves time for him.
Both of it stands out. The 2 years and the annual salary. I was thinking, somebody asked me in the mailbag last week, I said, how does 3 or 4 years at $15 million a year sound to you? Because Sid can still write a blank check, and at some point in his career, I felt like would be perfectly justified in in recouping all this money that he's lost over the years.
So he's signed for the next 3 years. It's added on to what this season was going to be.
But still, I think he wants to. I'm sure he wants to play well. 40 and beyond.
He just said the other day, as long as possible.
Right, and so that makes me think that okay, if he sees a couple of years from now things aren't going in the right direction, here he can just make himself available. I don't know if that's the case or not, but I expected one more year added on to that. Just my expectation.
That is really interesting. 8.7. Bob, he'd be justified at nearly twice that.
Did you see what Connor McDavid's big winger Draisaitl got? $14 million average annual value. 14. So they're breaking that barrier, going higher and higher. I give Sid a lot of credit. He's making a lot of money. He's made a lot of money. He has a lot of endorsement money coming in. He is who he is. He has his beliefs. He's superstitious. And I think he wants to make this all work. So
I'll tell you what else.
Good for him. It also allows them to spend more money on other people eventually, too.
That's the key in all of this. It's a clear sign, I think, that Sid is staying on the condition that they continue to try to win and build around him.
Yeah.
Right?
I think so. I think that's one of the big things. I think Dubas, we're going to find out. He brought in a lot of people, as he did last year. How many will help them? These are guys who've had some success, but not consistent enough. But I think Sidney Crosby needs younger people around him. That whole team needs younger people to take jobs away from people.
The unspoken message there is go spend your money on people to help me.
Right.
And now you have to really, if you're Kyle Dubas, and they didn't do it with Gensel. They didn't re-sign Gensel, but at least they got an actual player who's a different kind of player who can help them in return and Bunting. But still, that was the first biggest sign that Dubas is going to try at least a little bit maybe of rebuilding on the fly, or at least isn't 1,000% committed to everything now when you don't sign Gensel, right? But that was pretty much the only thing. But my point is, Bob, that you have to now feel committed to Sid. This is an incredible gesture that he's made now for over a decade. The only other athlete in team sports in this country that I can think of that has given up more money, like an A-list star,
Tom Brady?
Is Tom Brady. Right. And for a long time, he had a wife that was richer than him. I think that makes a difference, right?
But, Crosby never has struck me as somebody who's going to just be in it for money. He's not in it for money. He has enough money. He knows that. He's one of these guys who just wants to continue to play at a high level and win.
But who else is giving back that kind of money?
No, Tom Brady was my answer, as it is your answer.
That's it. Ben was desperate at the end. Ben, and I don't blame him or anybody, Ben always went for the money until he was faced with a decision of probably either I don't play or I take a pay cut. So I'm going to hold off on the credit for him at the end of his career. He always took the money, and good for him. Everybody does. But Brady and Sid, I'm trying to think of other examples. There are guys who give a little bit back.
Yeah, there are guys who took a little discount. But no. He has every right to expect $14 million a year.
He's given from what he could have reasonably asked for and made, which is pretty much anything. But let's say $12 million a year. So let's just say $3 million for, I don't know, 7 years, 8 years. That's 24. And I think he's given up another 10, 12, 15. He's given this franchise upwards of $40 million to go spend to try to win. It's really incredible when you think about it.
It really is. It's incumbent upon them to do that now. They continue to try to walk this line about future and present. At some point, present has to be present, and you got to win now with him. He's committed this. Go out and help him win in the next 2 years. Do you think that's still a legitimate possibility given the age of this team? Yes, I do.
Let's talk about that coming up, Bob. Let's talk about that since this is breaking news. I was never really concerned about this. People were. I had heard at one point.
I never was either. It was just a matter of what was making it delayed. And the fact that it's a 2-year extension tells me something.
I don't think that had anything to do with the delay. I think the delay was about they wanted to kick off camp or right before camp with an announcement and get people back in a hockey mood. I don't think there was ever much contention over this because Sid, obviously, based on the fact that he's getting 8.7, wasn't asking for it. It certainly wasn't about money.
Right, which is why I thought he'd do it on August 7th. He's so superstitious.
He is superstitious, but I think the Penguins really wanted this to jumpstart from a PR perspective. Training camp. Let's go. Sid signed. Let's get back to hockey. I think that I never got a sign from him, from his public comments, that there was any issue at all.
No, and we talked about this. People get worried as they don't even play a game for over a month.
Right.
I mean, there was plenty of time to do it, but people always thought, for various reasons, that maybe there's something going on. There could be things that we don't know about that delayed it. I don't know, but I don't think there was any doubt he was going to stay here and try to complete this one more time. So.
Yeah. Well, 3 more times. I'm
talking about Stanley Cup. I think if you get one in the next 3 years.
Oh yeah. Well, he's given himself and he's given them a better shot over the next 3 years by the nature of this deal. Your thoughts? 412-928-9370. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. We'll get back to the Steelers and the Broderick Jones disaster. In fact, we'll toggle around it at 412-928-9370. In the meantime, Bob, what a great NFL weekend that was. You have another chance to start the season with a big return on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sportsbook. You'll get started with $200 and bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet on tonight's game. The statue of Kirk Cousins versus the Eagles. They should just make a statue of him and have the statue play, Bob. I think it would be more mobile than him.
Hey, they're going to have a tough game against the Eagles.
I'll say. Well, here's your SGP, your same-game parlay. Saquon over rushing yards. Kyle Pitts with an anytime touchdown. A.J. Brown over receiving yards. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey, STARKEY, to make every moment more this season. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 plus, present, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Penguins and Sidney Crosby have agreed to a new deal, long-term extension for 2 years. It goes through the 2026-27 season. Crosby still making $8.7 million, same as his jersey number. More 937thefan.com. Crosby talk coming up. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Join us here every Thursday evening from 6 to 7 as we broadcast live from Minio's Pizza House in Allison Park to bring you the latest on the black and gold with Pittsburgh linebacker Elandon Roberts. Get the latest on our black and gold from a guy who knows. The Elandon Roberts Show is presented by Jim Shorkey Chevrolet in North Hills and brought to you by Julian Gray Associates. The Elandon Roberts Show is on. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
PNC Bank, rooted in communities big and small.
I'm at the movies, asking people if they'll switch seats with me for $574.
Here, take mine.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
Too much work.
Not if you call them. They handle the switching.
Now, that's a plot twist.
Shh. Check Allstate first, and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
Doorbuster deals are coming during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. Starting September 16th, save on a DeWalt 12-Volt Max Extreme Drill Driver Combo Kit or a DeWalt 12-Volt Max Extreme Impact Driver. Your choice for just $99. Plus, save $80 on a Bosch 18-Volt Brushless Cordless Impact Driver. Was $179, now just $99. Shop these deals and more before they're gone, because Lowe's knows pros. Valid 9/16 through 9/18. Selection varies by location.
Sunny this afternoon, the high 81.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS. Mommy, want to play a game with me and Dad?
Mommy's not feeling good.
You need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with DayQuil VapoCool. It's DayQuil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
Come on, honey. Let's let Mommy rest.
You guys are amazing. And so is DayQuil VapoCool.
DayQuil VapoCool, the vaporizing daytime coughing, aching, fever, power through your day medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Good morning, Doctor.
Doctor?
Hi, Doctor.
Doctor?
Dr. Jackson's practice is growing.
What do you mean we're still short-staffed?
He needs a good patient doctor.
How do we not have enough doctors to doctor all these patients?
And he doesn't have the patience to sift through hundreds of resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
There aren't many feelings worse than trying to start your car in the morning and being greeted with a dead battery, or being stuck on the side of the road when you don't need to be. 1 in 4 vehicles on the road will need a battery replacement this year. Don't be a statistic. Stop battery problems before they stop you by testing your battery regularly. Test yours at home or at select Napa locations nationwide. If you need a replacement, Napa has you covered with a full range of long-lasting, high-performance batteries for nearly every make and model on the road. So don't wait. Test your battery today and let Napa help you keep moving.
DQ presents the sound of BOGO-free Blizzard treats in the DQ app. It's the sound of downloading the DQ app, redeeming the sweetest BOGO-free Blizzard deal, telling all your friends, and heading to DQ. For BOGO-free any-size Blizzard treats only in the DQ app for a limited time. Download it today. At participating locations, limitations apply. DQ. Happy tastes good.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Protect your home now and avoid costly damage with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5-HELMET.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Napa Auto Parts. Elevate your engine performance with Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. Through 2 games, the most surprising team in the NFL has to be the New Orleans Saints. The offense has scored 91 points over 2 weeks, including a shellacking of Micah Parsons and the vaunted Dallas Cowboys defense. Is this sustainable? Probably not, but the Saints could be the sleeper team few saw coming. I'm Maggie Gray.
There aren't many feelings worse than trying to start your car in the morning and being greeted with a dead battery, or being stuck on the side of the road when you don't need to be. 1 in 4 vehicles on the road will need a battery replacement this year. Don't be a statistic. Stop battery problems before they stop you by testing your battery regularly. Test yours at home or at select Napa locations nationwide. If you need a replacement, Napa has you covered with a full range of long-lasting, high-performance batteries for nearly every make and model on the road. So don't wait. Test your battery today and let Napa help you keep moving.
DQ presents the sound of BOGO-free Blizzard treats in the DQ app. It's the sound of downloading the DQ app, redeeming the sweetest BOGO-free Blizzard deal, telling all your friends, and heading to DQ. For BOGO-free any-size Blizzard treats only in the DQ app for a limited time. Download it today. At participating locations, limitations apply. DQ. Happy tastes good.
Get ready for the all-new Athleta Presents Gold Over America Tour. Join Simone Biles and America's best gymnasts for a night of action-packed gymnastics. October 2nd at PPG Paints Arena. Fun for the whole family. You and your kids will love this high-energy spectacle. Music, lights, breathtaking flips, and Gold Squad dancers. Let's GOAT! October 2nd at PPG Paints Arena. Tickets on sale now at goldoveramericaTour.com.
We're kicking off huge savings at Spitzer Acura. Whether you're looking for a new Integra or RDX, our friendly consultants will help you find your perfect new Acura that fits your needs and budget in a pressure-free environment. And as always, every new Spitzer Acura comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Plus, you'll get a complimentary loaner vehicle whenever you're in need of service. Don't miss out. Score big on new Acuras at Spitzer Acura.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
You know 84 Lumber for their lumber yards, but did you know they have an in-house kitchen and bath design studio at their Bridgeville and Mars locations? At 84 Lumber's design studio, the goal is to bring your vision to life by crafting a design that integrates your home with your lifestyle. 84 Lumber is passionate about quality materials and outstanding customer service. Whether you're remodeling or starting fresh, trust 84 Lumber for expert guidance every step of the way for your project. Visit the Bridgeville or Mars locations to meet with an expert designer today or visit 84designstudios.com. Visit 84designstudios.com.
Want more? Sure you do. More friends, a little more time, a few more laughs. More is a good thing. Unless you're talking about risk of serious illness from a respiratory virus. But as we get older, we're more at risk for severe flu, COVID-19, and RSV. Worst birthday presents ever, right? But vaccines lower your risk, so you can keep doing more of all life's good stuff. Get started at vaccines.gov. Risk less, do more. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Every business faces challenges, but complicated, expensive, and uncertain shipping shouldn't be one of them.
With USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service, you can avoid all the noise.
No more unexpected surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures.
It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Starkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
All right, now we're toggling between the Steelers and the Sidney Crosby contract extension, 2-year extension, which means 3 more years this year, the last year of his deal. Then the 2-year extension at $8.7 million a year. Bob, I think he's the most unselfish athlete in the history of Pittsburgh sports. And one of the most, and maybe all of sports.
Given what he is, given what he's done, unselfish is a great word. Here's another word. He is very, very accountable and responsible for his image, his place, not only in franchise face, but NHL face. He's an ambassador. He understands it. Never complains about it. He doesn't do anything that would diminish that legacy of his. He just wants to win. It's rare to get somebody. Yeah, and he wants to do it here. The statement is, I'm going to do what I can to continue to be here at a price that is undervalued so that we have a chance to do something before it's all said and done.
Yes.
I think that's the only message.
Undervalue is the understatement of the century. Look at the cap hits in the NHL right now. It begins with Austin Matthews at $13.25 million.
It's deserved. I mean,
then it goes down. You're right. I never blame people for going for the money. I thought, though, that Sid might come back around at the end of his career and justifiably say, all right, I'm going to, make some back or something, at least get into double figures. But he's at 8.7. Bob, do you know where that ranks right now in the NHL?
Oh, geez, I'd have to guess.
Guess.
20th.
Tied for 42nd.
Wow.
This is a guy that NHL players themselves still vote as the number one all-around player in the world, is 42nd. He's barely above Sam Reinhart. Barely above Rupe Hintz, if that's his name. Rupe. Below, I just pulled a Ron Cook. I'm a big fan of Rupe Hintz. Rupe Hintz, I think, is one of the finest players. Patrick Laney is also very good. Leon Draisaitl.
Draisaitl. Hadel.
Patrick.
Austin Matthews. There's an O in his name.
Alex Pietrangelo. Matthew Burzel. All these guys, Bob, are below Sydney. Adam Folks. Sebastian Aho. All these guys. Jack Eichel. All these guys are far above Sid, Rasmus Dalen, John Tavares. They're all above.
Dalen.
Artemi Panera Bread. All these guys are way above Sid on this list. But it's true.
Give me the top 10 on that list. I'm curious.
Sorry to Roop and his family. Bob, he's right below Alex Pietrangelo, Timo Meier. If that's the way you say that, Dylan Larkin. This is the company he's keeping right now. He's tied for 42nd, and he's not going anywhere. By the end of this deal, Sidney Crosby won't be anywhere near the top 50 highest paid players in the NHL. There's nobody else who's doing that in sports right now. Nobody. No. Not to that degree. There are guys who take a little less, some quarterbacks to build teams. Brady, like you said, is the only one I can think of from sports history who took a ridiculous discount. And again, it helps in his case when you know your wife is making more than you and is a
But I also think Tom Brady knew that he needed help, and he had to facilitate something to get it so he could keep winning. I think Crosby's driven by the same stuff.
Right.
He's driven by legacy.
And if you're an A-lister like Brady, you also know you can make a ton off the field.
Sure,
too,
and that's what Sidney Crosby does.
So the top 10 is Austin Matthews at 13-2, McKinnon at 12-6, Connor McDavid at 12-5, Panarin at 11-6, Elias Pettersson at 11-6. Erik Karlsson at 11-5 is tied for the 6th highest paid player in the NHL, which is why you asked before, Bob, is this a winning recipe this year for the Penguins? And my answer is if you have guys who play to their pedigree, yes, and I would start with him. Start with him. Start with Tristan Jarry, the $28 million goalie who's made the All-Star game twice. Have a good full season. Play to your talent level. That's what we need from him, right?
No question.
They need
and they need
several guys to do that.
Right. Defensively, they need Erik Karlsson that we saw a few years ago and not the one last year. And I'm talking about power play mostly. There are things that could change quickly. I think year 2 will be better for Karlsson and Graves.
Well,
people are down on Graves, but I think he's still more talented what he showed, and I think a second year here will help him.
Well, he's another guy. I just don't think, and sometimes you are a function of how good your team is. You don't go plus 30 unless you're a decent player. So they need to, David Quinn needs to, he's going to be a big key this year in trying to get some of these people in the proper roles where you extract the best of their talents. And maybe Ryan Graves is a number 3 third pair defenseman, I should say. Maybe he is. Okay, so give us 13 really good minutes then. You know what I mean, Bob? I'm sorry. A team that starts their defense with Letang, Pettersson, and Karlsson, a lot of teams would like to have that talent. A lot of teams would like to have a top line of however you want to configure it here, whatever it might be. Rust, Crosby, I don't know. Is Drew O'Connor going to be on that line? Whoever you want to pick.
Drew, yeah, I mean.
And Kyle Dubas has given them more options on their bottom 6. You have a goalie who's highly compensated at the moment. Play to your pedigree. And yes, it's a playoff team that should do damage. Raquel's another guy. I think he played hurt last year. Play to your pedigree. That's what I would say. I don't hate the roster. Do you?
No, I think the roster's okay as long as the guys play the way they're capable of playing. Absolutely. And that starts first and foremost, I think, with Tristan Jarry in goal. He has to be.
It starts, with Jarry and Karlsson. I'm sorry.
Right,
you're the 6th highest paid player in the whole league.
Yep.
You better be great. Consistently great. Limits, what's your take on this? I'm very curious.
Well, I like the deal. I wish Crosby, honestly, just for his own sake, would have taken more money, but the superstition aside, I just feel like this team is just such in purgatory. in the middle with really no direction. Do they really want to turn to young players while they still have aging veterans? That is what you need to do. But at the same time, everything that Kyle Dubas has done in the offseason has been reducing salary, taking on some salary in order to recoup some draft picks. So they're really in this mushy middle where, yes, I think they need to make the playoffs, but do I think
That's
they will?
where I disagree with you, Limitless Wonder. I don't think they're in the mushy middle. I think we're giving, in that instance, Bob, Kyle Dubas and the Penguins and Mike Sullivan the benefit of low expectations, and they don't deserve that. They've made one move that would indicate that they're not 1,000% in, and that's the Gensel move. But you could also argue that at least that was a hockey trade where they got a top six winger and a power play guy back. A different kind of player and the kind of player that they could use. Obviously,
two other young guys who we don't know much about, but they could be.
Yeah, but it was I thought, a legit hockey trade. Not that, obviously, you take Gensel over Bunting. Don't get me wrong there. But they're not living in the mushy middle. They're living, Limits, in a world where they're trying to win, and they're paying a lot of people a lot of money to try to win now, including the sixth highest paid player in the league in Karlsson, including a $28 million goalie, including Malkin, including Letang, including Sid, even at the unbelievable number he has, including Ryan Graves, including Brian Rust, including Raquel. Come on, they've got a limit up and down that is paid to win now. Big money guys, they're spending to the cap, or they certainly will be. They're built to win now. I'm not giving him or them, I'm talking about Dubas, or them, the benefit of, the Penguins, let's see if they can still win even though Dubas is rebuilding. He ain't rebuilding. He's paying people a lot of money to win now. That's my opinion.
Yeah,
Bob.
And I think that's the way he should go. I think that's what they have to do. Sure, he's concerned about future draft assets and trying to get that's fine. Except when you have guys like this on your team, your obligation first and foremost is to win now. And I think the moves he's made, you can say that he has done his best given what he's had to deal with to bring guys in. Now, it's up to them to perform.
What has he had to deal with?
Well, a lot of salary and a lot of older players. It's tough to play with a lot of older players and win with a lot of older players. Teams that have tried it haven't done it.
But he's choosing to pay those guys too.
I understand that, with the idea that they're going to win, which is why the present should be the focus. I keep talking about, people say he's trying to preserve stuff for the future. To me, the future has always been, with this core group, winning now.
He's made a couple deals and recouped some draft picks, very minor deals. I'm agreeing with you. He seems to get this credit for, he's really trying to rebuild. I mean, he's accumulated a couple of picks. Kyle Dubas last offseason went wild, because the other thing I hear about is, poor handcuffed Kyle Dubas. What's he supposed to do? He seems to be a real media favorite in this town. Like, look at all the constraints he's working under. Man, a lot of NHL GMs would like to work under the constraints that would allow them to, and this is what Dubas did last offseason, pay a goalie $28 million, bring in Erik Karlsson, knowing that even though the finances of that deal at the moment were good for the Penguins, you're going to be paying him $11.5, I think, or $10.5, something like that, for many years to come, right? Mm-hmm. Paying Ryan Graves all that money, bringing in bottom six guys left and right. A lot of guys would like to be handcuffed to the tune of all that, which was basically go out and make the biggest deal in the offseason for Karlsson and then throw money around wherever you want after that. Yeah, go spend $30 million on a goalie who doesn't have any playoff pedigree. So I don't want to hear from people out there that he's been handcuffed here. It was the opposite. He was told in his first off season, go out on the town, buddy, and have a great time. And that's what he did. And that's why this offseason they've done basically nothing, because he made all his big multi-year moves last offseason. Bob.
Well, they've brought in people this offseason, though. They've gone out and gotten some guys who they think can help them. And I think, given and when I say constraints, that's what I'm talking about. He loaded up last year on the money. He can't duplicate that this year, because he brought in Karlsson, he brought in Graves. That's big money to those two guys, not to mention other guys. But the point is, you do that to win now. He didn't acquire Erik Karlsson for a future asset. He did it so that and what happened last year didn't work the way they wanted, and it has to change it. And I do think year two here won't be a difference. I think you're going to see that power play get back to where it was, operating at a 25% kind of clip, or 22-3%, not what we saw last year. And I think they're going to have that's going to be the number one issue.
In overtime.
Right. Well,
those are two issues that basically cost them their season. And if they ever became bad at either one, they'd make the playoffs. All they needed to be was bad instead of historically hideous. If they become good or great, then we're going to start talking about rising to the top of the East.
Yeah.
That's how important those two issues are.
But with a veteran-laden team, if they get to the playoffs, that's the goal. If you do best of sevens, you can change things around quite a bit.
All right. Coming up, let's take a sharp turn toward the backyard brawl because that was a momentous game. And Pat Narduzzi piped up afterward. Was he legit in what he said? And have the parameters, the expectations, I should say, of this Pitt season changed? As was written in the Post-Gazette, should we look at Pitt way differently now than we have? We'll talk about that coming up. Our football talk presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile. You can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet 2024 Chevy Silverado. 1.9% financing up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms at sunchevy.com. High of 79 today with sunny skies. There's some interesting mustaches in Pittsburgh sports these days. I'll say that much, including a new one on the football team, including a new one on the college football team, right? The quarterback has an unbelievable mustache. But still not up there with JP, Joe Potochnik of JP Roofing and Siding. I've been golfing with this guy where people walk up to us. They don't want to talk to me. They don't want to talk to him. They want to talk to his mustache. It's unbelievable limits. Have you met Joe yet?
I have, yes, a couple different times.
What'd you think of the mustache?
Outstanding.
Phenomenal is what it is.
It's like a squirrel laying on his face.
It really is. And all Joe does on the business side of things is win awards. He's the Northeast Trifecta back-to-back MVP winner for marketing excellence, community service. He's out there in the community all the time doing stuff, and for the work he does on houses. That's how he's made his money, so to speak, is working on houses. And, man, he's earned it over these 43 years. Weather's starting to turn a little bit. You want to prevent a problem or fix one, roofing, siding, this is simply the place to go. 43 years in the business, doing it better than anybody. $500 off right now, any roofing or siding installation. 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
It's a 2-year contract extension for Sidney Crosby and the Penguins, worth $8.7 million per season. Crosby already signed for this season. It adds on 2 additional years through 2026, 2027. Pirates and Cardinals tonight. Paul Skeens will start on the road in St. Louis. It's a 7:45 first pitch. You can hear coverage right here on 93.7 The Fan beginning at 6:30. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
This afternoon, expect filtered sunshine as clouds begin to increase from the south, a high of 80 degrees. Overnight, mostly cloudy with a low of 61, slight chance of a shower in far northern West Virginia, an east wind around 5 to 8 miles per hour. And on Tuesday, mostly cloudy skies with scattered afternoon showers and a high of 79 degrees, winds out of the east at 10 miles per hour. I'm KDK First Alert meteorologist Trey Fulbright with your forecast.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10, presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. 93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
High five. Up top. Heck
yeah! Dave's company just got the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business.
Yeah, 5 years!
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
High five for gig speed.
5 years of advanced security.
Security win.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Our rate ain't changing.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
There it is.
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Woohoo!
Now he's got savings.
I'm so excited.
Yep, Dave's feeling it. But it's only for a limited time, so don't wait. Switch today and ask how to get the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Powering 5 years of savings. Powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Ends 9/22/24. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Do you need a new roof? Wouldn't you love to never have to replace it again? That's the benefit of a metal roof from Weather Seal. Call the metal roof experts now at Weather Seal Home Services and get no payments for 24 months and get a free 6-inch gutter upgrade. Weather Seal, a name you know and can trust, just like I do. So what are you waiting for? Call 877-351-SEAL. That's 877-351-SEAL or online at weathersealhomeservices.com.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Total Wireless is made to totally keep up with you. We now have unlimited data that never slows you down, covered by the Verizon 5G network, and all for less than $30 a month when you get 4 lines. And the best part, we give you a free Samsung Galaxy A54 5G when you switch to the Total 5G Plus Unlimited plan. Visit your local Total Wireless store today. Total Wireless, we're totally with you. Actual speeds may vary by location. For data management practices, see TotalWireless.com.
Young America, Kamala Harris thinks she knows all about you.
What else do we know about this population? They are stupid.
Kamala thinks you're too stupid to realize she's to blame for overspending and record inflation.
They are stupid.
She thinks you're too stupid to realize groceries now cost 26% more.
They are stupid.
Too stupid to see how she tripled the price of gas.
Stupid.
Kamala Harris thinks you're too stupid to notice home costs have skyrocketed, now 46% higher. Electricity is costing you 25% more. Healthcare has risen 18%, and cars are up a jaw-dropping 33%.
Bidenomics is working.
With all due respect, Madam VP, we're not that stupid. Young America, we can't afford 4 more years of Kamala Harris. To learn more, go to learnaboutkamala.com. Right for America, paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. www.rightforamericapac.com.
Have you received estimates from roofing contractors that are pages and pages of confusing details? Or did the salesperson seem pushy, making you feel trapped and stressed in your own home? I'm telling you, let the team at Craig Gallagher Roofing bid on your next roofing project. You won't have to deal with any of that. Craig Gallagher Roofing provides an itemized, easy-to-understand estimate to make your roof replacement project a breeze. Plus, ask about their buy now, pay later, easy financing options. Visit CraigGallagherRoofing.com. Craig Gallagher Roofing, where details make the difference since 1991.
After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Pennsylvania football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown, and he throws an awesome block so his teammate can score instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. Everyone knows the most exciting part of football is the score. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first TD scorer wager today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich, Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. Listen, they're smart, aggressive, experienced. They have a 99.7% success rate, so that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich, Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Replacing your windows and doors is a great way to boost your home's value and curb appeal. Just to be sure, choose Renewal by Andersen. Hey guys, it's Adam Crowley. Their custom-built replacement windows are available in 9 exterior colors to bring out the unique beauty of your home. And they're crafted with Fibrex material. It's a composite as beautiful as wood and twice as strong as vinyl, so you get windows warranted to last decades. This month, Renewal by Andersen has extended their 31-day sales event. Buy one, get one 40% off all windows, patio doors, and entry doors when you buy 4 or more. That's 40% off. Plus, get an extra $150 off each window and door with no minimum purchase. Special financing is available. Call by September 30th. 412-703-2525. 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525. For offer and warranty details, visit renewalbyandersen.com.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
There's only one team in the AFC North that is undefeated, 2-0, and it is the Pittsburgh Steelers after a 13-6 win against the Denver Broncos, where the Steelers completely shut down Denver in the first half. And the Steelers were able to ride a Darnell Washington touchdown in the first quarter and 2 Chris Boswell field goals to a victory where the Steelers have only had 1 touchdown in the first 2 weeks, but it's been good enough to win, with the Chargers coming up at home, the home opener this Sunday at 1 o'clock. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. It's Joe. And this is the Joe Starkey Show. On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
What a game. What a game the other day at Heinz Field. We talked about it off the top because we were taunting Crowley with the pit fight song. But, man, that's what college football is all about. Just craziness at the end. I was watching in a bar, Bob, on Saturday, so I had to go back and look at the final quarter today, and all hell was breaking loose. I mean, there was so much to keep track of what was happening. It was insanity. So tons of stories coming out of the game. To me, the 2 biggest are Neil Brown is lucky he's still coaching today. He's really done nothing at West Virginia, and I mean nothing. I mentioned earlier he's never beaten a team above 15 in the country on the week they played them anyway, and that was number 15 Virginia Tech one year. Last year was a total mirage, which some of us knew, and this year looks like it's a pending disaster. How are you up 10 with around 4 minutes left, and the other team has a, what was it, second and 30, first and 30?
Second and 30.
And you don't even get to overtime in that game? You don't even get to overtime. So, Bob, that's story number one. Story number two, and probably the bigger one, is what do we make of Pitt 3 games into the season? And to me, the story is the quarterback. Most of the time when Pitt's been good in my time here, since November of 89 when I arrived, when Pitt's been good, they have a quarterback, and I really like this kid. I don't know how good Pitt is yet. I don't really agree with the Post-Gazette story that I read today, although it was very well written about how, now expectations have been wildly written. To me, they were always going to be at least 2-1, and they're 3-0, and credit to them for these amazing comebacks. But this quarterback and this offense are very interesting to me. I love this kid. His fire, his instincts in the pocket, some of the scrambles that he made at key times, his arm. I can see why Nick Saban recruited him. I could never understand in the offseason when I'd ask Pitt insiders, what's up with Holstein? Oh, I don't think they like him that much. Yarnell's going to start. What? They brought in a kid from Alabama and he's not going to start? That always seemed ridiculous to me. I really like him, Bob. And when you have a quarterback, you become dangerous.
No question. And the fact that he was recruited by Alabama tells you all you need to know about the potential talent and what they saw in him. Now, he saw a roadblock for him to play down there, and I understand that. You got to go to a place where you can play. He has been terrific, and it's just his gutsiness, really, that sticks out, and his willingness to make everyone around him better at critical times. He's done a very good job with that. In that West Virginia game, I thought West Virginia did a very good job of really silencing Desmond Reed, and he's been the number one reason, aside from Holstein, why they've generated so much offense. I mean, the week before he had 100 yards rushing and receiving. No Pitt running back's ever done that. So they keyed on him. They shut him down. He did not have much of a role, but it was, listen, it takes two to tango. And as much as I give credit to Pitt for digging deep and not stopping and coming back and winning these games, I thought both Cincinnati and West Virginia really played into their hands with some of their decision-making defensively while nursing a big lead. They did not do what I would have thought teams would do in that situation. And so availability was there. There were some people. Why? I don't understand 2nd and 30. Number one, how you get 40 yards and a touchdown. They blitzed. That's what I'm saying. That's a stupid call when you should be flooding the zone and make sure that doesn't happen. But also, if you looked at the last drive, 2 75-yard drives in the last 3 minutes. The last one, there are guys running wide open in the middle of the field. Again, the only shot Pitt has is to make those kinds of completions, and West Virginia was kind of a lackadaisical defensive effort there. So it takes two to tango. But having said that, I think it's time, Joe, to reassess where Pitt is. And you guys like to do this in the regular season when we talk about the Steelers. Everybody has a preseason prediction. Many of them were not good ones. Many people thought it would be a 5-6 win team, maybe.
Well, that's the part I want to hold off on a little bit.
But it's 3 games into this.
Yeah.
4 would be a win on, and then you go in the ACC.
And they've never had an unbeaten non-conference schedule.
Which is surprising in all the years of Pitt football. What I'll say, though, is have you changed your opinion about the ACC? Most people came into this looking at the preseason ranking, which I hate. Florida State 10, you have Clemson, you have Miami, all these teams. Pitt has a pretty good schedule. Clemson is here. They don't have to deal with, I don't think, Florida State. And
Florida State's
my point is they were supposed to be good.
Yeah.
All these other teams are very average,
Well,
maybe just like them.
I don't know that yet. I mean, I can't go along with the idea that suddenly Pitt is going to be competing for an ACC championship until I see them play it. No, I know you didn't.
I'm just trying to get you to up your ante. I forget what your preseason was, but mine was 6 wins. Probably was a good year based on all the people they lost, some of the shortcomings they may have had. I thought that was realistic. Now I don't think it's realistic. I think it'll be higher than that.
Well, yeah, it better be higher than that. But Stephen Thompson wrote something for the Post-Gazette, really well written and good, sort of speaking to what you're speaking to. And he says that now it's, this wasn't a rebuilding year to them. It was another chance to compete for an ACC championship. And it's time to say it plainly, writes Thompson. This Pitt team is good and capable of contending for something bigger and more tangible than simply a return to mediocrity. Listen, like I just said, when you have a quarterback and I think a lot of offensive weapons, anything could be possible. But I need to see this team play an ACC game. They just played a horrible Cincinnati team, one of the worst teams in Power 5
them
football.
for 3 quarters.
And then West Virginia, which is no good. West Virginia got blown out by Penn State. They gave up 400 or so yards to Albany, and then Pitt got by them. And much credit. It's been, again, wildly entertaining, fun to watch. I give them all the credit in the world, but that's different than saying, do I suddenly think Pitt is good, really good maybe, and ready to compete for an ACC championship? All I want is to reserve the right to watch them in an ACC game. And I don't know about these other teams yet, Bob. Cal's 3-0. Miami's number 8 in the country, 3-0. North Carolina's 3-0 and have outscored their opponents 102-47. Louisville looks like a good team. SMU looks like a pretty good team. I have to see the actual. I can't make a sane judgment after watching Pitt play the opponents that they've played and suddenly say we're looking at the possibility of an ACC championship. Now, we can have this conversation in a couple weeks after they play, well, not Youngstown State, after they play at North Carolina, Cal, Syracuse, at SMU. Let's just say North Carolina and Cal. May we revisit the conversation then, Bob?
Yes.
Because North Carolina's 3-0. A lot of these teams have played nobody. Pitt's actually played a better schedule than some of these teams.
Didn't they lose their starting quarterback, though, North Carolina? Or somebody lost the starting quarterback, I saw.
That I don't know. And then after that, Cal. Now, Cal is also 3-0. They beat Auburn. And then they beat San Diego State 31-10. What if they're – I don't know yet. That's my point. But
I agree.
But I do want to stick to the positive here. The positive is 2 unbelievably entertaining wins. It looks like offense could be back around here. And I love this quarterback. I love this guy. I love his mustache. I love his fiery temperament. He's got a little bit of Tyler Palco in there, right?
Yeah.
He's fun to
Just
watch.
Don't give him a live mic when you win a big game. You never know what you might get.
So, yeah, I suppose if the question comes back, are my expectations on a win total raise? Yes. Do I know if Pitt is good, let alone really good this year? I don't know, man. I've got to see a couple more games, at least one conference game before I make that determination.
But, and here's the other side of that. To your point about waiting, I mean, honestly, the odds of them winning either of those games in the fourth quarter, when you look at their history, I think there was an 18-year span. I saw a number on this where they were 0-72 when they trailed by 10 points or more in the fourth quarter. This year they're 2-0. When trailing by 10 points or more in the fourth quarter. It's hard to make those comebacks.
That's incredible.
So, they put themselves in holes, but they've dug out from those holes. That says a lot about them, and you could build on that. And then it's going to have to carry over into the ACC schedule, which starts not this week but next. So
he has
maybe
3.
too early to make that proclamation that they're going to be. But I still think they're going to be better than maybe I thought, or maybe what a lot of people thought.
That's fair. I do think that's fair. And Holstein may be way better than people thought. 3 300-yard games, Bob. 3 of them. That's unbelievable.
Nobody since Alex Van Pelt, I think, has done that.
If you took
start a career,
every team in college and pro football and added up the records of all teams of let's just say the last decade of when you're down 21 in any game, you would have a winning percentage of what? 2%? 1%?
Yeah, not very good.
And then if you took all the teams in college and pro football over the last decade and said, what's the winning percentage when you're down 10 or more with less than 5 minutes left in the game? It's the same thing. You don't win those games, let alone 2 in a row. So much credit to them, because that was exciting stuff.
That's what I like most about it. It's what college football should be. Fun atmosphere, 2 teams, rivals going at it, ups and downs, swings of emotion, and then the final drive, which was just surreal to me, how they put 2 of those drives back-to-back and won the game. So you could take away a lot from their season, but those kind of memories, those kinds of games, that was one of the most exciting games in the history of this 107-yard rivalry.
Yes.
Year rivalry. Because it just, the dynamics of it that contributed to that ending. Similar to what we saw 2 years ago here in Pittsburgh.
It was so fun and crazy and wild. You get more of that ideally in college football than in the pros. I think when you have evenly matched teams and it's just insanity at the end of games. Although I probably shouldn't say that because the 1:00 games yesterday, it seems like every week in the NFL. If you're watching Red Zone, it's like addictive. It's like every game's coming down to the wire. So I may decide to take back that statement, Bob. But this was unbelievable in the truest sense of that overused word. And Holstein really has great instincts in there, too. I was rewatching some of those scrambles. He was sacked, and he was the one he spun out of. And there was another one, and I don't even think Pickett had this, at least certainly not in the pros. I know it's a very different game, was sensing pressure when you can't see it and leaving the pocket at precisely the right time. Those were amazing plays he made on those last 2 drives. He made those drives with his scrambling.
There's no question. His ability to create and extend plays, and I think the word there is extend. He knew what to do to keep that play alive, whatever it was, and he made the accurate throws after that.
So I don't want to squelch the possibility either. I mean, it's possible that we could be looking at Pitt in 4 weeks that they're 7-0, 8-0, and are a national story, and people are talking about him as a low-key Heisman guy. You start your career with 3 300-yard games, but it's way too early in the competition so far. At least leaves me with some question marks.
Yeah, and that's a fair assessment. It does. And again, we don't know a lot about these teams. I will say this, though.
Maybe these teams are better than the ACC. I don't know.
Given the fact that there was a 12-team playoff for the first time, we're going to see that play out. Is there a better conference that Pitt could be in to give them a shot at doing this? Because if there were any of
No,
these
you're right about that.
The ACC seems to be fairly wide open.
Maybe the Pac-2, if they were in that, they could be the 3rd team and win it.
It looks like they're adding 6 teams or 4 teams to make it a Pac-6 right now, and who knows, a 6-pack, maybe a 12-pack later.
What was I going to say? Thank you.
We got the beer going. Do you have any wine in there?
He may.
Okay.
If you get a sound of uncorking a wine bottle, that
there
might
is no
be nice.
sound. Or there is a sound for that.
You know what? It's fun. I'm entertained by Pitt football again. Last year was painful, just painful.
3-9 will do that to you.
And the offense was ridiculous. It was between the Steelers and the Pitt offense last year. What are we doing here? So this is a huge upgrade when you have a quarterback and a fun offense to watch. This is great stuff. But after the game, we had Pat Narduzzi piping up again.
Gotta love the emotion, though, of that.
I do. We were talking last week, Limits and I, about how there's not many characters as coaches anymore. He is actually a character. This dude says anything that's on his mind. He'll willingly bury himself at any point in any season, which is kind of admirable in a way. But he certainly made national news, and a lot of people did like it the other day with this comment after the game.
I think our DBs did a heck of a job, period. I mean, some of the calls we got late hit out of bounds.
As you challenged your defense, specifically your secondary in this one, how do you think they answered that?
I think our DBs did a heck of a job, period. I mean, some of the calls we got late hit out of bounds, they catch a ball with their hands in the face, and I've never seen anything like it. You know, wow. We beat West Virginia in the backyard brawl, and we beat the officials too in one game.
Well, you knew there was.
I love that.
You knew there was going to be a fine coming his way, and there was.
There was. I love that. Let's talk next whether there was any merit behind those comments, because that's a big comment to make. And a lot of people would say unnecessary. You won the game, Pat. You know, do you think that's going to play well for officials in the future? I don't know. I don't know. That's just a question. I also have a question of why a Big 12 crew would do a game like that. Like if you have a Big 12 team and an ACC team, why don't you have like an SEC crew? Is that a reasonable question, Bob? Why would you have a crew from one of the two conferences involved in a game?
Right, in non-conference games, I think it should be shared. You know, figure out a way to do it. Some other conference gets involved. You don't have one over the other. And that's not to say that these guys are going to be tilted or slanted in any way. It's tough to officiate a game. But I agree with your original point. I don't think it needed to be said. There was enough emotion there that could be bypassed. And all it's going to lead to is questions about what you said as opposed to what you did.
Well, having said all that, I'm glad he said it, Bob, because it's good for business. And like I said with him, I mean, there's just no filter, which is a wonderful thing in some ways. Let's talk about this. Was there any merit to Pat Narduzzi blatantly and publicly ripping the officials here? 412-928-9370. And is Pitt going to become a story? I remember all the way back to the days that I started covering Pitt during the beginning days of the Walt Harris era, and then I covered the Big East for ESPN. And one of my biggest gripes was they never get off to like a nationally noticeable start where everybody's like, wow, Pitt's 3-0, Pitt's 4-0. And every other team in the old Big East, even when it was starting to fall apart, would have at least 1 year where everybody was talking about them for a little while. South Florida did it. Cincinnati did it. Rutgers, for God's sakes, got off to a couple of great starts where they're undefeated in the middle of seasons and playing games where everybody's talking about them. Did I mention UConn? I mentioned Cincinnati. Of course, West Virginia. Never Pitt. Never. They haven't started 4-0 since the year 2000, for God's sakes. So I guess that 1 year, yeah. But why not ever be able to start where people are talking about you at 6-0 and 7-0? Because that's when it becomes really fun. And like you said, Bob, with a 12-team playoff, you can dare to dream when you're 6-0. Right. You certainly can, given their schedule. So they're doing it. It looks like they're going to get off to a 4-0 start and be undefeated in the non-conference for the first time ever. They joined the Big East in 91. They didn't have, people say, well, what about 76? They weren't in a conference. Right? So this is it. 4-0. That would be great stuff.
But I will also say this. Youngstown State in the past has given them fits at times. So teams like Ohio University, coming off a win like that with all that emotion,
if they lose to Youngstown State, shut down the program.
But I'm telling you, it may be a sloppy game compared to what we saw.
Paul Christ ain't walking through that door to lose to Youngstown State. At least I hope not.
How about Duquesne? Congrats to Jerry Schmidt and his Dukes. They went and beat Youngstown State 28-25 the other day. Good for their program.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you, Joe.
Your thoughts on Narduzzi after the game. We'll do that next at 928-9370. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Big news all over today. Sidney Crosby, we spent a while on that, signs a 2-year extension with a cap hit of just $8.7 million. That puts him 42nd in the NHL in annual income. That's a guy who just wants to win. And, of course, we'll get back to Steeler Talk top of the hour with our decisions segment and our little report card.
Are we going around the league?
I don't know, Bob. I'm going to try to fit that in. I'm under a lot of pressure here.
Games.
I know. I'm under a lot of pressure. It's 12:33. Time to stop blindly paying those increasing auto and home insurance premiums. Contact the Buell Insurance Agency in Gibsonia and see what they can do for you. I want to talk about Gina Giampietro, if I might, city limits. And yes, I might. Let's start with Matt. He was ready to sell his home in Moon Township, where incidentally I shot a 44 on the front nine yesterday, and it should have been a 41, but I missed the putts I've been making lately, and I was very angry. He reached out to Gina to learn more about his options. Matt said that Gina made the process of selling his home extremely convenient and stress-free with her vast knowledge of the market. Gina was able to sell Matt's home for over $400,000, and Matt and his family were thrilled with the results. Matt said it was a pleasure working with Gina. He recommends her to anyone looking to buy or sell a home. So do I. Here's the thing. You can't lose. Gina sits down with you. You agree on a price and a deadline. Deadline passes. Home isn't sold. Gina will have it bought and turned into a rental. Call the only agent I would trust if I needed to sell my home in Pittsburgh. Gina Giampietro of RE/MAX Select Realty. Call Gina 724-602-9752. Google Giampietro of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
38-34. Pitt beats West Virginia in the backyard brawl. Panthers came back from down 10 in the final 5 minutes to win it. and scored 2 touchdowns in that span. 3:30, the Saturday kickoff for the Panthers and Youngstown State at Acrisure Stadium. Pitt will play YSU, currently 3-0, never been undefeated in the non-conference schedule, before North Carolina on the road at Chapel Hill begins the conference schedule on October 5th. More 93.7 TheFan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
93.7 The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Here's a text, Doran. It ain't the same when one is not on the air. You guys are so good together. Thanks. We do have that chemistry, baby. And we are in mid-season form.
Like Russ and George.
Who's who?
You're George.
I got strong hands.
Get upset when everything's don't go your way.
Maybe you're exactly right. I'm deleting you off of my social media.
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football. People ask all the time, what did my program look like when I was on Awaken 180? I tell them I would wake up, have breakfast, a mid-morning snack, lunch, afternoon snack, then dinner. I was in the middle of a wing promotion at the same time. What other types of foods? Chili, steak, foods we all love. It was all laid out for me. I'd meet with my Awaken 180 coach once a week, review my numbers, make adjustments if I was losing less than 4 to 5 pounds a week. That was the program. Eating, coaching, and a formula customized to me. It's been 10 years now with over 23,000 satisfied clients. To prove that I'm not the only one that thought it was easy, Awaken 180 holds a 98% customer satisfaction rating. To compare, most companies aim for about 75%. If you have weight to lose, do what we all did and make that call to Awaken 180. 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
Yeah, welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius, or 2 half geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I'm a Western PA guy born and raised, much like my friends Joe George and Larry Kelly. They're the highly respected AV-rated injury attorneys at LGKG, Luxembourg, Garbic, Kelly, and George. And as Larry explains, integrity is everything that Western PA is all about and part of the LGKG business model.
Personal integrity, my father, Fred Kelly, gave me the definition of that when I was a young man. And it's really simple. Do what you say you're going to do. Sounds simple, but it's not always done. You know, at LGKG, we've been keeping promises for over 90 years. When we make a promise to our client, we do it. And you know what? If we hadn't done it, the word would be around. The people would know. We live in this community. We work in this community. We coach in this community. People know us and we know them. And I think that's why. Because in communities like Western PA, if you don't have that integrity, everybody knows it. And when you do, everybody knows it.
LGKG Injury Lawyers, 7 locations, Western Pennsylvania, LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeServices.com today.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Napa Auto Parts. Elevate your engine performance with Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. Through 2 games, the most surprising team in the NFL has to be the New Orleans Saints. The offense has scored 91 points over 2 weeks, including a shellacking of Micah Parsons and the vaunted Dallas Cowboys defense. Is this sustainable? Probably not, but the Saints could be the sleeper team few saw coming. I'm Maggie Gray.
There aren't many feelings worse than trying to start your car in the morning and being greeted with a dead battery, or being stuck on the side of the road when you don't need to be. 1 in 4 vehicles on the road will need a battery replacement this year. Don't be a statistic. Stop battery problems before they stop you by testing your battery regularly. Test yours at home or at select Napa locations nationwide. If you need a replacement, Napa has you covered with a full range of long-lasting, high-performance batteries for nearly every make and model on the road. So don't wait. Test your battery today and let Napa help you keep moving.
DQ presents the sound of BOGO-free Blizzard treats in the DQ app. It's the sound of downloading the DQ app, redeeming the sweetest BOGO-free Blizzard deal, telling all your friends, and heading to DQ. For BOGO-free any-size Blizzard treats only in the DQ app for a limited time. Download it today. At participating locations, limitations apply. DQ. Happy tastes good.
Loose and cracked mortar, crumbling chimney, the cap was broken, bricks were all messed up. My house had all of those problems, and much like you, I'm a fan listener and picked up the phone and called Precision Pointing after hearing their ads. Glad I did. They came to my house, assessed the problem, clearly communicated a plan of action. Precision Pointing was in control from start to finish, and my 75-year-old home is good for at least another 75 years. The best part, no down payment required. So if you have an older home in need of brick repair or restoration, get it done by Precision Pointing.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at GrayElderLaw.com. Football season, cooler weather, and the falling leaves are here. Get your gutters ready. Call Gutter Helmet this month to save 50% off installation and get a free gutter cleaning and tune-up with purchase. Protect your home year-round. Call 888-5HELMET or visit GutterHelmet.com.
Hey, let's talk about hair. Whether you're losing it or trying to keep what you have, we all worry about our hair. Now, have you tried curing your hair loss with pills and lotions? Do you worry about how your hair is going to look in the wind and rain? Well, worry no more. Here's Cookie Harris, president of New Image Hair Clinic.
Men and women now have options like the new Hair RX restoration procedure. Hair RX combines the best of human hair duplication and artistry to recreate the hair you once had. Call 1-800-942-8302 or go to newimagehairclinic.com for a free hair and scalp health checkup and get the answers you need about hair loss and thinning hair.
Let's face it, we spend time and money on preserving our teeth, car, and home. Why not our hair? Call 1-800-942-8302. Mention Hair RX to receive $250 off your procedure. That's 1-800-942-8302 or newimagehairclinic.com. Don't waste your time and money. Call New Image first.
Is Kamala Harris a radical? That's what she calls herself. Listen to her own words.
Yeah, I am radical. I do believe that we need to get radical about what we are doing.
Kamala is radical about defunding the police.
The idea that more police equals more safety, and that's just wrong.
It's weak. And Bob Casey's weak too. He says,
there's no question there's systemic racism throughout our criminal justice system, but certainly in policing.
And on immigration, Kamala says,
an undocumented immigrant is not a criminal.
Again.
We're not going to treat people who are undocumented and cross the border as criminals.
And Bob Casey's right there with her. Casey says,
Kamala Harris is an inspiring and very capable vice president.
Casey voted with Kamala 98%.
So Bob Casey says.
The more people get to know her, they're going to be particularly impressed by her ability.
Casey and Kamala, they're too weak.
I'm Dave McCormick, candidate for the United States Senate, and I approve this message. Paid for by friends of Dave McCormick.
It's finally football season. What better way to watch the games than enjoying a steel tower at the Steel Mill Saloon in Mount Washington? 100 ounces of Yingling or Icy Light at $18 all September long. The Steel Mill Saloon. Meet me there in Mount Washington.
Let's face it. Nowadays, most companies have to rely on dozens of expensive, disconnected platforms to run their business. And even then, things can get a little, well, stressful. But with Odoo's all-in-one management software, packed with a suite of fully integrated business applications, every process is streamlined. Tasks are automated, and success is just a few clicks away. See how Odoo can take your business to the next level at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Starkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
We beat West Virginia in the backyard brawl, and we beat the officials too in one game.
Well, I know of one Pitt-West Virginia game where they beat West Virginia and the officials, and that was 13-9, and that was the most egregious example I've ever seen, especially live, a live sporting event, or maybe any, where it looked like the referees wanted one team to win. That was the most blatant example I've ever seen. The other day, I can understand if Narduzzi was ticked off at some of the calls, but some went the other way, Bob. West Virginia had a touchdown pass called back on a holding that the analyst, I forget who was working the game, said I don't really see anything there. They had a touchdown called back on an interference play. The call, I think Narduzzi complained about the hit out of bounds on Green. Yeah, that was a good call.
That was a good call. I agree with you. I think that was the wrong case to make a statement about officiating. There have been far worse examples.
But there were some other ones to talk about.
I know, but it goes both ways. I honestly think that when you look at it and break it down, both teams could have had complaints. But who doesn't when there's a penalty flag called?
The targeting penalty was a good call against Pitt?
It was.
Do you agree with that?
Yep.
Now, let me see. I have some of these written down here.
I think the main one that he was talking about was the push-off in the end zone or non-push-off call West Virginia scored a touchdown on.
It could have been offensive pass interference. It could have been.
Could have been.
But the ones that I would have been ticked off, and I would be if I was a Pitt fan, were some of these holding calls on the last two drives. The one on number 50, whose name I forget, was a BS call, and then the real BS call was on the punt that preceded the winning drive. They called number 8 for a hold. What?
Yeah, I thought
there were 18 guys in there, and that stuff always, there was nothing blatant, and that's the stuff that's really right before the winning drive. You're going to call that on really, it was an okay punt return that had nothing to do with whatever that guy was doing. That's the type of crap that says they're subtly trying to screw us over. However, there were many calls, like I said, on the other side, and it's not like the referees pocketed their flags on West Virginia either. In fact, on the winning touchdown, they were going to call interference. Right?
Yes, they were.
Was it the winning touchdown or the one where it was second and 30?
Second and 30.
Yeah, they would have gotten a first down anyway.
The last one.
On interference. So it's not like they weren't calling anything on West Virginia. They were. But a couple of those little subtle holding calls, which you could call in any play, so then you start thinking, oh, they're picking now to call that, really would have ticked me off. I do get that part of it, but it didn't rise to the level of, oh, my God, this is Sacramento against the Lakers or the 13-9 game. It just didn't.
No, the 13-9 game was the biggest example, I thought. So that one's pretty well documented what happened in that game. But with the issue of officiating, it's tough to call. You know, you have to be very, very consistent more than anything with these calls. And every time there's contact, you cannot just immediately assume there's a flag involved. I think sometimes all levels of officiating we see that. There's a little bit of contact here, and so you're gonna penalize defenders mostly in these kinds of situations. We saw it in the Bengals game yesterday. That 4th and 16 call. To me that was desperation time.
That was a good call, Bob.
Yeah, you could, if it had been a no call, I don't think it would have been something that I would have looked at and said, should have been called the other. I wouldn't have yelled about it. It could have been either way. I think that's a play that just, you need the defender who has a right to go to the ball and the guy who's trying to make the catch. They both go up at the same time. There's contact. Of course there's contact.
To me, that you have to make that call.
On 4th and 16, I don't think you do.
Well, what does that have to do with it?
Because I just think it was a desperation attempt. Both guys are going for a ball. It wasn't he was dragged down. None of it.
He hit the guy in the back of the head.
You're going up for a ball. There's going to be contact.
Well, the point is the guy was early. The guy hit the receiver way too early.
Did you hear how City Limits jumped in and said you were wrong, Bob?
Yeah, he did. And a lot of people agree with you and you, Joe. But I'm just saying in those situations, if you start calling every little time there's any sort of contact, you're going to paint yourself in a very
I thought that
tough
was blatant
corner.
contact, but I do hear you that games are over officiated. If I had a problem with any Pittsburgh football game from the weekend with the officiating, it was the Steelers game, and I'm talking for both teams. It was unwatchable in the second half. There were 6 penalties on 5 plays at one point, including almost back-to-back. Maybe it was 2 out of the 3 plays were offsetting penalties.
Right.
Flags
so they had 22
everywhere.
flags thrown and 19 accepted. It was just too many.
It was too many. It was too much. And yet, I saw T.J. Watt and Highsmith being so blatantly held. They could have thrown 5 more, but they could have taken some off the other end. It was ridiculous. Why don't we talk about a couple of those calls? I heard you on TV saying the Van Jefferson call was the wrong call. No, it wasn't. And Steratore was wrong, too. He said that Van Jefferson didn't initiate the contact. Jefferson went in there and crashed into the guy.
I think that's a play you can call or not call. And one way or the other, I think the best thing to do in those situations is not call it.
That
if
was
it's
as
blatant. Yes, it wasn't blatant.
Yes, it was.
No, it wasn't
yes,
blatant.
It
no,
was.
It wasn't.
It was as blatant a pick play as you'll ever
I've
see.
I've seen pick plays not called. That
he
were worse
ran in
than
and
that.
practically
That's
cracked
what I'm
back
talking
the guy.
about. Consistency with officiating. One unit won't call it, another will. How do you play the game when you don't know what they're going to call and you have a play design that's supposed to create space for your best receiver?
Now you've caused a coughing attack.
I thought it was well schemed by the Steelers to create that opening.
He went in there and practically pulled a Heinz Ward on the guy. He initiated the contact, he cracked him, and he created a wide open advantage for his receiver. I can't imagine what Steratore was looking at there, and I can't imagine what you were.
I'm saying the consistency of the call. Have you not seen it where it's been ignored and plays go on like that?
Sure.
So how do you do it? If you're a player, what are you supposed to do? You're supposed to you're going into a middle of the field to create a space for Pickens.
He
did not
blatantly hit the guy.
Didn't. No, he didn't.
I'm with Bob. I'm 1,000% with Bob. The defender is the one who initiated the contact with Van Jefferson.
That's not true.
Yes, it is.
That
No,
is
it
what
isn't
Dean
true.
Blandino said, too. It's not
Dean
what happened.
Blandino. It was Gene Steratore.
Well, whoever the hell it was.
That's just blatantly wrong. Jefferson initiated the contact.
The defender ran into Jefferson a half a second
I
before
thought it was not. It did not rise to the level of a penalty.
I thought it was
You can
an
say whatever
obvious
you want.
call.
No, it's not.
It was.
You want flags. Joe, you're a Flag Day guy. You want more
No,
flags.
I want flags for egregious plays and obvious plays.
And that
was
wasn't
an
either.
Obvious
No, it wasn't.
call. Yes, it was.
No, it wasn't.
Josh Yohe agrees with me, so there.
Well, Josh is a man of the people.
He's one person.
That makes 2 of us.
What I'm saying is,
you are 2 people.
Every time there's
there are
something.
many more.
Are you sick of this? Are you sick of holding on returns? Every single
Yes.
play. I watched
What
all
returns?
day yesterday. Any return, there's a hold.
I'm sick of
course
that,
there's
and as I said
unless
earlier-
it immediately comes into the play.
As I said
Immediate
earlier-
affects the outcome of the play. Some of these holds are on the other side of the
They
field that
suck.
don't impact that.
It was like the return in the Pitt game, the last
That's what I'm saying.
return. It
Same
didn't
thing.
affect the
It
return.
doesn't-
It was
if it
a
doesn't
joke.
affect the return, why are you throwing a flag?
I agree. The one on Van Jefferson directly affected a scoring play and was blatant. And I don't know what you guys are looking at. I'll be honest about that. But there were also, as I mentioned, blatant missed holding calls on Watt and Highsmith.
Every play almost. And that's the problem.
The stuff they do to Watt
If you
is
call it a
almost
play-
illegal.
Listen,
I mean, on the
if
streets.
you're an offensive lineman, I would tell any offensive lineman when I'm with TJ Watt, hold him every time you can. They can't possibly call it on every down, and they won't. So do what you can to get in his way, and if it means taking a penalty, so be it.
And I'll
'Cause
tell
they're
you
not gonna
another
call
call
it
that
every
sucked.
time.
And for anyone who thinks I'm anti-Steeler here, I'm actually, on balance, think the Steelers got the worst of it yesterday. I think the Jefferson call was very correct. The worst call of the day was the non-holding call on Dan Moore. He didn't do anything.
Again, though, that's what we're talking about.
These over-officious jerks.
Egregious holds on T.J. Watt not called. Dan Moore gets called for nothing.
Poor Dan Moore.
No, I'm just saying that's.
No, I'm saying poor Dan Moore. He gets enough grief. And then they get a first down called back on a non-holding hold.
Generally speaking, let me ask you this question. Would you rather have more flags?
Less.
Okay. If you want less flags, and you have to let some of this go, that Jefferson was not a penalty.
No, that you can't do that, Bob.
Yes, you can.
It's a blatant pick play at the goal line and an easy touchdown on which he initiated not just contact, but hard contact.
Okay. We agree to disagree.
Let's go get a clip of the play, and then we can fight. But if I'm gonna err on one side or the other, it's going to be on less flags. Trust me on that. Like I said, it needs to be obvious, it needs to be egregious, and it needs to affect the play. We had Blandino on here once when he was the NFL's VP of officiating. Mm-hmm. He's the guy that gave us no opinion last week on the one play in the Steeler game. I forget which play it was now. Was it a Watt offside?
You're right about that. There was no – I forget.
Yeah, all he said was, well, they can get together and talk about it.
Right.
Thanks,
what was that play
Dean.
now?
How much are they paying you?
Play.
I don't remember. But we had him on when he was the VP of officiating. He said one of our emphases, which is the plural of emphasis. Is that right, Bob?
I don't know. Emphasize.
One of our emphases this year, this was, 2017, was to make sure if you're going to call holding, that it's a hold that affects the play. In other words, if it's a sweep right and the guy's already 5 yards downfield and you happen to catch somebody on the far left side grabbing a jersey, don't call it. Please, or else we're never going to have a game.
Well, we see that all the time on returns.
Yes.
Every time there's a return, we have multiple screens. Every time there's a return, there's a flag. So, okay, none of them that I saw was directly impacting anything. So, I don't know. It's tough. I think officials have a very difficult job, especially in this age of Twitter,
it's stupid.
Social media, everything thrown back at them. It's hard. And not only that, but the league makes it harder because they come down with amendments to all their things and their emphases, as your word.
But sometimes you have to call, I will agree, you have to call holding because it directly affects a play. The Broderick Jones, the play that got Broderick.
Every single play.
No, you need to be judicious. It needs to be very obvious. And it needs to directly affect the play. And I'm sorry, but the Broderick Jones hold, too, fell under that category, although I had people disagreeing with me on Twitter. If he doesn't hold, blatantly grab the guy's jersey, that guy may track down Fields.
I agree.
Before Fields made that great throw.
That was right in front of the official, too, as the play was developing.
Yeah. But overall, that game was unwatchable in the second half. Just unwatchable crap is what the game boiled down to in the second half. I'm proud to say that Josh Yohe agrees with me, Bob. He's generally regarded as a hockey guy, but I think he's very sharp generally. Do you agree?
Yeah, I think he's real sharp. I love Josh's opinion on just about everything, especially hockey. So, yes.
Wonderful man as well. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely.
Limits, have you ever met him?
I have not. Actually, I think that might be wrong. I've never met him in person, but I think he did a video Zoom call with us when I was at Robert Morris.
Bob, does that count as meeting somebody? A phone call or a video Zoom call? I don't think so.
I agree. Don't agree with that at all.
Yeah, I disagree with you 100% limits.
I didn't say. I said I'd never met him in person, but I just saw him over a video call. So that was the only interaction I've ever had.
And how did it go?
It went well. But that was all. I haven't talked to him since.
All. Well, hopefully
I would like to talk to him again.
Yeah, maybe someday. 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Route 19. Peters Township celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. We've talked about Sidney Crosby signing his contract, one of the most unselfish, great athletes in the history of sports. Truly. We've talked about the Broderick Jones disaster. They should make they could make a documentary on the series that he came into the game. Pat Meyer and Mike Tomlin. Their best thinking was, man, the offense is humming today. We just had a long touchdown drive. Let's put Broderick Jones in the game. Fatanu's playing great. We're pinned at our 1-yard line. Let's put the guy in who gave up 8 sacks in a row in a preseason game. That's a good idea, and it almost cost them the game. We've talked about everything, Bob, and guess what we're going to talk about now?
Round the National Football League.
Yes, that's your favorite thing, isn't it?
That and decisions, all of them.
I mean, we did that. We just did that.
I know, but that
was dedicated
good conversation.
To you.
That's what I like about it.
It was wonderful.
It's a very good conversation.
There's a lot going on in the NFL. What about the Ravens? Did you watch that game? Let's talk about all of this.
Oh, my.
Coming up next, fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500. 1.9% financing up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms at sunchevy.com. High of 79 today with sunny skies. A beautiful day for golf, which is why Bob is calling in sick to TV to play golf with me.
Which is why I'm not, because I would be burned, and you know it. Plus, you don't want to give me strokes. Your handicap has gotten your handicap has actually gotten higher. Are you sandbagging? That's what's happening. You're deliberately
Man,
tanking.
I wish I was. Anybody who's played with me in the last month will tell you I ain't sandbagging. Thank you, Limits.
Fanny in Butler is joining us right now. What's up, Fanny? Come on. Come on. You had to do that.
Bob felt like that was a cheap shot, Limits, to pull that out. Even I wasn't calling for that.
That's a penalty that all officials would call.
That was tough.
Got you, Joey.
Tony.
That's a Joey.
Maybe
Kyle Dubas.
Offsetting penalties. We got offsetting penalties.
We'll replay the down. Kyle Dubas said there are no words to properly describe what Sidney Crosby means to the game of hockey, the city of Pittsburgh, and the Penguins organization. Sidney is the greatest player of his generation and one of the greatest players in the history of the game. His actions today show why he is one of hockey's greatest winners and leaders. Sid is making a tremendous personal sacrifice in an effort to help the Penguins win, both now and in the future, as he's done for his entire career.
I agree with every syllable and half syllable he just uttered, and it all reminds me of the day George in Washington called. Doesn't it, Bob?
Please, let's not go down that road. Stop. Don't look anymore.
Just a little thing about the wooden teeth.
Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7
He didn't do it.
Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hold on. Let me put my wooden teeth in so you can understand me better.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shenderovich and Fishman. Ireland Contracting. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number one Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
As a contractor, you need a brand you trust to bring homeowners the quality they deserve when building or remodeling. 84 Lumber carries hardy exterior products that are built to last in the Pittsburgh climate. They can withstand harsh weather conditions and resist damage from moisture, fire, pests, and more. James Hardy and 84 Lumber also offer support and education for pros, providing you with a service like no other. Hardy products are available at your local 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest location and learn how it's possible to build your business with James Hardy.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
I'm Peter Navarro, and as President Trump's manufacturing czar, I helped draft key executive orders that brought the Keystone Pipeline to life and stopped the unfair dumping of foreign steel and aluminum from China. President Trump understood the Keystone Pipeline would keep energy prices low, and his bold tariffs on steel and aluminum immediately boosted employment in mills and foundries across Pennsylvania, from Newcastle, New Kensington, Darlington, and Pittsburgh to Brackenridge, Braddock, Butler, and McKeesport. When Joe Biden and Kamala Harris took office, they shut down the Keystone Pipeline, halted oil and gas drilling on federal lands, and attacked Pennsylvania's fracking industry. Fracking jobs have plummeted 30%. Gasoline prices have skyrocketed 40%. President Trump creates jobs. Kamala Harris creates inflation. It's that simple. Vote Trump 2024.
Right for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad. Not authorized by any candidate or any candidate's committee. www.rightforamericapac.com.
Rick Springfield live in concert. 17 top 40 hits. Saturday, October 19th, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Buy your tickets now at riverscasino.com. Rick Springfield, live in concert.
Attention Jeep lovers, now's the time to get into your brand new Jeep at South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Peters Township. For a limited time, get unbeatable deals on the entire lineup of rugged, adventure-ready Jeeps. Choose from a versatile 2024 Grand Cherokee 4xe or the iconic Jeep Wrangler 4xe and get up to $25,000 off MSRP. How about a new 2024 Jeep Compass? Limited payments starting at $199 a month for 27 months. Visit them online at southhillschristerjeep.net. See dealer for details.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You know what makes summer feel like summer? Firing up the grill with Kingsford Original Charcoal. The sound, the smell, the taste.
That is good.
Kingsford Original gives your favorite foods that smoky wood-fired flavor you can't get anywhere else. So, grab a bag of Kingsford Original Charcoal, America's grilling expert, and let's celebrate summer the Kingsford way. Kingsford.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Circa Resort and Casino. Headed to Vegas for the game? Join us at Circa Resort and Casino this October for the ultimate game day getaway. Huddle up at the overhang bar with the fan for our pregame tailgate on Friday with drink specials and giveaways, including tickets. Then catch all the action at the world's largest sports book or relax in the center of it all, America's favorite place to watch football, the Circa Stadium Swim, featuring 6 pools and a massive 143-foot screen. To book your huddle up experience, visit CircaLasVegas.com today.
Rally House, shop every team in town. College and pro, come on, it's time to go.
Get ready for kickoff, Pittsburgh. Rally House has the game day gear you're looking for, including Steelers sideline gear and the latest college style.
Steelers, Penguins, Pittsburgh Panthers, Pirates, Penn State, Nittany Lions. Rally House, it's your city, it's your house, it's a Rally House.
Gear up in-store and online at rallyhouse.com.
Welcome to September and welcome to Chevrolet truck season at Sun Chevrolet in McMurray. 2024 Chevy Equinox, up to $1,750 in rebates. 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500. Get 1.9% financing up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. The Chevy Blazer EV and Equinox EV offering special leasing programs. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevy has so much more on the lot right now, especially a great selection of 2024 Chevy Trax as well. And remember, Sun Chevy carries all major brands of tires, custom wheel packages, and a full line of GM accessories in their parts department. But the biggest benefit of all, their people. Over 500 years of combined experience serving their customers. They'll keep your GM vehicle looking and running like new. Or shop their online catalog at sunchevy.com. Visit Sun Chevrolet on Route 19 in McMurray, 5 miles south of South Hills Village, and at sunchevy.com to find the truck or car of your dreams. Sun Chevrolet, find new roads.
O'Reilly. When your wiper blades do more smearing than clearing during a storm, it's time to replace them. For a limited time, stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts for buy one, get one free on a pair of Bosch Pure Vision wiper blades. Offer valid in-store only. Our professional parts people will even install them for free. Get a better view of the road at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Sebastian Maniscalco.
My wife and I went to go see Hamilton on Broadway.
It Ain't Right Tour 2024.
Oh my God, it is amazing. We saw it. Oh, it changed me it changed me. Now, as soon as I hear that, I'm like, I ain't gonna like this.
Sebastian Maniscalco, live on stage in Pittsburgh. PPG Paints Arena, September 26th. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. For more, visit SebastianLive.com.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit the store for a free test walk. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA.
Hey, it's Doran.
And Crowley.
Here for Guardian Protection.
Your hometown home and business security company.
How smart is a Guardian Protection video doorbell camera?
Oh, so smart, Doran. With a Guardian Protection video doorbell camera, you'll get an alert on your mobile device the minute any package is delivered. You can even speak with the delivery person while they're on your porch, and you stay informed about what's happening at all times. And right now, with a Guardian Smart Home Security System installation, you can get a free camera. Visit GuardianProtection.com/fan. Limited time offer. New customers only. Terms apply.
Guys, erectile dysfunction is rough. You know it, and she knows it too. New Flow Men's Health is the local leader in treating ED successfully. Pittsburgh guys helping Pittsburgh guys. No pills, no injections, no games. Call New Flow 412-784-9000. 412-784-9000.
Planning a memorable event? Shooters Golf is your ultimate venue. Our cozy fireplace rooms, heated bays, and versatile indoor-outdoor spaces are perfect for birthdays, corporate parties, showers, holiday gatherings, and more. Whether you're hosting an intimate celebration or a large party with 12 to 200 guests, Shooters has the perfect backdrop for any occasion. Enjoy the outdoor patio deck, fire pit tables, heated cabana huts. Book your event at Shooters Golf today and experience exceptional service and unforgettable memories.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
According to Pierre LeBrun of TSN, the Penguins made their first extension offer to Sidney Crosby back in June as dialogue continued all summer and the deal was finalized last night. But it never came in doubt that Crosby would finally sign and find the right terms with the team. That was key. Could have been 3 to 4 years, according to LeBrun, but Crosby felt comfortable with a 2-year extension. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Here we go. The Joe Starkey Show. The biggest in the game. On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Hold on. Let me put my wooden teeth in so you can understand me better.
You should have waited till Bob got back for that.
But Bob's not here.
City limits. I'm looking at the Van Jefferson play. It's truly amazing people's cognitive dissonance on plays like that. That the defensive back initiated. He threw his shoulder into the defensive back. And I know there's people on the text line that agree with me. It's okay. I would agree that the Steelers got more calls against them. Unjustified calls and uncalled calls. Like, as usual, the blatant uncalled holdings on T.J. Watt. I thought the holding on Dan Moore was ridiculous. All of that, but not this one. Anyway, Bob, why don't we take a little trip around the league? Shall we?
Let's go.
I think we should do that, and we shall. The Steelers obviously in first place 2 weeks in because these other teams in the AFC North are having their problems, so let's go around the room here. You, City Limits, and me. God bless me on all the scores from yesterday. And let's start with that one. I watched it. I watched Ravens and Raiders, and the Raiders outplayed them. They outhit them. They were the better team. I love the music coming in. I love Gardner Minshew. He's a perfect Raider quarterback with that mustache. They were good. The Ravens were concerning on a lot of the same levels. Where's the pass game? Where are the receivers? Things like that. That's what springs to mind for me. You?
Losing a 10-point lead in the fourth quarter at home really should be unacceptable for any team in the NFL, but especially them. After losing game one, where I thought they were a pretty good football team that night. They were not yesterday, and Lamar Jackson continues to have problems in the pass game. It's erratic. It needs to get better. And they had a chance to, after the game was tied, Baltimore gets the ball. They had a chance to move down. Justin Tucker may be erratic this year from 50 yards, but still he gives you a great chance. They go 3 and out, and boom, Minshew takes it down.
I'll tell you what. The Ravens could be in a little bit of trouble. They go into Dallas to face a wounded, emotionally wounded Cowboys team. Then they get Josh Allen. Then they go into Cincy. Are we possibly looking at 0-5? Your thoughts on that game?
I don't know about 0-5. But, yeah, I mean, I was looking at the same play that Bob was. When they got the ball back and a chance against Gardner Minshew, against a first-year head coach, even though he was the interim last year, where was Derrick Henry at times in that game? And I know he had a better game than week one, but still, it seems like Baltimore, when they get in these type of situations, they get passive and they don't allow Lamar Jackson to create. And that's what happened late in the fourth quarter, especially on that final drive. Why not give Lamar the option to either throw it or run and utilize his legs and pick up a first down? Very surprised by the final score.
Totally. Other quick thoughts, Bob. Bob Spillane with a gigantic interception. Max Crosby is an unbelievable stud. 4 tackles for loss. And there's a new star, I think, in the NFL rising. And that's Brock Bowers. Did you see him yesterday?
He's like a tight end who's like a wide receiver. He can do a lot of different things.
Wow is what I say to that.
Steelers going to have to deal with that team later in the year.
Yeah. Next game is Saints 44, Cowboys at home with 19. Your first thought, it could be anything, Bob. You might have been watching on TV. You have a comment on the TV announcing. You might have a comment on a particular play, an overriding theme. Your first thought.
Mike McCarthy could be in jeopardy.
Limits?
Well, that's why I said that he'll be the first coach fired this year. Alvin Kamara, 4 touchdowns. That's my takeaway. Pure dominance.
Cowboys stink on defense. I watched them get absolutely manhandled in the run game late last year by Buffalo, by Green Bay in the playoffs. They give up 190 yards on the ground. Are you kidding me? It begins with Jerry Jones. That's the poison in that organization.
How about New Orleans,
and that ain't changing.
Because last week, they scored 44 on a terrible Carolina team. You're thinking, so what? It's Carolina. Now they have 91 points in their last 2 games.
Yeah.
Most of any team in the NFL. And everyone thought they're going to be a bad team.
Yeah.
It goes to show you what maybe some different, Kubiak's their offensive coordinator down there now.
Yeah.
And he's doing some pretty good things.
Man, it's interesting. I'll tell you that. They got weapons. Bucks 20, Lions 16. Limitless Wonder, why don't you start out with this one?
Baker Mayfield, Baker, touchdown maker. I mean, there's a reason why I picked Tampa Bay to win the division with Atlanta being the hot pick. Did I think they'd go into the Detroit and win against a team I had winning the Super Bowl? No. But Baker and that offense, they're humming, they're good, and the chemistry there is the best of a lot of different offenses in the NFL.
Bob?
I agree with that, but I also think that Aiden Hutchinson's putting in a bid right now
4.5
for Defensive
sacks?
Player of the Year.
4.5 sacks?
He has 5.5 in 2 games.
My thought on this game is Dan Campbell admitted afterward, in tears practically, that he screwed up the end of the first half. And while all of us, I believe here, are fans of Dr. Kneecap, he screwed up the NFC Championship last
game.
year.
That should have been a win, yep.
And at some point, no matter how much your players love you, if they start to lose confidence that you're a guy who can make right-minded decisions in tight situations, that ain't good. But I agree with you on the Bucks limits. I had them as a playoff team. Jets 24, the Fighting Will Levis's 17.
Mason Rudolph will be in soon. That's my biggest takeaway from that.
There is now a picture that goes out of Malik Willis every single week where it's like a blurry image. Have you seen this on social media?
No.
Of him and something's going wrong? So the first one was when he threw that horrendous interception in week 1. He was down on his knees with his hands on his head and just completely dazed off into the night. This time, he dove forward on a little shovel pass that ended up turning into, I think it was a turnover. He's going to be benched by week 9. Maybe even sooner than that. And did you see the coach?
Yeah, Brian Callahan just ripped him during the game, went running up to him, said, "What the blank are you doing?" And after the game says he knows better, he's an adult. So I agree with you guys. We might see Mason sooner rather than later for an 0-2 Titans team. But my thought on the game, Bob, is when we shared last week, you weren't here on Monday.
I was. Wasn't I? I was here.
Bob, you were here.
He was?
On Monday, yes.
Yeah, I was here.
It was the week before he was here on Thursday.
I apologize, Bob.
It's easy to lose
My
sight of
point
time.
on the... No, this was the previous Friday. I'm sorry. The day after the Jets opener.
Okay.
Whenever they played their opener. I don't know when the hell they played it.
Monday Night Football.
Yes.
That was a Tuesday.
Tuesday. Thank you. My thought on the Jets that day was if I were a Jets fan, I would be happy today They lost to the Niners, whatever. That's a good team. I actually saw Aaron Rodgers play. He looked functional, and this is going to get better. And it did get better.
You did say that. I heard that.
It did get better. And Aaron Rodgers and the Jets are going to be a problem in the AFC if he stays healthy.
And that's the big key, if he stays healthy. Levis makes mistakes, big mistakes whenever you can't afford to have them. And his coach got on him yesterday, and it was visibly upset with him. That's what makes me think about Rudolph.
Levis and Butthead, couple games not really mentionable. This one is one of the big stories of the early NFL season is Sam Darnold.
Yes.
And they win. They beat the Niners 23-17, and I'm starting to think that Kevin O'Connell is a pretty darn good coach and that Sam Darnold might have a second life. What is it, a fourth life in the NFL, Bob?
Yeah, he's been around 4 teams now. It's unbelievable. But, yeah, I think, Minnesota's onto something here. And the bottom line is they have playmakers on their field when they're healthy. I think San Francisco was just caught in a tough situation. They made some mistakes in that game that they normally do not make on the road. They're going to lose games here and there. That was one of them I didn't see, but Minnesota deserves it. They're off to a good start.
As Sam Darnold's biggest supporter this side of the Mississippi River, I can't say that I'm that surprised by it. I'm surprised that they beat San Francisco, but that he's performing like this? No, he's going to take the Vikings to the playoffs.
Maybe someday we'll wonder if the Steelers should have brought in Clint Kubiak and Sam Darnold.
There are going to be ghosts in his future. We're heading toward a Halloween. He will start seeing them.
Man.
And reality sets in.
And they'll go right out of his head.
That throw he made to Justin Jefferson in the run after.
How about the run? He must have run 160 yards to cover 97.
That was something to behold. All right. Thought on this game. We got to move a little quicker now, and that's my fault, and I apologize to both of you and all the listeners out there, Bob. Browns 18, Jags 13. My quick thought here is that Trevor Lawrence and the Jags are a profound disappointment. Trevor Lawrence is trending toward more of a bust than a good player, and this is getting ridiculous.
I'm very worried about Trevor Lawrence. I really like him, but that team, they've lost. How about this? They've lost 7 starts in a row.
That's on
Trevor
him.
Lawrence
He's 0-7. How many starts did he lose at Clemson?
Not many.
4? 7 in a row.
What is happening
here? At
here?
some point, he is the man in charge, and it's got to be better.
I give the Browns a little bit of credit for going in there and winning. I thought they were done, but I certainly don't believe in them. All right, next game, Bob. Chargers, the Steelers' next opponent, 26-3 over the Panthers. The big story, there's 2 of them. One is J.K. Dobbins looks like a star, reborn, maybe a year removed from that injury.
Josh Jacobs does.
Yeah. And that Justin Herbert got injured late in the game on an ugly play. And he's going to get an MRI. And will the Steelers get a gigantic break here if he's hobbled or can't play? Because you know who the backup
last year,
is.
how many times did they go through backup quarterbacks to get to where they had to go? Sometimes
especially late in the year.
Yep.
Anybody know their backup?
Easton Stick? The stick figure?
The stick figure, Bob.
The stick figure.
They've already gone against a statue in Kirk Cousins. They might get a stick figure in week 3.
That's the best they can do as a backup?
Taylor Heineke is third string, but you're going to get the stick. You're going to get the stick to start out with. The walking stick. Easton Stick. That's an unbelievable name.
He's
All
going
right.
to have to stick it to him, and I don't know that he can.
That was pretty good. Do you agree with that one?
1,000%.
Chiefs 26, Bengals 25. I'll say the same thing. I'm like Brian Kelly. What did he say? I'm so angry about this. I'm watching them every week.
And we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same things.
Yes, we are. We're sitting here again talking about the same things, and it's the Chiefs, and I'm so sick of it. I don't care if they're playing the Bengals. I don't care who they're playing. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of looking at them all. I'm sick of Kelsey. I'm sick of Taylor Swift. I'm sick of Andy Reid. I'm sick of Mahomes running around. Oh, my God, can you believe it? No, I'm sick of it all. And they're going to win the Super Bowl again. They had this team. Yes, they are. They had this team beat.
Yeah,
they had Mahomes beat, and then they get a 4th and 16, and then their idiot kicker comes out and hits a what is a 55-yarder?
He's money. I will say my biggest takeaway is that Cincinnati fans should be encouraged. They know how to play Kansas City. Now, they haven't won some of these games, but they know how to deal with the Kansas City Chiefs. Last
does?
year, Cincinnati.
No,
knows
they
how.
don't.
Yes, they do.
lose to them at
But
the
they
ends
play-
of
they
games
play-
when it matters.
They had him at 4th and 16, and their defender, if he didn't commit a pass interference call, he would have won.
Which they could have let that go. Anyway, 0-2. They've been down this road. They've started 5 years out of the last 7, I believe, at 0-2, and they've come back from it. They know how to deal with it. If I'm a Cincinnati fan, I'm encouraged, just as I was depressed when they lost to the Patriots.
There's nothing to be encouraged by.
Sure there
If
is.
the Bills go toe-to-toe with them, they lose. Everybody loses. Everybody loses to Mahomes. You give Mahomes the ball last, he's going to beat you.
Yeah,
the
especially
AFC
with a 4th
champion.
and 16 DPI call.
Yeah, that they rush. How many did they send after Mahomes on that play, Bob? 3. And people calling the game said at the time, "Are you kidding me? You're going to go with 3 pass rushers, Zach Taylor, on a 4th and 16, and let him." The play would have been complete if there weren't pass interference. By the way, it was a perfect throw. I'm sick of it all. I'm sick of watching that team win
perfect
games.
Throw. It was high. It had to go up.
It was right in his hands.
And the defender made a nice play.
The defender with blatant interference.
No, it wasn't.
I can't take it anymore. I can't. I don't want to watch the Chiefs anymore.
I don't either. I don't want any more boot shots of Taylor Swift. Enough of that.
Yeah, enough of that.
I thought they were supposed to be showing less of her this year.
And Brittany Mahomes and everybody else.
Oh, how about the shot that was it CBS in the late window, or I think it was NBC last night. They had a shot of one player that was named Taylor and then DeAndre Swift that said Swift because they're doing a Kansas City game in like a week or something. Like, come on, they're just manufacturing ways to incorporate Taylor Swift into the broadcast.
Well, it's the same thing. I wasn't even watching the game. And I was looking at the score on ESPN and following a little bit just like without pictures, and I knew how it was going to end. It was just trending that Cincinnati's going to give him the ball back and Mahomes is going to win. And they did, and they're going to keep winning. They lost Isaiah Pacheco.
They're going to lose a game here along the way that you don't expect.
Doesn't matter, Bob. They didn't have a good year last year. They lost a bunch of games. What matters is they'll get to the playoffs and Mahomes will beat everybody.
And they won, but I'll tell you, the Ravens came down to just a toe. If a toe changes, they could have won that game.
Right.
They win the games, I get it. But I'm telling you,
toe change in the Super Bowl, toe change for the Bills, toe change for this, toe change
too
for
much
that.
time on this nightmare.
Toe
Go
change
ahead.
for Baker Mayfield, almost beat him that year, and with their backup quarterback came in and played well.
Boy, you have.
They're winning 3 in a row.
Joe needs some help.
I don't want to. Cardinals 41, Rams 10.
There we go.
How about James Conner?
How about Kyler Murray?
How about Marvin Harrison Jr.?
Marvin Harrison Jr. had 2 catches for 130 yards and 2 touchdowns for the first quarter. That's something his dad, I don't think, ever did.
He had like 1 catch last week. He was invisible in the offense.
But that could be a team that sneaks up on you. All those things those names we mentioned, and they got some good young tight ends over there too. And if Kyler Murray can navigate through this, they could be a really good team.
James Conner scores a touchdown almost every game.
He does.
This
in
guy,
the red zone, he is money in the red zone.
Tell me this, Bob. You look at James Conner's career, and you tell me how many players in history, and this is going to be a homework assignment for City Limits when he gets home.
God bless you.
Have rushed for 5,000 yards and scored 50 or more touchdowns and averaged more than 4 yards a carry and caught more than 200 passes and caught at least 10 touchdown passes. Look, seriously, look that up. Roger Craig's in the Hall of Fame. Does he have all those benchmarks? Limitless Wonder?
He and Marshall Faulk.
Wait, is Roger Craig in the Hall of Fame?
I don't know. Marshall Faulk is one of those guys who's one of those kind of players too. Same kind of. But James Conner never was looked at that way. He's just kept working and working and working. He got his chance out there in Arizona. You can argue that the Steelers would have been better off keeping him.
He's had an unbelievable NFL career. Roger Craig got the 5,000 yards rushing. He got the 50 touchdowns. He got the 4 yards a carry. He killed the receptions, and he got more than 10 touchdown receptions. But that's where James Conner is trending. He's trending toward a Roger Craig-like career.
This is a really good one.
Give me another good running back, Bob.
Roger Craig also
Name
won
a good running back.
Marshall Faulk.
Well, Marshall, he's a top 5 of all time.
But that's what
Give
he
me
did.
a comparable. Give me a comparable.
A comparable.
Anybody.
Frank Gore with less yards?
No, Frank Gore's
Frank Gore's another guy who's going to accumulate.
How about Alvin Kamara? What's he doing down there in his career in those 4 departments?
All right, Alvin Kamara. He came in the league around the same time, did he not, Bob?
Similar, yeah.
He's got 6,000 yards, 58 rushing touchdowns, very similar to our guy. and over 4 yards a carry, just like Connor.
Mm-hmm.
Receiving, again, he's on another level receiving.
Okay, well, that's
he's on
you're
he's
asking
on
for people
another
who are
level.
similar.
He's not
That's-
Alvin Kamara.
Okay, you asked for a name. I'm giving you one
I
on
know,
top of
I'm
my head. Why are you
I'm
getting
panicking
angry?
now. I don't know why. I'm looking for a guy that is comparable.
We've hit a
that Connor's
roadblock in
better
a
than.
tour around the NFL
Think about,
here.
How about Le'Veon Bell? How about Le'Veon Bell? Would you like that?
Le'Veon Bell had a much better career than James Conner.
I don't know about that.
Le'Veon Bell didn't have 50 rushing touchdowns limits, so you're wrong. Le'Veon Bell only had 9 receiving TDs.
So
James
you're
Conner
wrong.
has 10. He's wrong. Let's give him a hand, Bob.
Thank
for
you very
being
much,
wrong.
Austin. City
Yes,
Limits.
let's prove stats and facts that matter to get the job done.
James Conner's had a hell of a career.
Le'Veon Bell's never played 100 games.
I'm
in the
not saying
NFL.
he was as good as Le'Veon Bell. I'm not, but I'm saying the numbers are pretty remarkable.
Yeah, statistically he is the better back. On further review.
All right, we'll continue that. Finish up with Steelers. Maybe a little report card to finish up. Would you enjoy that, Bob? Yes.
Did you
would.
check Rays? Are we
Yeah, we're
going to
check Rays,
Okay.
compare and
That's
contrast.
what we'll do.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted and plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Let's wrap it up next with a little report card that they can all put on their refrigerators. Thank you, Bob.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sidney Crosby and the Penguins today agreed to a 2-year contract extension worth $8.7 million per season that goes through the 2026-27 campaign. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
I'll give you one that not only stacks up, is better. You want to talk about some HGQ. You want to talk about the horny guy quotient. I'm taking Sable as my female singles.
I don't know if I know her.
Sure you don't.
You don't know her? Should I?
Web browser probably does.
Your web browser does as an all-time. Sonny's a bad person. I'm glad Donnie didn't pick her.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
It's better over here. If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has an exclusive rate plan just for you. Right now, get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings versus Verizon and AT&T. Plus, you can get one of the latest 5G phones free when you add a line. That's right, a free 5G phone. Experience all this and more on America's largest 5G network. So why wait? At T-Mobile, customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Just go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 or visit your local store to make the switch.
With AutoPay using debit or bank account plus taxes and fees, 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Free phones up to $300 off with 24 monthly bill credits and qualifying new line for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account to continue remaining bill credits. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See details at T-Mobile.com.
Who can you trust when choosing the best windows and doors for your home? How about the company with more than 2,500 5-star reviews in Greater Pittsburgh? Renewal by Andersen. Adam Crowley here. They'll design, custom build, and install your windows expertly. When you call Renewal by Andersen, they'll come to your home for a free consultation, often within 48 hours, and give you an exact price quote that's good for 1 year. And Renewal by Andersen has extended their 31-day sales event. Buy one, get one 40% off all windows, patio doors, and entry doors when you buy 4 or more. That's 40% off, plus get an extra $150 off each window and door with no minimum purchase. Special financing is available. Call by September 30th. 412-703-2525. 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525. For offer and warranty details, visit renewalbyandersen.com.
Tommy! I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Right now at Wendy's, you can get a small Frosty for $1. And literally everyone is going. The car behind you, going to get $1 Frosty. The car ahead of you, already had one, going for a second. The person who cut you off earlier, you guessed it, $1 Frosty. Maybe it's all a sign for you to go get one. Just don't cut anyone off. No one likes that person. The iconic Frosty for $1, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Not valid in a combo. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, California, and via third-party delivery.
There are many feelings worse than trying to start your car in the morning and being greeted with a dead battery, or being stuck on the side of the road when you don't need to be. 1 in 4 vehicles on the road will need a battery replacement this year. Don't be a statistic. Stop battery problems before they stop you by testing your battery regularly. Test yours at home or at select Napa locations nationwide. If you need a replacement, Napa has you covered with a full range of long-lasting, high-performance batteries for nearly every make and model on the road. So don't wait. Test your battery today and let Napa help you keep moving.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeservices.com today.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Napa Auto Parts. Elevate your engine performance with Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. Just as it felt like they had plenty of mojo left, beating the Bengals at the buzzer after a PI call revived their final drive, the Chiefs now dealing with a major injury to running back Isaiah Pacheco. These are the uncontrollable things that make winning 1 Super Bowl hard, let alone a 3rd straight. I'm Andrew Bogish.
There are many feelings worse than trying to start your car in the morning and being greeted with a dead battery, or being stuck on the side of the road when you don't need to be. 1 in 4 vehicles on the road will need a battery replacement this year. Don't be a statistic. Stop battery problems before they stop you by testing your battery regularly. Test yours at home or at select Napa locations nationwide. If you need a replacement, Napa has you covered with a full range of long-lasting, high-performance batteries for nearly every make and model on the road. So don't wait. Test your battery today and let Napa help you keep moving.
Right now at Wendy's, you can get a small Frosty for $1. And literally everyone is going. The car behind you, going to get $1 Frosty. The car ahead of you, already had one, going for a second. The person who cut you off earlier, you guessed it, $1 Frosty. Maybe it's all a sign for you to go get one. Just don't cut anyone off. No one likes that person. The iconic Frosty for $1, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Not valid in a combo. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, California, and via third-party delivery.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. Listen, they're smart, aggressive, experienced. They have a 99.7% success rate, so that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
Young America, Kamala Harris thinks you're too stupid to realize she's to blame for record inflation.
What else do we know about this population? They are stupid.
Too stupid to realize groceries are up 26%.
They are stupid.
To see how she tripled the price of gas.
Stupid.
Too stupid to notice home prices are up 46%. Electricity 25%. Cars 33%.
Bidenomics is working.
Kamala, we're not that stupid. Right for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. www.rightforamericapac.com.
Hey, let's talk about hair. Whether you're losing it or trying to keep what you have, we all worry about our hair. Now, have you tried curing your hair loss with pills and lotions? Do you worry about how your hair is going to look in the wind and rain? Well, worry no more. Here's Cookie Harris, president of New Image Hair Clinic.
Men and women now have options like the new Hair RX restoration procedure. Hair RX combines the best of human hair duplication and artistry to recreate the hair you once had. Call 1-800-942-8302 or go to newimagehairclinic.com for a free hair and scalp health checkup and get the answers you need about hair loss and thinning hair.
Let's face it, we spend time and money on preserving our teeth, car, and home. Why not our hair? Call 1-800-942-8302. Mention Hair RX to receive $250 off your procedure. That's 1-800-942-8302 or newimagehairclinic.com. Don't waste your time and money. Call New Image first.
Pennsylvania football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown, and he throws an awesome block so his teammate can score instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. Everyone knows the most exciting part of football is the score. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first TD scorer wager today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the books with BetQL. The Eagles and Falcons finish off week 2 on Monday Night Football in Philadelphia. A.J. Brown will be out for the Eagles tonight, so expect Jalen Hurts to use Saquon Barkley even more in the passing game. His receiving prop is 17.5 yards for tonight, and the BetQL model loves the over in this one. The model also likes Barkley to go over his rushing prop of 74.5, so you've got some options with the Philly running back. I'm Michael Jenkins. Bet smarter and beat the books with BetQL, and download the BetMGM app today.
While retinitis pigmentosa takes Mark's vision, his family gives him hope, whether at the family business or at home with his wife and sons. He knows he's not fighting alone. For 50 years, the Foundation Fighting Blindness has funded research into treatments and cures for blinding retinal diseases, providing hope to people with vision loss. And for Mark, winning the fight means being there for his family. The Foundation Fighting Blindness. Together, we're winning. Help us end blinding diseases at fightingblindness.org.
High five! Up top! Heck yeah!
Dave's company just got the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business.
Yeah, 5 years!
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
High five for gig speed.
5 years of advanced security.
Security win.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Our rate ain't changing.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
There it is.
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Woohoo!
Now he's got savings.
I'm so excited.
Yep, Dave's feeling it. But it's only for a limited time, so don't wait. Switch today and ask how to get the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Powering 5 years of savings. Powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Ends 9/22/24. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Starkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
All right, Bob, a little recap of today's stories between me and you and me. We only have 8 minutes left, so our very succinct opinions. The Broderick Jones disaster. Are the Steelers in large part to blame for the state of Broderick Jones?
At this point, year 2, I think they have contributed to, maybe confusion, maybe a lack of development because he hasn't been at one side or the other on a consistent basis. So, yeah, that's part of it. But I also think he has to understand the role he's in, and these jobs are not given away. You got to earn it. So go out and earn it. And when you play, regardless of where you play better than you're playing, because you can't have 3 of these penalties in 6 plays.
And his comment of basically, if I'm not starting, I probably shouldn't be playing, can be taken a lot of ways. But I imagine it has come to Mike Tomlin's attention by now. And even if he was right about that, if he was trying to say rotating tackles is a pretty dumb idea, you probably don't want to say that publicly. Sidney Crosby, 2-year extension, 3 years altogether is his commitment right now to the Penguins. At $8.7 million, he's the 42nd highest paid player in hockey, which is unbelievable, Bob. I think he's the most unselfish player in hockey history and one of the most unselfish, certainly among A-list stars in the history of sports.
No question. I mean, he's done more to try to keep the opportunity for winning here in Pittsburgh alive, even when there are times people think the window has closed. And his decision to take 8.7 and not more is another indication of that. And it's part of what you're going to remember about Sidney Crosby. Yeah, he has 3, hopefully more by the time he's done, but he hung around to try to make it happen again, and he gave money back for the GM to do some things in future years. Anytime you have that, it tells you a lot about the person, the player. That's exactly what he is.
Well, it's also this, Bob. It's a statement from Sidney Crosby to Kyle Dubas and the ownership.
Go out and help
group
me.
Is I'm here, and I'm here at this ridiculously low price because I still want to win real bad. So use that money to help me win. And that's, I think that's fairly obvious. All right, very quickly, a report card. We probably don't have time for this, but if we do it quickly, we do, Bob.
We have 6 minutes. You're on the clock.
Quarterback Justin Fields, Ray Fittipaldo gave him a B-.
B-, that's what I gave him at the beginning of the show.
I give him a C. A for the first half, F for the second half. Running backs, he gave him a B.
C.
God bless me.
I saw nothing in the second half from anybody, and that includes offensive line.
Yeah,
so.
It was interesting that Jaylen Warren, I think, did he get 2 more snaps than Najee? I believe he did. So that's gone back to a timeshare. I'll give him a B-. I thought they did some decent work. They did have 141 rushing yards, Bob. Not all by the running backs. Receivers, Ray gives them a D-. That hurts, Bob. That hurts very badly.
Well, I think that's a grade that I'd have to adjust that given the fact that there were 2 more receptions for Pickens, one a beautiful throw, another a touchdown, both called back by a penalty. So I'm not going to go that harsh. I'll say a D.
I just think George Pickens is an A and the rest of them are an F. So once again, I'll go with the C on the Justin Fields plan from yesterday. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. And What's Cooking, brought to you by our local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr.
Very
Hester.
kindly. Plus, Van Jefferson had that obvious pick that he set in the end zone, Bob, which didn't help their grade. Offensive line, Ray gives him a B-.
C, just like the running backs.
I mean, Fatanu was unbelievable if you watched the game, but also if you saw the PFF grades and everything else.
Joe, can I give you a quick breaking news update
Please.
in the NFL?
Yes.
We need a breaking news sounder so we can get Steve Wilson on that. Tom Pelissero, this is, oh my. The Panthers are benching Bryce Young and starting Andy Dalton beginning this week. What a disaster in Carolina.
If you had asked me, 30 seconds ago, is Andy Dalton still in the NFL and who does he play for? I would have said, wait a second, I don't think he is. Andy Dalton, are you kidding me with this?
Is Carson Wentz still in the NFL? And if he is, where?
Yes, he's
Kansas City.
Backup in Kansas City.
Okay, I just wanted to test you on that because
I like that
he
one,
won't
but
be
Andy
playing.
Dalton?
I want to make sure that Chris Oladokun gets another ring somewhere. I think it's fitting that he doesn't play and get ring. I think that's a great stat. Did you play in the NFL? Not really. Was I on the team? Yes, I have 5 Super Bowl rings.
Deontay Johnson is flying their plane to their next road game. They're going to fly backwards, city limits. Bob, let's just go with the grades. Defensive line, Ray gives them an A-.
A.
Ray is very tough on these people. That's why he gets calls from the players' parents. Linebackers, B+.
Yeah, B+, I guess.
A. What did they do wrong?
I mean, if you're going to look at statistical numbers, they did a good job. But I expect more. I expect bigger plays from them, especially inside linebackers.
Maybe inside.
Not so much the outside.
Okay, I'll give you that.
You're grouping them all together.
Secondary A-. What did they do wrong, Bob? They gave up the flea flicker, I guess. I guess that's an A-.
Yeah.
Deshaun Elliott's been wonderful. Corey Trice made a great adjustment at the goal line if you watch the replay.
That was also a bad play by Bo Nix. He never saw him. He needs to be more aware that guy's back there.
That was a very cerebral play by Corey Trice.
Everything he's overcome in his life to be here and all these injuries, good for him.
And I thought Adam Archuleta did a great job on the broadcast. I did. Sometimes I don't like him. Yesterday I thought he was great, and he diagrammed that. He's like, they didn't take Trice out of the play by having that receiver run to the outside.
Which
he ran way inside.
He has to go away from all the...
He ran so far inside that Trice said, he's no longer my responsibility. And then, very alertly, he looked around and thought to himself, obviously, okay, where do I go to make myself useful on this play? There's a guy in the back of the end zone. Here I go. Here I have a nice pass from Bo Picks. You like that, Bob? No touchdowns and 4 interceptions from the great $18 million a year Sean Payton. What a jerk he is, right, Bob? Sean Payton?
Yeah, I'm happy to see everything goes this way.
Special teams A from Ray. I agree.
Yeah, I agree.
Corliss Waitman, a special game ball to him.
How about 54 yards at the end of the game?
He was a great punt. He averaged 53. He's becoming a legend. And last and not least, the coaching got a B-. That seems a little bit harsh, Bob.
Again, 1 touchdown in 8 quarters. I don't know. That's part of this. You got to generate more offense, free guys up, scheme them more. I guess B. They won the game. When you win the game, you get a lot more credit for sure.
I agree. I think well, hold on a second here. The Broderick Jones disaster was one of the great coaching, God bless me, blunders, miscalculations, catastrophes that you'll ever see. That Pat Meyer and Mike Tomlin's best thinking was, let's put that guy in the game now that we're at our 1-yard line. The other guy's playing great, and we just scored a touchdown on a 7-minute drive. Let's put Broderick Jones in the game. Anyway, thank you, Bob.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you, Joe.
The pleasure was all mine.
Thank you, Bob.
See you again next week.
Limits, you say goodbye to Bob. I'll say goodbye to you, and Bob will say goodbye to you and me. Ready? Good night, Limits.
Good night, Bob.
Good night, Bob.
Good night, Austin. Good night, Joe.
Very good.
Good night, Moon.
Now,
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500, 1.9% financing, up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms at sunchevy.com. I-79 today with sunny skies. Good night, Moon.
Thank you, Joe. Sidney Crosby has a new deal with the Penguins. It's a contract extension for 2 additional seasons through 26-27 for $8.7 million per season. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Mira, Jorge, let's bring the nail gun over here.
Jose stands tall atop his sustainable flooring company.
Totally. It's renewable and moisture resistant, but we have several green options too. Or we got some beautiful reclaimed oak.
But floored by his success, he needs to hire more installers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
From Profit Boost to same-game parlays, ESPN Bet is ready to hit the gridiron this season. And as the official sportsbook of ESPN, it's the only place to find exclusive football offers from ESPN personalities like Mike Greenberg and Stephen A. Smith. New players can get their first bet insured up to $1,000 in bonus bets by downloading the ESPN Bet app and signing up for the promo code RADIO. Download today. Must be 21 plus and present in select states. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real-person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Vanguard is 100% client-owned, serving over 50 million investors every day. Whether you're planning for retirement, putting your kids through college, or saving up for your next adventure, Vanguard can help you set personalized investment goals. All investing is subject to risk. Vanguard is owned by its funds, which are owned by Vanguard's fund shareholder clients. Copyright 2024, The Vanguard Group, Inc. All rights reserved. Vanguard Marketing Corporation Distributor.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Is Kamala Harris a radical? That's what she calls herself. Listen to her own words.
Yeah, I am radical. I do believe that we need to get radical about what we are doing.
Kamala is radical about defunding the police.
The idea that more police equals more safety, and that's just wrong.
It's weak. And Bob Casey's weak too. He says,
there's no question there's systemic racism throughout our criminal justice system, but certainly in policing.
And on immigration, Kamala says,
an undocumented immigrant is not a criminal.
Again.
We're not going to treat people who are undocumented and cross the border as criminals.
And Bob Casey's right there with her. Casey says,
Kamala Harris is an inspiring and very capable vice president.
Casey voted with Kamala 98%. So Bob Casey says,
the more people get to know her, they're going to be particularly impressed by her ability.
Casey and Kamala, they're too weak.
I'm Dave McCormick, candidate for the United States Senate, and I approve this message. Paid for by friends of Dave McCormick.
Can you haul away a mattress?
1-800-GOT-JUNK will haul off any size mattress for just $59.
But you need to know, this mattress has defied all my efforts to get it out of the bedroom.
All you have to do is point.
But this mattress has a mind of its own. It's like something out of a Stephen King novel.
Help is on the way.
Well, that's fantastic.
We make junk disappear.
All you have to do is point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
Something magical happens every day at your neighborhood library. Kids can connect to their wildest imaginations while teens can meet, greet, and retreat. Libraries are also work hubs, community centers, meeting places, skill builders, entertainers, and world expanders. Love your library. Make a donation today.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
We could try to explain what it feels like to get your work done on a John Deere. The way a Z-Track mower finishes in half the time you thought it would. Or how much easier it is to move mountains of soil with the 1 Series tractor. We could even go into detail about how it feels to tow up to 4,000 pounds behind a Gator XUV. But if you really want to know what it's like to run with us, you just have to get in the seat. Learn more at johndeere.com/get-in-the-seat or visit a dealer near you.
Plus finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title place, and dealer dock fee. Not all buyers will qualify. Bonus cash available on select trims. In stock units only. Offers end 9/30/24.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai for huge end-of-year savings. Drive the new 2024 Hyundai Elantra SC or Tucson SC all-wheel drive with financing as low as 1.99% for up to 60 months. Plus $500 bonus cash. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Hamlin Advantage oil changes for life.
When your drain is clogged, you need help. We have the training and equipment to solve your problems fast, over bridges and through tunnels. Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 50 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, we're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let our family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964. Serving all of Allegheny County.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi, my daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through October 10th, upgrade and switch to 300 megabit Xfinity Internet with unlimited data and 1 line of unlimited mobile for just $35 a month for 1 year. Plus, get an eligible free 5G phone with trade-in. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Hey, it's Chris Muller for my friends at the Bath Authority, and if you've got a bathtub or shower that's outdated, has mold and mildew or broken tiles, you've got to call my friends at the Bath Authority. Right now, they've got an incredible deal going. Free installation on your new bath or shower plus 36 months of 0% interest financing. What are you waiting for? Call the Bath Authority today, 412-249-1140. Schedule your free in-home estimate today at 412-249-1140 or visit thebathauthority.com. A better bath awaits.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh.
An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirate season rolls on tonight. Paul Skeens starts on the road against St. Louis. First pitch on the Fan is at 7:40. That means the leadoff show starts at 6:45. Right now, it's a Black and Gold Victory Monday on Pony and Muller.
Afternoons with Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Everyone back for the Steelers in their ultra-prevent defense. Mix over the middle, and it's picked off. DeMonte Casey turns out the lights as the Steelers come to Denver and win it 13-6.
I'm not looking for comfort. We got to play cleaner, and it's as simple as that. We're not going to hope for a change. We're going to do some things to create a change in terms of how we approach the work, and we will.
All right, so let's talk about it. A far from ecstatic Mike Tomlin, even though his Steelers are 2-0 and atop the AFC North standings and with a 2-game lead because of the Kansas City Chiefs, who have beaten the Ravens and Bengals to start the year. And then, Baltimore. Minshew Mania came to town yesterday and knocked off the Ravens, and so there you have it. Steelers up 2 on them, up 1 on the Browns, and a 13-6 winner yesterday. And so the question today will be, how do we feel about the Steelers through 2 weeks, having produced only 1 offensive touchdown? They had 16 passing yards in the second half. They had 1 first down that was not the result of a penalty. And the scoreboard looks like this offensively through 2 weeks. Last year, Matt Canada's Steelers offense had produced 2 touchdowns through 2 games, and this one only 1. And yet, I'm not as troubled by it. I'm not even really in a pissy mood or bad mood about it whatsoever, Chris. Donnie,
Tell us why.
I'm fine. Well, I think it's because they look like they have the potential to be much better. Woulda, coulda, shoulda, but...
So the ceiling is higher than it was, to your perception, than it ever was with Kenny.
Yeah, they didn't look... They were not good in the second half. The game itself was unwatchable in the second half yesterday.
Unless you love the Zebras, in which case, man, they were getting... Clete Blakeman, baby.
Mike Tomlin played the game that was in front of him yesterday.
Do you think he was mad yesterday? Do you think he was less than thrilled with the fact that his offense only scored 13 or that his defense actually gave up 6? Because I'm not positive that it's the former.
No, I think it is the former because of all the penalties and all the self-inflicted pain that they caused themselves. They should have been up
21-0 or 17-0 at the half. That's pretty clear.
Yes.
They had a touchdown wiped off the board by a play that Sterator said was a bad call.
And then Broderick
Jones, the ball is on the 6-yard line or 5-yard line, first and goal.
At the very least, you're getting 3 points.
So they should have had 17 or 21-0 at the half, and that game then becomes a damn near a running clock situation with the offense they were playing.
And it pretty much was even.
Even at 13-0, it felt completely out of reach.
The game's over. Yeah.
Colin Cowherd might want to, by the way, drop Sean Payton a little farther down in his coach rankings.
And so when all you need to do is win the game, is not screw it up offensively in the last 30 minutes. And as long as there's not a turnover or a play where Denver makes some special teams miracle, you're going to win. I can't get mad at them. It's not as ugly as it was through 2 weeks last year.
But last year you would have actually had, I think, an excuse last year. You were playing in week 1. Now, only I realized this at the time. The rest of you, I think, were high on hopium. But they were going against a buzzsaw in week 1 in the form of the Niners, NFC champion.
Yep.
And then in week 2, if you want to say their offense looked bad other than one lightning strike play to Pickens.
And it did.
You could rationalize that by saying that for the first, 9 games or 10 games last year, the Browns had an historically great defense.
They finished with the number one, total defense in the NFL.
Until they played the Colts mid-season, they were literally suffocating almost every team they played, including the Niners of all teams. So, you had reason to think it would get better because you had just played 2 ridiculous defenses.
So then do you actually feel worse about this offense?
No, my default thing here that I come back to when I wrote out my thoughts on this game ends up looking or sounding a lot similar to yours. It does feel for me a lot like the last 2 years, and the difference is only this. There is an unknown quantity there with Fields. You have it's obvious that he's capable of more stuff than Pickett ever would have been athletically, physically on the field. Kenny can't make the throw to Pickens. There's just he does not have that in his arsenal. Most quarterbacks don't. Brock Purdy, to bring up one of your favorites, cannot make that throw. Mayfield is one of the few guys in this division we've seen who's made throws like that. So that's a laser that the other guy just can't do or couldn't do. The throw to Freiermuth was one that gave me hope because it's a Justin Fields on-the-move touch throw, a pretty high degree of difficulty play. We know his legs give them an automatic get-out-of-jail-free card on plays where there's an unblocked pass rusher coming from his right, and he just simply tucks the ball and outruns him for 15 yards. All of that makes me feel okay, there is more here to be mined potentially. But that's where it stops for me. Because ultimately the results are you've scored 31 points in 2 games, and in the last 30 minutes of that game, I was just begging for it to end. Did anybody of the 3 of us, we all love watching football, did anybody like watching that game after halftime?
No, it felt like work. It
really did.
It did feel like it was.
I wanted to turn on YouTube TV and throw on the DirecTV for the late games. I really did. That's how bad it was. I wanted to just put on a tri-box or quad box or whatever I had available to me at that time and just say, I'll watch the rest of this later when the kids are in bed.
But they knew that Denver couldn't score against their defense. So the offense was tasked with not scoring points, just not losing the game. They went into a prevent offense in the game.
I understand that. They did. I guess my thing is, though, whenever we're talking about these games, there's always I think we're trying to serve 2 masters in this job. When we're trying to entertain, obviously, but then when we're trying to analyze it on a Monday morning, it is, at least for me, it's How did they look, and how do you evaluate that game on its own? Just, hey, we are reacting to what we all saw, right, in the immediate sense. Was Broderick Jones good? No, he stunk. More on that later. And then you're also looking at it, everything from the game, and you're trying to project it out. What does it mean in the big picture? And the big picture is still very cloudy when it comes to this team's offense. Major upgrade at coordinator because anybody was going to be a major upgrade over Matt Canada. Major upgrade athletically at quarterback over Kenny Pickett and Fields. And major upgrade, too, in Russell Wilson. We just haven't seen him. But anybody that can confidently say to you or confidently says to you, ooh, I've seen things through 2 weeks that make me feel really good about the long-term future here, is lying. Because there isn't anything you've seen that actually should make you feel like that. Ultimately, an unbelievable throw to George Pickens never happened because it got wiped out. One touchdown.
Yeah, but we all saw what that throw and catch looked like, even if it was brought back by a penalty. And when you see that ability from the quarterback paired with the athleticism of Pickens, you think you have something there. At least I do.
I want to believe I do, but
so why can't you? Because
for the first 30 minutes of this game, they looked like a bunch of ass kickers. The last 30 minutes.
But I think that was by design.
I know, but the coach is getting, I guess that's my point. I think the coach is going to get in their way because I wonder when he'll decide, like if he'll realize early enough that they're not going to be able to do this every single week.
But I don't want to criticize him for using a game plan against Denver that was good enough to beat them and making the mistake of criticizing him for a hypothetical game plan for a game against the Chargers next week or the Chiefs on Christmas. When we get to that bridge, if it does look this way, then I will rip him for it.
Well, I think we're going to get to. I think that bridge is coming up right now, because that's a team coming up next week that has a very good offensive line, that has J.K. Dobbins running wild like it's Hulkamania, and is coached by, in my opinion, a better coach.
But what would we be saying today if they did throw the ball a bunch in the second half and there were turnovers and stupid things like that happened, and God forbid they lost the game because of it? I know what I would be saying. I would be saying this is one of these classic Tomlin games where they had a game won and they got too cute or they got willy-nilly and they lost. So,
I just don't feel all that in. I watched what I felt like was one of the worst offenses and worst quarterbacks in the league yesterday, this side of Bryce Young, honestly. And so while I am pleased that the score was nowhere near indicative of how much they dominated the first 3 quarters of that game defensively, and really the first half in all facets, like I can't be that excited because it was still a one-possession game.
I'm not asking you to be that excited. All I'm saying is, did you think there was any way the Steelers were going to lose the game at halftime when they were up 10-0?
No.
Me neither. How would you critique or how would you assess their first half offensive performance?
I would give it probably an AA-.
Yeah.
I would give it an A- because of the penalties, but the field stuff, that was all very good.
So that's why I'm not going to take out a fine-tooth comb for this performance. They did what they had to do in the first half. It's like a high school game that Donnie's working, where the starters go out there in the first half, they blitz a team, they score a bunch of points, and they have a running clock in the second half. They did what they had to do in the first 30 minutes. If you just watch the second half of the game, I could understand where you're like, oh my God, what is this? This is worse than the Matt Canada offense. They did what they needed to do in the first 30 minutes. And so I have a hard time lumping in their overall offensive performance and saying it's the same old, the coordinator changed, the quarterback changes, but the production from the offense is the same. The numbers say that it is, but my eyes tell me it's better. They won third down last week. Fields picked up big plays, made big plays both with his arm and his legs. Yeah, they resulted in field goals instead of touchdowns. Not perfect. Not even really that good. And then this week they had an amazing job in the first half, and they knew who they were playing.
Well, that's that last part. You say that's bully on them. They didn't hand the game to a team that didn't deserve to have it handed to them. I think business picks up, even if the Chargers are not like a big-time contender yet. Business picks up this week. We'll see how good they are.
I mean, the last time they were in Denver, they lost this game.
I'm aware.
So, like that.
The fact that they were so inept though in the second half that it even got to the point where it was technically a one-score game.
Never felt like it to me. I mean,
it didn't feel like that to Sean Payton, apparently, who coached the game like he was down 40 because he just kicked off deep with one timeout left under the 2-minute warning. What a moron that guy is.
He was down 13-0 in the fourth quarter, and he kicked a field goal to make it a 10-point game. I mean,
yeah, I want to make sure I get one take out there, and that's Sean Payton. Man, he should owe Drew Brees. He should tithe money to Drew Brees. That guy's stealing from the Broncos.
412-928-9370. How do you feel about the Steelers' offensive performance through 2 weeks? Let's hear it. It's actually worse than what they did under Matt Canada for 2 weeks. So do you feel that way about this offense? Major red flags, major problems, major issues, major concerns? 412-928-9370 or not? 412-928-9370. Anything you want on the Steelers over the Broncos yesterday, we'll get Donnie's thoughts when we come back. We'll take your calls, too. Here until 6:45. It's the PM Team on the Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates a 4-3 win to take a game against the Royals this weekend. Jared Jones, just 4 innings. He struck out 5 and walked 3 while allowing 2 runs. Pirates and Cardinals tonight, 7:45 first pitch in St. Louis, 6:50. Is when coverage begins on the Fan, all presented by Pella Windows. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you so much, Don. Let's talk right now about my friends at McVeigh Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing. Plumbing work, they do it all. Whether it's a drainage issue or a major sewer line repair, there isn't a job too small or too big for McVeigh Plumbing. Second opinions are free. So if you got in touch with another plumbing company and you're like, oh, my God, they're charging me too much, well, then McVeigh will come out to your home and they won't charge you a penny to see what's going on. Also, they will let you know what you owe up front and not after the job is done. So give them a call or go to their website, callmcveigh.com. It's McVeigh Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Join us here every Tuesday evening from 6 to 7 as we broadcast live from Minio's Pizza House in Allison Park to bring you the latest on the black and gold with Pittsburgh linebacker Elandon Roberts. Get the latest on our black and gold from a guy who knows. The Elandon Roberts Show is presented by Jim Sharkey Chevrolet in North Hills and brought to you by Julian Gray Associates. The Elandon Roberts Show is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Old Trapper, what's your beef? Why don't we start right where we left off last night with that team from H-Town. That might not have been the most dominant Texans performance ever, but it also didn't need to be. They took care of business. Most importantly, they survived, they advanced, and they get after the quarterback. They had that rook running for his life back there. I'm Jim Rome. All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Right now at Wendy's, you can get a small Frosty for $1. And literally everyone is going. The car behind you, going to get a $1 Frosty. The car ahead of you, already had one, going for a second. The person who cut you off earlier, you guessed it, $1 Frosty. Maybe it's all a sign for you to go get one. Just don't cut anyone off. No one likes that person. The iconic Frosty for $1, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Not valid in a combo. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, California, and via third-party delivery.
Chris Muller here for Pins Mechanical Company. It's where you go to disconnect so that you can connect with friends and family. There's so many games for you to play at Pins. Duck pin bowling, their signature. Foosball, bocce, pinball, and more. Plus at Pins, there's a fully stocked bar filled with fun cocktails and refreshing draft beers. Pins is located in the Southside Works on Cinema Drive. Bring a date, bring your friends, bring your kids, even bring your dogs. Pins has something fun for everyone. Pins, that's how we roll.
Direct Auto Insurance is for uncompromisers. Like Matt. When his old car insurance got so expensive, do you think he walked until his sneakers wore out? No, because he found savings with Direct Auto so he could drive instead of compromise. With savings of up to 25% on state minimum coverage, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a free quote at directauto.com or a store near you. Savings vary. Terms apply. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win. Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania.
Young America, Kamala Harris thinks she knows all about you.
What else do we know about this population? They are stupid.
Kamala thinks you're too stupid to realize she's to blame for overspending and record inflation.
They are stupid.
She thinks you're too stupid to realize groceries now cost 26% more.
They are stupid.
Too stupid to see how she tripled the price of gas.
Stupid.
Kamala Harris thinks you're too stupid to notice home costs have skyrocketed, now 46% higher. Electricity is costing you 25% more. Healthcare has risen 18%, and cars are up a jaw-dropping 33%.
Bidenomics is working.
With all due respect, Madam VP, we're not that stupid. Young America, we can't afford 4 more years of Kamala Harris. To learn more, go to learnaboutkamala.com. Right for America, paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. www.rightforamericapac.com.
Bare Naked Ladies. In Flight Tour 2024. Live. Friday, September 27th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Bare Naked Ladies. With special guest Toad the Wet Sprocket. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. Bare Naked Ladies in concert.
Your coworkers might annoy you, but we promise we won't. Download the free Odyssey app and you can listen to us at work while you tackle your inbox or get ready for another meeting that probably could have been an email. Tune in late? You can rewind your favorite live shows to catch what you missed. And with Chapters, easily jump to the topics that you care about most, like the latest updates from your team. Your sports talk, your way. The Odyssey app. Download it today.
Excuse me, waiter. There's a hair in my soup. A long purple hair.
I'm so sorry. I'll get the manager.
I'm the manager. How can I help?
Wait, weren't you the Plum Insurance mascot?
What gave it away? My long purple fur?
Something like that.
What if all insurance companies were like NJM and were known for putting their policyholders first, not gimmicks? Then all those insurance mascots would have to get real jobs.
I'll pass on dessert.
No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
The PF Team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fields to the end zone. It's caught. Washington for the Steelers touchdown. And Pittsburgh with its first touchdown of the season.
More wins than touchdowns through 2 games. I can't imagine that's ever happened in Steelers history. And here we are, 2-0 after a 13-6 win over the Broncos. Steelers also somehow have fewer touchdowns through 2 games than they did under Matt Canada last year. And if Matt Canada were calling the plays right now, I think people would still be more livid than more ebullient about the Steelers' record, because Matt Canada was persona non grata here. We're all willing to give Arthur Smith a chance. And so I'm curious, talking to our listeners today, how they feel about the Steelers' offense through 2 games, even though the team is 2-0. 412-928-9370. Donnie, your turn to chime in on this.
I thought yesterday was very predictable, but I also think it's also frustrating for us, some of the stuff you guys laid out, the high potential that there is with this offense, the high potential that there is with Justin Fields at quarterback, the idea of Arthur Smith as the OC, who had a lot of success in Tennessee, not so much as a head coach, and the physical results are not all that much better, and in some cases worse, in the most important category when it comes to points, worse than what it was with the combo of Kenny Pickett and Matt Canada.
But I'm hearing your voice. I don't hear a concerned Donnie in that answer. I don't hear someone that thinks that they have the same offensive problems as they did
because
a year ago.
In that frustration, I do feel like even with the results they've had so far, we have seen some strides. Like, they actually do move the football better. The first half, I think, was a good way to display that. I mean, they were able to move the ball and get a bunch of threes against Atlanta last week. We're seeing a lot more sustainment with the drives on offense. I mean, last year it was 3-and-outs galore. We got more of that in the second half yesterday, but I think that played into part of the plan. I mean, Kabali hit the score right on the nose. He should have bet on it. We had our pregame coverage yesterday.
13-6.
He said this is going to be 10-6 or 13-6. Nobody out there should get their hopes up. They're going to get a lead. They know that Denver's offense sucks, and that's that. And that's precisely what happened, because they knew Denver was not a true threat to actually put up points on them.
I don't have an issue with them trying to win this game 13-6 yesterday. I don't think that they should have treated yesterday's game like, let's try to beat Denver 30-15 because we're going to need to beat Kansas City that way later in the year. I mean, do you think that they should, Chris? Like, they should treat...
No, you play to... Here's my problem. I was busy doing a research project there to see how many times they had scored fewer than a touchdown and fewer than 31 points over a 2-game span and won both games. If I'm doing this right, I think it's happened twice before in the entire history of the team. Anyway, I don't have a problem playing to the opponent and game planning for the opponent. Didn't we give Arthur Smith credit for that in week 1?
Yes.
I know everyone did. Jesse Bates, he's Jason Bourne. Conveniently, though, that seems to work for them when the opponent is A, very inept on offense, and B, really just inept on offense again. You notice when they try to play to the opponent and the opponent has Josh Allen or Joe Burrow or Patrick Mahomes, they get the old doors blown off. It's because they can only really win one way right now. And I think we're probably going to see that sooner rather than later if and when they go up against a team that is at least competent enough offensively to put, 17 to 20 points on the board.
I disagree with Donnie on one thing. I don't think they have high potential offensively. I think they have potential to be average or decent. And we haven't seen the points reflect that yet. But I think we will. I mean, the number 2 wide receiver thing is an issue. And that's why they tried to get Ayuk so badly. And everyone that said Van Jefferson, he had a big camp, you're full of it. The guy blows. The guy stinks. He had a I actually don't think that was a penalty. I think that was a bad call.
No, I thought Steratore got that right.
So I'm not going to ding him for that. But he had 2 catches yesterday for 14 yards. He was barely involved in the first game. Calvin Austin had 1 catch. Mm-hmm. They've got a massive drop-off. It's actually, George Pickens had 2 catches for 28 yards. I thought he played a really good game. He drew a penalty on a pass interference that got them 3 points in the second half, and then the play where he beat Surtain that got called back. I mean, he could have easily had, if there's not DPI and he catches that ball, and if the Fields play counts in the second quarter, he could have had exactly against one of the best corners in the NFL. I come out of this game feeling better about George Pickens, regardless of what the numbers say.
In the everlasting, how did George react to what was going on around him? I think we found out that if you get George the ball and it happens to come back via penalty, he's a much happier George Pickens and much more engaged George Pickens than if he just doesn't get targeted at all.
Let's hear what you have to say about it, starting with Bill in Midland. Hello, Bill.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey.
Hey, I'll take the 2-0, and I'll take that Baltimore's 0-2. And as far as the second half, I'm wondering if maybe the play calling and everything had something to do with the altitude and the players' energy. And I'll just hang up.
Well, they weren't on the field that much. The offense wasn't on the field for like 40 minutes, so why the hell should they be tired?
Well, it doesn't take much to get tired up there.
We had Patrick Peterson on last week, and he said basically if you're in good condition, which most of their offensive players I would think are, that you pretty much get over that after like a series, maybe 2 at the most.
They've got the youngest offense in the NFL, or one of them. It should be harder for them to get tired. They're not all 30-year-old farts out there, Malsey. I mean, They're running a conservative offense because they think the altitude is going to have guys like dying and needing oxygen on the sideline? My goodness. But thank you for listening, Bill. Here's Tim in the North Hills. Hello, Tim.
Hey, guys. My issue with the Steelers is a philosophy standpoint. I don't think that they have a high potential. I think that they're a below-average offense like they've been for many years, and I think that it doesn't matter at this point who the coordinator is. This is how Tomlin wants to play. The team is suffocating life and creativity out of offense at seemingly every turn. And what you said earlier about prevent offense, that's how the Steelers play offense. They look afraid to play the game sometimes, and Tom's just like, hey, we'll just wait for the other team to make a mistake. Well, good luck against San Fran playing like that, or Kansas City. Your team should look like Ben Johnson Lions or Bobby Slowick.
Ben Johnson's Lions scored 16 points yesterday.
Oh, I totally get it that his performance wasn't great yesterday, but that type of creativity is what the sport is trending towards, and we keep going in the wrong direction.
I generally agree with that. I mean, if you're going to nitpick one game from the Lions, yeah, they were bad yesterday. They also were in the NFC title game last year, and they are the Lions, I will remind you.
Well, right, but I don't think it's fair to critique Arthur Smith based on like what happened in the past here because
I don't really think
that
that wasn't a critique of Arthur Smith from the caller. I think that was pretty clearly a critique of Mike Tomlin.
So Arthur Smith is actually a creative guy who's just held back by Mike Tomlin?
I think Arthur Smith is better than the previous coordinator, but I think Arthur Smith understands the assignment as well, which is if the lead is in our favor, if we've got a lead, we are going to try to go shutdown mode.
412-928-9370. Your thoughts on the Steelers' offense through 2 games, plus a very, very, very happy day for all of us here who are Penguins fans. Our take on the Sidney Crosby new deal coming up as well. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Here's Donnie's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
West Virginia led by 10 with about 3 minutes to go. The Pitt Panthers rallied to win the backyard brawl 38-34. The Panthers welcome Youngstown State on Saturday at 3:30. You can listen to that game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pre-game coverage begins at 12:30. That can also be heard on your Odyssey app. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thank you, Donnie. Let's talk about you and a journey you might want to be taking. Not like going down the street or going to the store or driving to your buddy's house or even taking a road trip to play golf or something. Like, those are simple journeys, all things being equal, I would say. How about a more complicated journey, a weight loss journey? Maybe you want to lose the old spare tire around your stomach. Maybe you want to feel better. Maybe you want to not be like catching your breath going up steps because you're lugging around too many pounds. Maybe you just don't like the way you look. That was the bottom line for me. I didn't like the way I looked. I didn't really like the way I felt. And I didn't know how to lose the 35 pounds I wanted to lose. I had tried multiple things, didn't work, because the path is never clear, right? It's never easy to understand. With Awaken 180, it is, and I'm proof, because I lost 35 pounds, I've kept it off, and it was a pretty clear course to success. Your coach lays out the plan, you follow the plan, the weight falls off. It's how it worked with me. It was, dare I say, simple, something you usually never associate with weight loss, but you will when you check out Awaken 180. What are you waiting for, though? Choose the simple, clear course to success with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Adrian Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Do you need a new roof? Wouldn't you love to never have to replace it again? That's the benefit of a metal roof from Weather Seal. Call the metal roof experts now at Weather Seal Home Services and get no payments for 24 months and get a free 6-inch gutter upgrade. Weather Seal, a name you know and can trust, just like I do. So what are you waiting for? Call 877-351-SEAL. That's 877-351-SEAL. Or online at WeatherSealHomeservices.com.
Football is back, and ESPN Bet is bringing fans exciting new features and promotions to elevate your game day. Get in on trending parlays in the all-new Parlay Lounge experience. Check out one-of-a-kind offers from ESPN personalities and boost your winnings with Profit Boost all season long. The official sportsbook of ESPN has football fans covered. Download the ESPN Bet app today. Must be 21 plus and present in select states. gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Replacing your windows and doors is a great way to boost your home's value and curb appeal. Just to be sure, choose Renewal by Andersen. Hey guys, it's Adam Crowley. Their custom-built replacement windows are available in 9 exterior colors to bring out the unique beauty of your home. And they're crafted with Fibrex material. It's a composite as beautiful as wood and twice as strong as vinyl, so you get windows warranted to last decades. This month, Renewal by Andersen has extended their 31-day sales event. Buy one, get one 40% off all windows, patio doors, and entry doors when you buy 4 or more. That's 40% off. Plus, get an extra $150 off each window and door with no minimum purchase. Special financing is available. Call by September 30th. 412-703-2525. 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525. For offer and warranty details, visit renewalbyandersen.com.
It's finally football season. What better way to watch the games than enjoying a steel tower at the Steel Mill Saloon in Mount Washington? 100 ounces of Yuengling or Icy Light at $18 all September long. The Steel Mill Saloon. Meet me there in Mount Washington.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real-person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wake up. Breakfast. And Nature Made vitamins. Whatever your morning sounds like, Nature Made fits right in. Whether you're looking for vitamin C or a multivitamin to get key nutrients, we've got you covered. Now that's a good morning. We take care of you so you can take on your day. Start your day with Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
I'm Kamala Harris. Here's a few things I believe. Middle-class families, like the one I grew up in, they want common sense solutions. You want lower prices and lower taxes. I believe you want to just not get by, but you want to get ahead. We must create an opportunity economy where everyone has a chance to get a car loan, buy a home, start a business. And I believe we can make that happen.
Kamala Harris's plan? Bring down costs by cracking down on corporate price gougers. Make homeownership more affordable for families. A middle-class tax cut for 100 million Americans. And make sure billionaires and big corporations pay their fair share so you can keep more of the money you've earned.
Instead of being focused on the politics of the past, we need to be thinking about the future and how we make it better for families like yours. I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Harris for President.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a law firm helping injured people. More of Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm really happy to know that we're here for a few more years, and my last contract, I don't think I thought about the possibility of still playing beyond that at the time. I'm really happy that that's worked out this way. You know, having the opportunity to play with Gino and Tanger this long, which is pretty rare, you know, being part of an organization like this for as long as I have has been really special. So still hunger from the organization and ownership to win and a commitment there. And I think that's something that, I think for the time that I've been here, that's been the case and that's been there. And I think that's really important. I feel like
it was an inevitability, but now we know how long Sidney Crosby intends on playing for the Penguins. The ink dried on the contract today. It is a 2-year extension on top of the last year of his 12-year deal that wraps up this season. So that's 3 more years of Sidney Crosby here in Pittsburgh. No real threat ever of him going to Colorado and teaming up with Nathan McKinnon and doing the Cole Harbor, Nova Scotia thing there and chasing a cup, Ray Bourque style. Montreal so bad he wasn't going to go back and play for his hometown team. So he is here for 2 more years and having an incredible late career, Serge. This is not one of these Evgeny Malkin deals where you're paying him more for the production in the past and you're trying to give the guy like a thank you for all the memories deal. Sid took his superstitious $8.7 million deal per season, which makes him the 42nd highest paid player in the NHL, which is a coincidence because that's how many goals he scored last year, Chris. He had 42, which was his most since 2017. That's the kind of production they're getting from a guy who has 41 players making more money than him now.
Yeah, it's a big gift to them. Late career surge would imply that previously he hadn't been playing this well. Really, it's just an incredible continuation of a career that has never really waned unless he literally hasn't been healthy enough to play. I guess my first thought was if he does feel like he wants to keep playing towards the end of this deal, like what's going to stop him? What if they actually do rebuild back around him? You'd say for most guys being 30, coming off your age 39 season, okay, you'd hang him up. Every reason for me to believe he will have continued his streak of point-per-game seasons by then. That he'll just keep churning out 85 to 90 points like clockwork over the next 3 years here. And at that point, if the team was better around him, why wouldn't he want to stay?
That's the great pain of what has happened the last 2 years. He hasn't missed a game. He's played 82 games. He's been one of the most productive players in the NHL. Not quite like he used to be, but still very good. He was 12th in scoring. And they've missed the playoffs both seasons while he's been giving them and while he'll continue to give them a massive discount. It's in a cap sport, in a very hard cap sport where you can't get funny with the numbers like you can maybe in the NFL.
No, sure you can get funny. There's a thing called long-term injured reserve, but continue.
Well, that's like within a season you can, like with Tampa Bay and Kucherov. But like the voidable years and stuff that we see in the NFL and pushing money
around.
Especially
over 35 years old, there's no funny business in the NHL.
It's really hard to do that. And he's produced more like a $13 or $14 million player, and he's making less than $9 million.
It's one of the major reasons they can't surround him with. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the issue is, in one hand, Sid is so good, and you're so in awe of him as an organization and what he means to the team and what he's continuing to do, that when he wants to play with Chris Letang and Evgeny Malkin and ride off into the sunset with them, you have allowed him to do so. So that's kind of the trade-off there. On one hand, he is taking less money, which makes things easier for you to win. But on the other hand, he's wanted to play with these guys who he came into the NHL with and won 3 Stanley Cups with. And that's like probably even more than the money, the thing that he cares about the most. And I don't think Letang is, horribly overpaid. But I think Malkin is at this point. And that's kind of the catch-22 of Sidney Crosby being with the Pittsburgh Penguins. If he didn't care about Malkin or Letang, who knows what this team would look like right now? One or both of those guys might be gone. And that might have given Kyle Dubas or whoever was the GM more latitude to reshape this team and maybe make it into a Stanley Cup contender, Chris, instead of a team that is a bubble team to even make the playoffs this year.
Is Malkin that overpaid? What's he making right now? 6? Is it 6 per?
We don't have cap friendly anymore. They took that site down, so I'm not exactly
I mean,
sure
he still was almost a 30-goal scorer. I know he had a long run last year where he did not play well, but the guy still put up 67 points, and the years prior to that, he had been well over a point-per-game player. In fact, I'm looking it up right now.
Yeah, it's a $6 million cap hit.
This is the first time since 2010, 2011 when he got hurt that he did not finish as a point-per-game guy.
All right, so let me rephrase that. It's not like he's
preventing
overpaid.
a youth movement because he is keeping around aging stars at the expense of possibly getting younger, even if it's for short-term pain.
There you go. That's right. Thank you.
I feel like you're about to staple an editorial about me today onto that answer.
It's just I
don't think he's overpaid, but I think the point that you made is correct in that the guy in one sense is cutting them an unbelievable deal, but like, you know how there's never any free lunches in the world, right? Like that's the old saying.
Who said that? Einstein?
I think it was actually Confucius. Again, Confucius beating everyone to the punch. My point is, he gives you this great discount. He's still awesome, but there is a caveat that comes with it, and it's you're not allowed to get younger for as long as he's here.
So, yes, I am very excited to watch Sidney Crosby age gracefully and still play like an elite player into his late 30s, but it does sadden me that he's doing so on a Penguins team that is an afterthought in the league. So their camp opens on Wednesday, and their first preseason game is, I believe, this weekend. So there you go. That got done. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy, low of 61 degrees. Keeping the Steelers-Broncos talk going here. Your thoughts on the offense through 2 games? We had somebody call in already and say, this ain't going to cut it against the Bills and the Chiefs. No crap. But are you really in the mood to criticize them for being 2-0, even though the offense has scored 1 touchdown? 412-928-9370. Do you see major problems with this offense? How about what's going on with the offensive line and what happened to Broderick Jones on Sunday and what he said about it afterwards? Let's react to all that as well. A quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. First, here's a message from our sponsors.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. He is obviously the biggest voice in Pittsburgh sports, and we break down his comments after every presser.
I saw a couple of y'all blinking, though, for real. No. I'll talk to you about it.
It's the Tomlin Rewind, every Tuesday at 12:30 with Joe. The Tomlin Rewind is brought to you by Twin Peaks, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and LGKG Injury Attorneys. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Right now at Getco Cafe and Market, breakfast sandwiches, subs, and burritos are 50% off when you purchase any size coffee, including fall favorite pumpkin spice lattes, cold brew, and fresh brewed self-serve coffee. Pumpkin spice is back. Order it in the Getco app and save. Fall means more ways for your car to get dirty. Keep it clean at Wetco with unlimited washes for one low monthly price. New members who sign up for Wetco Unlimited today get their first 3 months for as low as $9.99 per month. Getco Cafe and Market. Better. Believe it.
Leaves and temperatures are beginning to fall.
And so are prices. Time to shop the fall kickoff at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Grab some incredible deals this week, including 0% financing on the popular 24 Outlander. It's back, but it won't last long.
New 24 Eclipse Cross, take $5,000 off on select models or finance at 2.99% for 72 months.
Or a new 24 Outlander Sport. Take $4,500 off MSRP and it's all yours.
Let's be clear. You'll be getting style, safety, all-wheel drive, and a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
Plus 2 years of prepaid maintenance. It's the best automotive deal out there.
So don't wait. Our fall kickoff makes an upgrade easier than ever.
Visit us in North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. Western PA's best inventory, ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer incentives. See dealer for details.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Right now at Wendy's, you can get a small Frosty for $1. And literally everyone is going. The car behind you, going to get a $1 Frosty. The car ahead of you, already had one, going for a second. The person who cut you off earlier, you guessed it, $1 Frosty. Maybe it's all a sign for you to go get one. Just don't cut anyone off. No one likes that person. The iconic Frosty for $1? gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Not valid in a combo. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, California, and via third-party delivery.
Hey, let's talk about hair. Whether you're losing it or trying to keep what you have, we all worry about our hair. Now, have you tried curing your hair loss with pills and lotions? Do you worry about how your hair is going to look in the wind and rain? Well, worry no more. Here's Cookie Harris, president of New Image Hair Clinic.
Men and women now have options like the new Hair RX restoration procedure. Hair RX combines the best of human hair duplication and artistry to recreate the hair you once had. Call 1-800-942-8302 or go to newimagehairclinic.com for a free hair and scalp health checkup and get the answers you need about hair loss and thinning hair.
Let's face it, we spend time and money on preserving our teeth, car, and home. Why not our hair? Call 1-800-942-8302. Mention Hair RX to receive $250 off your procedure. That's 1-800-942-8302 or newimagehairclinic.com. Don't waste your time and money. Call New Image first.
My 75-year-old Cape Cod style all brick home was in a serious need of a facelift. Loose and worn mortar joints, old brick, cracked and worn and crooked. It wasn't good. After hearing ads right here on The Fan, I gave Precision Pointing a call. Completely blown away by their professionalism, communication, plan, and action, I could not be more satisfied with the expert craftsmanship I watched unfold as my home was transformed. Plus, no down payment was required. So thanks to Precision Pointing. Visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net today.
Back again with Taylor Fournier at Fournier's Jeep of Pittsburgh. Taylor, I've heard that 80% of your customers are returning customers. 80%, can that be true?
Absolutely true, Bob. Back in the day, the local family touch is what separated the dealer before the big national chains and the multi-location family conglomerates changed car buying into a game. But not at Jeep of Pittsburgh.
No secret, for over 30 years, nothing's changed at Fournier's Jeep of Pittsburgh, where it's still one-on-one car shopping.
We've always been a single location, family-owned and operated Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram store, where our focus remains on our customers. No pressure, no games, no sitting waiting around for hours or to speak with a manager, and that's what keeps our people coming back and why we remain Pittsburgh's undisputed lease leader.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car or truck? Get to Jeep of Pittsburgh at the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard and look for the humongous yellow Jeep in the sky during Jeep Adventure Days or visit jeepofpittsburgh.com.
Bob, we are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Hi, Discover. It's Jennifer Coolidge, and your cashback match has inspired me.
Great. We love doubling the cashback you earn at the end of your first year.
I'm doubling everything now. I'm double dating. I'm double dipping.
Discover cashback match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Our recruiting professionals utilize an award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Crowley here. Sullivan Super Service is celebrating 60 years in business with super savings for you. It's BOGO time. Get a free furnace when you buy an Air Ease air conditioner from Sullivan. Save money, stay comfortable all year long with this buy one, get one deal on a brand new AC and furnace. Call Sullivan Super Service or visit them online at sullivanservice.com. But hurry, a BOGO offer this good is only here for a limited time. Offer ends soon. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2024 Kia Telluride LX all-wheel drive as low as $299 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2024 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $161 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers excludes taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires September 30th, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Hi, I'm Brian, owner of Awesome Electrical Services. If you want your home's electrical system to be awesome, call Awesome Electrical Services, 412-331-8999, or awesomeelectricalservices.com to schedule a free estimate with me today.
I'm actually embarrassed to say that I did vote for Trump in 2016. I don't think the man can be trusted. He talks out of both sides of his mouth. He's a very dishonest person. I hate the way he disrespects women, the way he disrespects other people that have worked for him. I just don't see myself ever voting for Donald Trump. This is not my Republican Party any longer. I have to go with Kamala Harris.
Republican Accountability PAC, Inc., paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. ra-pac.org.
You can only help someone who has been injured in an accident if you have a relationship with them. Hi, I'm Joe George.
I'm Larry Kelly. That's what we do at the injury firm of LGKG. Clients quickly become friends and some become family.
It's part of the home team advantage with LGKG.
Visit lgkg.com. LGKG, your home team.
Pennsylvania football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown, and he throws an awesome block so his teammate can score instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. Everyone knows the most exciting part of football is the score. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first TD scorer wager today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the fan. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates-Cardinals, Paul Skeens on the mound, 7:40 first pitch in St. Louis. You can hear the game 6:45 with the leadoff show on the Fan. For more, go to 93.7thefan.com right now. It's a Black and Gold Victory Monday on Pony and Muller.
Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Feels the pressure. Cooper giving chase. His old buddy from Ohio State. Fields on the run. What a pass! It's caught. Pickens will check the marker here.
Not really, because if I'm not starting, I really don't feel like, I should be playing. You know what I'm saying? So rotation it's really not a big factor for me. But at the end of the day, they call it, I haul it. So I just try and continue to go out there and do the best of my ability.
50-minute mark on the Fans brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters. We started the show by asking you how you feel about the Steelers offense. They're 2-0, but they've scored one touchdown in 2 games, and that is one less than what they did under the diabolical Matt Canada through 2 games last year. And now we have this Broderick Jones issue to sort out. No one in this room, Chris or I, Donnie was not here on Friday, but I'm guessing he would have agreed with us, thought it was a good idea to bench Broderick Jones before the game. He gets sat down. It's Fautano at right tackle, Dan Moore at left tackle, only to find out moments before kickoff that they were going to rotate right tackles, play 2. There's an old expression out there, if you have 2 right tackles, it means you really only have none, not a single one. That's been part of football, the football vernacular for a century. And so they tried to work Jones in, and then he quite literally had the worst drive I've ever seen by an offensive lineman.
And we watched Kendrick Green with the Steelers.
He was penalized 3 times in 6 plays and benched after the holding call that brought back the amazing pitch and catch from Justin Fields to George Pickens. If the Steelers think Broderick Jones is only a rotational tackle who comes off the bench in relief, by the way, he came in when the Steelers were starting a drive at their own 1-yard line. If that's how they view him in year 2, behind a guy that is a lame duck Dan Moore and an unproven rookie Troy Fautanu, that is horrible for the future of Broderick Jones with the Steelers, that already their opinion has dropped so much where that's where he finds himself on the depth chart. This team has a now recent history of blowing first-round picks. And even though I say Fautanu got a passing grade for yesterday, and so far so good to go in there and not really commit any heinous penalties or give up any egregious sacks or get blown up in the run game or anything like that, the fact that it is coming at the expense of a guy that showed a great deal of potential last year, and then to hear him after the game talk about, well, if I'm going to be rotated in, if I'm not starting, I shouldn't be playing at all, which I agree with, by the way. It speaks to his dissatisfaction in the way that the team is treating him and using him, which I also think is an accurate statement. But you just don't often hear players, especially young ones, feel comfortable voicing their displeasure. So the whole thing, Chris, I know this is your guy, the whole thing, in my opinion, is just FUBAR with Jones. And I am very nervous that much like the Kenny Pickett pick and Terrell Edmunds and the picks they've made over the last 5 or 6 years since TJ Watt, that they are blowing it again.
Well, it's
with
much
one of their
worse.
first-round picks.
It'll be much worse than Pickett or Edmunds for this reason. And it'll be much more indefensible on the part of the head coach and the position coach for this reason. Kenny Pickett had no business talent-wise being selected in the first round. None. Terrell Edmunds had no business talent-wise being selected in the first round. None. Both of those guys, coincidentally, were seen by most observers of the draft at the end of the day as more second-round pick at best, but probably third-round talent.
I forgot to mention Devin Bush, too, as a first-round disaster.
He's more like Jones in the way that people actually thought he was going to go pretty high in the draft, and he was a first-round pick. Jones, zero people dispute that he was a first-round talent. The Jets would have taken him if the Patriots didn't want to screw them over and were willing to play let's make a deal with the Steelers.
Correct.
There is no arguing that Broderick Jones was two things: extremely talented and very raw relative to actual games played. I think he had like 800-some snaps, or he had, very small number of starts or whatever, 8 starts at Georgia. But the potential was there. And they have, and this is, I interpreted, I don't know, I thought his quote was more like, if I'm not, good enough to start, then just sit me on the bench. I almost thought it was maybe dissatisfied, but maybe also just giving the coaches hey, if, they don't want to start me, that's fine. I just wouldn't, be better off not playing for everybody's sake. I almost didn't hear it as pissed off at the coaches. I don't think I've ever heard Broderick Jones sound pissed off in his life. My problem with this is they drafted the player. I could go find in our audio files Omar Khan saying, we drafted the player to be our left tackle. That is why we picked him. And the head coach and the position coach, who are the only two people I can really cite on this matter, have treated him like an undrafted player practically, who doesn't deserve any benefit of the doubt. We have both, you especially, have talked to a ton of former players in your career. They all kind of resent first-round picks if they aren't one themselves, who they feel get too many opportunities to fail before they are finally put in the discard pile. Broderick Jones is the rare first-round pick who has not been given the opportunity to even try to succeed at the position at which he was drafted. They said, well, the guy's pretty raw. We want to bring him along slowly. So they didn't start him to start the season last year. And then when they finally put him in the lineup, it was at the wrong position. They have treated Dan Moore Jr. like he is the first-round pick who can do no wrong here. To his credit, he has mostly been fine this year. He had a bad holding penalty himself yesterday.
Yep.
But, they have acted like Dan Moore has 9 lives in the minute Broderick Jones does anything wrong, and I'm not defending his play yesterday. It was one of the worst games I've ever seen a tackle play. He was only out there for 11 offensive snaps. It was like he was trying to make the most of them with bad stuff. But they've treated Dan Moore like he's a cat with 9 lives out there, and Broderick Jones, if he so much as looks at Mike Tomlin wrong or Pat Meyer wrong, is getting stapled to the bench. Like, you say it's like FUBAR and they might lose this guy. The worst part is, I think the player still has been, emotionally speaking, like very level-headed in public about this. No, I learned nothing sitting on the bench. No, like, whining. He said they call it, I haul it. That's like a folksy way of saying, hey, they tell me what to do, I go out and try to do it. We know he's been playing through some small injury or some maybe significant injury to his elbow, and they just won't even give the guy the chance or the time of day. It's like he's in the doghouse despite not doing the things that usually get a player put in the doghouse.
So you're blaming this way more on them than you are Jones himself. You're not putting the onus on the player whatsoever.
He has been, listen, he does not deserve any kind of free pass for yesterday. Because ultimately, you could say, like, they're playing him at the wrong position. They are. He did start 11 games at right tackle last year and showed real potential. Their running game got going. Like, I'm not going to make excuses for him. But how many times has he even repped as a left tackle at practice? Very few.
One this week I can think of. Very little in training camp.
I guess I'm hopeful that, like, what are we to think here? That if Fautanu hadn't gotten hurt, that's like the butterfly effect moment for this year, that they might have been planning on Fautanu starts and just takes every rep at right tackle, and then Jones goes and battles more? Does Jones maybe go and get placed over more because he is a first-round pick?
Well, by all accounts, Moore was the better player in training camp, so would they have
how could I even evaluate
pole position because of that?
Wait, how could I evaluate both of them at left tackle? One guy never gets to even try.
I know.
The better player, how do you know? You haven't put Broderick Jones out there left tackle and let them go 1-for-1. That's why I blame the team more on this.
Chris Hoke has been very outspoken about Jones and said on the postgame again yesterday that he thought Jones came into training camp uninterested. Really made it sound like he thought that he was just going to have it handed to him and given to him. Oh, the GM, he didn't. Now, Chris didn't say this, but the GM has me ticketed to be a left tackle. I can just strut in here and get the job. It's mine now. Which, if that was his mindset, shame on him. I mean, just because Dan Moore stinks and you are much better than him doesn't mean that you shouldn't work at it to get better. The right now, I am absolutely empathetic to the way that they have treated him and handled him, but his play, it's been so bad that it leaves me speechless. Now, it was good against Atlanta. I didn't think he deserved to be benched. And it is unorthodox and weird to come off the bench, but how are you that bad when you come in? That looked like the guy in the Buffalo preseason game who was borderline unplayable.
He looked a step slow and desperate on both holds, especially the one, I also heard people say, and this is wild because they're trying to defend him, and I'm easily his biggest cheerleader as far as, I wanted him drafted, everything else. Both of those holds were blatant. Both of them helped the play significantly. Fields probably doesn't get the ball off to Pickens if he doesn't.
And I would actually give him more leeway if he had been practicing all the time at left tackle, and then they threw him in at right tackle, and he hadn't repped it in a while and struggled there. I would be more likely to stick up for him. But he's been practicing so much at right tackle, so he should not look like a fish out of water there, or he should not look like he's in over his head at that position. I get that it's not his natural position, but he proved last year that he could play over there. Yes, my preference is for him to be a left tackle, and he should be there, and the Steelers deserve hell for the way that they've moved him, not so much even back and forth flip-flopping, but basically just stuck him at right tackle. So I'm not trying to let Mike Tomlin off the hook.
No, but he wasn't good, and he's played the position enough that we should expect more.
And that is the bigger concern for me. What if the guy is just not a good player?
But again,
what if they swung and missed because?
But that goes against the fact that we just got done saying he had been pretty good for more than half a season there at his non-natural position. I can't chalk that up to he's not a good player. He actually acquitted himself more than fine, I thought, last year as a 22-year-old. Playing his off position. I see bad play. I don't hear anything that suggests he hates their guts. I've seen more good play in balance than bad when he's actually been out there in games that count. But I don't see a path forward here right now. It would have to take Dan Moore getting Justin Fields almost killed, I think. Probably 2 or 3 weeks in a row for them to go to Jones. But they just seem completely disinclined to even give him a sniff. And he doesn't deserve one at right tackle after yesterday. I thought Fautanu was fine when he ended up playing all the reps. I don't know where you go from here.
This is a disturbing trend. That means they have benched their first-round pick in the player's second year 2 years in a row. And now it sounds like we're saying that in both cases, Kenny and Broderick Jones, it's actually justifiable.
Well, it was definitely justifiable for Kenny because he was probably in over his head from moment one. He didn't have a good coordinator, but he himself didn't have the tools. What I want to stress bothers me is that they drafted a guy with the tools, the kind of player you should draft 15th overall and trade up to go get, because he could be a franchise cornerstone at left tackle because he's that athletic and that good and that pedigreed, and they have treated him like an afterthought.
Your thoughts on the Steelers' 13-6 victory in Denver, the way the offense has looked for 2 games, your take on it, 412-928-9370, how you feel about it, 412-928-9370, and this Broderick Jones saga that hit rock bottom yesterday. He comes off the bench. He gets benched again after 6 plays, 3 penalties. 412-928-9370. Who do you blame more, the Steelers or Broderick Jones, for his struggles? And what do they mean? We'll get Donnie's take. We'll get your calls in on it next. Can text us on the Edgar Steiner and Associates fan text line. We want you back after this break. Heart disease kills 1 person every 33 seconds. Schedule your heart screening at UPMC today. Here's a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates 4, Royals 3 yesterday, so the Buccos take one of the games in that series. Pirates and Cardinals tonight. Paul Skeens takes the mound, 7:45 first pitch. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli starts right around 6:45. You can also listen to that on your Odyssey app. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thanks, Donnie. Let's talk about Shorkey Mitsubishi because temperatures will be starting to fall very, very soon. Leaves will be following suit. And you know what else is going to be falling? It's actually already falling. The prices at Shorkey Mitsubishi. You can always check them out at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Right now, 0% financing on what I drive, the 2024 Outlander. That 0% financing back, but it's not going to last long. New 2024 Eclipse Crosses. You can take $5,000 off at Shorkey Mitsubishi on select models, or you can finance at 2.99% for 72 months. New 2024 Outlander Sports, take $4,500 off MSRP, and it's all yours. You get a ton with Mitsubishi. All-wheel drive, safety, style, and, of course, peace of mind. A 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. And at Shorkey Mitsubishi, you also get 2 years of prepaid maintenance and the best customer service around. This is the time to upgrade during their fall kickoff. Visit them, North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. And you can always check out Western PA's best inventory online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller like to get the party started early. Join them every Friday for the PM Tailgate Party. A first look at all things football for the upcoming weekend. The PM Team Tailgate Party is presented by Mike's Beer Bar and brought to you by Galeese Services and Saloni's Italian Bakery. The PM Team Tailgate Party is on. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeservices.com today.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute.
No, not a great start for Caleb Williams, who was the first pick overall for Chicago. He has not exactly hit the ground sprinting in Chicago, but he hit the ground last night early and often. He does not have a touchdown yet. He's got the lowest yards per attempt of any quarterback in the league. These numbers don't lie, but that'll happen when you're on the road in prime time against a great Texans defense. I'm Jim Rome.
Hey, football fans, looking to get in on the action every day of the week this season? Just check out BetMGM Ultimate Teams. It's free to play. Visit your promotions page each weekday, and you'll receive an Ultimate Teams card with a pro football team and spread. If the team on your card covers the spread that Sunday, you'll score a prize. Rewards include Parlay Boost tokens, Odds Boost tokens, SGP Parlay Boost tokens, No Sweat tokens, and bonus bets. If all 5 of the teams on your cards cover their spreads for the week, you'll have a shot to score our grand prize of up to $1,000. Log into your BetMGM account to get started, then visit your promotions page and click on BetMGM Ultimate Teams to get your cards. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 years of age or older to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary by market and expire within 24 hours. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Every business faces challenges, but complicated, expensive, and uncertain shipping shouldn't be one of them.
With USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service, you can avoid all the noise. No more unexpected surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures. It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
High five! Up top! Heck yeah!
Dave's company just got the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business.
Yeah, 5 years!
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
High five for gig speed.
5 years of advanced security.
Security win.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Our rate ain't changing.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
There it is.
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Woohoo!
Now he's got savings.
I'm so excited.
Yep, Dave's feeling it. But it's only for a limited time, so don't wait. Switch today and ask how to get the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Powering 5 years of savings. Powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Ends 9/22/24. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Sebastian Maniscalco.
My wife and I went to go see Hamilton on Broadway.
It Ain't Right Tour 2024.
Oh my God, it is amazing. We saw it. Oh, it changed me it changed me. Now, as soon as I hear that, I'm like, I ain't gonna like this.
Sebastian Maniscalco, live on stage in Pittsburgh. PPG Paints Arena, September 26th. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. For more, visit SebastianLive.com.
You don't marry someone you can live with, you marry the person you can't live without. This famous quote speaks wonders. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz of Urbanowitz Jewelers. For over 42 years, the Urbanowitz family has been helping couples get engaged. We have a huge inventory of designer lines and all the classics. Or we can custom design an engagement ring just for you. And now through September 30th, you can save up to 40% on the ring of her dreams. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Casti Village, and Peters Township.
We're already seeing some outbound delays on the Parkway East. You'll be moving slowly from the Bend at Bates to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This traffic report brought to you by WTAE. Wake up and watch Pittsburgh's Action News 4 this morning, 4:30 to 7 a.m.
We get it. You're headed home with information overload, but your mornings can be chaos-free. Hi, I'm Janelle Hall with Pittsburgh's Action News 4. We have all the news you need to start your day off right. Watch tomorrow morning from 4:30 to 7 a.m.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
When Broderick got on the field, he committed 3 penalties, which really kind of killed that drive. Is that the reason why he didn't go back on the field?
You got it. It's all right, everybody has ups and downs. You just got to continue to battle and just try to come out the right side of it. So that's how I'm looking at it. That's how I see it. So I'm gonna continue to look at it that way. I'm not looking at it as a punishment or anything. You just got to continue to get better.
All right, so that's a Broderick Jones answer that makes him feel like he's got the right attitude about being benched, but that still doesn't take away from the fact that he has been benched in year 2.
I have an idea.
As a top 15 pick, yeah?
I have an idea. If he's been benched, which he has been, and Fautanu, PFF, I think, generally liked Fautanu. Good in pass pro. I thought he just looked active, okay? You know what I want? Truly make him your number 2 left tackle. Broderick Jones should go out and rep with the 2s at left tackle. If you have benched him and he is clearly in Tomlin's doghouse, go let him at least start to get reps with Kyle Allen or eventually Russell Wilson or whoever it might be, the position he was originally intended to play. Enough with he put him at right tackle. Let him be the backup left tackle so that if and when Dan Moore becomes the Dan Moore we all know he is, you maybe can at least consider putting the guy in the game. But it makes me think they're probably just going to put him back at right tackle.
I'm just worried that their evaluation on offensive linemen is pee poor, urine poor, piss poor, okay? Because Fautanu looks good, and I think Frazier looks really good. So I'm going to give them right now early returns. I'm very excited about both of those guys. They gave Chooks $30 million. That guy just quit in New England yesterday.
Yeah, like he's done playing football.
They played Kevin Dotson out of position. They started Dan Moore from day one as a 4th-round pick. They started Kendrick Green from day one as a 3rd-round pick.
I think Tomlin loves guys that battle.
It's so frustrating how they've invested in the offensive line and they just don't get return on it.
I think the guards are pretty good when they're both healthy. Like, I don't think they identified bad players in Daniels or Sayamalu. I want somebody to know.
Well, they've already made the decision pretty much not to re-sign Daniels. Was that smart?
I know, but
he
I don't
doesn't have a contract for next year.
I think they like McCormick a lot.
Well, they like Broderick Jones enough. They like Broderick Jones a lot, Chris. They like Chuks Okorafor a lot. Who the hell cares if they like the guy a lot?
I need to figure out what it is that Broderick Jones did that clearly got him on Mike Tomlin's bad side. Because I'm done trying to figure out what Dan Moore did to get him on Mike Tomlin's good side. Fought really hard to get a spot on the team, on the roster. I mean, think of how insane it is that a guy who seasoned observers like Kabali were telling us, and I mean Dan Moore here, was like not an NFL player early on in his first pro practices. They were just like, the guy doesn't look like, I think Ed Bouchette even said,
thought he was going to get cut.
Looks like he doesn't even belong in the NFL. Tell me how that guy has started from day one of his rookie year at left tackle, and yet the first-round pick, they won't even let take snaps over there.
Jones, if I'm not starting, I don't really feel like I should be playing. That's the quote coming out of this game. 412-928-9370. Here's Dylan in New Stanton. Hello, Dylan.
Hey, guys. First-time caller here.
Great.
I love your guys' show.
Thank you, Dylan.
Best show in the world. I love everything about Chris. Love you, too. You the man. And I just appreciate you guys. I did want to talk about Broderick Jones.
Sure.
One thing is, I'm wondering if one reason they're hesitant to put him on the left side is with Samalu hurt and Anderson in there being young, Frazier young. That whole left side would be real young. And, Chris, you kind of just stole my thunder of I was going to say, hey, they need to give him reps on the left side, make him, I don't care if it's second-string left tackle, get those reps there because sooner or later,
well,
he's going to go
it would be honestly, it would be a slap in the face because it would mean he can't beat out Dan Moore, which clearly he can't right now in their eyes. But it would be the first thing they've done, putting him at backup left tackle in practice and having him do all his reps there. It would be the literal first thing they have done to him to try to set him up for success. Hello, we drafted you because we think you can literally be a 10-year left tackle. Now you get to actually start playing the position a year and a half into your pro career.
Tom in Bethel Park. Hello, Tom.
Yeah. I was, the coach knows when you come in with an attitude, Broderick Jones, when he come in, the coach is the first one to know who got the attitudes on the team or whatever.
Yeah.
So I believe that, Broderick Jones, so he's not playing in position, you got to play out of position. But the attitude adjustment, he'll come around.
What about his attitude has been visibly bad to you?
Tomlin will straighten his attitude out. Good.
What about his attitude has been bad?
Well, just the way he interviewed today about,
What did he say that was really bad?
He had a bad game yesterday. He stunk.
Okay, and he said, I'm not going to look at it as a punishment. I'm going to try to get better. What should he have said? What should he have said that would make you think he had a good attitude?
Well, about not playing.
What was wrong with that?
Don't play me. Don't play me.
He didn't say don't play me. He said if I'm not starting, I don't think I should be playing. And I had people who were in that locker room say that has been misconstrued.
What about the being ready? What if someone gets hurt and, he got to come in? So, isn't he supposed to be ready to play a position?
He was. They put him in the middle of a game because Chuks mouthed off, and he was their best offensive lineman last year.
That drive started from the 1-yard line.
Yeah, I'm aware, and he sucked on that drive. Yes, I'm aware.
Drive going until it was killed by penalties.
Okay, you're telling me, okay, fine. I said he had a bad game. What does that have to do with his attitude?
Tom,
his attitude, because...
You haven't given me a shred of evidence that his attitude's bad yet. You just talked in circles.
Because the way they're treating him.
Well, I mean, Chris Hoke makes it seem like the guy's got a bad attitude. He said he showed up uninterested for camp. That's Chris's evaluation.
Okay.
That's one.
I would
that's one piece of evidence.
You'll notice, if Chris said that, I wouldn't be like, Chris, give me evidence because Chris played in the league. I've got a guy there just saying he's got a bad attitude, and then when I ask him, why does he have a bad attitude, tell me why, he has literally nothing to say.
I don't understand how you can say in one breath the guy has a bad attitude and then just say, well, the Steelers will fix that and figure it out. Did they fix Chuks Okorafor's attitude? Where he's reportedly getting into it with Matt Canada at halftime of a game, and then he's mouthing off on the sidelines and getting himself benched? Do they have a great history of fixing guys' attitudes? If he does have an attitude problem,
I'm sure Mike would point to George Pickens this year so far being in a good mood.
That's a good
and
one.
Say, look at what I've done.
412-928-9370 to get your thoughts in on Broderick Jones getting benched mid-game. The way the Steelers have handled him, you blame Jones for what's going on here, or more the Steelers? 412-928-9370. Donnie Football is going to give out his game balls, 3 of them, for the Steelers' 13-6 win over the Broncos coming up, too. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Key in Peters Township. I already did that. Right now, a headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt rallies to beat West Virginia in the backyard brawl. The Panthers win it 38-34 on Saturday. They will host Youngstown State on Saturday at 3:30. You can listen to that game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pre-game coverage begins at 12:30. That can also be heard on your Odyssey app. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, Donnie, let's talk right now about Circa Resort and Casino. I'm a big Circa guy, having had a great experience there last year for Black and Gold and Vegas. That was in September, and so the countdown began ever since the schedule came out, and I knew they were going back out there, getting excited and getting amped up for my return trip. And the Circa is in Old Vegas. You've probably maybe taken a stroll to Old Vegas when you've been there and walked around, but have you stayed down there yet? If the answer is no, here is the perfect destination. It is an ideal spot for football fans and sports fans. Friday night at the Circa, we're going to have a huge party, drink specials, giveaways, and then the big grand prize will be tickets to the game, which are very tough to get. And then Saturday, the Circa Resort Stadium Swim, 6 pools, massive screen there, 150-foot screen TV. They'll put all the college football games on, and then, of course, Sunday is the game. So go to circalasvegas.com today to book your spot. Join me in Vegas at the Circa today. Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. September's Fan Beer of the Month is Alter Genius Brewing's Rescue Kolsch. The charity of the month is Humane Animal Rescue Pittsburgh, providing care, adoption, and education for pets and wildlife in the Pittsburgh region.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, or you just don't like us, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
Bite on, Michigan. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with BetQL. The new Big Ten takes center stage next weekend with USC traveling to Michigan. The Wolverines are 5.5-point home dogs, and the BetQL model likes the dog. BetQL actually has Michigan favored. So Michigan plus 5.5 is a 5-star best bet. I'm Joe Ostrowski. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
On the battlefield, there's a saying America's military men and women live by. Never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Off the battlefield, Wounded Warrior Project operates with the same goal. Wounded Warrior Project was created to help our men and women returning home with the scars of war, whether those scars are physical or mental. Wounded Warrior Project. We never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Learn more about what we do at woundedwarriorproject.org.
This is attorney Craig Fishman. Injured? Our fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. Call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. Shenarovich, and Fishman. We got your back, not your wallet.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
Honey, I got a guy to fix our roof.
Oh no. The last time your friend recommended a guy, we had to get the repairs repaired.
It's not just any guy, it's PJ Fitzpatrick. Look, they have thousands of 5-star reviews pros and over 40 years of experience. PJ can fix leaky windows, broken siding, rotted trim, and damaged leaking roofs in just one day. Plus, PJ Fitzpatrick can even clean our gutters.
That's my kind of guy. What are you waiting for? Visit trustpj.com and set up an appointment today. Trustpj.com.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real-person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent. So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle.
Tide Free and Gentle has no dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on her skin.
If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Free and Gentle. This back-to-school season, Tide and Downy are giving back with $1.5 million in scholarships. Enter to win. No purchase necessary. US/DC 17+. End September 30th. Rules. Tide.com/scholarship/official rules.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly.
Week 2 of pro football wraps up tonight. Monday Night Football in Philadelphia with Philly, a 5.5-point home favorite against Atlanta. Total in the game is 46. Now, in case you missed it, Philly's #1 wide receiver ruled out for this game with a hamstring injury. That's why we've seen some betting action come in on Atlanta. Now, we don't know how good Atlanta's quarterback is going to look second game coming off a torn Achilles, so I don't want to bet the side or total pregame. Instead, I want to look at Atlanta starting running back over 64.5 rushing yards after Green Bay went for over 5 yards a carry last week against Philadelphia.
That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Who can you trust when choosing the best windows and doors for your home? How about the company with more than 2,500 5-star reviews in Greater Pittsburgh? Renewal by Andersen. Adam Crowley here. They'll design, custom build, and install your windows expertly. When you call Renewal by Andersen, they'll come to your home for a free consultation, often within 48 hours, and give you an exact price quote that's good for 1 year. And Renewal by Andersen has extended their 31-day sales event. Buy one, get one 40% off all windows, patio doors, and entry doors when you buy 4 or more. That's 40% off, plus get an extra $150 off each window and door with no minimum purchase. Special financing is available. Call by September 30th. 412-703-2525. 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525. For offer and warranty details, visit renewalbyandersen.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Okay, let's go. Come on. Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Foley and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
That music means it's time for Donnie Football's Game Balls. They shockingly do not have a sponsor, so if you like a segment where we hand out awards, Donnie specifically handing out the awards for big-time performances in Steelers games, well then get your company's name on this right now. The Debrief has a sponsor. Let's see if Donnie can make it a second sponsored segment here between now and the end of football season. Plenty of time. We're only in week 2. All right, so last week, Boswell, Watt, and Dante Jackson got the 3 game balls. Let's see who picked up those big balls in week 2.
The third one, we can work from 3 to 1, I think, this week. It's not as obvious as what last week was, considering Boswell scored every single point for the Steelers in week 1. I really do want to give one to both punters and just have them split that third ball. Just split that third ball right down the middle.
So just punters.
They get the third ball. Corliss Waitman, 53 yards per punt. Riley Dixon, 52.5 yards per punt. And they had some work, especially in that second half. our buddy Corliss did. They were kicking it right through that thin air at 53 yards a pop.
Pinned him deep after the Steelers went 3 and out on their last offensive drive of the game. He kicked there. It's easy to kick in Denver. Presley Harvin, I think, somehow would have found a way to screw things up and shank one. Waitman didn't. So far, so good with him. He's not Cam Johnston, but he looks like he's solid.
He is a league average punter, it appears, through 1 week back with the Steelers, and that is all I could possibly ask for out of him.
Next.
Second one goes to Deshaun Elliott. 9 tackles yesterday, had a huge tackle for loss on a 3rd down and 1 play. He was around another. I thought he may have had 2 tackles for loss because he was right around the play on another one, and he got in on the play.
Yeah, I thought he got nicks on one. He definitely got Javonte Williams like an absolute bullet coming in.
I have really liked the early returns on him. I know Chris and I were in lockstep, as we are with some things, when we said this guy could be one of their more underrated, maybe the most underrated signing they had. He's been really solid through the first 2 games and was really good yesterday.
Good instincts as a player, and he's very decisive. What they're at, I mean, I think we had, was it somebody in Baltimore? We had somebody out there, I don't know if it was a national analyst or what, who said the Steelers signing him is going to end up being one of the really, really good signings a team makes because the guy's, just rock solid, basically. A way better version of like a Terrell Edmonds where he's going to go out there, play strong safety, and hit everything that moves.
Best defensive offseason pickup thus far. I think better than Patrick Queen. I will say his best play, where he shot through the backfield and made a tackle, I thought was more Denver screwing something up and just not blocking a guy than anything else. But you're noticing him. Denver couldn't run the ball. The safeties are coming down. They're not thinking that Bo Nix is going to beat them over the top. So he understood the assignment, be a strong safety that makes a big difference in the run game. He had the interception in week 1. Yeah, I think
Playmaker.
2 games in, I feel like they took a position that was not by any means like a terrible one or a liability, but they've made it even better this offseason. So Elliott gets his first game ball this season. And then the number 1 game ball, Don.
Darnell Washington, Matt Washington. The man just destroys people in the run game. I like how they actually have he and Pruitt split. Like, they both get a good bit of snaps. I think they both got around 25 yesterday. And both of those guys can block well, which is the big knock against Freiermuth. And not only did he do that, first career touchdown, and what was a very easy-looking pitch and catch. They just said, you know what, let's put this mountain of a human being, this guy who is about 6'8", let's go ahead and toss him out there on an island against a corner, and we'll see how that goes.
He's listed at 262. What do you guys think he actually weighs? I bet you he's very close to 290. He is a
I was going to say like a 6'8", 280.
Like 285. I mean, they were cutting up highlights of him on the broadcast, and he was bullying defensive ends the way good offensive linemen are supposed to. Just down-blocked one guy completely into oblivion. Anything you get from him in the passing game is a bonus. But you know what I really liked? You said pitch and catch. The man made a hands catch there, dude. That wasn't like bringing it into the body and like cradling it. That was big paws are out there. And he's snatching that football out of the air.
I don't think the hands are what holds him back as a receiving tight end. I just don't think he naturally moves well.
He's not fluid enough to get open, no.
So those types of plays where it's short space and he's just got to use his side. Now, it wasn't like it was a jump ball to him, but those types of plays with somebody where he has a bigger target radius, if you will, I do think he can be more successful red zone player than he's been thus far in his career. Here he is after the game talking about how he's more than just someone who runs people over.
I feel like, I feel like that play showing, just giving coach the confidence, just believing me a little bit more, doing it on Sundays and, just giving him more confidence of drawing more plays up or whatever he do and things like that.
One of the things I was surprised about when I looked at the snap counts for that game, the Steelers used 3 wide receivers more than they used 2 tight ends. Calvin Austin played more than Darnell Washington yesterday. I don't get that. That doesn't make any sense to me. You're in Denver. You know they can't beat you because they have Bo Nix at quarterback. I thought it was going to look very similar to Atlanta, where we saw them just roll out the 3 tight end look and a ton of Darnell Washington and just dominate the line of scrimmage. But
to be fair, Washington and Pruitt played 1 and 2 snaps fewer than Austin, respectively. So it's not like they didn't. It's not like it was lopsided. Austin had 30.
Okay, but just sell me on the idea of Kelvin Austin playing 30 snaps.
Oh, well, and you can get a blocking wide receiver like Austin into the lineup. I think you have to do that.
Skoranek, I think, was a candidate for a game ball with some of the plays he made on special teams, Donnie.
He was a good special teams player. A nice little find. Was he on that Rams Super Bowl team?
He was. Yeah. He actually played a lot in the Super Bowl after Odell Beckham Jr. tore his ACL. Donnie's game balls, 3-1. Punters, 2. Deshaun Elliott, and 1. Darnell Washington.
God, that punters one is just... What a sad commentary.
God, that honestly sounds like a Donnie. That sounds like a game ball list from a preseason game.
The punters, Deshaun Elliott, yeah,
and Darnell Washington. Donnie, your thoughts on what we're watching with Broderick Jones?
I think they've completely mangled this. Now, yeah, the player could be better, absolutely, and he could be more ready to go. There's a reason why you see when you watch the games, then also people love to pull up the snap counts as we were just doing with some of the personnel. There's a reason why the guys besides the quarterback, the only ones that play every single snap are the offensive linemen, because barring injury, they don't do any sort of position by committee type thing. It doesn't matter what the personnel is on the field. It should be those same 5 guys. Nobody liked that idea. Everybody expected it to fail yesterday, and it did. And luckily, Fautanu was ready to go. Because
it's also a disservice to Fautanu. Well. I don't think it's fair for either guy.
No, absolutely not. I mean, but luckily, one of them was able to play at a serviceable, and I thought even a little bit better than that level. Let's not act like there's no precedent here either with how badly they handle some of the linemen they have. Now, Kendrick Green, I don't think he's going to be claiming any all-pro statuses as of late, but we saw firsthand last season when he was put in the right position in Houston, he looked like a much better player than what he was here. Kevin Dotson did get to a level where he looks like an all-pro player. He goes to the Rams. He becomes, for a short time, the highest-paid guard in football. He turned into what people hoped he would here. And he did so in the midst of a season. Yes.
Well, they only have like 1 healthy lineman now, so by default, I think
they only have like 10 healthy players.
He turned into a borderline great player.
No, I know. Well, his big sin here, beyond the fact that they played him out of position, was Tomlin didn't like that he talked a fair amount, that he was speaking openly about things.
Well, that gets back to the Hoke thing about Jones being uninterested in training camp. Okay, that's not a good look that a guy in year 2 would, in the team's mind, look uninterested. How do you get him interested? Like, I do think the onus, some of that falls back on the offensive line coach and the head coach. And the offensive coordinator, who, by the way, has a big offensive line background.
I mean, here's what I would be doing.
Get him interested.
Here's what I would be doing. I would do this with him. I said I would go and rep him as the true backup left tackle, as much as it like makes me want to vomit saying that Dan Moore has to be the starter for now. And then if you want to try to like piecemeal it out and see how he does with limited action, start coming up with some jumbo extra offensive lineman stuff near the goal line and be like, your job is to wipe people out here. You might get 5 snaps a game. They better be 5 kick-ass snaps.
I just think that Darnell Washington now does that.
I know.
The nipple rubber has been removed.
Because you have a guy who's basically as big as one of them. I understand that, but what else are you going to do? I mean, the thing that no one really says as loudly as they should is they seem like in love with Dan Moore at left tackle, and I don't know why. Because you can go back and look at the tape or look at the PFF grades or look at both. The guy mostly sucked for the last 3 years.
He has found the broken clock has been right already twice a day with him. He's had 2 solid games. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. We'll let Channel 2 take care of that. You want to chime in here on what happened to Broderick Jones yesterday, 412-928-9370. Your thoughts on it. The Steelers' offense, 1 touchdown in 2 games. Your take on that, 412-928-9370. And Justin Fields, 2-0 for the first time in his career. A stat that reveals Justin Fields has played quite well to start the year. Our thoughts on him moving forward coming up next. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM team, and right now it's Andrew Filipponi to tell you about FanDuel, and you can bet the game tonight. There is Monday Night Football, and it is on the other side of the Commonwealth with the Falcons and Eagles, a battle of birds matching up here. That was an NFC playoff game back in the day, Vic versus McNabb, which was a lot of fun. And now tonight it's Kirk Cousins versus Jalen Hurts, and Kirk Cousins has a reputation of not playing very well on Monday Night Football. People forget he beat the 49ers on Monday Night Football last year, and he did look wretched against the Steelers. Philly does not have the pass rush that Pittsburgh does, and if you remember, before he got injured late in that game, Green Bay was moving the ball again, and they had already scored 29 points against Philly down in Brazil. So I expect Atlanta to keep it closer than the 6.5, and to let you big message here. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet on tonight's game. So go to FanDuel.com/Andrew and start playing today. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as an eligible bonus bets which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Very comfortable this evening with partly to mostly cloudy skies. Those will continue through the night with our temperatures eventually falling down into the low to mid 60s. Tomorrow, mid to upper 70s for highs, mostly cloudy skies, maybe a stray shower, but our better chance for rain comes into play on Wednesday. From the KDKA First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Ray Petlin.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. The best happy hour specials in the city are at Cheerleaders Pittsburgh.
Your coworkers might annoy you, but we promise we won't. Download the free Odyssey app and you can listen to us at work while you tackle your inbox or get ready for another meeting that probably could have been an email. Tune in late? You can rewind your favorite live shows to catch what you missed. And with Chapters, easily jump to the topics that you care about most, like the latest updates from your team. Your sports talk, your way. The Odyssey app. Download it today.
Leaves and temperatures are beginning to fall.
And so are prices. Time to shop the fall kickoff at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Grab some incredible deals this week, including 0% financing on the popular 24 Outlander. It's back, but it won't last long.
New 24 Eclipse Cross, take $5,000 off on select models or finance at 2.99% for 72 months.
Or a new 24 Outlander Sport. Take $4,500 off MSRP and it's all yours.
Let's be clear. You'll be getting style, safety, all-wheel drive, and a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
Plus 2 years of prepaid maintenance. It's the best automotive deal out there.
So don't wait. Our fall kickoff makes an upgrade easier than ever.
Visit us in North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. Western PA's best inventory, ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer incentives. See dealer for details.
Okay, everyone, what did you think of the chocolate bar?
It's too chewy.
Feels kind of chalky.
Too much nougat.
I need to go brush my teeth.
Business is booming for Steph's small marketing research firm.
After all these focus groups, there's only one conclusion. I need more researchers.
And she's way too busy researching.
Does this have peanuts?
To waste time researching resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do, so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Now.
Paid for by government. Did you hear? A secret hoard of 1932 $10 gold Indian coins have been found. These gorgeous 1932 gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck, and less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling the secret U.S. gold coin discovery a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and you can own a piece of the hoard. When you call, you are guaranteed a 1932 dated gold coin featuring Lady Liberty with an Indian war headdress and a majestic eagle. With limited availability, you must call now. These 1932 dated gold coins are still in uncirculated condition with brilliant luster. That is 92 years of history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-495-6468. Call now and you'll receive a free bonus over a $55 value free with every order. Call 1-800-495-6468 now to secure your 1932 $10 gold Indian coins before they sell out. Don't wait. You must act fast. Call now.
Young America, Kamala Harris thinks you're too stupid to realize she's to blame for record inflation.
What else do we know about this population? They are stupid.
Too stupid to realize groceries are up 26%.
They are stupid.
To see how she tripled the price of gas.
Stupid.
Too stupid to notice home prices are up 46%. Electricity 25%. Cars 33%.
Bidenomics is working.
Kamala, we're not that stupid. Right for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. www.rightforamericapac.com.
Hey, football fans, looking to get in on the action every day of the week this season? Just check out BetMGM Ultimate Teams. It's free to play. Visit your promotions page each weekday, and you'll receive an Ultimate Teams card with a pro football team and spread. If the team on your card covers the spread that Sunday, you'll score a prize. Rewards include Parlay Boost tokens, Odds Boost tokens, SGP Parlay Boost tokens, No Sweat tokens, and bonus bets. If all 5 of the teams on your cards cover their spreads for the week, you'll have a shot to score our grand prize of up to $1,000. Log into your BetMGM account to get started, then visit your promotions page and click on BetMGM Ultimate Teams to get your cards. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 years of age or older to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary by market and expire within 24 hours. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Family owned and operated since 1975, Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling has been Southwestern PA's trusted destination for all their home improvement needs. With an A+ rating from the BBB and multiple awards in home remodeling, they stand out as one of the area's GAF Master Elite contractors. Call 724-547-5445 or visit mountpleasantwindow.com. Proudly partnered with Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity for their community buyback program.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football. People ask all the time, what did my program look like when I was on Awaken 180? I tell them I would wake up, have breakfast, a mid-morning snack, lunch, afternoon snack, then dinner. I was in the middle of a wing promotion at the same time. What other types of foods? Chili, steak, foods we all love. It was all laid out for me. I'd meet with my Awaken 180 coach once a week, review my numbers, make adjustments if I was losing less than 4 to 5 pounds a week. That was the program. Eating, coaching, and a formula customized to me. It's been 10 years now with over 23,000 satisfied clients. To prove that I'm not the only one that thought it was easy, Awaken 180 holds a 98% customer satisfaction rating. To compare, most companies aim for about 75%. If you have weight to lose, do what we all did and make that call to Awaken 180. 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Excuse me, waiter. There's a hair in my soup. A long purple hair.
I'm so sorry. I'll get the manager.
I'm the manager. How can I help?
Wait, weren't you the Plum Insurance mascot?
What gave it away? My long purple fur?
Something like that.
What if all insurance companies were like NJM and were known for putting their policyholders first, not gimmicks? Then all those insurance mascots would have to get real jobs.
I'll pass on dessert.
No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
It's back to school time. That means it's time to start saving with deals for school days at Giant Eagle and Market District. Get tons of discounts on all your favorite items so your students can be ready to take on the day. Don't miss out. Visit your local Giant Eagle or Market District today.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit the store for a free test walk. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown. Good Feet arch support Passports are proudly made in the USA.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
On the outbound side of the Parkway East, I'm seeing some fire department activity near the entrance to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. There is a shoulder closed, so exercise some caution driving through that area. I'm Kyle Fronheiser.
This traffic report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com.
That backyard swing set brought you so much joy, and now it's a rusted-out old death trap. We can help. twomenandajuncktruck.com. 2 men and a junk truck.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7, the man.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sidney Crosby will remain with the Penguins through the duration of his 30s, signing a 2-year extension today for, you guessed it, $8.7 million a year. For more, go to 937thevan.com. Right now, it's a Black and Gold Victory Monday on Pony and Muller.
You're on the air. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Just be more disciplined. The linemen, they can't hold it, and it's tough on them because especially when I scramble out and those D linemen are chasing and then, they're locked up and the D linemen are trying to get away. It's tough on them. So just, work on hand usage and stuff like that.
I think with each passing day, I'm learning more about them. I just think that there's no substitute for a relationship. You go through something together, you learn about yourselves and each other, and so it's just been a good process. Looking forward to it.
We have a great defense, and that's no secret. So, anytime, you never want to turn the ball over as a quarterback, as a running back, receiver. So our number one goal on offense is to protect the ball.
Justin Fields, he's 2-0 for the first time in his career. He's won 6 of his last 8 games going back to Chicago. And he is one of only 2 quarterbacks in the NFL who's undefeated right now without a turnover on his ledger. And the other is Josh Allen in Buffalo, and that guy's pretty good. 15-minute mark is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Look, he's managing games, and usually I would say of guys that's more of a derisive comment. That's really, at best, a backhanded compliment. But I think what Fields is showing here in these first 2 games is he can do something that most critics of his said he could not do.
Limit mistakes.
Yeah, that the reason why Russell Wilson, in part, was a more attractive quarterback for Mike Tomlin is low interception rate. He'll take a sack instead of putting the ball in harm's way. He won't try to always.
He's not going to play Superman ball and get you killed with a turnover.
Yeah.
I thought, to that end, by the way, Pony, I thought one of the best plays Fields made was not attempting. It ended up on a touchdown drive, on their only touchdown drive. When he was sacked on first down there, you could see a flicker right before he went to ground where he thought about heaving one up. I don't know if anyone else watching, Donnie, if you noticed that. You could see he was in the grasp, but he had enough where he could have thrown the ball somewhere. And then you almost saw the brain go, no, don't do this. And he just tucked it and fell over. 2 plays later, they have a touchdown. To what you're saying here, he's done that. PFF said no turnover-worthy throws yesterday, or plays yesterday. Not even the ball to Austin over the middle that got deflected. I think they felt like that was
I thought Austin slipped on that play, too.
He did, but I think he didn't have great position either. That probably would have been ugly either way. But they apparently thought that ball was not thrown close enough to the defender, even though they got their hands on it to be legit turnover worthy.
Yeah, that's one of the only my bad throws that I've seen Fields make in 2 games. His passer rating right now, this speaks to as well that most of these high-powered NFL offenses led by great quarterbacks are not clicking yet. He has a higher passer rating through 2 games, Justin Fields, than Aaron Rodgers, Lamar Jackson, and Patrick Mahomes. So I'm not going to be effusive in my praise, but I like what I'm seeing. I thought the first half was excellent. He was 10 of 12. He made that throw that everyone was talking about that got called back because of Broderick Jones. The touchdown drive, he was great. He converted a 3rd down to Pickens when he got blitzed. He ran for a 1st down when he was blitzed. He came back from the sack that could have been a drive killer where they only settle for 3, and he makes the throw. That was the very best of Justin Fields. And for me, even though the stats don't back this up, there's been just enough glimpses of really good play for him, and there's been a lot of smart, intelligent play for him that I am optimistic about him now, more so, as Steelers starting quarterback moving forward. And I would guess Mike Tomlin has to feel the same way. Like, they wanted to see, when they signed this guy, if his struggles in Chicago were due in large part to the system he was in, not putting him in position to succeed. I'm not saying that he's getting world-class coaching here, but it seems
we're talking about
he's making progress, Chris.
Well, we're talking about like them committing malpractice in real time with Broderick Jones. I think that what you're trying to say is that Mike Tomlin might have felt like, and the Steelers might have felt like, that is what happened to Fields in Chicago. Multiple coordinators. They tried to change his footwork after year 1 or going in whatever. After his first year. You know what is the play? When I try to think of what's the best version of him look like, it's you make plays like the Pickens throw that don't get called back, right? But you know what? Do you guys remember there was a little 3rd down where he had a little out route pitch and catch to Austin to keep a drive going? I think it was that same drive, actually. No, it was a different drive. But he had a little pitch and catch. They were moving right to left. And he just kept a drive going with a 6-yard out.
Yeah, I remember that play, of course.
I think Justin Fields becoming close to what everyone hopes his physical gifts suggest he could be boils down to those kinds of plays. How often do you make that throw? Or how often on 3rd and 5 do you complete a pass for 8 yards over the middle, for example, where you see the read, you see the player, you anticipate the throw, and you make the throw? He starts doing that, say, 7 out of 10 times when he has the opportunity, as opposed to maybe 4 or 5 out of 10, you might have something here.
Now, he's got fewer passing yards than all but 3 starting quarterbacks. Brissett, Caleb Williams, and Bryce Young, who's just been benched, are the only 3 guys with fewer passing yards. But to that, I will say a bunch of yards have come back because of penalties, which are not Fields' fault. And I also think it's just a byproduct of their philosophy in these games. They don't want him to throw for a lot of passing yards. And hey, you don't clip the wings of a incredible bird like a bald eagle or something like that. You're doing it because you do think he's somewhat damaged and needs some repairs and everything else to take place before he takes flight again. But if the numbers were that bad and they needed to move the ball through the air to win these games, I would want to criticize him, or I would be more pessimistic about his odds of being a good quarterback.
Right now you're playing a guessing game.
Yeah,
I'm wondering if there's more out there.
And I allegedly or purportedly, he only has 1 more game left before Wilson is going to be ready to play, and that's 2 weeks in Indianapolis. If the Indianapolis game, if Russell Wilson got a clean bill of health today from Steelers doctors, I would still want Fields to start this game coming up. I would not bench him off of these 2 games.
I need to see growth, though. I thought he was a little better, and I guess you can say he definitely grew in this game because it's not his fault Broderick Jones held. He threw a laser beam. It's not his fault that the officials made a questionable OPI call. If they win even 20-6 or something like that, it looks a lot better than 13-6, in my opinion. I thought Harris, though, he didn't speak exactly what I'm feeling, but he was they went single hot. Part of the reason they couldn't run the ball in the second half was because the Broncos just played 1 safety up high and dared them to beat them through the air, and Fields really couldn't do it. You do have to, if you're presented with that look, At some point, you're going to have to start hitting guys, whether it's Freiermuth or Pickens,
But when you're
or
in
even
third,
like a third
but when
option.
you're in third and long, and you don't think Denver can move the ball and score touchdowns on you,
I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about third and longs. At that point, like you are just trying to get to punt, get to punt formation with more time coming off the clock. I'm talking about on like first and second down when they're just saying, here are 8 guys in the box. We are not going to let you line up and run the ball at us. They have to be, and he has to be better at making teams pay, or eventually this will grind to a halt. That is how I feel about it.
So is that your way of saying you would still go back to Wilson as soon as he's healthy?
I think a lot depends on how this looks for them in the home opener.
But what if you had to make a decision on it today?
Man,
you're vacillating on this.
I know because
badly.
I know because it's tough because he's played about exactly like the level that I would say makes it tough. I'd probably stay with him because they're 2-0. But man, I wouldn't. It's like 51 to 49%.
Donnie, is it that tough of a decision for you?
No, I wouldn't say it's quite that because I said last week after that game, I think it is now his job to lose, and I don't think we've hit that point yet where I don't think yesterday was, he played so poorly, he can't be in. Because, again, the no turnovers thing, we know how big that is for the guy making those decisions. The guy pulling those strings. He'd rather the guy not turn the football over and they win a game like yesterday than they win the game like, 27-24, but the quarterback has 3 interceptions that lead to 2 short fields for Denver. Or even 27-20, I don't know, whatever you want the score to be. He would prefer a final outcome like yesterday if Justin Fields kept the football clean. And again, just one snafu, which I think that may have more so have been on Frazier that time. He just snapped the football early. He kept it clean again.
What happens if they fall down 7-0 to the Chargers? Or like 10-0? Maybe it's not even the defense's fault. What happens if they actually kick the ball in play and just boom, kick return touchdown, you're down 7-0. Then maybe they go 3 and out. Harbaugh grinds out a field goal drive, and like minute to go in the first quarter, they're down 10-0. Then what in this game? What do we see?
I don't think they're going to abandon what they believe in.
What if they're down 10-0 at the half? What if it's 13-3 at the half? Their defense has actually given up a little bit in the way of points.
I still don't think they're going to change.
Then that's on Mike. That's Mike. This is how he wants it to be, which is the exact same thing we have said since the day Roethlisberger retired, and it became first Mitch Trubisky's job and then Kenny's job.
That's exactly what Belichick said on Inside the NFL.
Mike Tomlin's game plan's the same every week. Doesn't matter who the quarterback was or what year it is. Play good defense, turn the ball over. Try to get the running game going, but play good field position, make them drive it against that defense, don't give up many points, and win. I won't say win ugly, but win.
That he should have put a parenthetical in. Mike Tomlin's got the same game plan every week, and that's why I loved playing him, because he was very easy for me to beat. He also could have just been describing Bill Cowher there. My problem, of course, with that is that Bill Cowher was coaching 20 to 30 years ago. When we just had a game on in the back. We just had one, the old Chargers-Steelers game in Ben's second year, I think. They win 24-22. Madden's talking about 92-1-1 whenever they've had at any point like a 10-point lead in a game.
Oh, he was so good.
Oh, my God,
with those
he
leads,
loved
Cowher.
those.
They'd give the ball to Bettis and just salt that game away.
Well, he was good going back in the 90s before he even had Bettis. He was good at that. But, it's not that NFL anymore. By the way, speaking of blowing leads, John Harbaugh has now blown, I believe, 11 leads in the last 5 years in the fourth quarter, Donnie, when they have been leading by 7 or more in the fourth. 11 times they've lost those games in Baltimore.
Here is Nate on the Fan. Hello, Nate.
Hi, guys. Watching the offense yesterday, I noticed that the tight ends need to get involved a little bit more. I'd like to see Pat Freiermuth involved a little bit more. I just want to see our offense find their identity before we get to the Bengals. And
Pat did have the most targets of any player on the team, tied with Pickens.
And Washington caught a touchdown pass.
Hey, I just want to keep finding our identity before that big stretch of the second half of the season. But should we find a second option? Do you guys feel like that's needed at the receiver position?
Yes.
Whereas Van Jefferson's still good?
Yes, no, Van Jefferson stinks. Yes, they need to find a second one, and maybe one of these woebegone teams will trade a wide receiver between now and the deadline.
The Panthers look like they are in full rebuild mode, and man, maybe Deontay Johnson just gets welcomed back with open arms.
I think there's a better chance of who's a Johnson from the Steelers past? Norm Johnson.
How about Howard Johnson?
Comes back.
Mets third baseman.
Before Deontay. Here is Emmanuel on the fan. Hello, Emmanuel.
Thanks for taking my call. I'm kind of torn about how I feel about this offense. After week 1, I kind of felt like how we felt after the Bengals game when we fired Matt Canada. I was cautiously optimistic, but after seeing the game yesterday, the tale of two halves, and like we're all agreeing that they were coaching not to lose. So what is up with the ideology of them not living in their fears? Why are we coaching not to lose?
Well, because we know that that's BS. But I think the strategy was the right one yesterday. The only way they were going to lose that game is if their offense allowed for the Denver Broncos defense to score points. That was the only way they were going to lose.
Special teams, that could have happened.
Special teams.
Yeah, in a one-score ball game, it was a little too helter-skelter.
It wasn't a one-score ball game till there was less than 2 minutes left.
That's because of their coaching staff. So I feel like we have the potential to be better offensively just on the potential of Justin Fields. But
would you go back to Russell Wilson when he's healthy?
As of right now, yes. I kind of want to see what he has. I think we wouldn't be coaching as conservative with Russell Wilson. I think the whole
appeal of him was that he was very conservative.
Yes, completely disagree with that. I think they would have tried to play. I mean, they wouldn't have had the quarterback running as much. I think they would have tried to win the game the same exact way with Russ, and Russ would be giving cliched answers after games about how the stats don't matter and you just got to find a way to win and grind it out every game. It'll be the same exact thing.
Wilson and Fields are pretty similar players in that they both are loath to go over the middle of the field. Wilson's always been that way. Fields really has been that way too since moment one. Wilson doesn't have the wheels. Fields never has had the wheels. The one difference is Wilson is a more accurate thrower overall and throws a gorgeous deep ball, but so does Fields. They're not that dissimilar.
All right, a lot on the table here at 412-928-9370. How you feel about the Steelers' offense through 2 games, 1 touchdown, but they are 2-0, 412-928-9370. How you feel about the Steelers and the way they've handled Broderick Jones, what happened with him yesterday and moving forward, 412-928-9370, and your take on Justin Fields. Should he remain Steelers quarterback as long as the Steelers are winning? Your take on the way he's looked through 2 games. The last caller just said he'd put Wilson back in. Do you agree with that? 412-928-9370. That is the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line. Donnie has a headline, and we're right back with your calls on the fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Monday Night Football, Atlanta and Philadelphia. Tonight, 8:15. You can listen to that game on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, as well as your Odyssey app. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Well, thank you, Don. Let's talk about Universal Windows Direct right now because that fall chill is nearly upon us, less than a week away. Cooler temperatures means you don't want drafts blowing through the house. You don't want hot air leaking out because your windows are crappy. You don't want cold air coming in when it shouldn't. So get my friends at Universal Windows Direct on the line and get your window game fixed up at the house. They've got windows with an exclusive technology. It's called Super Spacer. It makes them perform better and last longer, and it helps them keep your home incredibly comfortable no matter what's going on outside. And Universal Windows Direct backs these windows up with a true lifetime warranty. That's as long as you own the home, and then 20-year warranty goes to the next homeowner. Call Universal Windows Direct today, 412-545-6003. Get this. For every 2 windows you buy, you get 2 free. There's no limit. You could buy 30 and get 30 more for free. If you have a house with 60 windows, congratulations on all your success. And plus, they've got 0% financing for 60 months. Restrictions apply. For the last windows you'll ever need, go to UWD.com. Proud partner of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. What in the world happened to the Dallas Cowboys? Absolutely punked in their own house yesterday. It almost felt like I was watching a Cowboy playoff game. That happens in the postseason. They usually reserve those horrible efforts for the playoffs. But that's a regular season game. What happened to that allegedly vaunted Cowboy defense? I'm Jim Rome.
Don't miss out on summer brake deals at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, get 15% off a set of Brake Best Select, Select Pro, or Import Direct brake pads and 2 rotors. Restore quality braking and improve stopping performance with parts and advice from the professional parts people. Save money now when you visit O'Reilly Auto Parts or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Right now at Wendy's, you can get a small Frosty for $1. And literally everyone is going. The car behind you, going to get a $1 Frosty. The car ahead of you, already had one, going for a second. The person who cut you off earlier, you guessed it, $1 Frosty. Maybe it's all a sign for you to go get one. Just don't cut anyone off. No one likes that person. The iconic Frosty for $1, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Not valid in a combo. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, California, and via third-party delivery.
I'm Peter Navarro, and as President Trump's manufacturing czar, I helped draft key executive orders that brought the Keystone Pipeline to life and stopped the unfair dumping of foreign steel and aluminum from China. President Trump understood the Keystone Pipeline would keep energy prices low, and his bold tariffs on steel and aluminum immediately boosted employment in mills and foundries across Pennsylvania, from Newcastle, New Kensington, Darlington, and Pittsburgh to Brackenridge, Braddock, Butler, and McKeesport. When Joe Biden and Kamala Harris took office, they shut down the Keystone Pipeline, halted oil and gas drilling on federal lands, and attacked Pennsylvania's fracking industry. Fracking jobs have plummeted 30%. Gasoline prices have skyrocketed 40%. President Trump creates jobs. Kamala Harris creates inflation. It's that simple. Vote Trump 2024.
Right for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad. Not authorized by any candidate or any candidates committee. www.rightforamericapac.com.
Hey, Pittsburgh homeowners. To build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding. Now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products in brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/Steel
From
City.
profit boost to same-game parlays, ESPN Bet is ready to hit the gridiron this season. And as the official sportsbook of ESPN, it's the only place to find exclusive football offers from ESPN personalities like Mike Greenberg and Stephen A. Smith. New players can get their first bet insured up to $1,000 in bonus bets by downloading the ESPN Bet app and signing up for the promo code RADIO. Download today. Must be 21 plus and present in select states. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Increasing clouds tonight, the low 59.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
We're seeing a good deal of backup on the inbound side of 28 between Fox Chapel and the Highland Park Bridge. After you get past that, you should be moving normally down to the north side. I'm Kyle Ronheiser.
This traffic report brought to you by 4th-generation family-owned Saloni's Italian Bread.
Want a game changer for any tailgate party? Saloni's Italian Bread. The key to any great sandwich, burger, or dog is the bread, and Saloni's is the bread to use. Family owned in Pittsburgh for over 100 years, Saloni's Bread is the game changer for any Pittsburgh tailgate party.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
He's done great. Excited to have him, in the pocket, and he's done some great things. His confidence level is high, like I said, and he's just playing ball. You can tell from just watching him. He feels comfortable, and he's playing really good.
Van Jefferson, who had a costly penalty that was a dubious call by the officials. Gene Steratore backed that up. On Justin Fields and the confidence that he's showing and praising him for a job well done. I'm guessing Russell Wilson wasn't near Van's locker stall when he made those comments after the game yesterday. We are here to serve you, giving our thoughts and hearing yours on a bunch of things from yesterday's Steelers game, a 13-6 win. Their touchdown output offensively is actually worse than Matt Canada's offense through 2 games, and how that makes you feel at 412-928-9370. The Broderick Jones benched before the game, brought in to rotate, which was a hilariously bad idea. And then it went so badly after 6 snaps, he was removed from the game because of 3 penalties. And Justin Fields, how you're feeling about him and how he should be treated by the Steelers coaching staff. Should he be looked at as a backup or as their starter moving forward? 412-928-9370. Let's talk to Anthony. He's on the fan. Hello, Anthony.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, fellas.
Sure.
Real quick, that guy that called before, obviously he wasn't watching the same game we were. Justin Fields had 4 really good passes that I noticed. The touchdown to Washington, the call where we got the holding against Broderick with the one that he dropped in the Pickens, that was on a roll. And, he's getting better.
He had one on third. You're forgetting one. He had one on 3rd and 11 in a true passing situation where Pickens beat Surtain badly, and he threw a laser beam.
That got that whole drive started for a touchdown.
What's that, about 35 yards in the air from where he threw it to where it actually ended up? I mean, that was a bullet.
These guys got to learn to be patient. I mean, I said it a couple weeks ago. We got to get used to winning some of these games ugly, but they're wins nonetheless.
Getting used to it. We've been winning games ugly for like 5 years.
Anthony, all we've known is ugly wins, man. I think the last pretty win they had came in like 2018. And listen.
And I can tell you exactly when that was. Thursday night against Carolina Panthers.
All they do, I remember that game. All they do is win one possession games.
Anthony, I'm a guy who's been impressed by Fields' abilities and like what he's shown he can do. I actually love the throw to Freiermuth too. That was a great touch throw for a guy that doesn't have a reputation for them. But what I'm trying to get to here is this:
that you would bench him for Russell Wilson as soon as he's healthy.
Unless he plays
right now, Russell needs to get used to shining the pine with his rear.
No, Russ was out there with that base.
What was that?
Shining the pine with his rear.
Oh. He doesn't sit down during games. He's
I was just going to say, he had the baseball cap. He had the full uniform. In fact, Kyle Allen's the backup. You don't even see him. He's anonymous, but Russ is right out there clapping and high-fiving. I will say this quickly. You can argue patience with Justin Fields because of he's damaged goods coming from Chicago. They're trying to get the most out of him, okay? If he remains your starting quarterback, let me stress this. You've got about 5 to 6 weeks where maybe in some of these games you can get away with him playing this way or putting up these numbers and you can still win because you've still got the Giants looming. You might be able to beat the Chargers this way. Hell, one of my high confidence picks, Pony, my Moneyball pick in our little picks that we do on our podcast page was the Colts laying points as a road team. You can maybe even flummox Anthony Richardson and go 4-0 with this guy as your starter. But eventually, the meat of that schedule comes around, and he is not going to win going 13 for 20, 117 and a touchdown.
Here is Ezra on the fan. Hello, Ezra.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey,
Peace
man.
and love to Steeler Nation.
Yes, absolutely. What do you got for us?
Man, with the Broderick situation, I think we need to understand he's only 23 years old, and it's nothing wrong with having a good backup situation. I think if we look at the left tackle problem, let's look at it like a relationship problem where maybe Dan Moore finally realized he needs to bring flowers and buy candies for his girlfriend, because the Steelers went and got Broderick Jones. I think that put heat under Dan Moore. And I think Dan Moore, we got to go with the hand that's hot. And
It didn't put enough heat on Dan Moore last year because he sucked last year, Ezra.
No, but see, this is what I'm saying. I think the offseason really had an effect on Dan Moore. All I'm saying is if we go with the hot hand, and let's say Dan Moore has one of those games, we know, then all of a sudden you bring in the kid. But he's only 23 years old. There's nothing wrong with a backup left tackle, just like they back in the day how they would have a backup.
Sure, but you don't draft a backup left tackle with the 15th pick and trade up for him, Ezra.
You're right. But what I'm saying is we can revolutionize the way we treat a first-round pick.
Where now we're revolutionizing it to looking at them as good backups. We should have kept Kenny Pickett by that stretch and let him carry a clipboard here.
No. No. What I'm saying, fellas, I think it's more along the lines of maybe Broderick Jones isn't ready, but Dan Moore obviously is looking like he's ready. And
Okay. How do we, Ezra? We don't even know if Broderick Jones is ready because they've given him like maybe 100 reps total across all practices at left tackle since he was drafted.
I refuse to believe that when the Steelers drafted Broderick Jones, they sat around and said, "Hey, this guy's got huge upside, but we might have to wait until year 3 for him to be
Jordan
a
Love.
quality starting quarterback."
It's not a quarterback situation where you're sitting in behind. Like Love is really the only situation I can think of where a guy sat for more than a year, and you only do that with used to only do that with quarterbacks really, and they don't even do it now. Like they put guys out there right away. It's
all right.
I'm getting so frustrated by this.
You buying that excuse making for Broderick Jones? This is actually a good thing. 412-928-9370. How do you feel about Justin Fields? 412-928-9370. He's 2-0, and by some metrics better than Patrick Mahomes and Lamar Jackson to start the season. Donnie has his football debrief. We'll come back with your calls, too, here until 6:45. It's the PM Team on the Fan. Headline time.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates beat the Royals 4-3 yesterday. Jared Jones, 4 innings, 2 earned, 5 strikeouts. He walked 3 guys. Paul Skeens gets the ball tonight in St. Louis. Bucks and Cardinals at 7:45. Coverage on the Fan begins around 7:50, presented by Pella Windows. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Weather Seal Home Services, yeah. Put a roof over your head, a solid roof that you never have to worry about again. So when storms rip through, when there's a lot of rain, when there's high winds, and we've seen a lot of that in the last few years, you don't have to worry about damage being done to your roof and the calls that have to take place after that and figuring out what is wrong and how to fix it. If you have an old roof, why not go with something that is not only nearly indestructible, but also quite affordable? And that is what Weather Seal Home Services is offering up right now. Weather Seal can install a roof, and it won't take long. And when you have that done, you won't have to make a payment for 2 years. For 2 years, they'll say, nope, your money's no good here. Save it until late in 2026, and then we can worry about it then. 6-inch gutter upgrade comes as well. So Weather Seal Home Services, they are the best for a reason, and I've been talking about them for more than a decade because I believe in what they're doing. So go to weathersealhomeservices.com for more.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Fan is bringing out the big boys for the Fan Game Day. Donnie Football and Mark Cabali host the enhanced Fan Game Day. The biggest personalities, the hardest working hosts, bringing you our exclusive coverage before every black and gold game. Brought to you by Monsters Brewing, The Beast Unleashed, and Weather Seal. The Fan Game Day on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Kamala Harris. Here's a few things I believe. Middle-class families, like the one I grew up in, they want common sense solutions. You want lower prices and lower taxes. I believe you want to just not get by, but you want to get ahead. We must create an opportunity economy where everyone has a chance to get a car loan, buy a home, start a business. And I believe we can make that happen.
Kamala Harris's plan? Bring down costs by cracking down on corporate price gougers. Make homeownership more affordable for families. A middle-class tax cut for 100 million Americans. And make sure billionaires and big corporations pay their fair share so you can keep more of the money you've earned.
Instead of being focused on the politics of the past, we need to be thinking about the future and how we make it better for families like yours. I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Harris for President.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles. Highly logical. Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
When something happens to your kitchen, you might say,
"This is ludicrous."
But that won't fix your home. That will only get you the rapper, Ludacris.
Having trouble? Don't panic. Don't be alarmed. You need to file a claim? Holla at State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
That's right. You can file a claim on the app or call us.
Thanks, Mr. Chris.
No matter how ludicrous the situation, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Hi, welcome to Staples.
Hi, I hear Staples can print everything for my business.
Sure can.
And the quality is guaranteed?
Absolutely.
Plus, you'll beat any price quote. Is that right?
For sure.
How about this one?
We'll beat it.
Can you print menus, signs, and flyers?
Sure can.
How about blueprints?
No problem.
What about red prints?
Not a real thing.
What if they were?
We'd print them, and they'd look amazing.
Now at Staples, print more, save more. Up to $150 off your print purchase. Ends 11/2. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details and staples.com/price match for in-store price match guarantee.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been diagnosed with mesothelioma, call us now. $30 billion was set aside for meso victims. And in most cases, your claim is settled out of court without a jury trial. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Now at Get-Go Cafe and Market, any half-steak sub is just $5.99, including the all-new Get-Go Bistro Steak Sub, loaded with white cheddar and caramelized onions. Get-Go chefs were in the zone when they came up with their latest signature burger. The Steakhouse Burger is topped with caramelized onions, white cheddar, and new comeback sauce. It's a must-try addition to Get-Go's juicy quarter-pound burger lineup, and it's sure to be a fan favorite. Order now on the Get-Go app. Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better. Believe it.
When your drain is clogged, you need help. We have the training and equipment to solve your problems fast, over bridges and through tunnels. Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 50 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, we're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let our family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964. Serving all of Allegheny County.
Is Kamala Harris a radical? That's what she calls herself. Listen to her own words.
Yeah, I am radical. I do believe that we need to get radical about what we are doing.
Kamala is radical about defunding the police.
The idea that more police equals more safety, and that's just wrong.
It's weak. And Bob Casey's weak too. He says,
there's no question there's systemic racism throughout our criminal justice system, but certainly in policing.
And on immigration, Kamala says,
an undocumented immigrant is not a criminal.
Again.
We're not going to treat people who are undocumented and cross the border as criminals.
And Bob Casey's right there with her. Casey says,
Kamala Harris is an inspiring and very capable vice president.
Casey voted with Kamala 98%. So Bob Casey says,
the more people get to know her, they're going to be particularly impressed by her ability.
Casey and Kamala, they're too weak.
I'm Dave McCormick, candidate for the United States Senate, and I approve this message. Paid for by friends of Dave McCormick.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Buying a home is one of the biggest financial decisions you'll ever make. Before you tour a home, the real estate professional you're working with may ask you to sign a buyer's agreement, which describes the services you'll receive, each party's role and responsibilities, and how your agent will be compensated, all of which you'll want to discuss with them up front. So work with an agent who's a Realtor. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors with a duty to honestly represent you and put your interests above their own, because that's who we are.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Your heart care matters. Get your heart checked at UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute. Right now it's time for the Donnie Football Debrief, and it's brought to you by his friends at Steel Mill Saloon in Mount Washington. For those who are unfamiliar, every day at 4:30, Donnie finds a big football story, and we kibitz about it. Don?
The Debrief, September 16, 2024. Yesterday at 1 p.m., we witnessed the most crowded window of the NFL for the entire 2024 season. 10 games in the 1 o'clock window. We got the rare Deca box if you were watching on Sunday Ticket. Scott Hansen very excited about the Deca box.
Wait, on Sunday Ticket or Red Zone? Because I had Sunday Ticket and I could only quad box.
Red Zone.
Okay.
Sorry.
Deca
Yes,
box.
the Deca box made its very rare appearance. However, it does make me complain a little bit, which I don't like to do because we get NFL games every Sunday. Why can't there be, what is the rule against more balance between 1 p.m. and 4 p.m.?
Because
1 p.m. games and 3 games at 4?
They want the Fox and CBS, they're the big game with the big announcer crew. They want that going out for advertisers. They want that game going to the most people possible. They don't want, let me put it this way. If there weren't teams that played their home games in the Mountain Time Zone and the Pacific Time Zone, or those teams were on the road, they would have put one game at 4:25 yesterday, and put 12 at 1. They want basically those games to be standalone games where the ratings are just bananas.
If that was,
well, that makes too much sense, and I hate it.
If that hypothetical was true, and there were 12 games at 1 o'clock, and then somehow one game at 4 o'clock, 4:25, would Hansen just be like, "Peace, I'm done"?
Yeah. Because I had Red Zone on my second TV yesterday during the Steelers game.
Congratulations on your
Red
success.
Zone
basically probably just showed you the other game.
Red Zone stinks because at 4 o'clock in a situation like that, because one game was a total blowout, Rams-Cardinals, so they basically toggled back between 2 games for 3 hours. Steelers, Broncos, and Bengals and Chiefs.
And Steelers-Broncos was a horrible football game for the majority.
I maintain 4:25 is the best time to play a football game.
In terms of for you as a viewer?
I think it is.
Yes. I love when I just have carte blanche from 1 to 4 and can watch all those games and then settle into my game in the afternoon.
I made chili yesterday before the 1 o'clock game started. Then I retired to the basement. Ace took a late nap, and so it was just old Mulsey with the quad box. And then it was make your own quad box. You want to know something messed up, though, about my experience yesterday? I had Dallas New Orleans on. And I'm not like you guys where I'm thinking who's doing the announcing on this. And I didn't even hear Burkhart's voice to trigger it. I was clearly listening to Brady do that game for a while, having no idea it was Tom Brady, just zoned out. And it never cut through the noise this is Tom Brady calling a football game.
I have a confession to make. I didn't jump over to the Ravens game till the very, very end because Baltimore was winning for most of that game. And I just have a fetish, I guess you could call it, when it comes to watching the Cowboys suck. It is porn to me. Something about them not just losing games, but being pounded and being beaten to a pulp.
Yeah, they got hammered.
I find it to be erotic.
2 years later, that Derek Carr MVP pick not looking so bad.
And I jumped off the bandwagon, too. I wasn't as high on Carr as you, Donnie, but
Donnie
I
broke both
that
ankles
move.
Jumping off that bandwagon. It was so high. It was a R.I.P. Sid Vicious. It was a psycho Sid landing.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, can they even a little bit more though? I mean, 3 games.
Was Brady? I heard because I read. I forget where it was. It was just a media criticism site. It wasn't awful announcing, but Brady got much better reviews. I noticed from people for his performance in that game. They said he was way more enthusiastic. Did some deep dive stuff on the Saints offense and why it was going to be a problem for Dallas.
So that latter point might be true, that he was able to articulate better and had way more energy points that he did in his pregame study and then taking them onto the broadcast. I think that's fair. My issue still remains this. He is not good yet at telling us why things happen.
So essentially, teach me something new about the game I am watching.
It's not even teach me. It's tell me why this worked. Tell me why this didn't work. Collinsworth, for as much as he's a caricature of himself with the here's a guy and all that business that he does.
Sliding in on his little rolling stool. He understands how to tell you that.
He is really good at, here's why this play got blown up.
I think Collinsworth is a lot better than what he's given credit for. People just assume, he hates my team, so he's
yes, that's how you know he's good. Everyone says
here's
that about
who they
him.
need to start getting more involved. Here's why this offense isn't working against this defensive look. He does all of those things very well. He annoys the hell out of me, but he is very good at those things.
Well, you know what Brady does?
Brady hasn't done any of that through two games.
It sounds like, if I'm guessing correctly here, and I think I am, it sounds like Brady tells you things you can already see with your own eyes, maybe gives you extra detail. But Collinsworth usually tells you, like, he'll notice, like, the left guard missing a block or something like that.
Yes.
And, like, that's why a play gets blown up that might not be readily available to the naked eye. Or he'll say, like, so-and-so did not have the correct, like, technique or leverage here. And it sounds like Brady hasn't gotten to that point yet, which is funny because I would wager that Brady knows way more about that stuff than Collinsworth just because of how long he played and what he had to do.
He's not a natural at it. As much as he is also, I think, gotten considerably worse since he started, Romo was a natural at it. Romo was better day one than he is now.
Well, Romo at least had the one thing that I'll say I always empathized with him, although he screwed around and clearly didn't feel like prepping after he had gotten far enough away, removed from the league to not just know all the tendencies. The little trick where he would call the play out before it happened and would be right almost every single time.
Awesome.
It was amazing. It did not remotely detract from my enjoyment of those games. And the suits at CBS, from my understanding, got enough complaints about, like, he literally is too good at that. They told him to stop doing it.
But I also don't think he has that in his bag anymore.
Because I just said he's been out of the NFL so long. When he was literally not months removed from playing, or basically, or a year removed, he knew what every team was still doing out of certain looks. The problem is he hasn't done homework ever, and so now oh my God, Jim! Jim, wow!
Well, so that's
a double
where
rainbow, Jim.
That's where I think if Brady can at least figure it out from the broadcasting standpoint, we know the work ethic for the guy. I mean, it's like unheralded, so that he could eventually become worth that investment. But I mean, early returns, not good.
No, not anywhere close to as good as Greg Olsen was.
Just a very quick bonus. You guys remember the story about David Tepper taking the guy's hat off in that restaurant or whatever?
Uh-huh.
You know, people got mad at him.
Or how about throwing a drink
at somebody? Dilworth Neighborhood Grill in Charlotte has a sign, like one of those little gas station signs outside the restaurant. Mayfield 2-0, Darnold 2-0, Rule 3-0, Young 0-2. What is David Tepper? What vengeance will David Tepper wreak against the Dilworth Neighborhood Grill?
He's going to buy the restaurant and then blow it up.
He might just empty the building and call in an airstrike.
Thank you, Donnie, for another debrief. 412-928-9370. Let's go to Dan in McKeesport. Hello, Dan. Dan, you there? See ya. Here is Joseph in Hopewell. Hello, Joe.
Hey, man. Thanks for having me on. You guys are great.
Thank you.
So I was Mason Rudolph's biggest fan, but now I'm a Justin Fields fan. I like the way he ran the offense, and I don't know what's up with this Broadway Jones. Is he on drugs or something? Like, what the hell's going on?
What do you mean?
How could you have such a – well, he had such a good rookie season. Now he just seems like he's, like, out of it or something.
So you're blaming him more than you are the way the teams handled it?
What do you mean?
What do you mean, what do I mean? He's a left tackle, and they've played him at right tackle pretty much the entire time.
So is he doing this on spite, or do you think he should be
doing what on spite?
Right tackle? Didn't he play right tackle last year?
Yes.
He had a pretty good year.
I agree.
So what's going on? Like, his head doesn't seem right. He had a very, very bad game, one of the worst series I've ever seen somebody play. He also got benched after having a pretty solid game in week 1. And they are insistent that they are going to give Dan Moore every chance and then some to lose that job. Why? That's the part of this that I almost feel like people are just not focusing enough on. Yes, Jones was horrible yesterday. I say that as his chief defender. He was atrocious. He deserved to get yanked out of that game immediately, and he did. Why is nobody commenting on the fact that Dan effing Moore is the guy blocking him? Anthony Munoz, he ain't. And he also, by the way, on his own committed a pretty bad holding penalty yesterday.
I take more umbrage with not allowing for Jones to get to Latrobe, make him the left tackle, and have Moore then become the backup left tackle. And, hey, Dan, you might not like it, but you better learn right tackle, because if you want to survive in this league, being able to play two positions is probably in your future, because you're not good enough to start. They didn't. They prioritized, veteran stability or whatever, and, a guy has to lose a job before he gets benched. and they let him stay at left tackle, and to his credit, he has played well there for 2 games, but what that did was it displaced Jones. And I think Jones, what is he on drugs? I think he was annoyed and irritated and unhappy that they were not treating him like he was their starting left tackle, or not even really treating it like it was a left tackle competition in camp.
It's Dan. The only guy who got benched who was a starter last year, is Broderick Jones for another first-round pick. Pony, it's going to drive me insane because I, again, do not see an off-ramp anytime soon unless Moore starts playing horrible football.
I don't think Jones has played well, but I think that a lot of it has been brought on by the way the Steelers
Nobody
have
has
handled
any idea what he'll look like if they ever put him at his natural position. If he's that much better suited for it, and it sounds like he is, and I believe he is, maybe just let him play it in practice and get some confidence.
All right, want to hear from you on the Steelers offense through 2 games. Your thoughts on what's going on with Broderick Jones. Your take on Justin Fields. The last guy said he's now a Justin Fields convert. Has he won you over? 412-928-9370. The last guy also very critical of Jones. Do you blame Jones more than the Steelers for his benching? 412-928-9370. Pretty basic question I've been asking people ever since that game ended yesterday. Are the Steelers a good team? We will address that. 412-928-9370. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. And right now I'm going to tell you guys about Regenesis. Guys out there, maybe you're working out like I am and you don't like the results you're seeing. Maybe you're eating better and you don't like the results you're seeing. Maybe you've tried all those things in the past and got fed up because you weren't seeing results and you've quit and you're not trying anymore. Well, let Regenesis help because they really believe with a free physician consult and free blood work, they can change your life. So many 5-star reviews, so many before and after pictures of men from Pittsburgh back that up. So go get set up today with that free physician consult, freebloodwork.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, these players ain't gonna make themselves. Let's go get it.
The Fan presents The Morning After. Following each and every black and gold game, the guys break down the entire game and talk about what worked. Today you did it big. And what didn't. The back ball. Brought to you by Twin Peaks and Robinson Township, Galise Services, Saloni's Italian Bakery, and Tri-State Office Furniture. The Morning After. Following each and every black and gold game on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Time's running out on those crazy window deals. You've seen them, right? Buy one, get 17 free. Well, that's where Pella is different. No gimmicks, no tricks, just unmatched quality. With Pella, what you see is what you get. Durable, energy-efficient windows. So why put your money and faith into a company whose promotional offer sounds too good to be true? Right now, get $150 off windows, $600 off doors, or 0% interest for 36 months. Call 855-77-PELLA. PellaPittsburgh.com.
O'Reilly! Don't miss out on summer brake deals at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, get 15% off a set of Brake Best Select, Select Pro, or Import Direct brake pads and 2 rotors. Restore quality braking and improve stopping performance with parts and advice from the professional parts people. Save money now when you visit O'Reilly Auto Parts or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Right now at Wendy's, you can get a small Frosty for $1. And literally everyone is going. The car behind you, going to get a $1 Frosty. The car ahead of you, already had one, going for a second. The person who cut you off earlier, you guessed it, $1 Frosty. Maybe it's all a sign for you to go get one. Just don't cut anyone off. No one likes that person. The iconic Frosty for $1, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Not valid in a combo. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, California, and via third-party delivery.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through October 10th, Upgrade and switch to 300 megabit Xfinity Internet with unlimited data and 1 line of unlimited mobile for just $35 a month for 1 year. Plus, get an eligible free 5G phone with trade-in. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Every day, Cintas service reps help businesses get ready for the workday. They provide freshly laundered workwear delivered every week. Mats, mops, restroom and cleaning supplies. First aid and safety products to help your employees stay safe. They even test and inspect fire extinguishers and emergency lights. Cintas helps keep your business running smoothly. See what Cintas can do for you. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Hey everyone, it's Doran Dickerson. Do you want to feel more confident when you smile? People give me compliments all the time about my smile. It's been 2 years since my smile makeover, and my only regret is that I didn't do it sooner. For my veneer treatment, I only trusted the best cosmetic dentist in Pittsburgh, Doctors Brian and Rob Klaich of Cranberry Dental Studio, and my experience was incredible. Request a free virtual consultation by visiting cranberrydentalstudio.com or check out their award-winning smile makeovers on their Instagram at Cranberry Dental Studio.
Pennsylvania football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown, and he throws an awesome block so his teammate can score instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. Everyone knows the most exciting part of football is the score. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first TD scorer wager today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Doran Dickerson here, and I'm sitting here with my good friend Jake, owner of Southside Plumbing and Heating. Jake, you've been doing this for a little while, haven't you?
Well, Doran, we've been in business for generations, building an unparalleled experience in top-notch customer service and solutions for our customers.
Oh, wow. So you really know what you're talking about, huh?
Exactly. We don't just hide behind a family name. We are family-owned. That's why we are not just another transaction, and our customer satisfaction matters to us on a personal level.
Give them a call today, 412-431-7455. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
93.7 The Fan, an equal opportunity employer, is dedicated to providing broad outreach regarding job vacancies at the station. We seek the help of local community organizations in referring qualified applicants to our station. Community organizations who wish to receive our job vacancy information should contact Amy Mock at 93.7 The Fan at 412-920-9400 or by sending an email to amy.mock@odyssey.com. Listeners are encouraged to visit odyssey.com for a listing of job opportunities at all Odyssey radio stations.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
We're kicking off huge savings at Spitzer Acura. Whether you're looking for a new Integra or RDX, our friendly consultants will help you find your perfect new Acura that fits your needs and budget in a pressure-free environment. And as always, every new Spitzer Acura comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Plus, you'll get a complimentary loaner vehicle whenever you're in need of service. Don't miss out. Score big on new Acuras at Spitzer Acura.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Okay, true stories from Huntington with Jen and Mindy.
Somebody came through the drive-thru. I looked at the ID. It said Mindy.
You knew Mindy?
I did. I said, oh my gosh, hi, Mindy. And this person looked over and drove away, left everything at the branch. I knew it wasn't her, so I contacted our fraud department and had a hold put on the account.
Well, sounds like she helped save you from identity theft, Mindy.
Yeah, she saved the day. She was my little guardian angel.
Get more than money from your bank. Welcome to Huntington.
Real people compensated for true stories.
Things are starting to back up on the outbound side of the Parkway East. You're moving slowly from Technology Drive into the tunnels. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. And did you know I lost 4 to 5 pounds every week with Awaken 180? Did you know my results weren't an anomaly? Those are real results and fast results eating to lose weight. Now it's your turn. Awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7, The Fan.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
In addition to a Steelers win yesterday, Pittsburgh sports fans got an even bigger gift today, and that's another Sidney Crosby hometown discount, a 2-year extension, $8.7 million. He will continue to play at that price for 2 years beyond this season. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Black and Gold Victory Monday on Pony and Muller.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
We did enough to win. I don't think we played good enough. As an offensive leaves, of course, our defense played great. Came up with some big stops. Still got some work to do on the offensive side of the ball in terms of not shooting ourselves in the foot, self-inflicted wounds with penalties and stuff like that.
I'm always asking more from them because they got a lot to give. And so, obviously, when the offense is facing some of the challenges that it's facing in terms of, non-regulars in there and hostile environments, they know that.
50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. The Steelers are 2-0, and they are in first place with a 2-game lead on the two teams that were picked to finish at the top of the AFC North. The Bengals lost to the Chiefs yesterday in dramatic fashion, and the Ravens blew a 10-point fourth-quarter lead against the Raiders at home as the biggest favorite in the NFL yesterday. Steelers start 2-0 for the first time in a very long time, and they have, statistically, the best defense in the NFL. They've allowed the second fewest points, 16. The Chargers are the only team to give up fewer, and that is the fewest they've given up since Mike Tomlin's first year through 2 games, 2007. They have made it their expertise to win games ugly. Mm-hmm. They have a doctorate in that. These guys.
Yes. 500 level team when it comes to winning games that their fans don't even want to watch.
Well, I enjoyed